On out there is absolutely gorgeous. That track will be getting nice and sticky, and hopefully we will see some fantastic runs throughout the day from all our categories, not only from the Sportsman series, which we have on track at the moment, but of course the professional series, which will come out a little bit later on this evening.
Yeah, I definitely think we're in for a great day of racing. It seems like we're going to have a very action-packed day, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Yes, very much so. We've got, as I said, we're kicking off qualifying here this morning with the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. And on track, we've got Alex Rafalo and Tegan Smith. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all our YouTube viewers. Of course, if you go through to Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, you can view all of the action on the racetrack and around the venue here this weekend through our official track YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for anyone who can't make it down to the track, to just still get in on the action and keep up with it. But It is really all about the atmosphere down here and, coming down, seeing all the cars, smelling the fumes, which is probably the best part about tracks. Feeling the vibrations from the ground rumbling. Oh, it's the best atmosphere.
Yes, I think you can't get that on watching on TV. It's like
you can't.
Like watching Metallica or some other big performer in a concert at home from your lounge room. It's not quite the same.
No.
You get an idea, but it's just not quite the same. Now, Tegan Smith on that pass there, Bailey, she went 8.003. Now, these kids are looking for 8.000. So first run off the trailer, she's 0.003 of a second away from the perfect pass in qualifying for Junior Dragster.
Great job there from Tegan.
All right, on track now we have Max Perry from North Narrabeen taking on Daniel Carranza from Victoria. Great to see Daniel and the team up from
Victoria making the trek up.
Yeah, it's a good 8.5, 9 hour drive, I think, from Victoria up to Sydney Dragway.
Yes, and unfortunately all these drivers do have to do the very big trek up.
Yep, there's no way around it unless they're lucky enough to fly in and fly out. Nice reaction time on the tree there for Daniel with a 006.
Amazing reaction time.
Yeah, it's good. Runs through only 0.004 of a second between the cars on the finish line. 8.04 with a 5 for Max Perry and an 8.04 with a 1 there for Daniel Carranza. So certainly looking very tight at the top of the tree. There's only a few thousandths of a second.
Yeah, not much in that. They're definitely on the pace.
Yes, and those... the Perry team, they're out here at every opportunity they get at Sydney Dragway, so hopefully they've probably got some data on weather conditions. The track conditions probably not so critical for the junior category, but definitely the weather conditions are critical to these engines. Of course, they're only a single-cylinder side valve 4-stroke engine. They pretty much all run methanol. So a methanol-based fuel, which is really, really good for tuning, and they give really good performance. Obviously, they are air-cooled, so they run a lot cooler on the methanol. So on track now, Bailey, we have another two, I'll use the term local races. One's from Forbes. It's Claire Little. She's in the aerofoil lane taking on Zach Rafalo. Rafalo running for first-class loans. He's left the start line with a 1.12 reaction time. And Claire Little was a little bit... eager to lead the start line there, but she's run through for an 8.004, so there's 1,000th of a second between Tegan Smith and Claire Little now. I think they're battling it out for 1 and 2.
Zach Rafalo broke the 8 with a 7.83.
Yes, that's a little bit too fast for Zach, but it's good to see that team is certainly progressed in performance. They'll have to slow that car down a little bit for the next round.
Now, Stephen, I have a question.
Yes,
For people who don't know too much about junior dragsters and drag racing in general, with the junior classes, are the cars quite similar? Is it more about the driver themselves and the reaction times, or is there quite a lot of tuning that goes into it?
The cars are pretty similar in their basic setup. Junior dragster is actually split into 3 subcategories. There's A, B, and C, and basically that refers to the driver's age/experience, because you can start racing these cars at the age of 8 and finish once you turn 17. That's your last championship, so you can finish that season off. the idea being is when you're 17, you can get your Ps and then drive any car, right? So,
Exactly.
so the idea of having the C Junior Dragster is obviously you're a younger child, so you're 8 to 12, I think. So the performance is limited a little bit there, but effectively the cars are set up pretty much the same. All single cylinder, they all run a centrifugal clutch. But of course, obviously performance does vary on how a budget, I guess,
Yep.
and how much maintenance wants to be done between the rounds of racing and qualifying.
Amazing. Learn something new every day. Well, we just had an 808 from Tom Baker there, and then I think it was an 8043 from Alira.
Okay, so here's an example. We've got Charlie Boscovich in the C Junior Dragster in the Aeroflow lane. So that tells me that Charlie is between the age of 8 and 12. So his car... Oh, sorry, Archie. Did I say Charlie? Beg pardon. I think I said Archie the first time. Beg pardon. There's two brothers run this. This is the good thing with
Sorry, it's okay. We got them mixed up.
With Junior Dragster, there's a lot of families running it. The Perry team, there was three of them, three brothers all running at one point. I think there's only one left now. The others have got a little bit older and stepped out of juniors, as far as I'm aware. But it's
a great family sport.
It is very much so. I think drag racing overall is a fantastic family sport. 027 on the tree for Archie. He's got a really good reaction time there. Of course, 000 is perfect.
Yep.
And all these drivers, there's no delay boxes, no driver aids to get off the start line. It's all done with the driver's eye and foot. So Harry Rakio there, he's run through with an 802 with a 7. So not a bad pass for him, first run up for the day.
I think that's the best time so far without breaking the 8.
Yeah, it's pretty close. It's pretty close to it. I've just been given the hot tip that Joe Princey, who we can see down there on the start line in the rocket lane, of course that's the crowd side lane, he's actually got two cars that Joe and his team has actually been responsible for introducing quite a number of races into the sport.
Yep.
He actually leases out the cars as like a drive-only sort of deal, I think, pretty much. So if you're sitting in the stands there and you think this Junior Dragster racing looks pretty fun, and I've got a kid that's keen to have a go down to the Junior Dragster pits, see Joe and his team. I'm sure if you ask any of the racers, point me in the direction of Joe, they'll be able to point you out. Go over and see that, tell him what you'd like to do. As I said, I've been told that he's got two cars that he's looking to start a lease agreement with, so good way to get into the sport without actually having to outlay.
Yeah, great for Joe as well. That's creating amazing opportunities for anyone to get into the sport, especially if they want to get into motor racing and drag racing. Like we said, it's such a great family sport. It's so supportive.
Well, I think the beauty of leasing is it gives you the opportunity to try it without outlay of all the car and all that sort of stuff. So Sarah Dawson from New South Wales in the Aeroflow lane there will run through first for a 903 with a 5. She's in a B Junior Dragster, and Liam O'Neill in the Rocket lane, he was in the C Junior Dragster, went 12.07 with a 252 mile an hour. So not a bad pass for both those races. Ryan Pettiford now is in the Aeroflow lane. He's taking on Jaden Curry in the Rocket lane.
Both boys from New South Wales.
Yes, very close by actually. Ryan from Fairfield West and Jaden in the Rocket lane from Prospect, which is just a little bit that way.
It's the Battle of the West.
Yep, pretty much. So we've seen Ryan take home a couple of the local track championship rounds trophies and runners-up recently, so he's coming into a bit of form. And Jaden running for Bins Express. 010 on the tree there for Ryan. Yeah, very good reaction time. 175 for Jaden, not too far behind. Looks like a nice pass though. 808 with an 8 there for Jaden in the Rocket lane, and Ryan in the Aeroflow lane there, 834 with a 2.
Now, Stephen, how does the qualifying and everything work for the junior series?
You mean in terms of...
so do they need to get as close to the 8 as possible for them to move on to the next one? How does it work?
No. The qualifying is, I believe, is set from the racer who is closest to the 800 or above. So I think we've already seen 2 cars have gone 8003 and 8004. So they're only 4 thousandths away from where they need to be. And then obviously as the cars go slower and down they'll qualify a little bit further down the list. And then, of course, depending on how many cars we actually have completing qualifying, they'll be seeded based on that qualifying order.
And now, people can't really see our screen, but we've got here in the C class with Daniel from New South Wales that he's got a 12 under his name for 12 seconds.
So that's the ET cutoff for him. So 12.0 for C Junior Dragster, and B Junior Dragster for Jeffrey McNiff, who's in the aeroflow lane. His cutoff is an 8.60. So technically, because of the rules, those two races wouldn't be able to top qualify if A juniors have gone 8.0.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So in racing, the A junior dragsters can dial in and run, I think, 7.90, I think. So there's a little bit of leeway with their dial-in time.
That's as well, I remember from when my brother did this very young, there's the numbers on the side of the car that they change, the white numbers that usually says 8 seconds or 7.90.
They're normally a dial-in ball. So tomorrow or perhaps this afternoon, these races will be running in eliminations. So what the number on the side, usually behind the driver there, is the dial-in, just as a visual reference for the bracket marshals and the start line crew. So it's a self-nominated handicap. So a little bit later on, we will see that if a car, for example, dials in 8.0 and there's another car that's dialed in at 12.0, the 12-second car will get a 4-second head start.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So at this point in time, they're just trying to get a consistent package together that they can pick that allows them to pick that dial in when they need to a lot easier. So if you can do like 3 passes in a row that are all 8.0, it's going to be very easy. But if you do an 8.0, a 9, and a 10, which one do you go with? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes it a lot more difficult. So all the sportsman categories are looking for consistencies. It doesn't matter if they're running a 12.0 or if they're running an 8.0, especially in junior Dragster.
So consistency is key.
Very much so. And I mean, that even runs down to the Group 1 or the professional series.
Yeah.
They want consistency as well. It's just that they're going a lot faster because the consistency tells them that they're on the right path for the tune-up.
Yeah.
So on track now, we've got Dylan Hensvik.
Yeah.
Going to say I'll go with that. And 007 on the tree for Daniel from Victoria, running for Addicted Performance. And looks like a good side-by-side race. He runs through for a 9.23 with a 5. And in beside Alex Rottenberry runs through an 8.70 with a 4. Now Alex took home a trophy in the last round of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway, which of course this is round number 4. So these races is a little bit of a use the word double-edged sword for them. They're actually racing for points on 2 sets of series. Right.
Well, now on track in the aeroflow lane, we've got Levi. How did you pronounce the last name before?
Kenzovic.
Let's go with that, from Victoria. In the rocket lane, we've got Charlie. This is the one you mentioned before, Archie's brother from New South Wales.
So Charlie, a little bit older than Archie. So Charlie's in the A Junior Dragster, running for Liverpool Glass and Bosco Autos. And I don't know much about the racer in the aeroflow lane, but obviously related to the competitor we saw go down the aeroflow lane a little bit earlier.
Yeah, like you said, it's a really big family sport. You see so many siblings, and then you also see some of the parents running in the large classes.
Yes, yep, they're running around like the proverbial headless chook, because they're especially if you start going rounds and you're losing time in between to do maintenance and check dial-ins and all that sort of thing. But it's all good fun. So a 1.25 there, 1.25 reaction time there for Charlie in the rocket lane, and he's going to run through for an 8.43 with a 3. And Levi in the aeroflow lane there went 8.61 at 69 mile an hour.
Not too bad. Yeah, speaking of the headless chicking running around with the parents, that are also racing, the kids racing. I remember as a child, my brother used to race in junior dragsters, and my dad used to race in the funny car series. And it was the funniest thing to watch my dad go and do a run and then run back, and then while he's still in his suit, go and get my brother ready and start him up. It was even worse for my mum, because she would be worrying about my dad and then worrying about my mum, and then so anxiety was like
so the anxiety on the limiter, as they say. But We can see the start line there, a graphic representation there for Charlotte Leifting's crew not standing in the one spot because you'll lose your shoe.
Yep.
So some of these dragsters have a little bit of a trouble just bumping into stage because they physically actually get stuck to the track, as we can see Joshua Burtonshaw on the start line there, just rocking the car because it's actually stuck to the racing surface. The crew guy will come over and just push him to break that seal on the racetrack.
Yep.
And
now, are they allowed to touch the car while that's happening?
I'll say I'm not sure. How's that for answering the question without not actually answering it? So 070 on the tree for Joshua Burtonshaw. He'll run through for a 798 with a 3, and Charlotte Leifting in the aeroflow lane there, 842 with a 9 at 76 mile an hour. Sometimes the starter will go over and just lightly nudge the car. It doesn't take a lot, but being a centrifugal clutch, they're actually a little bit tricky to creep along, if I can use that word. Especially if you've got if it wasn't the traction on the racing surface, it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can see that the car actually rocks quite substantially with the driver, trying their best to move that car just that a fraction forward.
It's quite interesting to see because you wouldn't think, I don't know, people that would come here would just be like, yep, they get in the car and then they just race down the track, and then you see someone rocking in their car and it's like, why is this happening? What's going on? This is so much different to what I thought it'd be. Because that track is extremely sticky.
Yes, I think we'll probably see at least one, maybe two crew lose their shoes over the weekend. You have to make sure that they're done up nice and tight. And we've got Liesl Gowes on the start line now from Queensland. She's left the start line with a 1:63 reaction time. She's in the aeroflow lane taking on Jake McNamara. McNamara in the rocket lane, another good side-by-side race. McNamara goes 8:04 with a 5, 79 mile an hour through the finish line. And Liesl Gowes in the aeroflow lane goes 8:53 with a 1.
And speaking of family, up next we've got Ross Lamatina. Any relation to the Lamatinas?
Yes.
Yes.
And Ross is a pretty good steerer, actually. He's gone rounds here at Sydney Dragway quite a few times. So, does pretty well for himself here. Of course, running for the family business, Rocky Lamatina and Sons. And it's great to see Ross and his team up here again this weekend.
Making the trek up from Victoria.
Yep. And in the aeroflow lane, we have Jordina Leifting.
From Atari, New South Wales. Something I've noticed since we've been, calling the series so far with the few runs that we've had is we've got quite a lot of females in the sport, which is always great to see. Because in junior dragsters, I think it's the most equal, with the amount of women to men.
Yes, it would be pretty close, the ratio. So, and of course, it's fantastic to see that a lot of the races do continue on to other categories in the sport. Of course, we've got Kelly Betts was ex-junior dragster racer, and of course she's gone through and won a number of championships.
Doing an amazing job.
Yes, she does very, very well for herself. And it doesn't matter what she's driving, she is so tough and always has been. I raced against her back in the day when I ran juniors, and you knew you always had a race on your hands. Now, Georgina Leifting there, a 0.01 reaction time on the Christmas tree. So she left 1,000th of a second after the green light came on. So a 9.19 with a 0 there for Leifting in the aeroflow lane. And Lamatina, he went a 8.18 with a 4, 79 mile an hour.
That is quite the reaction time. That's almost perfect.
Very much so. We saw a couple of perfect reaction times here a couple of weeks ago. We ran number 3 of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship Series. And I think there was one racer in Super Sedan. I think he did 2 in a row, and then the third run was a 0.00 something. Yeah, so he was, you could say, on fire. Not literally, but yes, you could say he was on fire. Definitely dialed into the Christmas tree.
Well, some of these drivers, even at home, have a little replica of the Christmas tree to practice their reaction times. I remember, as a kid playing with my brother's one.
Yep.
Just thinking it'd be so much fun, just racing each other.
That little practice tree. I know people go, yeah, but how can that be entertaining? I think it becomes addictive.
Yeah.
More than anything.
You become competitive with yourself, and you're like, oh, I need to beat it.
Yep. Yeah.
It's like all those games you get on your phone where you just become addicted to trying to beat yourself and win the game.
Well, I think that concludes the first round of qualifying for Western Weekender Junior Dragster, Bailey, and it looks like we're going to be moving into Street Fighter, which is our next category. Safety equipment down there, we can see, because the juniors obviously leaving the racetrack just after the finish line. They're only competing to the half track mark. But I'm looking forward to some very tough racing there from the juniors here this weekend. They always put on a really good show of driver skill and car presentation as well.
Yeah, they always do an amazing job, and it's always so exciting to see, and then also see the progression as well up into the sport, because this is where so many of the drivers start.
Yes, very much so. It's absolutely fantastic to be here at the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway for 2022. As I said before, we are streaming on live to our official YouTube channel. So I'd like to welcome all the viewers that are tuning in from around the world. I hope to correspond with those viewers, because of course they can leave feedback.
Yes, leave a like, leave a comment, share it with your friends.
And it's absolutely fantastic to have Speed Adict clothing on board this weekend as well. They're sponsoring the 4th round of that championship series, which is being run as part of the Nitro Champs here this weekend. Now, Rusty has told me that the Speed Adict group have got their own merchandise on sale down.
They do. I just went up there before, and I don't believe it's up just yet, but I'm excited to see all of the merchandise later today. Might even go do a little bit of shopping myself. Yes,
well, there's a number of venues that, as the day progresses, they'll be set up to clothe you. So the Gulf Western Oil have they'll have a merchandise display up on the western mount, just near the top of the stairs there, and also the track merchandise displays are at the very top of the stairs as you come up onto the viewing area here at Sydney
Up there
Dragway.
on the left. And then I went up there before, and there is so much food as well. I'm so excited for it. It's making me hungry for lunch. Gosh.
Yes, well, that can't be too far away, Bailey.
It's one of the big things I love about these events is there's just so much to do. So much food, so many stalls, so many cars to go and just go through the pits and have a bit of a look around.
Yes, well, of course, that is the beauty here at Sydney Dragway and all racing events around Australia, is that your general admission ticket gets you into the pits, so you can go down and talk to the drivers, check out everything close up. You can see them, tear down a top fuel engine in half an hour and put it back together.
It's great because it's not like other forms of racing where you just buy a general admission ticket and then you're just sort of stuck sitting on a hill the whole time watching the racing going on. You're actually allowed to go into the pits and see everything and interact with the drivers and the teams and watch them work on the cars and get to,
you can actually get to know them, talk to them,
get everything signed,
ask some questions. Of course, interesting that you mentioned signing there, Bailey. I'll use that as a good segue. Now, we have produced a Nitro Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs program for this weekend.
We have. It looks great, by the way.
It does. It's full colour. It's for sale from the scrutineering shed, and also the I think the ticketing booths have them, and also
the entry gates,
the track merchandise. So for $2, it's a fantastic souvenir for the event. And of course, if you open to the centre, I saw it before. You mentioned autographs. There is actually the centre section is I'll use the word blank page.
Yeah, just a blank page
to get some of your driver signatures on. So if you see a car out there that you go, oh, that's really cool, I like that, take a note of their name. We'll obviously say it a few times as they run down the racetrack. Go down to the pits, check it out, see if you can find them. go down there, introduce yourself, say, can you sign my book? I bet you all the drivers would be more than happy to.
They will. I guarantee someone can get this page completely filled. I'm actually looking.
Are you setting yourself a challenge?
I'm setting other people a challenge.
Okay.
I want to see so many kids and so many, even adults, with this page just filled to the brim.
Yep.
With autographs.
It's funny, I was actually talking to a friend at work the other day about autographs and stuff like that. And I've still got all the ones that I had when I was a child, dad bringing me to the racetrack and that sort of thing. I've still got them as a keepsake, and it's a good way to remember parts of your life and certain events. So, as I said before, Bailey, we've kicked off in Street Fighter, and that is David Trevarthen in the AU Falcon taking on, I think it was Lachlan McCaskill. So next pairing out, we will have Wayne Smith in the HSV Club Sport taking on Don Zammit. These two very tough local racers here at Sydney Dragway. They compete every time they get a chance to.
Now, Stephen, explain this series to me, because they just look like normal cars.
Well, as the name would suggest, they're generally a street car. So I would say that this is the step up from your Race for Real or your Aeroflow Sunday sessions. So in the Race for Real Wednesday nights that we have here every Wednesday night, there's no dial-ins, there's no, I'll use the word consequence on reaction time or anything like that. So these races here, after qualifying, they'll actually race. So it's an elimination, so they have to hone their skills in terms of reaction time and consistency, as we touched on before. So if you've got a street car and you like the idea of this competition drag racing, get in touch with the racetrack, find out what you need to do to enter and come along. The safety requirements are fairly minimal, in that you just need covered clothes, long sleeve
clothing,
pants, clothing, an approved helmet, and that's pretty much it. You don't need the full fire.
And enclosed shoes. Don't rock up in thongs.
No, no, they don't work. They won't get you through scrutineering. So as we can see here, we've got Brett O'Connor in a Holden Colorado. Now Brett's other ride is I think a 7-second nitrous Camaro.
Right.
So obviously doing some maintenance on the Camaro and decided that, you know what, I'm still going to participate. And it's come out in his 2.8 litre Colorado. And Alan Stevenson in the HQ Ute has just run through there for a 13.29 and a 16.48 there for the Colorado. So just goes to show the car does not have to be fast. And that's what it's all about, is to introduce...
Just come out and have fun.
It's all about to introduce people into competition drag racing.
It's always great seeing so many new people getting involved in drag racing. Obviously, he has his own car as well, but we can get other people involved. They can bring their Holden Colorados down to their street cars, and just go out and have some fun.
Exactly, that's what it's all about here at Sydney Dragway, and I hope that everybody is having some fun here. Of course, those up in the spectator mound have been lucky enough to get the day off work, and can sit in the sunshine, or the shaded sunshine if you're on the seats. And I hope you're enjoying the racing here so far this morning.
Just had a 1481 from Jack Matazovic in the Rocket Lane, and I completely missed the name for the person in the Aeroflow lane.
That's okay. Sometimes they disappear very...
Brett Roberts.
Yeah, Brett Roberts, I think it was too. Sometimes the names do disappear quickly. All right, so next up we've got a very tough little Holden Gemini and a RAV4.
Look at the RAV4 go.
Now the RAV4 was out here at the last round of the Speed Addict Clothing Co Championship Series. And so this will be the second time I've ever called a RAV4 running down the racetrack here at Sydney Dragway. It's great to see Grant Law back here at Sydney Dragway, and the racer in the Gemini, unfortunately their name has not come up at the moment, but I think the Gemini went a few rounds actually a few weeks ago.
I'm just loving the number plate on the Gemini. What a gem.
Exactly right.
It's great.
Well, you don't see that model Gemini is pretty rare these days. You don't see them on the road very much. sounds like it's got the old Holden 6 in it. He's certainly streaking ahead in front of the RAV4. Run through for a 13:45 with a 990, 8 mile an hour there. And the RAV4 just crossing 1,000 foot now and through the finish line with a 20.5 second pass at 59 mile an hour. Now you might think, how's that car ever going to win a race? When it comes to eliminations, that car will leave 7 seconds roughly before the Gemini.
Yep.
So that's a fair wait. That RAV4 is going to be, I reckon, probably at the 330 foot mark, which is the first orange box that you can see is pretty much in line with the southern end of the burnout pad. I reckon that car's going to be roughly there before the Gemini would have left the start line. So it's a game of testing the patience in some cases.
But as we know, consistency is key.
Very much so. And the beauty with the RAV4, it's probably in D for drag, and off you go. Just a matter of picking the light and getting that down pat, and then the car just does the rest itself. So 12:57 there with a 9 at 102 mile an hour for Glenn Garlick, who was in the rocket lane, and a 15:27 with a 9, 92 mile an hour for the racer in the airflow lane. All right, that looks like we're moving into street bike. Of course, sounds it's pretty similar to Street Fighter, doesn't it? It's just we're switching to 2 wheels now.
Switching from 4 to 2.
Yeah.
It's good to switch it up every now and again.
Very much so. Now that's Troy Papadopoulos, I think, on the Powerhouse Cycles Harley Davidson Fat Boy. He's in the rocket lane. Left the start line with a 098 red light, but that doesn't matter at this point in time. There's no consequence. He'll still get his ET at the end of the day. 12:39 there at 105 mile an hour, and a 12:96 at 115 for the rider in the aeroflow lane.
I believe the rider in the aeroflow lane is also from Powerhouse Cycles.
Okay, yeah. They actually bring normally a pretty big team of bikes with them. Bailey, there's usually 3 or 4 of them.
Well, now we've also got Neil Constantino in the rocket lane from New South Wales, also from Powerhouse Cycles.
I can't say I've seen Neil on this bike before. The one he was riding before that I remember was like a greeny, pastel blue colour. But and the bike in beside looks like it's a road trail sort of bike. So it just goes to show, as long as it's got 2 wheels, bring it out here and see what it'll run. So Neil runs through there for a 12:16, 110 mile an hour on the Harley Davidson. Next up we have Aaron Butterworth. He's on the Royal Enfield 650 in the aeroflow lane, taking on Colin Northcott. Northcott on the Ducati. So I think Colin took home a trophy in round number 3 of the Speed Adict Clothing Championship Series. 006 red there for the Ducati. And he runs on through for a 10:37, 132 mile an hour, and a 14:78 there, 93 mile an hour for Aaron Butterworth.
It is great that we have so many of these classes where it's pretty much for anyone, that people can bring their street cars, street bikes, and just come out, have some fun, even come out with their friends, race each other.
Yep, exactly right. And the idea of it is you don't have to invest tens of thousands of dollars in a car specifically to do it. These racers can ride that bike to work on Monday or on the weekend, whatever. They don't have to have a specifically built or purpose-built machine. Obviously, if they want to get to the point where they're going quicker, then sure, but at least this gives them the opportunity to get out there and race. So Tristan Anderson there on the Royal Enfield's run a 14:29, 92 mile an hour, and Albie Davidson there in the rocket lane. His time has just disappeared from me. So there's Angela Phipps from Pitttown in the aeroflow lane. Angela, one of our hard-working officials here at Sydney Dragway. She's on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. pretty new machine to Angela. 2:31 on the reaction time. Straight down the centre of the airflow lane. She'll run through for a 10.93 with a 9, 138 mile an hour. So Angela was normally on a high busser, but this time she's recently taken ownership of this machine and
decided to change it up a little bit. Very
much so, yeah. So still getting used to the machine, but Angela have been riding motorcycles for a little while now here at Sydney Dragway, so it's just a matter of time just to get used to obviously it's probably slightly different seating position, different RPM shifts, all that sort of thing. So
yeah, she's doing a great job.
I think the next category out, Bailey, will be the Go Logistics. Cars that are a little bit quicker than the Street Fighter. So we do sometimes see street registered cars in this category.
Now, this is a classic battle between Ford and Holden.
Yes.
This is what we love to see.
Yes, very much so. Nothing like the Aussie Ford versus Holden battle.
With Barry Willis in the aeroflow lane from New South Wales in the Ford Mustang, and Rocket lane has Chris Zammit from Doonside in the Holden VT Commodore.
Yeah, so Willis is usually pretty quick in this Mustang. Leaves the line with a 1:02 reaction time, but Chris Zammit in the Commodore, 007 on the tree for him.
And Barry Willis coming through with a 10.95.0 at 117 miles an hour, and we have Chris Zammit with a 12.082 with 112 miles an hour. Not too bad for both of them.
Yes, no, good pass for both races. Next up, we've got Craig Warren in the little LJ Tirana taking on Guy Greenland in the Holden Wagon. Now, this is a little bit of a sleeper, this car. You wouldn't know it probably from the Race for Real Wednesday nights. This one you'll hear on our track cams is the LSA in this one. You can hear the blower winding away there. But looks like the LJ is going to take the finish line, but runs through for a 10.53 with a 9, 129 mile an hour. And Greenland a 10.81 at 130 mile an hour out of the wagon.
Now up next we've got Jeff Goodwin in the Monaro in the aeroflow lane from Ingleburn, New South Wales. And then in the Rocket lane we've got Alicia Teal from Cherrybrook in the HQ Coupe. So many Holdens.
Yes.
Loving it.
Very popular on Holdens.
Loving life for a Holden fan. Oh, and Jeff lost his number plate cover.
Oh, has he? Is that what it is? I heard one of the cars a little bit of a screech, and it probably just jumped a little bit on the rear end, but good side-by-side race. 11.08 with a 0 at 122 there for Goodwin, and an 11.06 with an 8 there for Alicia Teal. It's another pair of Holdens.
Just Holden. So now in the aeroflow lane we've got Adam Boas in the HQ, and in the Rocket lane we've got Christian Norbergen in another HQ.
Yeah, the Norbergen machine, a very nicely presented purple, I suppose magenta, would you say? And Bowers in the white and blue model. 089 on the tree for Bowers. It's a little bit in front of Norbergen at the moment. We can see those fantastic shots on the big screen there. It's a 10.41 with a 5 at 128 there for Adam Bowers in the airflow lane, and an 11.29 with a 6 at 119 for Norbergen in the purple HQ.
You wouldn't believe it. Up next, we've got another Holden. In the airflow lane, we've got Sean Smith in the HSV Club Sport. But in the Rocket lanes, we've got Greg Robbins in the Falcon. Good old Ford Falcons.
Yeah, this one early model, I think, is a XR or XT. So 427 cubes on board.
I feel like this is the tale as old as time. It's just the Holden versus Ford Australian Classic.
Another good side-by-side race. The HSV just in front and pulled away a little bit towards the end. 10.87 with a 5 at 127. And Greg Robbins in the Falcon, 11.18 with a 7 at 116.
have a guess of what you've got coming up next?
Well, at least it's a red Holden and a blue Holden. One's
Yeah.
a Ute running. That's Chris Greach in the Rocket Lane running for Perfection Racing in the VZ, and Brett Stutchbury from Jordan Springs in the Sedan in the Aeroflow Lane. Both very tough races. Chris Greach has done very well in this Perfection Racing Ute out of the ACT.
I love seeing how they, decal their car and upgrade them, because Chris has God of Thunder on the back of his car.
Yep.
Big white writing.
The beauty of it is it's just a sticker, so if you change your mind or you want to mix it up a bit, you can.
Yeah, and he did a 10:21 with 135, and Brett went at 10:76.4 and 126 miles an hour. All right, up next we got Philip Armstrong in the VH Commodore in the Aeroflow Lane up against David Mattersvik in the Rocket Lane in the Ford Cortina.
Yeah, pretty tough cars, these one. The Matesevic's Cortina is a street-driven machine, 347 cubed Windsor on board, and Armstrong in the VH Commodore, he's got the trusty 355 Holden power plant up front. 0.49 to an 0.43 on the tree, Bailey, so only 0.06 of a second between these two races, and not too much between them at the finish line either. 11.1, 1 with a 5 for Armstrong, and a 10.77 with a 1 there for Matasevic in the Cortina.
Now, I think someone's running in the family, because up next in the Airplane we've got Richard Matasevic in the Ford XY Falcon up against the Rocket Lane, so Simon Bonello in the Ford XW Falcon.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the front end of Bonello's Falcon, known to lift the front end. There's actually 3 Matasevics running here, and I don't know if Richard and David are brothers, but there's also Jack, and Jack's running in Street Fighter, I believe. So he's got a later model Falcon Ute, like a BA Falcon Ute. So there's actually 3 there. 001 red on the tree there for Matasevic. We've got 009 for Bonello. A 10.83 with a 7, 104 for the yellow Ute, and a 10.21 with a 9 at 131 for the Silver Falcon.
And up now in the Aeroflow Lane, we've got Peter Violaris from New South Wales in the Go Logistics 69 Ford XT Falcon up against the Rocket Lane with Jim Raptis in the Go Logistics Holden Tirana SLR. Stephen, is it common to have any other make or model in this series other than Holden or Ford?
Of course, we're open to anything. It's just that these two makes of cars seem to be somewhat popular. We do see the odd Chrysler come out as well, and the Race for Real Wednesday nights, we see all sorts of stuff. The European cars and Japanese, they're all certainly more than capable of running the times. Like I think on Wednesday night there was a Evo Lancer running 1080s or something or other, a blue one you might have seen, and we're back to a pair of Holdens.
Yeah, with
on the start line.
Stuart Howell in the Aeroflow Lane with the Holden HQ Ute, and then in the Rocket Lane we've got David McGlynn with the Holden HQ GDS Monaro. Yep.
McLean, a very regular runner here at Sydney Dragway, running for Fowler's Family Racing. And Morissette Batteries and Tyres. A little bit unsettled on the start line there.
A bit shaky.
Yeah, it bounced on the rear shocks there as it launched off the start line. 0.62 on the tree though, so nothing wrong with his reaction time. And he'll run through for a 10.86 at 126 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane. And Stuart Howell, a 11.59 at 120.
And I think that's all for the Go Logistics Super Street class. And up next we've got the bikereview.com.au modified
bike. Yep, modified bike, fantastic to buy bikereview.com.au.
Now, up now we've got Ron Adams in the Aeroflow Lane in the HD Destroyer. Do a little bit of a burnout first.
Yes, yeah.
Get some traction.
Now, the good thing about these Harley Davidsons that we see on track now, they were actually built that way from the factory. So it's basically a factory race bike that was introduced quite some time ago now, but very popular. And a well-sorted machine from the factory. Of course, they're probably going a lot quicker now than what was intended when they were first released, but that's human nature, and that's drag racing, isn't it? We can't leave anything alone. Got to tinker.
Yeah, and up now in the rocket lane, we've also got the Renzo
Kapokna, but very close.
Yeah. I'm the worst with pronouncing names.
I'm with you there, sister. I practice one, and I hope I've got it right. Rusty has coached me a little bit on it. 0-3-0 on the tree for Ronnie Adams. Nice reaction time for him, but looks like Lorenzo is going to march on around in the rocket lane. Runs on through with an 8.88, 146 mile an hour, and Ronnie Adams a 9.67 at 136.
Now up in the aerofoil lane, we've got Christopher Hocking in the Suzuki Hayabusa. 1340cc, not bad.
Yeah, they're not a very big power plant, are they? But they do so well now. Hocking is taking on another Hayabusa. This one only 1300 cc's for Bobby Joe Simmons in the rocket lane. Bobby's husband runs in modified bike as well, so it can be a little bit tricky for Robert a little bit later on if he gets it through to racing. But a 965 at 154 for Bobby Joe in the rocket lane, and a 968 for Hocking in the aeroflow lane.
Now up next in the aerofoil lane, we've got Dale Williams on the Yamaha R1, and rocket lane we've got Mark Davies in the Suzuki GSXR.
Can be a little bit tricky sometimes,
so
all the abbreviations. But again, these two bikes are very similar in capacity. The R1, well, exactly the same according to their entry form. One being Yamaha and a Suzuki in the rocket lane there. 105 on the tree, the better of the lights for Dale Williams. Looks like he has a performance advantage there as well. 948 with a 2, 145 through the finish line, and Davis there in the rocket lane at 10.06 with a 5 at 138.
And up now in the aerofoil lane, we've got Mike Lawson from DY in the Hayabusa again. Gee, so many Hayabusas.
Well, I think they ran 9s pretty much out of the factory as a road bike. So certainly a good choice of racing machine if you want to go fast.
Up again, Brant Gulliver from South Windsor with a 0.36 reaction time. Bad.
There's actually a bit of a story in our race program there for Brant Gulliver with the floods and whatnot. So if you want a little bit of an interesting read, have a sticky peek through that. 993 with a 0 there for Brant. David Meady from Orange on the Kawasaki in the aerofoil lanes, taking on Peter Strudwick from Kendall. Now, I think Strudwick made the final in round number 3 of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. So I think that was his first trophy that he's taken home from the venue. So he's pretty excited about that. Fantastic to see him back here this weekend. 041 on the tree for Strudwick in the rocket lane. And David Meady out in front and will take the stripe with an 882 with a 143 mile an hour run.
Now, Stephen, what's the difference between this series versus the class with just the typical street bike?
In terms of the bike setup?
Yeah, so in terms of why are these bikes in this class versus why is the...
Well, I think it's an ET or a time-based thing. So the modified bike will normally be a lot quicker. It also means that the riders in these bikes can have like a 2-step launch control. There's probably a few different rules in terms of what they can and can't have, where in the Street Fighter classes there would be little or no rider/driver aid permissible. So we see here in a lot of these modified bikes run a wheelie bar, which obviously is to stop the front end of the bike coming off the ground when launching. And it's actually a pretty good mix so far with the bikes that we've seen here in modified bike. not all, you don't have to run a wheelie bar. It just, having the wheelie bar means you can be a little bit more aggressive off the start line, not having to worry about the front end trying to throw you off the bike. But Adrian Watson on the start line now, running for Shed Built Racing on the Yamaha R6. That's in the aeroflow lane, taking on Joe Curry in the rocket lane. Curry on one of those Harley Davidson Destroyers. Leaves the start line with an 046 light. And runs on through for an 897 with a 147 mile an hour run. Adrian Watson, he runs through for 1096 at 128.
And up now in the airfield lane, we've got Sean Ricketts from Castle Hill in the Kawasaki ZX12R. Is it 12R, 12?
Yeah, I'd say 12.
Okay.
But that's okay.
I
It's
don't
all
know
right.
my bikes.
I don't either. I'm only looking, the capacity is a 1200.
Right,
So
getcha.
that's why I would say 12, but
And then up against Travis McCleverty from New South Wales in the Suzuki GSX-XR. God, these are mouthfuls.
sure are. So are some of the names of the riders. They do catch us out. 057 on the treat for Ricketts. He's going to take the stripe, runs on through for a 917, 146. And McCleverty runs through for a 1010, 136.
And up now we've got the lone rider, Robert Simmons, on the Hayabusa. A little bit more power in this one with a 1441cc.
Yeah, Rob is running for Azapati Racing, so we see the Azapati team running deep into the sixes with their Hayabusa. Of course, it's an extended swing arm bike. This one has been extended, but not to the same extent. 018 on the tree there for Rob, so very sharp on the tree for his first run out. Nice and straight down the centre of the lane, and he's going to run on through for a 864 with a 6 at 160 mile an hour. All right, Bailey, I think that concludes our first shift here at the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs for 2022. We're going to hand over to Stu and Stu. All right, we'll be back with you shortly.
Take it away, boys.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2022 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Good morning, Stewie. How are you, mate?
Good, Stu. Yeah, good to be here for the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs. It's going to be a cracking weekend. Obviously, first time for On the Mic for the pair of us here today. We've just had Robert Moore and Pat Ferrollo go down the strip for their first passes for the day. A 9.9 at 142 and a 10.1 for a 131, I believe it was. So track conditions and weather, and I'm sure Bushy and Bailey have spoken about that. Obviously, we've been wandering around just seeing what's happening and talking to people of the like. But, wow, you cannot complain about this weather, and it's just going to be a cracking weekend. And cars are on track. What else can you complain about? Nothing.
No, absolute nothing. We've got Nathan Gosen down there in the BH Racing and BG Engines Ford Capri. Also sponsored by Shift Right Transmissions. Now, Nathan also runs his car in Drag Week. It is street registered. And the car beside him, we don't have details on that at the moment, but not too much between them on the start line, so the finishing line, a 9.2725 at 9.56. So that competitor down there in the rocket lane goes to number one qualifier so far as Ernie Hudson comes out now. Ernie, one of our regular races here at Sydney Dragway, does come out on a Wednesday night at our Aeroflow Race for Real events that we run. He's up against the Tirana. So Ernie Hudson's driving the Toyota Celica. It's got a 408 Clevo in it. And in beside him is Chris Vasilis from Lilyfield, and he's holding Tirana. He's got a 434 Chev on board. So the good old Holden versus Ford, bit of engine power. and the rivalry. It's a good day for drag racing. A couple of very quick times already in Super Street. So as the wheels go up on the Tirana, Stu.
Got a good run happening. 917 at 146 for Valis, or Vasilis, I should say, how you pronounce it. I hope I got that right.
Yeah. All right, Carl Chevy Taylor from the Northern Beaches of New South Wales, and that sticker he's got on the back of his window. If you're into motorsport, you would instantly recognise the Tilly name. Of course, those guys used to run in Appendix J Group N in circuit racing, and of course they've stepped up to TCM, the Touring Car Masters, which they run. And in beside him, they've got the confused 300ZX, as we call it here in Sydney Dragway. Larry Etchell, the HM Gem Machining 300ZX with a 408 cubic inch V8 in the front of it.
You don't see that very often, do you? Just a 408 cubic inch in a Nissan.
No. Carl Chevy Taylor, he's stepped up Super Sedan. He divides his car between two brackets. He either goes Super Street or he runs it in Super Sedan. So it's good to see him step it back up as both cars get a bit of lift. .005 on the tree for Larry Etchell.
And a red light for Taylor, obviously.
Yeah.
So a 10.23 at 130 and a 10.29 at 133. So good racing between both those guys.
Yeah, very good racing between them. We've got Dave Gruber down there in the Strip Rat. The Queen Vienne Engine Services LJ Tirana, also sponsored by Specialised Towing, up against Dale Hartill Law in the Prestige Air and Electrical 85 Ford Mustang with a 440 cube Ford motor in the front of it. And if you like wheel stand, Stu, Super Sedan is the bracket to watch for the exciting racing these guys put on. It is Diley Rain racing.
Oh, Tirana kicked to the right real quick when he first left. That's Gruber. Hartill Law got down there at an 8.61 at 158 compared to Gruber with a 9.24 at 143. Right. You can always, sorry Stu, you can always tell when cars are exciting and going to do the maybe lift the front wheels or whatever like that, because the photographers, they've got their cameras ready. They know who does wheel stands and who doesn't.
Oh, they know what's going on. One of the heavy hitters in Super Sedan, that's Greg South from Tarrawanna in the G-Force and West End Performance LH Tirana. 565 cubes of Chev power on board, Stu, and he's up against Nathan Watt in the Grants Performance VL with the 383 Chev.
Commodore got away just with a red light with a 003. A 9.14 at 148 in the Aeroflow compared to a 9.4 at 142 in the Rocket.
So our number one qualifier so far is Dale Hartill Law with an 8.61 as Michael Little comes out now in the M&T Little Plumbing from Forbes LJ Tirana. He had a joke with me this morning, Stu. He said, I've got a 7,000 horsepower motor in my car, but I'm only using 700 horsepower of it. And he's up against the Little Gemini.
Love seeing the cars that have just raced coming back down the return road. For the people here at the racetrack, make sure you show your appreciation for those guys and girls. Nice wheel stand from the Tirana for Little. Oh, look at the reaction time in the Aeroflow, 002. So the Aeroflow, 10.22 at 118 compared to Little with a 9.28 at 142.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if he cuts those reaction times come racing tomorrow, it's going to be hard to beat. Sean Marr in the St Mary's Race Engines HB Tirana. 414 cubes of small block Chev on board for him, and he's up against Brett McNiff, one of the locals in the St Mary's Engines VG Valiant. Now, he's got 426 cubes of Chrysler power on board, and I bet, Les, if you're watching the live stream, mate, you will be sitting in your seat pumping for the Mopar.
Everybody loves a Mopar.
This car has been around a very, very long time and still cuts the numbers and still runs the numbers.
I just can't believe how good the conditions are.
Oh, they're brilliant out there. You know, I just I was just down at the start line, Stu, watching Super Street, and there's been a few guys saying that they might have to peg it back a bit. That's how good the conditions are out there at the moment. They are brilliant. Now, this car down here in the right-hand lane, Stu, is a VJ Valiant hardtop. Now, the driver's name is Rob Evans. I went down and spoke to him this morning. 394 cubes of small block Chrysler motor on board. Now, he's owned this car for 35 years. His personal best is an 870 at a 154. Now, when he drives this thing, he was telling me he turns it to 9,500 RPM.
Wow.
In this car.
Yeah, he's from Munno Para West in South Australia. Up against Debbie Robb from Hillview here in New South Wales. In the Ford XB Coupe. Good race, just looking at the track. A 908 at 146 and then an 867 at 153. What was his fastest again?
An 870.
So that's the fastest he's been.
Brilliant. All right, Robert Cardham coming out now. Now, I spoke to Robert yesterday. He's got a couple of cars in the build, Stu. He's got a nitrous Capri at home that he's working on, as you do, because he runs nitrous now and again on the green machine. He's also got an XY Pro Mod that's in the build at the moment, 3,500 horsepower. Hopefully not too far away. I do believe that's going to be nitrous based as well. And in beside him is Harry Plessis in the Electrical X.
What a reaction time for Plessis. 002. Gets down the track, 909 at 150. And then Cardham with a 922 at 150. So Hartwell is still the quickest. That clicks over very quickly, Stu.
It does, Stu.
That timing board. We need to slow that down.
Yeah. We used to have a button that we could press to have a look at the thing. I don't think we've got it at the moment. But Lou Palumbo out there now in the Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrics HX Holden, 400 cubes of Chev power on board. With a little bit of happy, I don't know if he's running the happy gas this weekend. He's got the nitrous symbol on the back, but he's coming up as an SSA.
Happy gas, I like that.
Yeah. So if you see the denominations on the side of the car, if you're new to drag racing, guys, obviously the SS stands for Super Sedan. However, if you see a single A, that means it is naturally aspirated. If you see two letters next to it, that means it's charged, whether it be nitrous, turbo, or that. Oh, Lou Palumbo! The mobile stage getting a little bit sideways. Jimmy Donaro runs on through the 945. But Lou Palumbo, 1.54 to the 60 and sideways.
Yeah, that got his attention. Great field of cars here for Super Sedan.
Right, Pete Hamilton, now we're talking about a car that's got a little bit of power added to it. Well, Pete Hamilton is an SSAA, 366 cubes on board the Commodore wagon. He's up against Joe Zaman in the VL. He's got 383 cubes of Holden power on board. I'll tell you what, Stu, these reaction times are pretty impressive.
They're all over
morning,
it. They're over it. Seen obviously a couple of 00s so far. So Hamilton went down at 8.8 at 152 and Zaman at 10.08 at 132.
So Peter Hamilton goes into number 3 qualifier with an 8.80. Joe Zaman into 18th qualifier so far. This is qualifying 1 for Super Sedan. As we've got probably one of the most favourite cars in the country out now. Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy with a 400 cube small block Chev in it, Stu.
As you do. Look, just looking at it sitting down there on the start line, like you look at the, I believe it's got Hoosier rear tyres on it, and just the size and the width of them. It's got the bars at the back, the wing on the top, and it's a Suzuki Mighty Boy.
Yeah.
Just shows you can build anything and put it down the strip.
Well, it's more the point that the 400 cube Chev fits in the front of the Mighty Boy. Rex Webster down there in the Austin A40 Ute.
So Cowie goes out with a 007 at the 1,000 to 7.8 at a 9.49 at 134 with Webster a 9.53 at 142.
Good racing. All right, George Matter down there now in the HB Tirana. And Thomas Campbell from Blue Haven up on the Central Coast in the FTX sponsored VL Commodore, 406 cubes. He's gone on board. So it's quite a tidy looking car, that Commodore.
It does.
I haven't seen this one before. It's a new car for me.
Sure you'll be all over it by the end of the weekend, Stu.
I hope so. Just look at that 60-foot time from George, Stu. 1.32 to the 60. You'd be happy with that. 9.24 to a 10.63. All right, guys, that looks like that's it for qualifying 1 for Super Sedan, and we're about to get into Timic Hot Rod Supplies Modified. Now, their way of qualifying is a little bit different to Super Sedan and some of the other classes. So if you're new to drag racing, guys, Modified, the way we do the qualifying is all done on reaction time. So ideally, they want to try and get a 000. That's the be-all and end-all, or get as close to it as possible to get... In racing terms, you know, you're thinking, okay, reaction time doesn't really mean too much. But in the scheme of things, Stu, you still want to be in that top half of the field.
So just to repeat, just so I've got it in between my thick ears,
Yep.
all about reaction time. Doesn't matter what your speed, what your time is, it's just all about that hit the fun pedal like they just have and try and get to that green light and timing as best you can.
Well, particularly in qualifying, in come racing, you just
Correct, yeah.
Now, Stephen Jones is out there now in his 23T bucket with a 400 cube Chev in the front of it. And in beside him, Jenny Petrie in the Timic Hot Rod Supplies Fiat Topolino. She's also got a 400 cube small block in it. Also sponsored by Penrite Oil, St Mary's Engines and Craig's Automatics. And I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you want an exciting car in drag racing, you strap yourself into an Alton.
Yeah, for sure, and they just look cool as well. I must admit, they looks old school drag racing, but then it's getting more modern with different ways they're doing things and whatever, but it still gives you that little bit of old traditional drag racing style from back in the 70s, 60s, 70s, even earlier. Both cars in pre-stage. Unfortunately, Jones didn't get away. And fair reaction time for Jenny Petrie, an 010.
It looks like Stephen has got that car refired. Our starting team are telling him to send it.
So that almost spells disaster for Stephen Jones for this weekend now.
Possibly. I mean, I'm sure they'll take that back to the pits and find out what went on there, whether it's something a little bit of
like he's going to be able to race his way back through, but being in qualifying, he's going to be right down the bottom of the division.
Now, you're talking about heavy hitters in Timic Hot Rod Supplies. We just had Jenny Petrie go down, and as Stu said, you know, 0.010. I mean, that's a very, very good reaction time. But Travis Leifting in the Speedflow Products 23T bucket altered. Looks like he's got a bit of an issue there,
Yeah,
Stu.
he's dropped something on the racetrack down there, just around the just past the Christmas trees.
Yep.
I could see some sort of. It might be only water, because I can't see it now.
And in beside him, Daniel Flack in the Southwest Fuel 32 Bantam altered. He's got 427 cubes. On board, a Chef Power, also sponsored by Miller's Trophies and Embroidery in Temora Truck and Tractor, but that's a little bit unfortunate down there for the Speedflow Products team.
All about reaction times.
Well, Daniel Flack, big move to the right-hand side there, and the Bantam altered, and he runs on through with an 8.32 with a 5 at a 160. As we got Jess Turner about to come out now in her dragster. And she's up against Chris Manx in probably one of the fastest cars in modified, not just here in New South Wales, but also in the country. And he's got 454 cubes of shed power, and he has gone deep into the 6-second zone in this car. Jess Turner in beside him in the ETS Race Fuels Spitzer Dragster. Now she's running nitrous on this car. Now whether she runs nitrous straight away, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they like to get a little bit of a sighting lap. And judging by the conditions out there, Stu, once they do put the nitrous in and a few of the other guys get on top of it, we're going to see some PBs, lots of PBs.
Final adjustments happening down there on Manx's car on the wheelie bar.
Because this car is owned by Mick Stower, and Chris Manx does all the driving on this car. And see Mick down there. Good to see him here today. This should be a very close race, Stu.
Turner, both cars in stage. Oh, perfect timing, Jess Turner. 000, bang. So how does that work, Stu, right? Say someone else now comes along and does a 000 in qualifying now. Who gets top spot? The first car that does it?
I believe it does, yes. Yep. So Jess
confirming that, so there you go.
Yep, so
Jess Turner, bang. Thank you very much.
Now, I was actually watching Jess, and I just got a glimpse of Chris off the start line. It looks like he had a hell of a lot of tyre shake there, Stu. There's a big rattle in the car, so I hope he's got the Panadol on standby, because that would have been a bit nasty. Nobody likes tyre shake in drag racing. But nevertheless, at .008, Chris Manx is on the board in qualifying. As Peter Brown comes out now in his Dragster, the Sims Integrated Solutions Denaro Dragster, up against Kelsey Wolford in the Skips Fire Service T-Bucket Alton. Both these cars running some fairly decent cubes on board. Kelsey with 502 cubes and Peter Brown 540. So Peter's gone as quick as a 677 in this car. Kelsey's gone to 685. Made the trip up from the ACT. Might have followed Matty Cav part of the way up the road.
They would have been quicker than Matty, for sure. So at the moment, Jess Turner has the perfect score at the moment, 000. Welford with an 010 and Brown with an 023.
753 with a 7 at 179 miles an hour for Peter Brown. Really, really good miles top end there. And Kelsey Wilford, 0.01 on the tree. She'll be very, very happy with that.
For sure. Great crowd starting to roll in here. We're, for people that are watching possibly around the world or whatever like that, we're just going on to 10 minutes to 1 in the afternoon, Friday afternoon, here in Sydney, Western Sydney.
All right, Alison Stewart, the Alligator from Waniasi in the ACT. Great to see them make the trip up. The LA Racing Lubricants Dragster. Taking on Adriana McCaskill in the Pro Street Towing Undercover Dragster. 598 cubes of big block shed for Adriana. Of course, Adriana McCaskill, one of our former junior dragster drivers and very successful in that class as well, making the step up into modified.
And that's what I do love about drag racing too, Stu, is the ability to be able to start off in junior dragsters and then just wake your way up into whatever class you want to pretty much race, as long as you've got the bank balance to make it happen. Oh, 002 for Stewart. So I reckon that puts Alison Stewart into second position in the overall qualifying at this stage. That'll pop up in front of us very, very shortly.
I mean, look at the miles an hour for Adriana McCaskill,
Yeah,
Stu.
wow.
188.6. Wow. Right, Simon Barlow out there now, the Reeds Transport Dragster. He's from Holden Hill in South Australia. Great, another one, great to see him up as well. And he's got 632 cubes of Chev power on board. And in beside him is something a little bit different. We don't generally see modified, but it's Anthony Michella, the Just Muscle Cars 37 Chev Coupe. 584 cubes on board for him. That is one very, very smart looking car.
Yeah, that it is, buddy. It works in well with our Sydney Dragway colours down there on the start line with the blue painted down. And must admit, well done to everybody that works here at Sydney Dragway throughout the week. They've got this place looking pretty spick for this weekend here for the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs. Obviously, previous weather in the previous couple of months has been pretty ordinary here in Western Sydney. So just to be able to get out and mow the grass and just give the place a general tidy up ready for this weekend is a huge effort to all the people here throughout the week getting this place ready. Great to see plenty of outdoor vendors up in the grandstand area, model cars. We've got our event merchandise will be for sale up there very shortly, if not already. The Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs merch. Oh, both red light.
This is a good pass from Simon Barlow though. Wow, 668 at 202 miles an hour. Well, I suppose when you've got 632 cubes of Chev power on board and a light chassis, you're going to have some pretty good racing.
You're going to get from go to O very quickly.
You certainly are.
Don't forget, we've also got our Sydney Dragway official merchandise souvenir shop up there. When I shot past a little earlier, it wasn't open, but it might be open now. But yeah, make sure you go and check that out. Go and get your donuts or a coffee. Maybe a little bit later on, you might get yourself a alcoholic beverage.
Don't forget, guys, later on we do have Pro Stock. Top Fuel got a shakedown coming up as well. We've got Pro Mod, which are in the house as well. That's going to be pretty good. And, of course, we've got a little bit of Pro Alcohol action and, of course, Top Bike. So we'll have them up a little bit later. But now we've got Paul Lynette in the 23T bucket and CJ Davies. There's CJ down there in the front edge of Dragster. Paul Lynette, .003 on the tree. All right, Corey Dyson in the Mobile One Oils Dragster about to take on Rocco Romano in the Nix Mini Skips and High Tech Oils Bolton Dragster. Good to see Rocco still out and about. Because Rocco at one stage had this car up for sale, but good to see that he didn't sell it, which is good.
Thought you might have bought it, Stu.
Yeah, well, I would if I had the money. I am a Dragster fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good old Jingle Bells. Just cannot help himself.
Yeah.
I can get away with it because he's walked out of the room now.
All right, they bring him up on the chance break. Big red light there for Corey Dyson, .009, but Rocco Romano goes a 737 to a 755, .044 on the tree. All right, Jamie Robinson coming out now, the Imprint Industries Austin Bantam altered, 400 cubes of Chev power on board, and in beside him is Lee Hartill Law in the Prestige Air and Electrical 27T bucket, also sponsored by BK Race Engines, and you'll hear that name throughout the weekend. He does plenty of engines for a lot of our sportsman races. As you see Jess Turner coming up the return road, 0.000 on the tree for Jess. She's got that smile from ear to ear. She will be very, very happy with that one. So we've got the modified altered up against the hot rod.
Not very often you see two yellow cars up side by side either.
No. Well, Lee Hartill Law, 0.011 on the tree, 1.14 to the 60. That car is on a mission, 7.96 at 167 to a 9.26 at a 144. Now, Jamie Robertson, Stu, of course, we're used to seeing him out here at Sydney Dragway driving his altered, which runs in Supercharged Outlaws. So, no stranger to the open wheel style as we're about to get into Top Sportsman. I love Top Sportsman. It's probably one of my favourite sportsman brackets in the country. We've got John O'Roy Lance, the Roy Lance Tractor Parts Ford Cortina, and Peter Calavratinos in the Muscle Car Warehouse Holden HQ.
So when we say Top Sportsman, Stu, explain that, why it's called Top Sportsman.
Okay.
What does that allow you to do?
So Top Sportsman, guys, came about because obviously Super Sedan got so big, and it got to the stage with Super Sedan where they had cars that were getting into the 6-second zone. They were getting a little bit too fast, so they created Top Sportsman. So that's for your cars that run 850 or quicker. And John O'Roy Lance is probably one of the toughest guys in the class to be racing against. This is also a dial your own category. And unfortunately for Peter, looks like he's got a few problems in the HQ.
Yeah, they pushed him straight away. I don't even think he got to do a burnout, actually, when I think about it. So they got some work to do.
Sponsored by the Muscle Car Warehouse. Great to see them making their way into drag racing as well. And there are some seriously quick cars in Top Sportsman. Hopefully we'll see a few of them out a little bit later.
And I've said it quite a few times so far, but I am loving these conditions. Start of May, not a cloud in the sky, and we're here at a racetrack. And even better, Stephen Bush just slides in next door with what's he got, a flat white going on there, and he'll have his cookie triple choc chip biscuits here in a minute as well, and good reaction time there by Johnny, or Jono I should say, 009, but we're now back to proper racing, so to speak, not going back to qualifying or reaction times, I should say.
Oh, that's Brett Sheard down there. I was wondering who owned that ute. The S10 Chevy with the 441 cube Chev motor in the front, up against Paul Partridge in the Ford Mustang, sponsored by Coating King, and of course BK Race Engines as well. Of course, Paul Partridge has been a stalwart of Top Sportsman Racing, and this does very, very well. And Brett Sheard, this is a new car that I've seen for him. Has angled that car slightly towards the centre line.
Slightly. From I'm looking straight down the aeroflow lane. It's not slightly, mate. She's hard right, and he's over there already. Wow. So Partridge with a 7.86 at 174, and then Sheard obviously with a 12.21 at 86. It was as if Sheard knew obviously the car was going to go that way, but to me, why would you point it that way?
Well, that's some of the drivers do that, but yeah, that was a bit of an odd one for Brett.
Because he was only centimetres away from the centre line.
That's right.
I'm loving the look of this Pontiac Firebird down here in the aeroflow when it comes through the underneath the tunnel here, and looking straight down on it, the big clear window on the back of it, you can see right down into that roll cage and everything going on in there. So For the people here at the racetrack, remember our pits are fully open. You can walk around and have a look at all these cars and teams in their area, but please be mindful, obviously, when they're working on their cars, don't get right up in their faces or whatever. But yeah, definitely go and check out this Pontiac Firebird of Eno Morocco from Junction Village in Victoria.
Great to see the Victorians up. Joe Gadolari in the Oil Store VL Commodore.
The Cookie Monsters in the house.
A couple of red lights there from both drivers, but you know what? If you're not trying on the tree, at least it's qualifying. So both these cars into the mid 8-second zone. Now we're talking about cars that are very, very well presented in drag racing, and this car down here of Iraklis Kazantzidis, always meticulous, absolutely meticulous. The Kazmit Interiors VN Commodore, he's got 572 cubes on board. He's up against Steve Horvat, who's got a new rear end on the car, a new wing by the look of it, in his whole Monaro. He's got 570 cubes of big block.
Now, Stu, I want you to say that name again for our old mate in the Aeroflow lane.
Yep, Iraklis Kazantzidis.
You've done well. You have done very well.
Thanks, mate. Now, Steve Horvat, he's, I call it, this thing's got some serious tyres underneath the rear end of it. If you've never seen this car before, ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute animal. And I mean that very, very nicely, but it is. It is a very, very well-sorted car. And watch it off the start line, guys. Well, Iraklis goes a 1.15 to the 60.
Does an 8.02 at 169 compared to Horvat at a 9.4 at 124.
All right, Graham Hargrave out there now in the Advanced Engines 2001 spec Mustang. He's got 618 cubes of naturally aspirated motor on board. He's up against Jeff Sargent in the Sargent's Roofing Chevy Camaro with 522 cubes of Chev power on board with a healthy dose of nitrous. So as Matty Kavanagh would say, Stu, we might see the purge. Definitely see that later on.
Yeah, just watching Hargrave trying to reverse that car up. They were struggling getting it back in the groove for where they did the burnout.
Now, you may not be able to see it on your computer screens or wherever you're watching around the world, but you'll see now and again the guys put a little bit of chalk on the wheelie bars. And you'll notice that a lot with Pro Stock, which will be coming up a little bit later, but they do it in Top Sportsman as well. And the idea behind that, if you're new to drag racing, when they launch the car, the first thing the team does is look at where the wheelie bar tracks are.
Yep.
It gives you a fair idea of how the car is
reacted.
coming off the line.
Yep.
And they will adjust the height of the wheelie bars. And a lot of that has to do with tyre pressure. That has a fair bit to do with it as well. You can see them adjusting the wheelie bar now after the burnout. Jeff Sargent waiting there patiently in the Camaro. And Graham Hargrave all the way up from Gawler in South Australia. I'm starting to really like seeing some of these late-bodied cars make their way into Top Sportsman. Well, great sportsmanship there from the Sargent team. A little puff of smoke coming out of that Mustang, Stu, and over the finishing line with a 7.74 and pulls the chutes out.
Yeah, Sargent pulled the chutes out before the finish line there. It was an 8.76 at 104.
All right, Greg Fowler out now.
So, Stu, we're going to have a little bit of wait time. The Mustang that went down in the Aeroflow lane has just made it down into the sand trap, down the end of the strip. So we'll be just getting the recovery guys down there to be able to get that vehicle out of it. It looks like he only just went in
Well, I noticed he
by
pulled,
about a car length.
I was going to say, Stu, it looks like he pulled the chutes about a third of the way down into the braking area with those chutes fully deployed, which is a little bit strange.
So as you can hear here at the venue, there you go. There's and people at home. There he is. Down there in the sand trap. As you can see, he hasn't gone in a long way, but certainly that slows proceedings down here at the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. If you haven't already, go and buy your souvenir program. $2 a ticket. $2 a book, I should say. Used to doing the old 50-50 raffle. Some fantastic sponsors inside, some great stories to have a read of, and really cool to see the advert for Speed Adict clothing. Their website will be coming out very, very soon, and there's some great motorsport clothing coming their way. And yeah, certainly if you haven't got that yet, you can buy that back at the main gate, I do believe, and also down at the scrutineering shed. I believe that's where it is. Nice poster inside as well. You can pull out. Kids, you can go get it. Then there's an autograph page on the inside as well that you can go around and get some of the drivers' signatures. And the other thing is that I always like to say, certainly for people that sponsor these kind of events, and especially the people that put their adverts in these programs, if you ever need to use them, make sure you let them know that you've seen their advert in the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs souvenir program. A full list of entries are in here. It's certainly a good little buy for $2. Can't go wrong. Have a look. And don't forget all our other great supporters here at the venue, our signage around the venue. If you need to use them, let them know as well. Hot and food, cold drinks available, donuts. I think Rusty's already up there, knocked down about 6 packets of donuts so far, which is fantastic. And the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champ official merchandise is for sale up there, Stu. Also our Sydney Dragway merchandise is for sale. So, yeah, just looking forward to this weekend. Obviously, we've got this slight little break, and we can see our crew down there about to get that vehicle out of the sand.
Yeah, we've got Troy Sullivan up the top as well with the gas-fired pizzas. I can guarantee you guys, they are sensational. So if you are hungry, guys, also the Top Fuel Cafe is open as well.
Just while we've got this crew down there doing that, we might take a quick break, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly when we've got some more action on the track here at the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
United Fasteners is Australia's largest independent distributor of fastening products and industrial supplies, including a comprehensive range of fixings, abrasives, cutting tools, lubricants, hand tools and construction chemicals. Visit their website at unitedfasteners.com.au. Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
The Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs is back at Sydney Dragway on May 6 and 7. See 12,000 horsepower up close and personal at over 500 k's per hour. The Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Tickets and info at sydneydragway.com.au. Kids under 12 free. Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's. Insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Welcome back, guys, to the 2022 Gulf Western All Nitro Champs and the Speed Addict Clothing Company State Championships. And we've got that car out of the sand, thankfully.
Yeah, just as well David Hasselhoff was down there.
Yep. You had to
So,
bring,
I did.
you had
yeah.
to bring that up,
Yeah,
didn't you?
of
Because
course,
I just closed my eyes now and I can see Pamela Anderson.
I'm glad you said Pamela and not David.
No.
Hey, Stu, you only because you've been around the sport a whole lot longer than what I have, but the Speed Addict Clothing, the man that's got that all happening, they're down in the pits, aren't they?
Yep, Joe Marino.
Thank you, I knew you'd remember who it was.
Yep, the Marina brothers, and you'll see them out a little bit later in their 63 split window Corvette running in Pro Slammer.
And they have the full range down there, apparently.
Yeah, they've
of the
got the
Speed
range
Addict.
down there.
So whereabouts are they, Stu, in the pits? Have you seen them?
Yes, I have. So where the Marina pit is, it's directly just behind the car if you're looking straight at it from the cafe.
Oh, so where the cafe is, they're just right behind there,
right behind there.
Where the little Simpson trailer is?
Yes, just on the other side of the Simpson trailer.
Perfect. Well, I know once I get off the mic, I'm going straight down there to go and have a look at what the Speed Addict clothing looks like. Might even make a purchase, Bushy.
All right, we've got the Demolition Man, Vlado Turek, down there now in his Ford Mustang. He's also running a 780 cubed BK race engine motor on board, but he's up against Greg Fowler from Morisset in the Fowler Transport Chevy Beretta. He's got 632 cubes of Chev power on board. And the Fowler family, big supporters of top sportsmen and extremely tough racers in this class as well. So
Stu, we only had like a 10-minute wait time, obviously, just to get everything sorted again. how much of a change would these guys maybe made to their cars? Would they have done much or not? Or they would have been pretty much, we're good to go, because they did their burnouts before and then had to come back and pull back right behind the staging lanes?
I think a few of them, I don't think there'd be too much of a change. Particularly being at qualifying one, even though these guys do want to qualify in the top half of the bracket,
yep,
they still need data. And so taking the car down, set it, we might want to run an 850 as an example. So they'll try and set the car up, run an 850. But conditions at the moment, like you said, Stu, conditions out there are really, really good at the moment. So for a lot of these bigger cube cars, we're going to see some pretty quick cars. Both these cars run in the 680s. And Greg Fowler, well, you look at the 60-foot time from Vlado, 1.13 to the 1.14 for Gregory Fowler, and a 753 to a 752. So, but the miles an hour, 184 versus 179. So, for a lot of these guys, it's about getting a feel for the track. They won't do too much in between that little 10-minute period that we had. Having said that, they will now look at that data and then we'll go, oh, well, we can do this, we can do that. So these guys, when it comes to their daily run, but at the same time, they want to be consistent.
Yes, 100%, yeah.
Because later on, when they've got to put in a time that they think their car can run, that's when it sorts it all out.
Yeah, correct.
Now, I can hear the sound of a dirty big supercharged car, which is coming up very soon, which I absolutely love. And if you want to clear your ear holes out, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. But before we get into that, we got Dunko Nazevic in the Addicted Performance Ford Capri, and he's taking on Thomas Leake in the Pegs Auto Trim Pontiac Grand Am, 540 cubes of Chev power on board. Of course, Thomas Leake used to drive a Toyota Hilux and has gone to the Pontiac Grand Am. Red lights on both sides of the track, but a 786 for Thomas Leake to a 794 for Danko. And Thomas Leake, .001 on red on the tree, so I'm not even going to talk over that because that's music to my ears. That's David Whitmore in his Chevy Nova, 400 cubes Chev power. This car formerly campaigned by Brett Balfour. He used to have a naturally aspirated small block in it. And in beside him, Gary Halpin in the Datsun 1200 Coupe with a 2J in it. Now we're talking. If Chris Diggles was here, he'd be saying, bump it in, boys, bump it in.
You got up about when you mentioned that engine for Halpin there, Stu.
Well, I'm a Jap fan. I love Japanese cars. And and it's good to see the 2J take on the big V8.
It was a nice burnout by Whitmore too, I will say that.
Yeah, 400 cubes of Chev power with a nice big supercharger hanging out of the bottom. Of course, David Whitmore used to drive a black VL Commodore with this motor in it. Has swapped over to the 66 Chevy. And Gary Halpin, well, he's been around this sport a long time. And the little 1200 Coupe with twin turbo 2J on board. Oh, Brett Balfour. Well, I'll tell you what, Stu, I reckon he might have just skimmed the wall there because there's a little bit of something come off the car by the look of it. I could see something flying around. He may have just come off the car, but I'll tell you what, that was a wild run.
Yeah, it was. Would have ripped some signage down if he had hit the wall, but safely down there, which is the main thing.
Yeah, well, something certainly flew off. There was something shiny in the breeze. But Brett Balfour, Gary Halpin, good pass from him in the 1200 Coupe. As we've got the Ford Torino down there now, Stephen Willies in the T-Rex racing engine, 632 cubes on board for him. And in beside him, Frank Olivieri in the Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical Tirana. Good strong burnout there from Frank Olivieri. Also sponsored by Multi Spares and High Tech Oils. 585 cubes of big block Chev on board. Of course, they used to have another Tirana that used to be his teammate years ago. Exactly the same colour scheme. Used to be called the Evil Twin. And it's good to see Frank still out racing as well. Top bloke to go down and have a chat with as well. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you are down in the pits, make the effort to go down to the grassed area and have a chat to all our sportsman racers. They're more than happy to show you the car and talk about them. Stephen Willies, the Pro Street Metalcraft Torino, one of a fan favourite of this car. Oh, Frank Oliveri.
So Wileys gets down there at an 8.03 at 169 and Oliveri at 8.62, 166. Now, nearly every car that we've seen dive off to the centre line has been in the Aeroflow lane. So is there a little bit more grip down there compared to the Rocket? Who knows? It's the competitors will be certainly trying to work that out and to make sure that doesn't happen again next time they come out onto the surface, onto the track for their time down the line.
Well, certainly a big move to the right there for Frank. And as the joys of top sportsmen, to a degree Super Sedan as well, these cars are animals off the start line, the way they move around. They're always exciting to watch. Nasamata out there now in the LH Tirana in the A Civil and Custom Bodyworks. Car looks very, very smart. Well-presented car, that one. And in beside him, Steve Fowler in the Pontiac GTA. Now, we talk about big motors, Stu. 762 cubes of Chev power on board for Steve Fowler, and that's naturally aspirated.
Wow.
So don't be surprised if we see Steve Fowler go to the #1 qualifier.
So you're making the call?
I'm making the call.
Wow, there you go. The Pocket Rocket has made the call. Fowler in the Rocket lane.
Well, 1.03 to the 60 for Steve Fowler and goes to 685 with a 3. I'll tell you what, that's got to be close to a PB for that car, if not a PB. And Nasamata goes 9.21 at 121. All right, Alan Vella coming out now in his street-registered Ford Capri. It runs into the 8-second zone. And in beside him, Joel Burns, the son of Craig Burns, who we'll see a little bit later, who will be coming out in the second of the AC Delco Pro Slammers. He's running a Chevrolet S10 Ute, 615 cubes of big block Chev on board. And Alan Vella, well, this car is another car that does go out to drag week as well. Of course, it is street registered. You can drive it on the street. He does drive to the shops now and again. Takes the kids to school in it.
As you do.
As you do. And good to see Alan make the step up into top sportsman. Well, there's a little bit of purge for you, Stu.
So for the people who are sitting out in the stands that don't understand what you just said, what was that? What are you talking about, Stu?
Okay, guys, we'd see that Joel did the burnout, brought the car back, and you'll see that little lot of gas come out of the bonnet. Well, that's Joel purging the line. So ideally that when he takes off, that engine gets a direct hit of nitrous. Now, with nitrous, guys, if you're new to drag racing, a lot of the cars will run a 1 to 2 stage shot of nitrous. The bigger cars might run 5 or 6. And we will see Simon Krieger come out a little bit later in Pro Mod. His Tirana runs 5 to 6 shots of nitrous. And a 744 with a 5 at 177 for Joel Burns. 1.09 to the 60. And Alan Vella, a 865 at 156. So a good run from both those racers for their first shot of the racetrack.
So So super cool to be here on the first session of the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here. That was Top Sportsman done. I do believe the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters are back out. And that'll be us done after that, Stu. We'll get to see the kids do their thing.
Yep. Well, I was down at the start line watching the first session of the Western Weekender Junior Dragster, and I've got to say, I was pretty impressed with what I saw. A lot of those kids were running some very quick times over the 8th mile, which is what the Junior Dragsters do. They run over 200 metres. And if you're new to drag racing, guys, and I don't know, Steve probably brought it up a little bit earlier, or Bailey did. If you think your V8 Commodore is quick, which don't get me wrong, on the street, yeah, they're quick. But to tell you what, those A-class juniors, the older kids, you put your V8 SS Commodore up against an A-class junior dragster over 200 metres, and that A-class junior dragster is going to whoop it.
Which is ridiculous when you think about it. So how old do you have to be in a... Just finish asking this question. Yep. To drive one of these junior dragsters.
Okay,
age limits?
Yep, so the A-class, the kids run to... The oldest, I believe, is 16, and the youngest is 8. But in qualifying, the A-class junior dragsters can run as fast as 8 seconds flat. In racing, they can go into the 790s. And all these cars are methanol-based. They all run the methanol-based fuel. Single cylinder. And I'll tell you what, Stu, when you're down at the start line, you listen to these things, they sound amazing.
Yeah, just really cool to see these kids get to do their thing here at Sydney Dragway. So this is the Western Weekender Junior Dragster qualifying session 2 for these kids. So Alex Raffello up against Zach Raffello, both from Vineyard, obviously, in the first class loans junior dragsters.
Now the B-class junior dragsters in qualifying, ladies and gentlemen, can go as quick as an 850. And you can see Alex Raffello, he's obviously a little bit younger than Zach. Now Zach's currently sitting at number 2 qualifier with a 783 with a 7. And Alex Raffello currently sitting at number 14 with an 867. So still a little bit of fine tuning for Alex. Zach Raffello, well, he's doing really, really well.
Family members happy, step away. Zach up against Alex. Unfortunately, Alex pulls a red light.
Well, an 861 for Alex Raffello to a 7.89 with the 9. As Claire Little comes out now from Forbes in her junior dragster. And in beside her, Max Perry from North Narrabeen in the top form concrete, Marco Steele and Scott's panel. Sponsored A-Class JD, currently sitting at number 11 qualifier with an 8.04. Claire Little though, look at that, Stu, 0.004 on the tree and an 8.004. Very, very good reaction time and pass there from Claire Little.
So after qualifying 1, Perry was 11th and Little 6th. Little and Perry. Little in Aeroflow, Perry in the Rocket. First set of bulbs on. Waiting to get into full stage. Perry is. Little is. Light them up. Little with a 005 compared to Perry with an 077. Perry gets the job done at a 7.9 at 82 compared to an 8.07 at 79.
All right, Daniel Carranza, who's coming out in the tile company in Penrite Oil Junior Dragster, otherwise better known as Batman. He's taking on Tegan Smith from Albion Park. Tell you what, they must breed rev heads down Albion Park, because there's a few of them come in the burnout scene from Albion Park. And of course, they've got a good indoor go-kart centre down there as well, actually.
Yeah, it's electric, that one.
Yeah. The Power Cruise Promotions A-Class Junior. Now, Daniel Carranza is getting to the age where I believe this could be his last season. Potentially be his last season in Junior Dragster. I did see a for sale sign on this car. So I suspect we may see Daniel in the not too distant future step up into modified.
So on track, it's the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters qualifying session number 2. Smith got away the best. An 8.06 at 80 compared to a 7.98 at 81. Harry Rako up against Charlotte Lifting. Is that how we pronounce that?
Lifting.
Lifting, yeah. Wasn't far off.
Yeah, not far off. The Speedflow Products Junior Dragster and Harry Rako, the Auto Barn at Albion Park.
And his sponsor, Mum and Dad.
Yeah.
I love that.
Of course, his dad, a very formidable driver in his own right. Currently sitting at number 11 in the qualifying with a .027 with an 8.02 with a 7. And Charlotte Lifting currently sitting at number 21 qualifier with an 8.42 with a 9. Oh, Harry Ryko had a good hard look at the tree there. .001 red, but it is qualifying. And he runs on through with an 8.044 with an 8.45 with a 6. Now, I have been told, Stu, that these Junior Dragsters are one of the hardest cars to tune. So you'll see them at the back of the car, they'll be fiddling with the knob. That's just to adjust the idle of the engine.
Great field of these Western Weekender Junior Dragsters.
And we've got Liam O'Neill down there now in the EA Traffic Management, Princey Motorsport and Skips Fire Services C-Class Junior Dragster. Now, he can go as quick as 12 seconds. And Liam, only new to Junior Dragster, got his licence not all that long ago. And, of course, his dad races in the hamster class. And his mum does as well. And a .051 off the tree for Liam. And in beside him, Archie Boscovich in the Liverpool Glass. He's also running a C-Class Junior Dragster. They both run on through with 12.03s. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, up in the crowd, if you're watching on the live stream, you're thinking, a 12-second Junior Dragster and an 8-second Junior Dragster. How's that going to work in racing terms? Well, it's dial your own racing. So a lot of it does come down to the reaction time. And it's not uncommon to see a C-Class Junior Dragster knock out an A-Class.
Yep.
All right, Alira Cardham out now, the Speed Pro and RK Carpentry A-Class Junior, up against Sarah Dawson in the Northwest Parts and Performance Dragster. She's running in the B-Class.
Just waiting for Cardham to get into full stage there now. Gets away too with a 006. At 8:01 it's 78 compared to an 8:75 at 75. Good race between those two kids.
Yeah, very good run there from Alira Cardham. Right, Joshua Burtonshaw out there now in the D&J Haulage A-Class Junior. And in beside him is Georgia Leafting in the Speedflow Products B-Class Junior. Joshua Burtonshaw currently sitting at number 4 qualifier with a 7.98, and Georgia Leafting is currently sitting at number 25 with a 9.19. Well, coming up, guys, as well, we've got Extreme Bike, which will be coming up a little bit later. I had a chat with Leonard Azzopardi and Alex Ball. They're ready, Stu. They are ready to run some super quick 6-second times.
Yeah, which will be cool.
And that's with no wheelie bar.
Mad. mad. In my opinion. But anyway. Next pairing, a junior dragsters making their way onto the strip.
Because Joden Curry, the Curry surname, no stranger to drag racing, was sponsored by Bins Express, and Daniel down there, although it looks like he's got a few issues, unfortunately, so Joden Curry down for the solo. Goes an 8.10 with the 6 at 78 miles an hour. Gotta love the pops out of these things, don't you, Stu? They sound great, don't they?
Yeah, that they do, compared to what we're going to see later on today, obviously. But it's certainly, you've got to start somewhere in the sport. And as I said earlier, it's great that the kids have got this avenue to be able to get out there and learn what it's all about.
Well, after this Western weekend of Junior Dragster, we're going to get into qualifying 2 for Street Fighter and Street Bike, and we're going to welcome Matty Cav and Rusty Gregory to the microphone. All right, Alex Rottenbury down there in the Hunter Race Engines B-Class Junior, down there in the Rocket Lane, and up against Liesl Gowers from Thornlands in Queensland in the SCG Racing Parts Junior. She's running in the A-Class, currently sitting at number 25 qualifier with an 8.53. And Alex Rottenbury currently sitting at number 17 with an 8.70.
So Rottenbury with a 8.66 at 75 compared to Gores with a 8.04 at 85.4. Single pass. Day 1 of our Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champ. Maybe it is going to be a double pass. Just late into the lane. For Dylan Nizovic up against Ryan Pettiford. 26 up against 21st qualifier.
Yeah, good to see Ryan racing. Of course, we'll see Brett White out a little bit later in the Fine Line Motorsports Pro Alcohol Funny Car a little bit later on today.
Good to see Phil Lamatina down there on the start line, just checking things out. We'll see him out in the Top Fuel Dragster later on today. Pretty sure his kids, or one of his children, are out here doing the Western Weekend Junior Dragster.
Well, good reaction times both sides of the racetrack. A 6.94 for Dylan to a 7.31 with an 8 for Ryan Pettiford. So Dylan will have to peg that back just a little bit. Speaking about Brett White down on the start line. All right, Levi Nazevic out now in the Addicted Performance B-Class Junior up against Jake McNamara. Sponsored by Nan and Pop and Arnox Enterprises. Also sponsored, of course, by Fine Line Motorsports. So Jake currently sitting at number 16 qualifier with an 8.04. And Levi currently sitting at number 11 with an 8.61.
You're right, that noise does sound pretty cool.
It
Just
does.
letting them do their thing down there on the racetrack. Nizovic.
Sure, you'll have to come down and have a listen to them one day. When actually down on the start line, stand next to them, they sound amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh, an 8.39 for Levi to a 7.97 for Jake McNamara. And we've got Jeffrey McNiff coming out now in the St Mary's Engines Junior up against Tom Baker from Currajong, the Image Conversions and BG Engines Raptor Junior Dragster. Jeffrey currently sitting at number 3 qualifier with an 8.26, and Tom Baker. No, that's not Doctor Who driving that car. Number 19 qualifier with an 8.08. I'm not showing my age there, am I?
You are.
Okay.
As long as you don't turn up in the phone box, mate.
No, Rusty would charge me for parking if I did that. Tom Baker goes to 7.97 with a 9 to an 8.58 for Jeffrey McNiff. As we see Rocky Lamatina about to come out in the rocket lane. Up against Charlie Boscovich in the Liverpool Glass and Bosco Auto. Car currently sitting at number 25 qualifier with an 8.43, and Ross Lamatina, not Rocky Lamatina. And of course sponsored by Berrius Motorsport as well, currently sitting at number 22 with an 8.18. Well, this is our last pairing for the Western Weekend qualifying 2 session of Junior Dragster. And a .088, I should say, for Ross Lamatina. Good stuff.
Lamatina does a 7.948 at 81.9 compared to an 8.34 at 79.20. That's us done, Stu.
Yep.
We're going to hand over to Rusty and Matty to bring you all the action coming out here at Sydney Dragway for day number 1 of the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au. Welcome back to the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. It is time for Street Fighter to hit the track for their second round of qualifying. My name is Rusty Gregor. I'm going to be one of your announcers for the next couple of categories that we've got. Joining me here in the commentary box is Matty Cav for his first time on the mic today. How are you, mate?
Mate, it's fantastic to be back here in Sydney, and haven't the weather gods been so good to us today? It's sunny. The track is gripped up. We went out there early. It's a very tight track too. So
100%. It's about time Mother Nature started playing the game because after the last few months, it has been torrential, for lack of a better word. It has been miserable, and to have some bright blue sunshine without a cloud in the sky, it is about time. So thank you, Mother Nature. Thank you to whoever put the order in. We are set for an absolutely killer weekend of racing. We're just finishing up, closing things off after Junior Dragster, Western Weekend of Junior Dragster, went through for their last round of qualifying. Or their second round of qualifying, I should say. Just a reminder for everybody as well, if you are here today, make sure you do pick up your printed program, the souvenir program, commemorative program, whatever you want to call it. It's for sale, and it's only $2. You can pick it up at the ticket booth on the way in through the venue, and you can also get it down at the registration shed. So the girls at Scrutineering have got it down there. $2. It's less than a cup of coffee. It's less than half of a cup of coffee these days. It's basically a gold coin donation for a program. There's some cool stuff in there. There's some stories. It's got the schedule. It's got the entry list. It's got some stuff that you didn't even know about drag racing, Matty Cav, and that's saying something because, let's be honest, you're an expert.
I didn't realise we didn't turn around on drag racing. I didn't realise it was a straight line.
No, that's right. There's no corners. Just from start to finish. Go straight for the finish line. Don't go looking for it.
Oh, Street Fighter, we got a few coming out here for, of course, our Speed Adict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series as well. Good to have the Speed Adict down there. If you want to go and check them out, Jay Marina's pits if you go down there. And they've got it all sort of set up. It's all new coming out clothing brand.
Absolutely, the Speed Adict Clothing Co. Very cool logo. They've got some cool stuff that's coming out. And make sure you get it. Do go down and check it out. It is, if you go down to the pits, the first row of the pits on the right-hand side opposite the cafe, they've got it set up at the end of their pit bay there. And very, very cool setup. They've got some very cool stuff. Make sure you check it out, and I believe the website's going to be coming online very, very shortly, if it's not already, and that is speedaddictco.com.au. Only one D in Addict, because let's be honest, we're too fast to use two.
Is that what you're telling everybody?
That's what we're going around telling everyone.
That's what we're going around telling
Too
everyone.
fast for two Ds. Exactly right.
Too fast, but not too furious.
Make sure you do pick it up. $2, though. You can't get much better value than that. 32 pages, I think it is. So, yeah.
What I like the autograph section in the middle. So we can actually
I'll
go
do mine
there.
for you later, mate.
That's all right. I've had your autograph quite a few times. It's normally on a letter of dispute.
Yeah. Behavioural warning.
Yeah, behavioural warning. Something like along those lines.
I want to say big hello to all of our other traders as well. Of course, the guys and girls from Golf Western who are here today. They're out in force, but they will be out in even bigger force tomorrow. It's going to be a massive day of racing when we roll around to race day on Saturday. If you don't already have your tickets, if you're here at the venue, you can actually jump online, go to sydneydragway.com.au, pick up your tickets online. Cheaper if you buy online, and the best thing is you don't even have to line up at the gate to get in. You can just walk straight in, show your pass, and you're in. It's that simple. So a big hello to all the guys and girls from Golf Western Oil who are here today. I want to say hello to all of our other traders as well. Jeremy from Diecast Mania is up there behind the bar. Shannon's Insurance will be here tomorrow alongside him. We've got Simpson Race Products as well. Simpson are down there in the pit, so for any races, if there's anything that you require that you may have left at home, you might be an interstate racer who's forgotten something, you might just need a new pair of boots, a new pair of gloves, whatever it is. Greg is down there from Simpson. He will be able to sort you out. In addition to that, we do also have our merchandise shop open at the top of the hill. The guys from Lifestyle Australia are here with all the event merch, and I'm going to tell you now, get your T-shirts quickly because I reckon they're going to be sold out.
Yeah, and generally familiar sizes sell out very quickly. So have a look around at your fellow patrons, and those are the sizes that are going to go very quickly.
If you eyeball them and you think you're around the same size, get in quick.
That's the best way to go. All right, let's go with Street Fighter here. And, of course, we are going into their qualifying session number 2 for Street Fighter here this afternoon at Sydney Dragway. And I love the Street Fighter here because really basically a stock street car for most of these. Lachlan McCaskill, as you can see there in the Holden Commodore Ute, just getting the wheels spin on that one, all thanks to Mach 1 Welding. And, of course, Jack Matasevic in the modern style Kitchens Ford Falcon with the big sedan. Matasevic, that's a name we're very familiar with here at Sydney Dragway. So
100%. Usually in Super Street, though. Usually in Super Street with the Matasevic brothers, but this time Jack is the next generation coming through, running in Street Fighter. Been doing pretty well as well in the championship so far this year. I think he is actually in the top 5, which is available in the program. If you have a look in there, the Speed Addict Clothing Co. top 5 in New South Wales championship points. And good race on our hands here. A little bit tardy on the tree for both of them, but nonetheless still on a pretty good pass of 1484 to a 1543. Great entry-level class, this one, Matty, because let's face it, you don't need a race car. You don't need anything special. You can literally come out here and race in the New South Wales Championship Series and get your feet wet when it comes to championship drag racing.
Even bring your work car out here. Look at this. Brett O'Connor's coming out now in his Holden Colorado. Speaking of work vehicles, you know, get the old dual cab out there and give it a bit of a run here this afternoon thanks to Jenkins Performance Engines. Yeah, 199 reaction time there. Dave Trevantham alongside in the XR8.
Not all of us get the Porsches for our work car like you, mate.
I thought it was the golf buggies. I do believe we've got a golf buggy on board as well. Look, Golf Cart World, we'll get one of those out later.
Absolutely. Big hello to all the guys from Golf Cart World as well. They supply all of our golf carts for all of our sponsors, all of our needs here. And without those guys, I can tell you I'd probably be a lot skinnier because I'd be walking everywhere. Let's be honest.
It'd be great. I think you could do a few more steps.
I probably could. My step count has gone flat today. Oh well, I'll just have to use the buggy. Jim Higgs in the Aeroflow lane taking on Wayne Smith now. The VS Commodore Ute taking on the HSV Club Sport.
Yeah, red light there for Wayne Smith. Don't push them really hard. Qualifying doesn't really matter. They're still going to get a time down. They'll be looking to be very consistent in their times because coming to racing a little bit later tomorrow, really, when we get into racing, they'll be looking to try and keep those times consistent because they'll have a dial in tomorrow. So basically, they will nominate the time they're going to run. And if they run fast than that, they give the race away. So today is all about getting those runs in, understanding how the track's working, how the car's working in these conditions, and hopefully those conditions will be the same here tomorrow at Sydney Dragway. Alan Stevenson now in the Aeroflow lane, the Power Plus Race Fuels Holden HQ Ute, where you've seen him in the paddle vans. It's good to see him out there in the Ute. Glenn Garlick alongside in the Commodore. Look at that, a 0.72 for Garlick to a 0.58 reaction time for Stevenson. So 58 thousandths of a second to get off the line in a street car, which means, you know, you normally don't have those really tight stall converters and stuff. It's really great to see those sort of reaction times there. 12.90 there for Garlick in our Rocket lane, taking on in our Aeroflow lane a 13.03 for Alan Stevenson in the HQ Ute. Now here's someone, Danny Stadelmeyer, who's brought out the Toyota Echo, the big block Echo.
We love the Echo.
He's in 5th place in the championship actually, but he's won these before and he's had AUs. He's done it in a number of cars.
He's had a Commodore as well at one point. It's funny because you'd have to think it's probably the only Toyota Echo with aftermarket bits on it. Let's be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I think he grabbed a witch's hat there, and that's the intake on one side, isn't it? A cut-down witch's hat.
Yeah, exactly. Just arrow dotted in there, it'll be right. 14.56, 91 miles per hour. 14.95 for Ben Roberts there in the XR8 Falcon. I want to say a big hello as well to anybody who is watching via the YouTube stream. If you are here at the venue and you visit our Facebook page, make sure you click on the official Sydney Dragway
YouTube channel, because that is the only place we're streaming this weekend. Click on that. It is the Sydney Dragway official YouTube page. Get on there, give it a subscribe, give it a like, give it a follow, give it a share. Do everything that you need to do. But we are going live on that as we speak. So a big hello to wherever you may be watching from around the world. And we did have plenty of people watching from not just all across Australia, but all across the world earlier on today. So
Don Zammit in the VF Commodore, he stepped into a VF. Really stepped up, Don Zammit there, taking on Brett Roberts, who ends up with a 15.46 at 92 miles an hour. 13.06 there for Don Zammit at 108. So he's brought the family wagon out, Mr. Zammit, just to take for a bit of a run here. And that's the beautiful thing about when you get in Street Fighter is you can basically bring anything down. And we can see this, Grant Law now comes out in the Toyota RAV4. Something a little bit different to bring down the track.
With the sponsorship from Murrin Binner Alpacas. That's something that I've never heard of an alpaca sponsorship on a race car before. So there you go.
Why not?
I wonder if he's got lambswool seat covers on it. Or are they alpaca?
Oh, yeah, alpaca seat covers.
There you go, alpaca seat covers.
And he'll be warm in the morning when these cool mornings we're getting. He'll be nice and warm.
Didn't even know it was a thing. Didn't even know it was a thing. Nick Bennett goes through for a 13.37, just on 100 miles per hour. Neat.
Yeah, not bad there from the 202 powered Gemini. Not a lot of engine bay room there to slot a 202 into, but you can get them in. You know, Gemini, normally we used to see in the 253 308 conversion, and now more commonly the LS1. As we change over now, looks like we're going to move into next one's got a Street Fighter coming out.
So street bike on track now. Phil Gardner in the Yamaha WR450. 450 cc's of fury over there in the Rocket Industries lane. Albie Davidson, the little bit more conventional Suzuki SV1000, obviously 1000 cc's.
A road bike, versus was basically an off-road bike. Really, it's a dirt bike
with a nice smooth tyre on it.
Yes, with a smooth tyre. I come from Gurkon, just outside of Canberra.
Now this is basically the motorcycling equivalent of Street Fighter. So it doesn't matter what you've got, you bring it out. You can run here on the racetrack as part of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series and earn championship points. And let's face it, I mean, the New South Wales Championship Series is one of the hardest state championships to win because there's no rules when it comes to dropping your worst round or round robin events or, you know, if you lose, you're out. It's that simple when it comes to the sportsman categories, and you need to be good at every single round of the championship in order to be able to take the championship home. It is such a hard one to win.
And I think too, with so many events that it becomes part of, like this weekend here at the Nitro Champs, all thanks to Gulf Western Oils, we see a lot of other competitors just come in for those one-offs. So then all of a sudden you get a few extra riders thrown in the mix there just to throw things out a little bit. So it's not always the same bikes you see. We get the same core group. We add a few each round.
100%. Peter Anastasopoulos in the Rocket Industries lane taking on Stefan Stavala now. Stefan, one of our championship competitors for this category. He runs every single round of the championship. And from memory, I think he actually won the last round. He is currently leading the points on 190 with a 20-point lead over Tristan Anderson. And Stefan's won championships in the past. He is leading right now, and it's looking pretty good for season 2022.
See that right elbow up. He's about to twist the throttle, waiting for the lights to come down. Of course, qualifying here at the moment. They both come down at the same time. Red light there for Peter, but it's not going to matter. Qualifying session at the moment for him. It's qualifying session number 2. 0.66 for Stavala. That's a nice launch there from him. A 10.101 at 133 miles an hour down the far end of the track. Peter goes an 11.93 at 117 miles an hour. So red light won't matter too much. Second qualifying session for all of these motorcycles as well as they get out, all of our riders out there. And we got quite a few here this weekend when it comes to our street bike category, which is great to see. They're all lined up down the back end of the paddock, and of course there's an opportunity, knowing drag racing, that you can actually head down there if you're out in the crowd. There's no drama. You can walk all the way down the back of the paddock and catch up with all the riders and drivers whenever you need to.
Neil Constantinou up next, a racer who we're much more accustomed to seeing in Top Sportsman and Super Sedan and all the other categories that he's raced in and won over the years. He's taking on Troy Papadopoulos, who's, again, more akin to 4 wheels than 2, but they're running in street bike this weekend, 11.88 to 12.21. This time around, Constantinou will stay. Oh, sorry, he will actually move up a little bit in his qualifying list. Colin Northcott now on the Ducati Diavel with the number plate Satan. I love it. Angela Phipps in the Rocket Industries lane from Pit Town, the Suzuki GSX-R 1100. Getting used to this bike, just getting used to exactly what it wants, how to ride it. It's a new combination for her.
Yeah, not bad to get on a GSX-R 1000 either. You can kick those sorts of things off, so it's a big bike to get on, especially when you get a new combination. Northcote gets away there, 0.38 reaction time there. Angela Phipps a little bit slower on the throttle, but we'll just check this out down the far end. Colin Northcote there goes 10.99. Doesn't get down to the 10.30 we've seen him do before, but 130 miles an hour at the end. Angela Phipps goes a 12.70 at 116 miles an hour, so a little bit off the 10.93 she ran in qualifying session number 1.
Next up, it is Burson in the Aeroflow lane. Chris has taking on Barry Willis in the Rocket Industries lane. Well, Mustang, this is a tough looking car. We're moving into Go Logistics Super Street now. Big thank you to the guys from Go Logistics for their support of the category both this weekend and across the last couple of seasons here at Sydney Dragway. Points leader as it stands at the moment is Richard Matasevic, with David Matasevic in second, Phil Armstrong third, Brett Stutchbury and Anthony Gadalari rounding out the top 5 in the points, and I believe that they are all entered ready to race this weekend. 10.94 for Barry Willis, 11.99 for Chris Zammit.
That's great from Barry Willis. He backs up a 10.94 with a 9 after a 10.95 with a 0. So that Mustang is really, really consistent. So he's going to be one to watch, I reckon, coming into tomorrow's.
Yeah, absolutely would take that every single day of the week. Jeff Goodwin now, the Holden Monaro, taking on Greg Robbins in the Ford Falcon, 427 cubic inch Ford underneath the hood of that one. This is qualifying, so no dial-ins on the board. It's literally just about being consistent, going down the track every single time and just trying to get a read on where your car is, where the conditions are, and I've got to be honest, we could not ask for better weather conditions than what we've got at the moment, Matty Cav.
Mate, it was a brisk 0 degrees when I left home this morning, so it's gorgeous here in Sydney
This
today.
is much nicer, isn't it?
It's much nicer.
That's it.
Jumpers off.
Adam Bowers now taking on Christian Norbergen in the Aeroflow lane. Just a reminder as well for all of our racers here at the racetrack competing in the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. This weekend we are giving away Best Presented Vehicle and Crew Awards. So if you've got your crew shirts, make sure you get them out of the wardrobe and put them on, because we are doing a Best Presented Award. We're also doing the longest distance travelled as well as Best Engineered as well. So make sure that you're trying to compete, trying to win those trophies, because it's always nice to have one of those on the mantelpiece. I can tell you from experience.
Oh, it's very interesting too when you find out who's travelled from where. We start to look at all the people that have travelled here, how far they've come from, how they want to be part of the Nitro Champs here this weekend.
100%. We are doing top qualifier medals as well for this event, so for all of our categories. So
there is something to do today then. It's not just about running consistent times.
That's true, but there is a 4th qualifier tomorrow morning, which we don't usually have in part of the New South Wales Championship Series. So these guys will get another crack at the track tomorrow morning. And yeah, still some silverware on offer during qualifying, most definitely. Craig Warren taking on David McGlynn now. McGlynn goes across the line for a 10.61. Craig Warren, a 10.21, will actually bump him up a couple of spots in the qualifying list. Guy Greenland in the Holden Berliner now taking on Brett Stutchbury. I tell you what, we are absolutely hot lapping these things through, aren't we?
They are not mucking around here in the Go Logistics Super Street. Guy Greenland, I really like this. This is a sleeper. Like, it looks like you could drive it to the shops and get your shopping, put the kids in the back, but no LSA on board.
Yep.
This thing is quick too.
Oh yeah.
10.81 in qualifying session 1. Now we know it goes a little bit quicker than that. Peter Stutchbury goes 10.76 to alongside the Commodore. So a couple of quick Aussie Commodores alongside each other, of course LS based. We go 10.69 with an 8 at 129 miles an hour for Greenland in the wagon. Stutchbury goes 10.88 with 125 mile an hour this time. So it doesn't quite go as fast. So look there, looks like he's going to step Greenland up quite a few numbers there on the qualifying chart.
Really, really good side-by-side race there. David Matasevic taking on Richard Matasevic. Number 1 and 2 in the points. Brother v brother. Ford versus Ford. Yellow versus black. It's a good race, this one. David lining up in the Cortina and Richard in the XY Falcon. Both actually running really close to each other in terms of ETs as well. 10.77 best so far for David and 10.83 for Richard. Problems for David off the start line. The thing just jumped over towards the right, turned the tyres at the hit.
We haven't seen that too much out of too many cars, have we? So that's maybe just slightly off the groove there when he's put that car into staging.
The track is certainly in very, very good shape here this afternoon, and the more cars that go down it, the better it's going to be. You can already see the groove starting to wear into the racing surface, and you know, the more cars that go down it, the more rubber goes down, the better the base is, and the track will really come round, especially once we get to the professional qualifying sessions a little bit later on this afternoon, scheduled to come out at around about 4:45. First qualifying session for Pro Stock, followed by Pro Mod, Pro Slammer. Top Fuel, followed by Top Fuel, Pro Mod, Pro Slammer, Pro Alcohol, and then Top Bike as well. 2 sessions today. It's going to be good. Alicia Teal taking on Simon Benello. Alicia Teal in the black murdered out HQ Holden down there. Not too bad on the tree. 092 on the tree. Simon Benello goes 056 and across the line for a 10.22 in the big XW Falcon. 11.09 for Alicia Teal.
Yeah, her HQ doing a nice job there. 121 miles an hour and another 11.0 there, so very, very consistent. Benello there, another 10.20. So we're starting to see in this Go Logistics Super Street, these cars, probably the next realm once you go past your street car, they start to dial them in. They'll know exactly what they do in all the sorts of weather conditions, get a little bit more serious. Chris Creech out of ACT there gets away this time, the Perfection Racing Ute. Looks like he's launched off nice. It'll be a 10.21 last round. We'll have to wait and see how it goes this time. Stuart Howell alongside there in the HQ Ute. They go across the line, another 10.20 there for Chris Creech. Goes a little bit faster, 10.20 with a 134 miles an hour. Stuart Howell with 11.59 at 119 miles an hour. So it's a couple of 11.59s for him.
Jim Raptis now from Go Logistics racing the Holden Tirana SLR. Tough car this one, taking on Philip Armstrong, who made his first final in 10 years at the last round of the New South Wales Championship Series. He was absolutely stoked to be able to take home a trophy. And
he's third in the championship.
He is third in the championship, so the thing is looking pretty good this year. Jim Raptor's very lazy on the 3.460. 0.76 for Phil Armstrong, and he will go across the line. He won't get the win this time, but it is only qualifying. 11.13 to a 10.58 for the yellow Tirana. Next up, Peter Villaris from Go Logistics in the XT Falcon, taking on Sean Smith. Villaris had some issues last time out in the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series. Actually broke a rocker in the engine, which is not ideal.
Question being is, how's the hang time going to be on the front wheels on this one? Like,
well,
he likes to lift them off the ground. He enjoys it.
Well, if our friend from Queensland, Mr. Diggles, is watching, we still go by the 3 H's of wheel standing: the height, the hang, and the haul. And you can't get a perfect score unless you've got all 3. And that was a long way from a perfect score for Villaris this time around. 0.74 reaction time. Good light, but he's jumped out of the groove a little bit down there.
Yeah, and the car is moving around again. So I know they were doing some changes of that in the pits a little bit earlier. So they might just be testing a few things out on there. Might have caught him unaware. Ends up with 11.69 this time at 120. Sort of a bit more back in the realm of where the car should be. Sean Smith in 11.09 at 125 miles an hour. Not in the 10-second range we're used to seeing that car. So the Perfection Automotive HSV will definitely be back out for the next round of qualifying. Looks like we are going to change over to our next category of qualifying. Great to have the bikereview.com.au modified bike session out here now for their qualifying session number 2 here at the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series. And of course, it's all part of the Gulf Western Oils Nitro champs here at Sydney Dragway.
Absolutely it is. Big thank you to Gulf Western Oil for coming on board once again and having renewed the agreement for another couple of years. And we look forward to this being the Gulf Western Oil Nitro champs for the foreseeable future. We're into, I think it's year 6 of this partnership now with Sydney Dragway and Gulf Western Oils, and it just keeps going from strength to strength. I know the invite list for tomorrow is absolutely enormous for Gulf Western. Just the logistics of being able to do what they do here, feeding the amount of people that they've got coming through the gate, it is absolutely incredible. I tip my hat to them because it is not easy. Peter McCall and his team, Christine, Graham, all the guys from Gulf Western Oils.
So bikereview.com.au modified bike, Robert Simmons in our Rocket Lane over closer to the big main spectator hill from As Party Racing on the Suzuki Hayabusa, taking on Lorenzo Capogna from the Powerhouse Cycles Harley Davidson V-Rod. 2 very different bikes, a Busa to a V-Rod. You're in one camp or the other, are you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're either V-twin or you're on the Suzuki side of things, and this time around it is the Suzuki that comes out on top, 870, 159 miles per hour, and I think I missed what it was for Capogna there. Bobby Joe Simmons now taking on Adrian Watson. The Suzuki v Yamaha battle this time around, and
don't worry about Bobby Joe. She's taken quite a few wins when it comes to the New South Wales Championship.
Well, she's a great example of the natural progression through the category, because she started out in street bike. Her husband, Rob Simmons, who we just saw go down the racetrack, started out racing a long, long time ago. He's been racing for many, many years. And Bobby Joe said, you know what, I want to get in on this. So they built her a street bike, and then they built her a modified bike, and obviously running pretty well now, 952, 153 miles per hour, and 1129 over in the other lane.
Pushing really hard there, 004 on the wrong side of the tree, but like just trying to get that reaction time down when it comes to racing tomorrow.
100%. And the reaction time is what it's going to be all about this weekend for these races, because you know, just the level of competition that we've got in this series is phenomenal to start with. But when you come to a big event like this, everyone's trying just that extra 10 or 15% harder, because let's face it, this is the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. This is a massive event for everybody, one of the most historic on the calendar, and everybody wants to take home the trophy with that little logo on it.
Peter Strubbley that time spun the wheels there in the V-Ride, ends up with the 975, 137. Ron Adams there with the 940, 135 miles an hour as you get down. But yeah, the V-Ride just wanted to spin the wheels a little bit there on the hit of the throttle. Christopher Hocking now in our rocket lane, all thanks to smart-looking sheds on the Suzuki Hayabusa, taking on Brant Gulliver in the Mick Holmes Motorcycles Suzuki drag bike there, and you can see different I like the different stances that the bike riders have. Some of them like to put their foot solely on the ground, mainly on the toes, how they rest them in different positions.
100%. There's actually a really cool story on Brant Gulliver in the program that you can get for $2 as you come through the gate here today. Also available down at the scrutineering shed, and about exactly what they had to do to try and keep the bike safe, and the new bike that he's building safe when it came to the recent floods around New South Wales. Twice this year he's been flooded out, 3 times in the last 12 months. It's absolutely incredible.
What bike guy doesn't want to have his bike in his lounge room?
Well, it worked out okay. Worked out okay in that respect.
Are they going to build a ramp for it now to get it up there and make it a bit easier?
Some people think that they spend too much time watching TV, so he thought he'd give himself something else to do.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Mike Lawson now in Suzuki Hayabusa in the Rocket Lane, Aeroflot Lane, Centena Keith. Well, thanks to AGV helmets, the Royal Enfield. And this thing's been going quick. 11.12 at 109. That's got a little bit more in it, that Enfield, though. We know that that's a recently rebuilt engine, that one. Mike Lawson goes a 10.40 at 142 miles an hour on the Suzuki Hayabusa. Travis McCleverty now in the United Speed Shop Suzuki GSX-R is lined up in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Dale Williams, the Yamaha R1. Just slowly there, the visor goes down, getting in that right-hand groove. You can see there's normally 2 grooves in each lane as they go down the track from the cars. The bikes will generally pick one of those, which one they want to be closest to. Every now and then, though, if they want to get on that sticky stuff, on the glue that we spray down, they may step out in the middle. It depends on how the bike is set up and how they want to go. Feeder up on both bikes. Travis McCleverty there gets away. 0.19 reaction time to Dale Williams, 0.55. Williams going to get there first over the 9.33 at 145 miles an hour to Travis McCleverty's 10.04 at 135. So our bikereview.com.au modified bike qualifying session number 2 well and truly underway here at Sydney Dragway, all as part of the Gulf Western Oil's Nitro Champs. First weekend in May every year. It's always a huge event when it comes here, and of course it's great to have, of course, the top fuelers here this weekend as well. To top things off, a bit of nitromethane going through the air this afternoon and tomorrow.
Nothing like a nitro on a Friday afternoon, or even in the lengthening shadows of a Saturday afternoon. We'll let it happen there too. I'll tell you what, given the weather conditions we've got at the moment, it's going to be a very, very stout race meeting in terms of performances, I think. But our concentration right now is on a modified bike presented by bikereview.com.au. David Mead taking on Sean Ricketts. 0-1-0 on the tree. That's not a bad way to kick your weekend off. And a 9.19 at the big end, 144 miles per hour.
If you want that number 1 qualifier, you got to get a bit faster. 8.80 there for me.
8.80.
Starting a little bit quicker there.
These guys are getting quicker, of course. Some of these sportsman categories are seated on reaction time as well. That's something important to consider. And the other reason that all these guys are really pushing so hard this weekend is because we have actually doubled the prize money for this round of the championship, being a 2-day event. Obviously, the Nitro Champs, it is a very prestigious event to win. So for all the sportsman categories, we have actually doubled the prize money this weekend. So even more incentive to give them a get out there and give it a shake.
Why aren't we entering street class?
I know, we probably do better, eh? But
No,
that actually,
I'm not good at
that
much.
actually requires skill, if getting out there and having a crack. Yeah, we talk about it because we can't do it. Exactly. Joe Curry now on the Harley-Davidson Destroyer, the K&S Auto Sports Southport VP Racing Fuels. Joe Curry motorcycle transport bike.
Hasn't he done some travelling recently too? He's been to a lot of different championship rounds, and good to see him back here. We know he likes to come to Sydney Dragway and be part of this Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship, and currently they're sitting in 5th place in the championship. But a very stout contender there, knows exactly what to do. I'm sure they've already got a time in his head what he wants this bike to run today on conditions.
I'm going to go 8.97.
Yeah, I'll go 8.96.
Oh, yeah, look at you go. You're taking the unders.
Yeah, I'll take the unders. We'll split if he goes 8.96 with a 5, right?
Run it up at the last round of the championship as well. Missed the shift into 5th gear, and that's why it ended up there, 8.96 with a 9.
It's with a 9.
I was 1,000th off.
Look, I'll split it with you. I
was 1,000th off, 146 miles per hour.
It was in those thousands that we didn't go for, so
we weren't playing for the small numbers.
All right, here we go. Straight into Extreme Bike Exo. Extreme bike, it's all in the name. I don't think we need to explain any bit than that. Extreme.
Yeah, very
These
fast.
I don't know how to say these guys. They're missing an emotion. It's called fear. Leonard has a party now, takes off there, and watch this thing. It's going to go over 200 mile an hour. Looks like he's on a good run. If he's going to go full length, 7:01, 210 miles an hour. So he's down on his ET. I would have said 690 there, but 210 miles an hour that time. So that's well and truly over 300 kilometres an hour.
And if you like 200 mile an hour bikes, here's another one, at least one coming your way, and another one that is definitely knocking on the door. Alex Borg, the Azapati racing bike, and let's be honest, the Azapatis have got a lot to do with pretty much all the bikes in this category. Alex Borg, the Azapati racing bike over there, the red one on the Rocket Industry side of the racetrack, taking on Darren Foley on that fantastic looking Rams head service CHE Precision bike. Both of these ones Hayabusas, around about 1,300 cc's, around about 210 to 215 miles per hour, high 6-second bikes.
And around about a lot of boost.
Yeah.
They're not small turbos. For a small engine, they are quite a large... the wheel spin there for Borg as he takes off, gets it under control, picks up again at the 330. Looks like Darren Foley with issues. He's out of it. 774 at 185 miles an hour for Alex Borg, but that was wheel spinning most of the way.
Yeah. And it looked like that it was making some strange noises across the finish line down there. A bit of popping and banging, and there was definitely a bit of smoke coming out of the bike as it went through the finish line there. It's time for me to actually jump off the microphone. We're going to be moving into Super Stand very, very shortly. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Matt Kavanagh and Bailey Medill.
Great to have Super Sedans here for the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs, and have Bailey back on the microphone here this afternoon. Already done a bit of work here this morning, but I love these cars because when you come to Super Sedan, it's like they still relate to a street car. They're those cars that have just got a little bit out of hand. Sometimes they're still registered. Sometimes they've just become a little bit too much done to them to be registered.
Yeah, great to be back, Matt. I honestly love Super Sedans so much. They're that perfect balance of, street car, but then also drag car. Because they're just they're perfectly in the middle.
It's hard with the modern technology. They're getting faster and faster. Robert Moore now in the Chevy Nova in the Rocket Lane. Gorgeous car there as well. The big block on board, of course, taking on Pat Friolo, well known around the New South Wales area for his drag racing. The Austral Steel HQ 1-tonner. As they get down there, look at 004 to a minus 002 there. These guys are really on the lights at the moment. A 993 for Robert Moore at 141 miles an hour. Backs it up after his 990 early, and Pat Friolo, that time, the timing system's going too quick for me.
I think it was about 10:01.
Well, that's normally what we see Pat Friolo getting around there, the low 10s as well. Robert Cardham, this is a gorgeous XE as well. I love this one from Speed Pro and RK Carpentry. The XE Falcon, can't miss it. Lime Green taking on Nathan Watt. Now, hear that. It's a great, that VL Commodore. I love how it gets over. 383 Chev on board.
Both in the negatives.
Yeah, both on the wrong side of the tree there. But 001 and 007, so they're really pushing for reaction time. Remember, in qualifying doesn't matter. Qualifying's not going to matter. 895 for Cardham to an 939 there for Nathan Watt.
Yeah, both of them trying to get a little bit too perfect there with reaction times and then just going over.
Today's the day to do it. Like,
Exactly.
It's
Better to do it today than to do it tomorrow.
It's all to do with the coffee to sugar ratio, and you just need to make sure you get that right. You need to figure out how many coffees to how many sugars, and as the day goes on, how that wears off. So today's the day, because tomorrow is, of course, our 4th qualifying session, plus our racing here at the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. Greg South now comes into this beautiful LH Tirana there, all thanks to G-Force and West End Performance. And when you say West End Performance, you know it's going to have a bit of go. It's a big block, of course, 565 cubes. Good Chev goodness, 008, the tree as well. Talk about getting some qualifying done. 8.96 at 151 miles an hour.
To a 10.10 and 120. Jeez.
Yeah, don't worry about that. 10.10 is going to be right in there when it comes here to Super Sedan. Super Sedan, obviously, yeah, like we say, it's basically low 10s, I suppose, and a little bit faster there, down in the, sort of your 8-second range there, and a lot of these street-based cars. Sean Mayer comes out in this HB Tirana, and I don't think there's many HB Tiranas left on the street anymore. I think every single one of them got turned into a drag car almost, and good to see him back here. John Pellis alongside the Hastings Automotive HQSS. Now, that is a superannuation fund there.
Now, Mark, with the Super Sedans, are there subcategories in each class? Because, you know, we have A class, B class, C class. Is that how it is for Super Sedan, or?
No, Super Sedan is one in all in. So
One in all.
It's basically, when you get to that time frame, you start to step up after you get about 10.5 seconds or faster. You start to get in these classes, and when we get some sort of safety features that have to come into this one, so there'll be certain roll cages have to go in, that we'll have to check out all their clothing they wear in the car. It's not like street cars where you can rock up with obviously a helmet that's to the latest code and some longs and just get in and do it. No, you start to get a little bit faster down the far end. We got to look at a few things in pushing over 200 kilometres an hour. These ones. Pete Hamilton takes off the VH Combi wagon. How good's this? 014 there from Hume in the ACT. Ernest Hudson alongside that Toyota Celica with the Clevo in it. Hudson goes 918 at 152. Hamilton an 881 at 152 miles an hour, almost side by side there for them ones. But Pete Hamilton up there in 3rd position in qualifying.
Not too bad from both the boys. Now, Mark, why is it that they don't have to worry about running the red in qualifying?
Well, in qualifying, it's obviously it gives you an order there, but when you go before the green, it's basically a disqualification when it comes to racing. Well, we're not actually racing at the moment. We're out there getting numbers. Now, that's what Nathan Cowie checks from the Suzuki Mighty Boy. I just can't believe how timid that car is. You've got 400 cubes of small block Chev in it, and it takes off that smoothly from the light. I can't believe that. Jay Zammit alongside. And watch out for Zammit. We've a few Zammit names today, family of races, and they'll be 10.05 at 131 and 9.55 129 there for Cowie.
It's crazy to see how in every class there is that family running involvement in all of them. It doesn't matter which class they are in drag racing or...
Yeah, they start to become familiar, don't they, those last names. Lou Palumbo here in the 1-tonne of the HX from Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrics, 400 cubes of Chev, and Chris Vasilis alongside in the Holden Tirana and going with that classic silver on this one there, but you can tell... The other thing you can tell when you start to get into drag cars, if you're walking down through the pits, is if they've got one chute or two, and that comes down to how fast they run down the end of the track. So when they get to a certain mile an hour, they have to put 2 chutes on. That's when you know they're starting to get some really, really fast cars out there. I was just waiting for them to come. You see the staging lights up. If you've never been to drag racing, the first bulb comes in, then they've got to roll forward to the second bulb's on. Once we get both cars in full stage, we call it. Once both bulbs are on, the starter presses the button and down go the lights. The wheels come up for Vasilis there. The Tirana goes airborne. Bounces around, comes down nice and smooth too.
And we got 9.23 at 146 for Lou, and with Chris we've got, I believe it was the timing board moves too quick.
They've taken our button away. They've taken the control away. We can't go back either. If we miss it, we miss it.
Can't even see it.
Don't worry if you're watching us out there on the live stream. I know you can see it. We are putting the camera up down the far end of the track, so you can make sure you can grab those ones for all your mates. Adam Moreau is coming out in the Ford Capri, and it's gorgeous. This purple with the black accents there.
And in the Aeroflow lane, we've got Michael Little coming up around from New South Wales in the LJ Tirana.
So for those watching us out on the live stream, we have got a couple of technical issues going on at the moment, but we are going to be sorting that out for all those people who are watching the live stream. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back up very shortly, the live stream. But all of us here at the venue, Michael Little gets away, just gets a bit of air under those front tyres. The M&T Little Plumbing out of Forbes too, and his daughter racing. She, the great family of races there coming all the way from Forbes. 9.29 there for Michael Little to Adam Moreau's 9.10 with that Capri. And I do like the dark purple there with the black accents. It's almost a show car, that car. Now here's something a little bit different. Larry Etzel, who gets a Nissan 300 ZX? I don't think they're a pretty car. 408 cubes on board. taking on Thomas Campbell in the VL, which is, well, it's a car that's admired by a lot of people nowadays.
Not a bad reaction time there from Larry at 007.
He ends up 10.20 at 130 miles an hour after his 10.23 earlier. 10.19 there alongside. And yeah, look, we've the qualifying, we're getting through them very, very quickly here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs.
We are busting through them. So up next we've got Nathan Gosen in the Ford Capri up against Brett McNiff in the Valiant VG.
Such a, I just want to go and watch Wog Boy tonight after seeing this car out here tonight. That's all I want to do. St Mary's engines on board, 426 cubes of Chrysler power. You can see they're just in pre-stage mode. For those watching our live stream, don't go anywhere. We've got a couple of technical difficulties and we will be back with you very shortly on the live streams. The wheels come up. Well, McNiff, I'm sorry, I'm going to call the action.
Gets airborne.
Yeah, look, Nathan Gosling alongside there in the little Capri there. He just watches that daylight under the VG. The chutes are out for him. He's going to pull that up there. A 9.79 at 138 miles an hour to McNiff's 9.03 that time. Didn't quite go into the 8s like he did last time, so a little bit off. But when you launch that hard and the wheels are in the air, it's hard to steer him. You can lose a little bit. Dave Gruber's back after what was a challenging round last time at the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series from ACT. He's done the trip over this morning, the LJ Toronto, the Strip Rat.
And we've got Dale Harthill Law from New South Wales in the Prestige Air and Electrical Ford Mustang, who goes a 0.20 reaction time against David's 0.14. Ends up getting a 9.58 there for Dale against a 9.23 for David.
Yeah, Dave Gruber, that's where he wants to be in the Strip Rat. He'll be very, very consistently with that. He took a bit of time off last year from racing, I suppose, with everything we've had going on in the world. It's probably time to break, but he's been coming on strong again this time and currently sitting there in the Championship Series. I did see that before when we came to Super Sedan. Dave Gruber, 4th in the Championship at the moment. Rob Evans now is about to come out in the Chrysler Hardtop.
Up against George Matter in the HP Tirana.
And I've got to go, when you go Super Sedan, some of these cars are pristine when they come out there. I mean, look at the yellow hardtop there, the Chrysler hardtop, 394 cubes.
It just looks so spick and clean, doesn't it?
It looks fast, that's what it does. That's when you say muscle car madness, that's the cars we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've, hopefully he's been up to see the Shannon stand and they're looking after him when it comes to insurance here, 134646. If you want to get involved, of course they do help out with a lot of insurance when it comes to these style of drag cars, whether you've got burnout cars, you've just got a tough street car. The wheels come up there for Rob Evans. Gets away from George Matter at the moment, leading this one. It's a heads up, it's qualifying, so they're going to go at the same time. And you expect Evans to get there first. 8.64 at 154 miles an hour from the big Chrysler. And a 9.15, 145 for George Matter.
George getting a little too close to the line there before slowly pulling it back.
Rex Webster, an Austin A40U. Now, there's actually been a couple of these I've seen come down here. So
they look good.
You think they were rare. I suppose, is this like I said before, like the HP Tiranas? You don't see too many of them getting around anymore, but you find them as drag cars. They show up. And I don't think they came out with a 540 cube Chevrolet though. Like that's they must have put the guards on the engine. I reckon they're part of the rocker covers, those guards. Debbie Robb alongside in the multi-coupe high oils Ford XB Coupe, another one of those cars now that's a retirement fund. Rob gets away with both red lights, not going to matter. Qualifying 9.10 after a 9.0 before for Debbie Robb, and 9.55 there for Webster, running 9.53 earlier. So we're seeing some really good consistencies. I reckon this afternoon, I'm going to put my money on qualifying session number 3 is going to get very interesting, I reckon, with these cars.
It will. Like I was chatting before with Stephen, we were talking about consistency and how that is so crucial in any class with drag racing. It's just consistency is key.
It's all about that, because of course tomorrow, once we go into racing, they will start to put dial-in times, which is a nominated time they'll have to run. They run fast and they give the race away, and you'll see a few of our pro teams now starting to have a little bit of a look at the track and just checking out what it's doing there. They'll be looking for this afternoon. Of course, we've got all our pro categories coming out just after 4 o'clock here this afternoon. If you are watching us on our live stream, we are having a couple of little technical difficulties at the moment. Please don't leave us. Stay here tuned to the official Sydney Dragway YouTube channel, and we will be back up very shortly. We're going to keep that running while we sort some things out in the background and reset a few things. Technology is a wonderful thing. We will be getting it back to you, but it is a free live stream, so you can't really be upset about a free live stream like that.
And it's a great way for anyone who can't make it out to the track today to try and keep on top of all the action.
Remember, you can get your tickets for tomorrow, though. If you want to come and get them early, come down to get your pre-sale tickets before tomorrow, because it will say waiting in the long lines, because we're talking to a few of the organisers here. We have some big numbers already pre-booked for tomorrow. So you do not want to be waiting in line to pay when you can go on your phone now. It's a little bit cheaper, I believe, online too. You can go on your phone.
You're always trying to save money.
Yeah, you can go on your phone and do it right now and just come down tomorrow. It's going to be an absolutely massive event. Gulf Western Oil's Nitro Champs here back at Sydney Dragway for another year. The first weekend in May every year. It's a big one. Carl Chevy Taylor now comes out in this beautiful Chev bubble top. Look at it. I want to take it home. I don't want it to race.
You say that about every car.
Nah, that's, yeah, Novas. I've got to think the Chevys. That's what it is.
And then we got Harry Pluses in the XV Ford Falcon GT.
Is Harry going to go wheels up? That's the question. Oh, it's
yes,
a little bit of...
he did,
oh, both
bit.
of them do. Both of them do. Harry likes the hang time.
Well, Harry got away with a 0.51 reaction time. Not too bad to end up with a 9.02 at 151 miles an hour against a 10.11 for Carl at 133 miles an hour.
It looks like we're going to change categories. I do believe I am going to hand you over to the Mr. Stephen Bush.
Oh, you're heading off. Bye, Matt. We'll swap you out for Steve.
G'day, Bailey.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Steve. I always called you Matt then.
That's all right. I've been called worse. All right. Well, looks like we're into Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified Eliminator. Fantastic car.
Great cars.
Yes, this category, one of my favourites. It caters for pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've got altereds, we've got bodied cars like the Fiat in the airflow lane of Jenny Petrie. The altered of Kelsey Walford in the Rocket Lane. Both cars looking absolutely gorgeous under this fantastic sunny sky that we have here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, it really has turned out to be a great day. Great weather for racing. That track must be getting steamy.
Yes, I think we're in for a good show this evening when the professional categories come out a little bit later on this afternoon. Of course, the track prep, of course, important for every category, but more so for the professional series races in their category. So not too much in the reaction times between these two races. 0.47 for Jenny Petrie and 0.50 for Kelsey Walford. And Jenny Petrie will take the win there, Kelsey, with an 8.30. With an 8.37 at 155, and Kelsey Walford an 8.79 with a 5 at 141.
Not too much in those reaction times at all.
No, it's pretty close all the way through. Jenny just stretching performance a little bit towards the bottom end of the racetrack.
And now we got the next guys up doing a little bit of a burnout, you know, get some grip in the tyres.
Yeah, we've got Jess Turner from Epic in Victoria. This is a very quick car, this one.
Yeah, and Spitzer Dragster up against Jamie Robertson in the Bantam.
Just doing a little bit of a nitrous purge there. This car running a small block 407 cube Chevy. I think has run very close, if not into the sixes. She was running 7.3s a couple of weeks ago, but that was without the nitrous on board. Keep your eyes on the front end. It does like to lift them up in the air, which is no mean feat in a dragster. Pretty steady off the start line. They went 1.03 to the 60 foot, but out of the throttle now for Jess. And Jamie Robertson drives on around her with a 8.64 at 157.
Does she have a bit of an issue there?
I think so, yeah. The car certainly looked like it was motoring on very well to probably around about 1,000 foot, and then she was out of the throttle and Jamie drove on around.
All right, well, next up we have Chris Manx in the airflow lane in the Stevens Bantam with a 454 cubic Chev up against in the Rocket Lane Corey Dyson from Victoria. Love it when people make the trek up.
Yes.
Sunny New South Wales.
Yes, Corey and the team have come to Sydney Dragway quite a few times. I think it has been a pretty happy hunting ground for them as well. So great to see them here once again. Of course, a big commitment to bring the car and the trailer and all the tools and the crew, of course. And then, of course, all your accommodation, etc., etc. Now, Chris Manx in that altered, Bailey had some issues on the first pass that he got, I think he launched pretty much, and then the car seemed to shudder and shake pretty badly, which is not something that you normally see very often. Let's hope he's got it sorted for this pass, because it's usually very quick.
How much can that shuddering and shaking, impact their run down the track?
Well, he aborted the run on the previous pass, but I think a lot of it would be mentally to make sure that you've got it fixed, because this car is pretty quick. It's, as I said, it's run into the sixes at just under 200 mile an hour. And again, the car moving over to the right-hand side, but no shaking this time around. He's going to run it through. There we go, 6.90 with a 4, 197 mile an hour. It's one of the quickest cars in the category for Chris Manx. And Corey Dyson, 7.57 with a 9, 174.
It's not too much in that reaction time from Chris Manx.
No, good light for him, 018. Yeah, nice light. He's a pretty good steerer, Chris. Lots of experience in that car and other cars before it. So.
Well, up now we've got Simon Barlow from South Australia. See, I'm loving everyone travelling up, especially because before it was everyone from Victoria and New South Wales. Now we've got South Australia, we've got people from Canberra. Haven't seen anyone from Queensland yet, but maybe that was another session.
I'm sure that there would be a few from Queensland, but keep in mind they did race only a couple of weeks ago up there, one of their big events up there. So maybe going to the expense and whatnot of getting to Sydney Dragway this weekend may not have been a choice for them. But Simon Barlow, this one a very quick car as well. I think 632 cubes of Chevy on board, and Paul Lynette, local racer here to Sydney Dragway. I'll say local because he's here all the time, but only 434 cubes of small block Chev in that altered. But I think does run fairly low 7-second passes, I think. But Simon Barlow, from memory, low 7s, maybe even a high 6 out of that car.
What's the average pass for this class?
It's a very hypothetical question. We've often seen more and more now low 7s, high 6s.
Yeah.
There we go, 672 with a 1,201 mile an hour. So that's the quickest I've seen today out of the modified eliminated cars, and a 755 at 174, I think it was, for Paul Lynette. I think most of these cars run mid to high 7s, I guess is probably, I'll say, average.
Yeah.
Just from my gut feeling, but I'm not going to sit there and add them all up and divide them.
That's all right.
Bailey, if you want to do that.
No, I think we'll leave the math to someone else.
Okay.
Because up now we've got Daniel Flack in the 32 Bantam Altered in the Aeroflow lane up against no one.
No one. Yeah, he's on
in the Rocket lane.
Daniel's on a solo.
Lone Ranger.
Yeah, good thing is he can focus on his own run. Doesn't have to worry about a racer beside him. Running for Miller's Trophies and Embroidery. Tomorrow Truck and Tractor. West End, Southwest Fuel Distributors. All long-time supporters of the team. 427 cubes of Chevy doing its thing.
An 0.32 in that reaction time with an 8.29 and 7. Not too bad.
Yeah, very good. I think the Timmy Hot Rod Supplies modified eliminator races are qualifying on their reaction time. So for these races, the reaction time is critical for their qualifying position. CJ Davies in the Aeroflow lane in the front engine dragster. Taking on Alison Stewart in the Rocket lane. The front engine dragster with the small block Chev, 385 cubes. Just waiting on CJ to bring that second white light on. It's on there now. The tree will count down. And he leaves with a red light, 051, but a 002 in the Rocket lane.
Look at that reaction time from Alison.
Yeah. You know how you tell it's really good? Because it looks red when they leave and it stays green. That's how you know it's a good one. So a 745 with a 181 mile an hour for Alison Stewart there. And unfortunately, I've missed the time.
I think it was an 8.12.
Well
Don't
done.
quote me on that. That could be wrong.
That's okay. We see so many numbers flashing up in front of us. Sometimes we just get confused.
I know it was in the low 8s.
Yeah. It's a pretty quick car, that one for a front engine dragster.
Well, now we've got up Peter Brown in the Dinero Dragster in the Aeroflow lane, sponsored by Sims Integrated Solutions, up against Adrian McCaskill from Victoria in the U-Cover Dragster.
Yes, this dragster of McCaskill is a very nice piece of a racing kit. 598 cubes, a big block Chev. Saw her in the winner's circle at the round number 3 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series a couple of weeks ago, and I believe she took home a trophy at one of the last big events that we had here at Sydney Drag. I'm trying to think of the name of the event. I'll be shot. Sorry, Rusty. 0.38 to an 0.36 on the tree.
Not much in those.
No, only 0.02 of a second. Good side-by-side race. McCaskill just stretching their legs a little bit towards the bottom end. A 7.18 with a 9 at 187 and a 7.53 at 179 there for Peter Brown.
Up now we have Anthony Rochella from South Australia in the 37 Chev Coupe, sponsored by Just Muscle Cars, up against the Rocket Lane, where we have Travis Leifting from Tara, New South Wales in the 23T Bucket Altered.
Yeah, loving the Chevy Coupe of Rochella. Saw this car up at the Winter Nationals last year, and yeah, took plenty of photos of it. I'm a big fan of the hot rods and that sort of thing. Just something a little bit different. 584 cubes of big block Chev in this car. A very, very nicely presented vehicle.
My favourite thing about this class is that every car looks slightly different. You just think that the class is constantly changing, but it's still all the one class.
Yes, I think that is the beauty of drag racing. I think for me anyway, Bailey, is that every car is slightly different.
Yep.
Even if they're the same brand of car, if you like, you know, the same chassis builder or whatever, there's always something, you know, one car will run a wing on, the other one won't, etc., etc.
Yeah, well, some of these cars look like funny cars, some of them look like just smaller versions of the top fuelers.
Yes.
They're great.
Just waiting on both races to move into full stage. Lifting in there now, just waiting on Rochella. Nice light there for Lifting, 009 on the tree, but the car not going to complete a representative pass. Rochella runs through for an 810 at 166 mile an hour. And Lifting pretty much left the line there, Bailey, and
seems to have had a bit of an issue.
Yeah. Peter Carlton in the front engine dragster, little 350 Chev on board, running against Stephen Jones in the T bucket. Jones running the 400 cube Chev.
Guys, so I've just heard that apparently we've also have the live YouTube streaming up and running again.
Yep.
We were having some technical difficulties.
It's good the production crew's got that back up and running.
Look at them go. And with Peter Carlson, we have an 888 at 147 miles an hour up against Stephen Jones, who did a 971 for 129 miles an hour.
Nice pass from both those races. 071 on the tree there for Carlton. Not a bad effort. On track now, we've got Lee Hartle-Law in the Prestige Air and Electrical 27 Ford T-Bucket. T-Roadster, sorry. 440 cubes of Windsor on board for him.
So to everyone that is listening on our live stream on YouTube, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, stream it to your friends, leave a comment, tell us who your favourite is, what your favourite series is, anything else. Say something nice,
yes.
preferably.
fast car of Harder Laws, usually running into the high 7-second zone. Lucky enough to be on a solo pass.
It's all right. Keep the head straight. Have no worries around you. No one to worry about in the next lane. A bit slow there on the reaction time.
Yeah, the car not being particularly settled there. I think the crew were trying to communicate something with Lee there. Maybe just a little bit distracted, perhaps. I'm not sure, but.
5:23 on the reaction time, ended up getting in 8:31 and 9 at a 166 miles an hour.
Looks like we're moving into.
Let yourself go. Looks like we're moving into Top Sportsman, and that is my cue to head off, and I will leave you with Stewie. Enjoy.
All right. Thank you very much, Bailey. Enjoy your afternoon. Of course, Top Sportsman category introduced into Australian drag racing a number of years ago to cater for the faster sedan class cars. And joining me on the mic, Stewie White. You enjoying your afternoon, Stu?
Steve, having an absolute ball, and I hope everybody out in the crowd and watching the live stream are having a ball as well. Perfect conditions out there for drag racing at the moment, and there's a lot of racers down there that have got smiles on their faces. So I mean, that's a huge positive. Stephen Willies in the T-Rex Racing Engines Ford Torino coming out now, also sponsored by Pro Street Metalcraft. Up against Steve Fowler in the Fowler Family Transport Pontiac GTO, 762 cubes, shed power on board for Steve. And .009 on the tree. And goes on through 685.
Yeah, nice pass there for Steve Fowler. 203 mile an hour as well. Unrepresentative run there for Stephen Willies. I think left the line before the third amber, so still got a time, but not representative of what that car normally runs. On the start line now, Joe Gattalari in the VL, taking on Jono Roylance. Roylance in the 68 Ford Cortina.
Yeah, Joe out there, the All-Store sponsored VL Commodore, also sponsorship from Culture Ink Tattoo, Exclusive Industries and Exclusive Transport as well. He's from Cecil Hills. And Jono Roylance, well, I'll tell you what, Steve, if you were to say at the start of the day, who do you reckon your money's on? I'd have to say one of your probably 4 or 5 picks would have to be Jono Roylance.
Yeah, there's a lot of tough races in Top Sportsman, and Jono Roylance there runs through for an 8:33 with a 1 at 161 mile an hour.
All right, Brett Sheard from Barnsley, New South Wales, the Chevy S10 Ute, 441 cubes, Chev power on board, up against Thomas Leake in the Pegs Auto Trim Pontiac Grand Am. I'll tell you what, that's a beautiful looking car. Stu McCarthy really loved that car.
Yeah, they're both very, very nicely presented vehicles. I'm loving the deep candy red on Brett Sheard's utility. I know you're a bit of a Ute fan, Stu.
Well, I love my Utes, I certainly do. So if you just joined the stream, ladies and gentlemen, this is qualifying number 2 for Top Sportsman. And I'll tell you what, race day tomorrow, it is going to be on. Now, Brett Sheard, Steve, has angled this Ute slightly towards the centre line. I've noticed a few cars do that, and they've tended to driven straight towards the centre line as well.
I think his last pass, the car launched in whatever direction it was pointed, which unfortunately wasn't ideal, but Brett has plenty of experience in drag racing, just maybe not in this particular car. Only fairly new.
Now, Steve, Thomas Leake has just been given a solo signal.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there with the Sheard crew.
Well, Thomas Leake just meandering off the start line, 1.92 to the 60. And And Brett Sheard just idling down the track, and looks like a little bit of a start line issue there. As you see, Gregory Fowler come out now in the Chevy Beretta up against Paul Partridge in the Coating Kings Ford Mustang. Now, I have a sneaky suspicion there, Steve, that might have to do with when they were both in stage.
All right, so again, another tough pair of top sportsman cars on track now. I know Paul Partridge is a former Australian champion in Sedan racing, and he is currently driving this gorgeous candy green Ford Mustang. He is our he's currently in the top 5. He's currently winning the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Track Championship Series in this Mustang. This time around, he's running up against Gregory Fowler from Fowler Transport, the Chevy Beretta. Oh, 000 reaction time there for Gregory Fowler, which means he left at exactly the same time that green light came on. Nice strong pass for the Fowler Beretta. 7:49 with a 6, 184 mile an hour through the finish line, and a 7:85 with a 6 at 174 for Paul Partridge. So I believe the top sportsman category being seated on reaction time. So we'll see Gregory Fowler at the top of the tree, unless somebody else has already run a 000 in this category.
All right, Vlado Turek coming out now in the Mustang. He had a little bit of an issue on his first qualifier, so hopefully they've got that rectified. And we will see Vlado put down a representative pass. And in beside him, that unmistakable sound of the Grants Performance 66 Chevy Nova, David Whitmore from Dora Creek. 400 cubes of Chev power with a dirty big supercharger hanging out of the bonnet. That's how we like it in drag racing.
If only you could fit one to your daily, Stu.
Oh,
I don't think it'd like it very much, but
no. Look, if Adrian Cowie can fit a 400 cube Chev in his Subaru little.
Oh no, I'm just talking the blower.
Oh,
just put the blower on the Nissan.
Well, yeah, you put on the Mazda. Hey, you never know.
Nice was up launch there from Whitmore. Turek moving over towards the centre line. I think Whitmore was moving over towards the wall at the same time, but he's run through for a 797 with a 5 Stu at 172 through the finish line. And Vlad, he didn't seem to be too happy after the 60 foot. The car went 1.368 to the 60, and then he seemed to roll on through from there.
I've noticed a lot of the cars, particularly up until now with qualifying, Steve, in particular, a lot of them are getting a lot of top-end charge, in particular. Iraklis Kazanzides out now in the Kazmik Interiors. VN Commodore, also sponsored by Pro Street Racing and West End Performance. And he's up against Danko Nazevic from Hallam in Victoria, the Addicted Performance Ford Capri. 434 cubes on board for him. And Iraklis 572 cubes. And both these cars very well presented.
Yeah, loving the Capri for Kesvik. Had a good look at it. It was down in the staging lanes when the juniors were running before, because there's, I think, 3 members from that family competing here this weekend. There was 2 in juniors, and of course Danko running in the top sportsman Capri, but looked absolutely gorgeous out in the sunshine earlier today. Not quite sure what's under the bonnet, but very nicely presented car, as is the Kazanzides Commodore. Kazanzides left the line with a 011 red light. That Capri on a march. Kazanzides an 804 with a 168 mile an hour, 774 with a 7, 187 mile an hour for that Ford Capri.
Oh, I'd almost go as far to say that's probably one of the most perfect passes for that out of that Capri. There wasn't a lot of lateral movement. It was pretty much straight, dead, did what it had to do.
Yep.
Did very great pass from him. Ennio Morocco out now at the Martello Automotive Pontiac Firebird up against Frank Oliveri in the multi-spares High-Tech Oils GTR. 585 cubes, a big block, Chev on board that angry little Tirana. Because Frank used to drive a Camaro years ago. It looked really nice in that dark grey hue.
Yeah.
Now he's in the Old Faithful, the GTR Tirana.
Must have a reversing camera in the Tirana because I can see the crew guy backing him back. So he must be looking in a camera or something like that because there was nobody out in front of him. And you're just waiting patiently in that Pontiac Firebird.
Alright, so let's see what the GTR and the Firebird have got in store for us.
Oh, 0-1-0 on the tree for Morocco. And the Tirana moving around a fair bit in the rocket lane. Well spotted, Stu, standing way up on the tyres. 8-1-6 with a 7, 169 mile an hour for Oliveri in the multi-spares Tirana. And an 8.52 with a 9 at 164.
Yeah, Frank Oliveri, Steve, almost just a whisker over a metre off that centre line too. So, top sportsman certainly turning it on here at the 2022 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs and the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championships. As we've got Alan Vella coming out now in his Pro Street style Capri, and he's up against Jeff Sargent from Mount Rankin in New South Wales, the Sargent's Roofing Chevrolet Camaro. 522 cubes of Chev power on board with nitrous.
Yeah, both these cars very much, I'll use the word street in inverted commas. I know you said that Alan drives this car on the road, but the car of Jeff Sargent's one of my favourites as well. This car runs a full trim in it as well. Looks like there's some issues there for the Vela machine. Quite sure what was going on. There was some finger pointing going on and whatnot. And we've just got Billy, our starter, out there with a mop. There's a little bit of fluid under the car for Alan, unfortunately. Sargent will go through on a solo left with an 056 light. A little bit of wheel spin off the start line, and he'll run on through for a 884 with a 6 at 154 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, a little bit there. Out to about 10 footer of the racetrack, big turn of the tyres there. I've actually noticed a lot of the more high power cars, particularly modified, have started to rock and roll on those rear tyres a little bit. So obviously the track's got a bit of bite in it. I dare say a few people might be underestimating it, Steve.
Yeah, I think some cars you don't have a huge amount of adjustment in the suspension to cater for the different track conditions, so you're sort of limited to tyre pressures and that sort of thing. But these sedan-based cars, of course, there's 4-link adjustments. You probably adjust the ride height a little bit. Most of them running a coil-over shock. But I guess it just comes down to reading the track conditions. We've seen a couple of the crews walk out and do the scuff of the feet across the racing surface. Not particularly a scientific method like the professional series guys use with the torque wrench on the suction cap, but we all have our methods, don't we?
Oh, we certainly do. All right, it's time for a little bit of tribal warfare. Gary Halpin out there now, the Datsun 1200 Coupe with the 2J in it, and it's turboed, up against Peter Calavertinos. I hope I pronounced that correctly. In the Muscle Car Warehouse, Holden HQ, the 454 big block in the front of it. Now, we're talking about 2Js, and later on we're going to see some quick 2Js come out in the Pro Mod class. Frank Tarabay and the boss, Smoking Joe Signorelli. They're going to be taking on the V8, so if you're a Toyota fan, a 2J fan, make sure you make some noise for them when they come out.
Yeah, engine of choice for a very fast 6-cylinder, these 2Js. Nice light there from from Peter in the HQ. 1:44 reaction time. He's still leading the way with Halpin. Sounds like Halpin's out of the throttle, but a 7.99 with a 4. The crew pretty pumped up about that. 7.99 with a 4 at 166 for the HQ, and an 8.59 with a 0 at 123 for Halpin.
Well, that's it for Top Sportsman. We are about to get into Super Pop. Super Pop is a little bit of index racing. So we've got all different styles of car in one bracket. And if you're wondering how that works, well, it comes down to engine displacement, weight, has a fair bit to do it as well. So, for example, we've got Daniel Camilleri down there in the Double D gas automatic Pontiac Firebird. Now, he's got a 183 cube Nissan motor in this car, and he's up against Raphael Perry for North Narrabeen in the Top Form Concrete 23T bucket. He's got 500 cubes on board. Now, he's also got a power adder on that car as well, which I'm not quite sure what that is. At this point in time, I'll have to go down and see the Perry family. I get on really well with them because they're from the Northern Beaches of Sydney, where I spend a little bit of time week to week.
So is this, I haven't called Raphael before, is this Father Perry, is it?
This must be the Father Perry,
okay.
Yes.
All right, because he had 3 of his sons running juniors at one point. Yeah. So it looks like Raphael's got some issues. The car, I'm not sure if it's still running, but has pulled up just past the Christmas tree following the burnout. His crew is able to push the car back if they are able to. So the Camilleri team waiting patiently. Looks like the Perry machine will be pushed away from the start line. Camilleri being ushered up to the start line. We'll go through on a solo in this Pontiac Firebird.
So I do apologise, guys. That Perry machine doesn't have a power adder. It's naturally aspirated. I was looking at, my eyes were playing up on me, but it's a double A, which means it's an automatic altered. So it's got an automatic gearbox in it. But Daniel Camilleri.
Here it come up on the boost. Let's see what he can do. Leaves nicely with a 1:14 reaction time. Goes 1:14 to the 60 as well. And here it in the track, Mike's down through 7:35 with a 6. 186 mile an hour. 7:35 with a 6, 186.
Yeah, not a bad run there for Daniel Camilleri. Well, hopefully the Perry team can find out what the little issue is with the altered, and they'll be able to get that fixed and get that car back out. Certainly looks evil, doesn't it? All black.
It does. Everything's black, pretty much, except for the rims.
Now, this car I've been wanting to have a look at. Now, this is Peter Pisolides in the Precision Turbo and Race Glide Chevy Corvette. 509 cubes of Hemi power with twin turbos. So turbo either side. I had a look at this car before the meet started. It is an absolute work of art. And it runs in AA, altered production, injected automatic. So that's the class of that particular car.
Yeah, I reckon this Corvette would be pretty slippery through the air too, Stu.
Yes.
There wouldn't be a lot of wind resistance there.
Absolutely not. He's taking on John Kuiper from Austral in the Fastron Pertamina VP Commodore, who's running D-Gas. So
good to see the new sponsorship on board for John Kuiper. I haven't seen that livery on this car before, so fantastic to have them on board for John and the team. Of course, perhaps throwing a little bit more money at them, because we all know that motorsport's not cheap. No. And you know, it's a fantastic advertisement for the business to get involved with such a professional team.
Yep. Well, let's see what Peter's got. This injected automatic twin turbo Chevy Corvette.
Yeah, pretty lazy in the burnout there for Peter, although 509 cubes of Hemi it doesn't need a lot of RPM to spin the tyres, but I think that the little bit more smoke there would have been handy to get a little bit more heat generated in those rear tyres.
Well, it's certainly got a big set of tyres under it, so it's no shortage of rear grip on that car. But John Kuiper has been running this VP Commodore for a number of years, always in D-gas. And their index that he needs to run to and get as close to is an 830 with an 8 for this class of car in D-gas. And for Peter Pisolides, for the altered production injected automatic and the AA, his class record is 7 seconds flat. So he'll want to be aiming to get as close as possible to that.
All right, here we go. Chevy Corvette, we can hear building boost. Bump in when the time's right. Of course, under racing conditions, he's got a limited time frame to do that. Kuiper away nicely with a 1.20 60 foot. And the Chevy Corvette is going to run through unrepresentatively. I don't even sounded like it came up on boost there, but a 8.33 with a 5 at 151 mile an hour there for John Kuiper in the VP Commodore.
Yeah, Peter Pisolides, I think you're right, Steve, just couldn't get up on boost because of 1.99 to the 60. Okay, Adrian Vella from Taylor's Hill in Victoria, sponsored by Pluckers Racecraft and ProTrans. Now, he's running an E-Class modified production automatic in the Chevy Cobalt.
Which means baby engine, lots of RPM.
Ooh, yeah.
Only 325 cubic inches in this Chevy Cobalt.
And his index that he has to run under for his, or run as close to for his class, is an 8.96. That's the class record for EMPA.
Seems a pretty tall order, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, you're right. But once again, guys, it does come down not only to the engine size, as Steve alluded to, but also the weight of the vehicle as well.
Oh, big wheels up launch there for Vella. Just see the front end in that car would be going ouchie, ouchie, I reckon.
Yeah.
The front end came down pretty hard as well. 869 with a 4. 869 with a 4, 164. I reckon he's probably broken the 60 foot with the rear tyres. But that was a big wheels up launch there. Went 068 on the tree, and that was pretty spectacular. It would have looked a lot better from the side. I hope those watching on the live stream quite enjoyed that. They would have had a good view of all the sump and the underfloor and everything of that, I reckon, on that wheels up launch. All right, Stu, looks like we're going to get into Street Fighter now. Of course, one of our entry-level categories. Just set up for street cars to come out here and do battle in a racing environment where they have to set dial-ins and whether your action time does become important. Not so critical here this afternoon, but what is critical is that they want to run as consistent as possible. On track we have Jack Matasevic and Lachlan McCaskill. Matasevic in the Blue Falcon. He was in a Ute a couple of weeks ago, so he's now moved over to the Sedan, left with a 012 red light. Lachlan McCaskill, though, a former junior dragster driver, now steering this Holden Commodore utility. Pair of reds on the tree, but a 14.90 for Jack in the Aeroflow lane, and a 15.44 for McCaskill in the Rocket lane. All right, Stewie, I might throw over to Bailey. I think she's going to jump in for the next couple of categories, and I'll be back on the mic a little bit later on.
Good stuff. Great to have Stephen Bush. You'll hear Stephen a little bit later when we have our procast come out. But we got Danny Stadelmeyer as we welcome Bailey back to the microphone.
I'm back. Hey, Stewie, how you doing?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Danny Stadelmeyer in that giant-killing Toyota Echo goes a 14.59, and Jim Higgs in the VS Commodore Ute goes a 14.79.
Not much in between those reaction times. 182 and a 180.
Danny prides himself on his reaction times, and he's one guy that you've got to be very, very careful about when you race him.
Why is that?
Because he's got a smaller car, but it's the reaction times.
Yep.
Is what you need to look for. Now, Alan Stevenson in the Power Plus Race Fuels HQ Ute up against Grant Law in the RAV4.
We love the RAV4.
You know what would make that RAV4 look even better?
What?
If it had a camel painted on it.
A what? A camel?
A camel.
Why?
Well, they used to have the Toyota ads years ago. They used to have an ad for Toyota, and used to have camels that used to stick their head out of the top of the car. I thought it was quite funny.
Right, well, Alan Stevenson's 12.96.
Yeah.
And the RAV4 did 19. High 19s.
All right, Ben Roberts in the XR8 are up against Don Zammit.
I can't believe you just said camels.
Yeah.
And Don Zammit in the VF Commodore.
I've got to find a copy of the ad and I'll show you.
Okay, you show me.
You'll laugh.
And Don Zammit goes a 13.12 at 107 miles an hour up against Ben Roberts with the 14.94.9 for 94 miles an hour. Not too bad.
No. Wayne Smith in the HSV Club Sport 6-litre up against Nick Bennett from Mudgee in the carpet court at Mudgee-sponsored Holden Gemini.
Oh, gosh. Not much in those reaction times. An 0.66 for Wayne Smith and an 0.79 for Nick Bennett. You've actually found the camel ad for RAV4. That's great. I love that.
Yeah.
And not much in the results either. Wayne Smith does a 13.66 at 102 and Nick Bennett does a 13.35 at 100 flat.
David Trevarthen, who's one of our regular racers here at Aeroflow Race for Real. He's in the Welsh Family Racing XR8. He's taking on Brett O'Connor in the Jenkins Performance Engines Holden, Colorado. So we've got a little bit of diesel versus petrol, 2.8 litre. Nothing like a bit of rolling coal.
I know, a bit of Holden and Ford as well.
Yeah.
But don't think I'd ever seen would have thought I'd see a Ford XR8 up against a Holden, Colorado on a track. That's something I wasn't expecting.
It's good about drag racing is that you just never know what's going to turn up.
And David gets a 15.12 at 91 miles an hour up against Brett O'Connor in the 16.57.6 at 81 miles an hour. Fair bit of distance in that.
Yeah, just a little bit. Good run from David. Brett Roberts out there now. The Brett Roberts Racing Newcastle V Commodore taking on Glenn Garlick in his Commodore.
And Brett goes in the negatives with a negative 148 for reaction times up against Glenn, who does a 2:39 reaction time. Ends up taking it through to get a 14.68.2 at 69 miles an hour. But Brett gets a 15.48 at 92 miles an hour.
Yeah, good stuff there from Street Fighter. The boys definitely doing a great job out there today, and the girls, I should say, that are running in all the categories. You guys, sportsman racers, you're turning it on today, guys, doing a fantastic job.
They're doing an amazing job. We love it.
And of course, all sponsored by Speed Adict Clothing Company as well. And if you want to check out their merchandise, guys, if you go down to the pits, just behind the Top Fuel Cafe is the Marina Brothers big transporter, and they've got the shop there. You can check out what they've got. Now we're getting into street bike. We've got Tristan Anderson in the Revelry Racing Royal Enfield, 648 cc's, up against Aaron Butterworth from Wattle Grove on board the Revelry Racing Royal Enfield, and his is 650 cc's. Well, I'd say they're both pretty much equal.
Much the same.
Yeah. Tristan Anderson currently sitting at number 10 qualifier with a 14.16, and Aaron Butterworth currently sitting at number 8 with a 13.51.
I think we're just a little bit paused on the track for the moment, just checking it out.
But, yeah, I can see the fuel team down there, the hydraulic top fuel team. Just getting a bit of a read on the track. Of course, later on we'll see the AC Delco Pro Slammers out a little bit later. Of course, they're sponsored by General Motors Special Vehicles. And if you want to check out a nice looking ride, guys, go down and check out the big Silverado. I'm actually considering asking Morris if he'd let me take it for a drive. He'd probably say no. But
Probably.
I'd offer. I'd
I'll
ask.
go ask him.
Yeah, mate, we can
I
both.
was chatting to him before. He was great fun.
Yeah.
Then Jim Reed comes past and they start telling each other old war stories. And I'm like, great, I'm just going to sit here and realise that this is way before my time.
Probably before my
No offence,
time.
boys, but...
Great stuff. Top fuel.
Bikes on track, let's go.
Yeah. Fuel shakedown, not too far away, ladies and gentlemen. So, hang on to your hats. Of course, Pro Stock is not too far away either. And Pro Stock brought to us by United Fasteners and the Safety app. As Aaron Butterworth goes .505 on the tree. 2.10 to the 60. The Royal Enfield's doing royally good down the track and goes 13.65 to a 14.45 for Tristan. Now we've got 3 bikes running in the street bike class. One of them is being ridden by Neil Constantinou, who we normally see in Top Sportsman running in the Mustang. But he's got the Harley out here today, and Powerhouse Cycles are done all the engine work for them, as Stefan Stavala comes out on board his Harley Night Rod, taking on Phil Gardner on board the Yamaha WR 450.
Look at that reaction time from Phil at 0.28.
Yeah. Great job from Phil Gardner, and come racing, if he's consistent, that's going to be very, very difficult to beat.
Stefan got a 10.13 at 132 miles an hour up against Phil, who got a 13.89, 90 miles an hour.
All right, Angela Phipps coming out now, one of our City Dragway officials, who's good to see her out racing this weekend on board the Fittings 24/7 Pro Tune Suzuki GSXR 1000, and she's taking on Albie Davison in the All Care Car Services and Western Smash Repairs Suzuki SV 1000.
We were talking earlier before about Angela, how she used to have a Hayabusa and now it's a new bike, so she's still, you know, testing the waters a little bit.
Yeah, just getting to know this bike.
Look at that reaction time from Albie. 0.11. Not too bad. Ends up getting an 11.16 at 120 miles an hour, and Angela gets an 11.01, 129 miles an hour.
Well, another man that's no stranger to going to the 6-second zone in Top Sportsman is Troy Papadopoulos, and he's actually out there now on board the Powerhouse Cycles and Arthur and Troy's Automotive sponsored Harley Davidson Fat Boy, up against Colin Northcott, one of the stalwarts of street bike, running on the Ducati Diavel.
Who got an 0.81 reaction time up against Troy, who got a 2.39. Not too bad, not too bad. And then Colin ends up getting a 10.28.5 at 133 miles an hour up against Troy, who got a 12.25.2 at 107 miles an hour. Not too bad.
Well, another man that I'm used to seeing in Top Sportsman as well, Peter Anastopoulos. Been a while
Some of these names are a mouthful.
Anastopoulos, get it right. It's only been a couple of years since I've been calling some of these names. And Neil Constantinou, the head of Mastercut Meats here in Sydney, and I can vouch for their meat because I use it at my work, Magpies Waitara. Great steaks.
Great meat.
Great meat.
All right, Peter ends up getting an 11.52.5 at 119 miles an hour, and then Neil gets an 11.74.8 at 111 miles an hour.
Yeah,
they're pretty consistent with these.
Yeah.
They're doing well.
They're not an easy bike to race.
They're slightly improving each time they come through, which is great to see.
Coming out now, and we're into Go Logistics Super Street. This is the third qualifier for these guys. And David coming out in the DCM consultant Ford Cortina. He's up against Tim Ritzrow in the Ritzrow Family Racing VX Commodore. The 5.7 litre up against the 347 Windsor. David Matasevic has been doing a little bit of practice here at Sydney Dragway on the Wednesday nights at our Race for Real events.
This is one of my, I keep saying this about every class that goes on, saying it's my favourite, but I was enjoying this class before because every pairing of cars that came out was either a Holden and a Holden or a Ford versus a Holden.
Yeah.
It's just, it's typical Aussie.
It is. And I'll tell you what, they're hard races too. David Matasevic, 0.032 on the tree, currently our number 10 qualifier with a 10.77. Tim Ritzrow coming through for his first qualifying pass. And he goes an 11.62 at 117 to a 10.78 at a 124 for David. As Glenn Garlick comes out now in the wagon. And Barry Willis in this beautiful Ford Mustang.
I think we got Guy Greenland in the wagon.
Oh, Guy Greenland, sorry. Wrong person.
That's all right. Well, Barry Willis got an 0.30 reaction time and Guy got an 0.78.
I saw the number plates. I'm like, yeah, I was...
Not too bad. And then Barry Willis with an 11.02 at 124 up against Guy Greenland, who got a, I think it was the mid-10s. This screen just changes so quickly.
It does. Chris Zammett out now in the VT Commodore. He's got a 350 Chev underneath the bonnet. And he's up against Greg Robbins from Molong in New South Wales, the Churchill Mechanical at Orange Ford Falcon. 427 cubes on board for him.
Chris Zammett with a negative 0.34 up against Greg Robbins with an 0.56 reaction time. I think Greg Robbins just gets that with an 11.36 at 116 against Chris Zammett, who got the 12.023. Not too bad.
Craig Warren out now, back in his trusty Tirana. Of course, he does race out here at Aeroflow Race for Real. He comes out in the VN Commodore for a little bit of practice. And he's put the LJ out. He's up against Simon Bonello, the RPM Racing XW Falcon. He's got the 408 cube Clevo on board. A little bit of
Look
front
at
end dance.
There's nothing in that. 0.004 for Craig Warren reaction time. I was about to say that's not too bad, but I realised I've just said that's not too bad every 5 seconds, and I really need to stop. Craig Warren gets a 10.21 for at 131. Oh,
well, in Dolly Rain racing, I mean, you've got to be super sharp on the lights.
Yep.
As we see Stuart Howe come out in the Stu's Towing and Skips Racing HQ Ute, and he's taking on Adam Bowers in the High Performance World HQ. And Stuart Howe, 0.026 on a tree. Well, he was here on Wednesday night, getting a little bit of practice, so I would expect him to be getting good numbers on the tree.
Well, he got an 11.57 at 118, and Adam Bowes gets a 10.63 at 110 miles an hour. These guys are really doing well with their reaction times because that will really come into play tomorrow. It's all that matters. They're trying to get the practice in while they can, trying to get as close to perfect as possible, so that tomorrow when it comes down to the racing, they can just jump off the line.
Well, they've got a nominated time as well, so not only do they want to qualify ideally in the top half of the bracket, but they also want to get consistent times. So tomorrow when they do put in their dial in, and look, conditions tomorrow may change a little bit as well, so that's going to have a bit of a bearing.
I'm really hoping tomorrow the weather is as great as it is today.
I hope it is too. It's going to be absolute killer. All right, the God of Thunder is out now.
Perfection Racing.
Yeah. Chris Creech in the VZ Ute, up against Christian Norbergen in the Australian Crusher Repairs HQ with the 427 Chev on board. Chris Creech currently sitting at number 2 qualifier with a 10.20 at 134. Christian,
see if he can top it.
Well, he'll want to top it, but he won't want to top it by too much.
Well, he just got a 10.14. So before it was a 10.20, now it's 10.14 at 135 miles an hour up against Christian, who got an 11.29.
All right, Brett Stutchbury from Jordan Springs out in the Holden Commodore up against Sean Smith in the Profection Automotive HSV Club Sport. He's all the way from Waniasa in the ACT. He's also sponsored by Power Plus Race Fuels and BDL Car Stereo. Great to have them on board for Sean. Well, 0.8080 for Sean. Not too much between them in the 60 foot. And Sean running on through with a 10.35 to a 10.99. Now
I feel like this is just the Holden class. Every car that comes out is just a Holden.
Oh.
There's about 2 Fords and the rest is just Holden, Holden, Holden.
We've got our reaction time prize winner from Wednesday night down on track in the Rocket Lane. I haven't got any particulars on that car at the moment. And I haven't got the paperwork up here at the moment either to remember his name.
That's right. Well, we got Jeff Goodwin in the Aeroflow lane in the Holden Monaro from Ingleburn, who gets a 187 reaction time up against a 132. And that brings us to an 11.21 at 121 miles an hour for Jeff Goodwin, and then an 11.73 in the Rocket Lane at 117 miles an hour.
All right, David McGlynn, one of the characters of Super Street, along with Adam Bowers and Danny Stadelmeyer. He's up against Jim Raptors in the Go Logistics Holden Tirana. Well, David McLean, 0.063 on the tree, but that car looked like it was crabbing just a little bit to the 330. And he goes a 10.52 at 126. Good pass from David McLean. And Jim Raptors, a 10.56 on a 10.58. All right, Alicia Teal out now in the Murder HQ, taking on Peter Voyalaris in the Go Logistics Falcon. Of course, he likes to get this thing up off the deck.
Get a little bit of air.
Ah, yeah.
To the old dumb Toretto.
That's it. Matty Kavanagh puts that in the best. The hang, the haul.
Ah, yeah.
And the height.
Love it. And look, he provided exactly what we thought he would do. Just gets a little bit of air. Takes it through to get a 10.16 and 134 miles an hour. And Alicia Teal gets an 11.10 at 121 miles an hour.
Well, that's going to vault Peter Villalaris up the qualifying sheet at 10.1. That was a really, really good pass from him. Philip Armstrong out now, the Keystone Acoustic, St Mary's Engines and Cap Racing VH Commodore. He loves his burnouts. Philip Armstrong, he's up against Richard Martasevic in the Modern Style Kitchens XY Falcon. 434 cubes of Clevo on board. Number 9 qualifier with a 10.63.
And we have Philip getting an 0.37 reaction time up against Richard, who got an 0.66. And let's see where they take it home. So Richard ends up getting a 10.64 at 125 miles an hour, and Philip gets an 11.13 at 6 for 120 miles an hour.
Well, that's it for Super Street. I am going to have a little break, and we're due to have Rusty on.
Oh, God.
For Super Sedan.
Rusty's gone missing.
So I might stay on until Rusty gets in here, but Robert Moore in the Chef Nova up against Robert Cardham in the Speed Pro and Arcade Carpentry XC1000.
Getting in the negatives.
Robert Cardham, 0.001 red.
Ends up getting an 8.9, 154 miles an hour, and Robert Moore gets a 9.56 at 141 miles an hour. Up now we have David Gruber in the LJ Tirana all the way from Canberra up against Nathan Cowie from Seven Hills in the Suzuki Mighty Boy.
All right, guys, I'm going to jump off and we'll get Rusty Gregory on the microphone.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Rusty. Good to have you back.
What's happening?
Not much. Well, David just had a 0.12 reaction time, and Nathan just had a 0.14. That's what you missed.
Dave's actually been very, very good on the tree over the last couple of events, particularly last time out. Went back-to-back perfect reaction times in eliminations. Not in qualifying, in eliminations. Ooh,
well, he just got a 9.17. Not too bad, not too bad. Up now we've got Sean Mayer in the rocket lane from Mangerton?
Mangerton.
in the Holden Tirana.
Taking on Larry Edsel in the High Gem Machining Nissan 300ZX. His car a little bit confused, got the Mopar in it. 408 cubic inches under the hood, but it is a Nissan 300ZX. And killer day for racing, that is for sure. Moving into the professional categories a little bit later on this afternoon at around about 4:45 this afternoon. Oh, on the new paint for Larry Edsel. We just painted that yesterday. Don't go putting time marks on it.
Getting a little too close to the line there, but manages to hold it off. And Sean Mayer gets a 9 at 17 at 145 miles an hour. Larry gets a 10.21 at 131.
Big hello to whoever is watching online at the moment on the stream, the free YouTube stream.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe,
That's
guys.
exactly right. I've noticed we've had a little bit of a bump in our subscribers, which is fantastic today, but we want more. We want more, and don't forget...
We're greedy. We want everything.
Well, don't forget, watching it on YouTube is good. Watching it at the racetrack is
so much better.
So much better.
The atmosphere.
You don't just watch it, you feel it, you hear it, you smell it. It shakes in your body. It's good for you. Makes you know you're alive.
It's amazing.
Exactly. Joe Zammett, 040 on the tree. Red light for Little Holden Gemini. Don't have any details on who is driving that car at the moment. 10.07 for the Gem and a 10.04. Good side-by-side race, that one.
Back to like coming down to the track, you know, you've got so much more to see. Once you're here, rather than watching it at home, live on YouTube, wherever you are in the world, if you do come down to the track, you know, you get the access to the pits, you get to meet the drivers, see the cars, you know,
get to get
witness
Bailey's
the action
autograph.
live. No.
No?
Well, like you can, but I don't think anyone wants it.
I'm sure somebody would want it.
It'd be
it's
worse.
not me, but somebody would want it.
It'd be worth less than the program.
Jim Denaro now in the Aeroflow lane, lining up in the Ford Cortina, taking on Greg South. The LH Tirana over there, very nicely presented car. This one, big cubes as well, 565 cubic inches. Currently sits in the number 5 qualifying position. Jim Denaro, number 18. But let's be honest, it's a dial your own category, so it doesn't matter where you qualify. It only matters that you're in the field.
So what does that mean for people at home that don't know what a dial your own category is?
So dial your own is all about being consistent and knowing your own race vehicle, knowing your own racecraft, and basically being able to lay down the same run every single time, no matter what the weather conditions, or at least being able to predict what your car is going to do. Now, we give them 4 qualifying sessions at this particular event, and they'll go out there, and when they come into the first round of racing, they'll self-nominate a time that they think they're going to run. Now, the Christmas tree will be handicapped based on that time, depending on who you're racing against. The kicker is, if you go quicker than that time, you lose the race. If they both go quicker, whoever goes under by the least wins. So it's all about really being as consistent as you possibly can. Just basically just trying to lay down the same run every single time. And the great thing about it is it doesn't matter how much money you spend on your car or how little money you spend on the car. It's exactly the same for everybody.
So there's no benefit in any of them lying and saying that they're going to go a whole lot slower than they actually do. There's no benefit in them sandbagging because they end up losing the race.
Exactly right. So, yeah, that's pretty much dial your own racing in a nutshell. Mick Little on the start line now from Forbes, one of our friends from out there in the Central West, taking on Debbie Robb from Hillview, which I believe is up around Tamworth area. So 2 racers who have travelled to be here.
You know better than I would. Probably.
Couldn't tell you the last time I went to Tamworth. For some reason, I know that Hillview was up around there. So there you go.
Just got some random facts and random geography facts all stored in your brain.
Oh, 100%. Now, Debbie Robb's had a fairly eventful couple of events here at Sydney Dragway. I think it was 2 events ago. She actually got the concrete wall in the centre of the racetrack, and only very minor damage. But
well, Mick Little did a near perfect reaction time with a 001. Ends up getting a 9:28 at 1:43, and Debbie Robb gets a 9:08.
Next up, Brett McNiff taking on Harry Plessis, and it looks like we've got a little issue with our cameras sorted. So for everybody who's watching on the YouTube Sydney Dragway official channel, we hope that you're enjoying the coverage. It should be a little bit smoother for you this time around. And for all the racers out there, if you haven't looked at the weather or checked out the weather station, I'd suggest you have a look at it because it's looking pretty good at the moment.
That's
as
amazing.
we get into the
That's exactly what we want to hear.
the later rounds of qualifying this afternoon. I think we're going to be in flavour country because water grains 37. That's very low, very dry air, which means it's good for making horsepower. Density altitude currently at 869 feet and dropping, which is good. Basically, it means we're going to see some go fast conditions tonight.
It's what we love. We love a dry track because then it gets sticky and then we get more speed. We love it.
That's what it's all about. And it's no good making the horsepower if you can't put the horsepower to the ground, and that's where the racetrack comes into it. Racetrack needs to be absolutely tip-top shape, and two racers who are taking advantage of it next up will be Pete Hamilton in the VH Commodore wagon from Hume in the ACT, taking on Nathan Watt, the Grants Performance VL Commodore, racing for Budget Tyre Shed and Burson's Auto Parts as well.
So, Rusty, for anyone who hasn't watched drag racing ever and who's just come today, doesn't know what's going on, why do we like the track to be sticky?
It's all about optimal traction. Realistically, it's about trying to present the best possible chance for our racers to go out there and put on the best show that they possibly can. And part of the thing with the racetrack, it's not necessarily always about giving you the stickiest track that we possibly can. It's about providing a consistent racetrack as well. You know, it needs to be good, but it needs to be consistent. And it's a bit of a science that our track prep guys, Kyle and Paco, have been working on over the last many years here at Sydney Dragway. But since we made the track full concrete, it's changed the algorithm again.
Yep.
And nowadays, you know, these guys were out here working on this track for probably 3 or 4 days, getting it ready.
How are they getting it ready? What do they do?
They actually scrape the racetrack, so they scrape the old rubber and the old traction compound off the racetrack. They scraped it out well out, almost to half track earlier on this week, which that in itself is an arduous task. I'll give you the hot tip. It involves putting heat on the racetrack and then getting it laid out there. And if you can't get it with the machine blade, you get out there and do it the old-fashioned way with the elbow grease. But they do that, and then they spend a couple of days putting the rubber back down on the racing surface, so the nice, fresh, sticky stuff.
Yep.
And once they do that, they come through and they'll spray it with what we call the traction compound, which is provided by VP Racing. It's called Lane Choice, is the product that we use. And depending on the temperature conditions that we're expecting, depending on exactly what kind of conditions we're expecting, they'll actually cut it with methanol as well. So, because it's all about how quickly you want the traction compound to dry, how quickly you want it to evaporate. There's a whole lot of different things that come into it. So when I say it's a science, it really is a science.
We've got the boys out there in their lab coats, getting everything sorted.
Yes, there's beakers and there's all sorts of stuff, Bunsen burners, all good. Now, Lou Palumbo lining up to the Aeroflow lane now, taking on Thomas Campbell, the HS Holden taking on the VL Commodore.
Got plenty of locals here this weekend. Everyone's from New South Wales. You got a fair few people coming up from, Victoria, Canberra, South Australia. Love seeing all the people who have travelled the most. And we do have that prize going to see who has travelled the most. And we also have prizes for Best Presenter Team as well.
Yep, and Best Engineer as well. Lou Palumbo on a very nice run here, 9.24 to go along with his previous 9.23. And a 10.08 for Thomas Campbell in the VL Commodore. Good solid pass there.
Little spots.
Big burnouts out there on the racetrack. Pat Ferriolo, who I think actually won last time out in Super Sedan, and I know he's definitely in the top 5 in the points for the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series.
Putting on a show for all the fans here.
In fact, Pat has actually won both 2 events so far this season. We've only contested 2 events. We had 1 rain out, and Pat has won both events. So he's sitting on the maximum number of 200 points. So doing pretty well. Long and the short of it. 0.17 on the tree this time. John Pellis goes 0.465 reaction time. He's going to cross the line first though down there.
John Pellis gets a 9.48.2 at 140, and then Pat gets a 10.15 at a 130 in the Aeroflow lane.
We are not too far away from jumping into the professional categories, only around about an hour or so away, I would say. It's about 20 to 4 now. They're planning on coming out. First round of Pro Style qualifying at 4:45 this afternoon. So not too far away. So if you're watching on the stream and you're thinking, should I come out? Shouldn't I come out? Should I come out?
Yes.
Yes. The answer is yeah. The answer is always yes.
The
come
answer
out.
is always yes.
Get
when it
your
comes
ticket.
to drag racing, it's always yes.
If you buy a ticket online, $30 to get in.
Yep.
That's not bad. We'll see 2 full sessions of professional racing tonight. And of course then tomorrow, it's the big day. It's race day here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. And make sure as well when you come through, you do grab your program, $2. That's good value.
That is good value, especially since you can get all those autographs in the centre.
Exactly. Do you want mine yet or not?
No. I actually want someone worthy.
Oh, worthy.
Sorry,
that's a very pointed word choice. Dale Hartle-Law rolling up to the line. Maybe she wants Dale's autograph.
I do want Dale's. He's running fast at the moment.
He is. The 85 Mustang, the Fox Body Mustang, very popular car, especially over in the United States. Wow. 8:58. He is currently the #1 qualifier in Super Sedan.
Got an 0.25 reaction time, ends up getting an 8.61, so not at his best, and then it's 158 miles an hour.
Pretty consistent though. Pretty consistent.
Pretty consistent, yeah.
So you'll definitely take that.
Yeah.
We are going to move into bikereview.com.au modified bike very, very shortly. In fact, they're rolling into the water box right here. So, Sean Ricketts on the Kawasaki ZX-12R, 1200 cc's of Kawasaki Fury, taking on Dale Williams, the Yamaha R1, over on the Rocket Industries side of the racetrack. There's the signal. Burnout time, boys.
I gotta give it to these guys. The guts it would take to get out on that track and just, do the speeds that they're doing on a bike.
It's a funny thing because you look at these motorcycles. There's not a lot of them these days that have actually got wheelie bars on them. The big extended swing arms that are on these bikes now tend to do a little bit of that work for them. But the guys who race the really quick street bikes and the street style bikes, I take my hat off to them because it's all about rider placement. It's all about throttle control and all about clutch control. You won't see too many of these guys actually just drop the clutch off the start line because they do that. They're guaranteed to go flying off the back of the bike. It's not pretty for anybody if that happens.
Yeah, but you got to admit, to not have any protection on there except just yourself holding you onto the bike, it's pretty gutsy. I'm going to give it to him. And so Sean Ricketts gets an 0.40 reaction time with Dale Williams sleeping a little bit with 2.13, but ends up getting a 9.44 at 144 miles an hour, and Sean gets a 9.192 at 144 miles an hour.
Rob Simmons now, Suzuki Hayabusa. He's doing some strange calisthenics as he brings it into stage down there, leading the bike one way and then the other. Usually you see that in the burnout, but not so much when they're pulling it into stage. He's taking on Lorenzo Capogna in the Rocket Industries lane, the Powerhouse Cycles Harley Davidson. Good looking bike, this one.
Well, Lorenzo's teammate is now, crew member is now taking photos at the back of the car, so it is a good looking bike.
Yeah.
I said back of the car.
Yeah, back of the car.
I meant bike.
Easy way to remember. Bike, car, 4 wheels.
Yeah,
bike,
thanks
2
for that.
wheels.
You really, I didn't notice.
No. You're welcome. It's just a little return serve. Robert Simmons in the Aeroflay lane, 059 on the tree.
You got me back to that worthy comment.
Yep, 872, 160 miles per hour, 889 in the Rocket Industries lane for Lorenzo Capogna. Those guys will slot comfortably into the qualified field. Joe Curry rolling up now on his well-travelled Destroyer, taking on the very nicely presented bike of Brian Alvicio from Jimboomba in Queensland. Great to see some races coming down.
We do have races from Queensland. I was asking this before to see if we'd seen anyone from Queensland yet.
We've actually got quite a few races from Queensland because they were scheduled to have a round of their state championship up there on the same weekend as this event, and that one got cancelled a couple of weeks ago, so we reopened the entries for them. We actually got a couple coming in, so I think there's more than a couple in Junior Dragster, and I know there's a few in the bike ranks
so
as well.
So they all just jumped on Webjet and booked a few flights and got down here.
Race is going to race.
Exactly.
That's the way it is. So great to have Brian down here once again. 072 on the tree for Joe Curry.
212 reaction time for Brian. Sleeping a little bit, but ends up getting an 883 up against Joe, who gets an 896 at 145.
Do want to send a very, very special shout out to our production team here this weekend, who are doing a sensational job.
They're doing so well.
Working the stream, Benji and Madman, they are doing a sensational job.
Amazing.
Over there. I could not ask for any better, nor could I afford. Nah, all jokes aside, they're doing a great job, and massive.
You pay them in high fives.
I paid them in brisket, smoked brisket. Now, problems for David Mead on the Kawasaki KZ down there. It looks like it might have jumped out of gear or something because he's reaching down for the gear selector. Mark Davies on the Suzuki in the Rocket Industries lane. He actually left before the tree was activated by the look of it, so no time to be recorded there. That was a bit of a strange one.
A bit odd.
Very strange one. I can see the next motorcycle rolling up to the line will be Santina Keith and Bobby Joe Simmons. So I've had the ladies next up. Santina Keith, actually, that bike is the world's quickest and fastest Royal Enfield.
Right.
So there you go.
There goes David Mead. What's up going on his own? It's a 1:76 reaction time. Takes it home to get an 8:92 at 1:42.
100%.
Now, for the bike that left before the tree, what happens?
Basically, he misses out on that run.
Right.
So that's the long and the short of it. If you leave before the Christmas tree is activated, you are deemed to have gone into the starter's hands. So basically, he's crossed the start line. So that run is null and void. So
he can't come back around and go again?
He won't loop back around and jump on the back of the queue. He'll have to wait till the next round of qualifying, which I believe is going to be for tomorrow morning.
Right.
Yeah, so this is the last round of qualifying for these guys today.
Bobby Joe gets a 2:32 on the tree, and Santina gets a negative 0.32. Bobby Joe gets a 9:45 at 1:54, and I think that was a bit of a problem for Santina there with a 14.94.
It is. It's a shame, actually, because they're still running in. That's a new engine in that bike, and they're still running it in, still just getting the thing used to race conditions, and it's already the world's quickest and fastest Royal Enfield, and they're looking to go quicker and faster again. They're into the 10s. They reckon it's got a 9 in it, and look, wouldn't be surprised. They're doing very good things with it, that's for sure. Brent Gilliver now in the Rocket Industries lane, taking on Adrian Watson.
Brent Gulliver actually has a bit of a story in our program. He is from South Windsor, so a little bit of a story in there if you guys want to check it out about him during the floods. So he ended up getting a 10 flat at 128, and Adrian gets a 10.94 at 130. Up next, we have Mike Lawson from DY New South Wales in the Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc up against Travis McCleverty from Waratah West with the United Speed Shop Suzuki GSXR. Also sponsored by Live Tools there, Travis, 750cc. As they come up and get ready for the final stage. And Travis gets a negative 0.17, and Mike Lawson gets a 174 on the tree. But Travis in the Rocket lane takes it to get a 10.10 at 135 miles an hour, and Mike ends up getting an 11 flat at 103 miles an hour. Up next, we've got Ron Adams from Narrabeen, New South Wales, in the Ron Cut Builder Supplies Harley Davidson Destroyer up against Christopher Hocking from South Windsor in the Smart Looking Sheds Suzuki Hayabusa. I think these are the last few bikes we have for this class. And we have an 0.78 for Christopher Hocking from the tree, with Ron Adams sleeping a little bit with 328. And Christopher gets a 9.444 at 151, and Ron Adams gets a 9.431 at 137. And I think we've got the last bike left before we move on to the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters.
100%. Peter Strudwick rolling up to the line now on his V-Rod. Peter's another guy who has had a pretty good start to his championship campaign in the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series. He is currently sitting on 200 points, maximum points, after 2 rounds of the championship, or 2 completed rounds of the championship.
And he gets a 221 at the tree. Gets a little bit to the left, and then takes it home to get a 964 at 136 miles an hour.
100%. Well, we are moving into Western Weekend at Junior Dragster as part of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series. This is the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. We'll be back very, very shortly with Junior.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Introducing the Safety app. Safety gives you peace of mind knowing your emergency contacts are only one push of the button away. Stage 1. Once you press the emergency button, the app will take photos from your front and back camera. Stage 2. The app will also record surrounding audio and sound secretly and efficiently. Stage 3. It activates your live location and records your movements. Stage 4. All information will be continuously stored in the cloud. And Stage 5. Your emergency contacts will automatically be alerted with all the information.
Welcome back into the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. I'm Rusty, that's Bailey, that's Junior Dragster. We are set for the third round of qualifying here this afternoon. And what an afternoon it is. Not a cloud in the sky, Bailey.
I know, such great weather. It's honestly been such an amazing day of racing. And I'm so looking forward to tomorrow because it's going to be even better. We're staying tuned as well because later on we do have the Pro Series. So we've got the Pro Stock Qualifying 1 at 4:45, and then we've got the Top Fueler Shakedown at around 4:55, somewhere around 5 o'clock. And I know that's what everyone is waiting for, but this is really a great series, guys, to be watching because this is the grassroots. This is where everyone comes up from.
It's a place to learn racecraft.
It is. It's amazing.
It's a very good way to learn racecraft. It's a very good breeding ground if you're looking to maybe go a little bit further in the sport as well, because it teaches you all the basics. And probably the biggest thing that it teaches you, and this is going to sound really, really amusing, but it teaches you how to lose. Because in drag racing, you lose a hell of a lot more than you win.
Oh, yeah.
And you need to know how to lose. You need to know how to do it with grace and with sportsmanship. And what you'll actually see, and the thing that I love on race day, is seeing all the kids, they'll actually park it up on the burnout pad over there. They'll get out, and the first thing that they'll do is walk over and shake hands with the person who either beat them or who they beat. And that's one of the great things about junior dragster racing. It does teach you sportsmanship, and it does teach you the racecraft that you need to go a long way in this sport. Archie Boscovich taking on Ryan Pettiford now. Archie, one of the younger kids in the field with the C Junior Dragster. Ryan, one of the quicker kids with the A Junior.
Ryan gets a negative 013 from the tree, and Archie gets a 186 from the tree. And these guys are only doing the 8th mile here, so only halfway down the track. And we've got an 8:29 from Ryan and an 11:84 for Archie.
Claire Little now taking on Tegan Smith. Tegan Smith, the Power Cruise Promotions Jet Flow Plumbing sponsored car. And Claire Little, another one out of Forbes, second generation racer.
Getting some girl-on-girl racing, which we're loving.
100%. It's always good to see the ladies out there racing, and that's one great thing about drag racing is that there's a spot for everybody. The car The car doesn't know what gender you are. It doesn't care what gender you are, and you know, it's one of the few sports that boys and girls compete on level pegging all the way through up until the senior categories. There's been plenty of national champions come out of junior dragster, that is for sure.
Yeah, it's a really amazing category for people to get into, and it is so welcoming for everyone, and it's such a great community for everyone to be part of it. It's a family sport as well. We've got so many siblings out there racing against each other as well.
There's
and
actually-
their parents racing too.
There's actually a couple of, and you're going to laugh, 4th generation junior races.
Fourth
now.
generation junior races.
So the grandparents raced, and then the great-grandparents raced, and then the grandparents raced, and then their parents raced junior dragster, and now they're into their into junior dragster.
Well, Tegan just got a 799 and Claire got an 804. 4th generation.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think.
Nice.
Pretty crazy to think. Max Perry in the Aeroflow lane. Top form concrete junior dragster taking on Alex Ruffalo, the first class lanes. JD, great looking car over there, the blue car in the Rocket Industries lane.
I gotta give it to the junior dragsters. They really do take some pride in their presentation for the
absolutely.
cars. They are so nice to look at.
They always have as well. The cars have always been so beautifully presented, and they really do take a lot of pride in the way that they present the category. That's for sure. So Ruffalo, best run so far of an 861. That's just a tick off what is the quickest that he can run. Being a B junior dragster, he can run down to an 860. Max Perry on the other hand, he's an A junior. That means he can go down to 800 in qualifying and 790 in racing.
So what happens if Alex Ruffalo does break the 8.6 after he just got negative
He'd go to the bottom. If he hadn't already made a run above the 8.6, he'd go to the bottom of the list, but he's already got an 861 and an 867 on the board.
Well, he's just
There you
made
go.
an 858.
There you go.
So he broke it, and Max Perry in the A class just got a 794.
Next up it is Liam O'Neill taking on Jake McNamara, and for young Liam I can see Joe Princey out there giving him a hand as always, and Joe, one of the forefathers of junior racing in this country, has been running junior dragsters since the class's inception in the mid to early 90s, so we're literally approaching 30 years of running these cars. He's had so many kids in his cars over the years, and there's actually an opportunity at the moment. He's got 2 of them in the shed and he's looking to lease them out, so if there's anyone out there who's looking at it and thinking, you know what, I wouldn't mind having a crack at this, but I don't want to have all the investment of having the race car and the trailer and everything else.
Just want to rent it.
Exactly. It wouldn't be a bad thing to go down and have a chat to Joe, because he can definitely point you in the right direction with everything that you need to know, everything that you need to do, and yeah, he's a very, very good teacher when it comes to junior racing, so by all means make sure you...
and that's what junior dragsters are all about, is mentoring and learning and, you know, getting a feel for, you know, drag racing in general, seeing if it is something you want to pursue and then moving up the ranks.
100%. So, Jake McNamara, best run of an 8.04 so far. 12.03, best run for Liam O'Neill. Big red light on the tree this time, the 1.09. But it doesn't matter because the reaction time is timed independently of the elapsed time.
And Jake McNamara gets a 7.97 and Liam O'Neill gets an 11.88.
Sarah Dawson now from Naminga in New South Wales. I don't have any idea where that is.
Neither. Up against Tom Baker from Currajong, New South Wales. I do have some idea where that is, in the Raptor Junior Dragster.
Never heard of it.
Currajong, it's down the road from me.
Down the road. So Tom Baker, the Image Conversions BG Engines car, regular racer here at Sydney Dragway, has...
His last run was an 8.08. Let's see if he can top that this time. And then Sarah Dawson's best was an 8.75.
Big field of juniors here this weekend as well. I think
Very
we
big field.
were up around 27 cars, I think, at last
Tom
count.
Baker runs the red on the tree with a 002. Sarah Dawson gets a 175. Sarah Dawson bringing it to get an 877 at the end, and Tom Baker gets an 813.
Next up, it is Daniel Carranza, that Dan car from South Morang in Victoria. Harry Ryko from Albion Park, New South Wales, down there in the Illawarra area. Also racing for Autobahn in Albion Park.
And Harry Ryko is currently leading the points in the Speed Addict Coach Championships.
Yeah, he's been racing for a few years now, and I think he's really started to get his head around what it takes to be competitive in junior dragster, because let's face it, it does take a few years to sort of understand, a few seasons to understand what's required to be successful. A lot of practice as well. You find these kids hitting the practice tree at home You know, it's
Yes.
no different to kids who are practicing soccer, kicking the ball against the concrete wall.
Those practice trees are so much fun.
Oh, they are,
Yeah.
absolutely. Practice tree nationals.
We used to have one when I was a kid because my brother had raced in junior dragsters, so I was always in and around junior dragsters. And had the little tree at home and used to race my brother against it, and he would hate it if I beat him because he actually did this for a sport. And
Yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
playing a game.
That's the worst thing is when someone flukes it against you and you're like, yeah.
He'd be
It is
practicing all
frustrating.
day and I'd come in and just smash him.
But it speaks a lot to the egalitarian nature of drag racing, doesn't it? Harry Ryko, 089 on the tree, 041 for Daniel Carranza, and an 807 at the big end of the track. 797 just a tick too quick for Harry Ryko. He'll rely on that previous 802 to get him into the field. Next up, it is, excuse me, I think it's Archie Boscovich down there, or Charlie Boscovich, sorry.
Other brother.
I was close. Got the last name right. Alira Cardam over in the other lane from Noble Park in Victoria.
Alira's best before was 8:015 up against Charlie, who was an 8:348 in the Liverpool Glass Bosco Auto sponsored junior dragster. Charlie Boscovich currently running 5th in the points.
Yeah, he's
for the
doing pretty
series.
well, and it's good to see him stepping up, I think, into the A juniors recently as well.
They've got an 079 on the tree, and Alira gets a negative 025, runs a red, gets a 798 for a 78 miles an hour, and Charlie Boscovich gets an 827 at 78 miles an hour. These guys are doing pretty consistently, slightly moving up, but staying consistent, and we've got Charlotte Leafting now in the Aeroflow lane from Tari, New South Wales in the Speed Flow Products Junior Dragster, up against the Rocket Lane Jaden Curry from Prospect, New South Wales in the Vince Express Junior Dragster.
So Charlotte Leafting from Tari. Good looking car, this one. Speedflow Products Junior Dragster. Lining up in the Aeroflow lane, Jaden Curry from Prospect. That's not too far away.
Not too far away at all. But Charlotte gets a negative 041 on the tree, and Jaden gets an 016. Ends up getting an 812 on the 8th mile at 79 miles an hour, and Charlotte gets an 840, 77 miles an hour.
Another one of our Queenslanders up next in the Rocket Industries lane. That's Liesl Gowes, the SCG Racing Pass Junior Dragster.
Up against Alex Rottenbury from Picton in the Hunter Race Engines Junior Dragster. He's also got High-Tech's Oils sponsoring him, and J Mobile's Marine.
Alex, number 4 in the championship points for Western Weekender Junior Dragster as part of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series. If you have got your program, your $2 program, you can find the points coming into this event in there. There's a whole lot of other stuff in there as well. Entry lists, schedules, a couple of articles in there. You love the autograph page.
I do.
I know
love
you
the
don't. I know
autograph
you don't
page.
want my autograph.
No, I'll go get someone. I'm not going to say the word again.
No, don't.
I'll
Don't
go
you
get one
dare.
of the top few list autographs.
Yeah. Get someone credible to
Exactly,
sign.
that's
yes.
what I meant.
Is that the word you're looking
Yeah,
for?
not worthy.
That's nicer than what you said before. Liesl Gowes from Thornlands in Queensland. She is, as you look at it on the screen, left of screen, Alex Rottenbury leaves a cherry hanging. 027, that's a pretty big red light as well. 134 on the tree for Liesl Gowes. And a 799 with a 2, just a tick too quick. 0.08 of a second too fast. She will rely on a previous 804 to keep her in the field. But remember, there is another round of qualifying for the Western Weekender Junior Dragster kids. There is one more round of qualifying tomorrow morning before we get into racing. And racing is when it gets cutthroat, because 2 cars enter, 1 car leaves. Or moves on, I should say. It's literally brutal. Tournament style until you get a winner.
It is.
And
It's aggressive.
It's very cool though. It's one of those sports where you just sort of go, it's incredibly cutthroat, it's incredibly brutal, but at the same time, your competitors are just as likely to be in your pit area helping you if you've got a problem with the car, and vice versa. It's one of those sports where everybody jumps in, everybody pitches in and helps.
It really is. And the racing-wise, you need the skill, you need the reaction time, and then you also need a little bit of luck.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Georgia Leafting. 045 on the tree. That's clean green. 004 red, unfortunately, for Josh Burtonshaw. And 796, that's way too quick for him. Georgia Leafting, a 904 at 72 miles per hour this time around. Still a few more cars rolling through. I think that's Ross Lamontina, if I'm not mistaken, down there in the Aeroflow lane. I'm sure it'll come up on our screen very, very shortly.
Oh, you're correct. Look at that.
Look at that.
In the Rocky Lamontina and Sons Junior Dragster.
I occasionally get something right. Occasionally.
Very rare.
Daniel Caraballut in the Rocket Industries lane, the Lightstream Electrical Junior Dragster. Good looking little car, this one. Not too far away from moving into our professional series categories here for their first round of qualifying this afternoon. We'll be doing a little bit of track prep once we get through Junior Dragster, I would suggest.
And then we move on to our Pro Stock qualifying and then Top Fuel Shakedown. And I know that's what majority of people are very excited for, but I'm loving the Junior Dragsters.
Look, I love everything out here this weekend at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Of course, it is one of the most historic events on the calendar. This particular race meeting has been around for many, many years. It even goes as far back as the Oldcastle Ray days, the Nitro Champs. So it's when you talk about history, it really is one of those events. Everybody wants to win it. Everybody wants to have that trophy hanging on their wall or up on their mantelpiece. And, you know, we're going to get to hand out some of those trophies again tomorrow afternoon, that is for sure.
Yeah, and it's so great to see so many people like watching at home on our live streaming and from so many different parts of the world as well. And we've got Ross Lamontina with an 077 on the tree and Daniel with a 126. Ross brings it home to get a 795 at 81 miles an hour and Daniel gets a 1254. Ross was just a little bit too quick for what he needs to be.
Yep, absolutely. And for anybody who's sitting at home and thinking, you know what, I don't know whether I should come out to the racetrack. Well, you've still got time. We have got 2 full sessions of the professional classes left to come out today. But if you can't make it today, that's okay. That's
There's
okay.
always tomorrow.
There is tomorrow, and let's face it, race day, there is nothing cooler than race day.
Nothing better than race day.
For the professional series categories, they all are running on a version of the all-run format.
It's just the atmosphere that I love on race day.
That's it. There's a buzz.
Yeah,
there's
like
a vibe.
everyone's a little bit nervous, but then everyone's excited, and then it's just the best.
Yeah, then it's all about racing on track to find out who's worthy to take home the Christmas tree.
Exactly. You're not.
Levi Nazevic in the Aeroflow lane. Ow. Then again, taking on Dylan Nazevic in the Rocket Industries lane.
Bit of sibling rivalry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Danko is racing as well this weekend in a different class. I'd have to have a look at the entry list, but I'm pretty sure that this is the 3-car team this weekend. So not just in Junior Dragster.
I think this is our last pairing as well for Junior Dragster before we get on to the track prep. And we got it both get reds at negative 046 for Levi and negative 087 for Dylan. Dylan gets a 7.958, too quick for his class, but Levi gets an 8.75.
Yeah. Very good. So that does wrap up Western Weekend at Junior Dragster for their 3rd round of qualifying. They will be back tomorrow morning, and we're not too far away from jumping into the professional classes. We'll kick it off with Pro Stock in a little while. Top Fuel not too far away as part of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship Series. We've got Pro Mod, Pro Slammer, Pro Alcohol, and Top Bike as well. It's all coming your way this afternoon here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway.
not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper. Delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers.
Test 1
street
2,
machines
test
and hot
1
rods.
2.
From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions, and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
United Fasteners is Australia's largest independent distributor of fastening products and industrial supplies, including a comprehensive range of fixings, abrasives, cutting tools, lubricants, hand tools and construction chemicals. Visit their website at unitedfasteners.com.au. Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Located in Penrith, Timic Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timic can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timic also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Introducing the Safety app. Safety gives you peace of mind knowing your emergency contacts are only one push of the button away. Stage 1. Once you press the emergency button, the app will take photos from your front and back camera. Stage 2. The app will also record surrounding audio and sound secretly and efficiently. Stage 3. It activates your live location and records your movements. Stage 4. All information will be continuously stored in the cloud. In Stage 5, your emergency contacts will automatically be alerted with all the information.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
We do have here in Sydney, and it's great to be here as part of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales Championship Series as well, and of course coming up very shortly, round number 4 of the Burson's Auto Pass Top Fuel Championship will be out for their qualifying sessions as well. So it's all happening here this weekend. The Nitro Champ's always a big one on the calendar. Stephen Bush.
Yes, very much so, Matty. It's a go-to event for a lot of the competitors around the country. It's an amazing amount of prestige and amazing amount of emphasis is put on this event by all those that compete in it.
Yeah, it's great to have everyone back here. I mean, we've had some ups and downs in the world in the last couple of years, but to be back here at Sydney Dragway and to have this fantastic venue, the track is looking killer here this weekend. I mean, I was down there a bit earlier. It's very tight. We call it tight, which means, it's pretty sticky out there, and a lot of the cars really getting a lot of grip. So we're looking for some things in qualifying session number 1. It's getting a little bit cooler now. I think this is probably going to be the good one to throw a little bit of horsepower at it because the track's good. They're going to be making a fair bit of horsepower, and it's only going to get better as we go into the night with their next qualifying session coming up around about 7 for the pro cars.
Yes, that's right, Matty. There would still be a lot of residual heat in that racetrack. We have been bathed in sunshine here today, and that black concrete has been absorbing all of that heat and will retain it well into the evening here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, we're in the prime spot really when we look at this, because you can just see you don't want that shiny bit, you want that gloss just taken off, and the traffic we've had down it today. So many cars already got through their qualifying sessions. I mean, we've been through the Western Weekend of Junior Dragsters, the Street Fighter class, Street Bike, the Go Logistics Super Street, bikereview.com.au modified bike, Super Sedan, the Timmy Hot Rod Supplies modified, Top Sportsman's been out there. They've all been happening, and as we get into things, we're doing a little bit of track prep at the moment, and we're going to start to move into these pro categories now. So coming up very shortly is going to be pro stock, the naturally aspirated monsters that we have out there, 400 cubes, where they come down with some of the slickest cars we've seen when it comes to aerodynamics. We've got pro mod coming out, the new generation, I suppose, of high horsepower doored cars. So the doors actually open on these cars, but they are a race car. They're nothing like a street car, but we get turboed applications, we get nitrous applications, and we get supercharged applications, that one, and they're all racing on a 585 index, or basically they need to hit 585 to win.
Yes, that's a fantastic new class to drag racing here in Australia, and I love the variety of cars and how they actually compare and compete very closely against each other.
And then, of course, we're going to have the Pro Slammers coming out. We've got a big field of Pro Slammers this weekend here as well, and it's good to see the Davies Racing Crew celebrating 30 years this year of racing. So Shelley Davies is going to be out, and Craig Burns, a newcomer. We've seen him come out, raced in Pro Mod and a few other different categories there in his Mustang, but now he's teamed up there with the AC Delco team, and he's going to be coming out in the second Monaro there, the second car they got Sam Fennick, his teammate. So he had a bit of a hit up there in Willowbank not too long ago, but now he's back down here in Sydney, his home track, and we'll have to wait and see. They pushed that car really hard up there at Willowbank, so we'll wait and see how they go. So we've got the Pro Slammers coming out. We've got a couple of Pro Alcohol cars here as well. I did go down and see Carlos, or see Brett down there, Brett White and Carlos, the car, and they've made a number of changes to that one. And one thing they're chasing on that is some clutch setup. They've got a new clutch in that this year, and just trying to get that set up there. So we might not see a full pass from him tonight. I reckon he's going to be out there just testing tonight. Remember, it is qualifying sessions.
Yes, well, he did some testing recently at the Speed Addict Clothing Co. round number 3 track championship and put down some very good passes towards the end of the afternoon with that new clutch. The team seemed very, very happy with the results. They weren't full power passes, but I don't think they were coming to do that. But certainly off the start line, they were able to achieve some nice clean passes, which is awesome out of an alcohol funny car.
Of course, and we've got a bit of nitromethane going to go through the veins. We've got Top Bike and Top Fuel coming out to round out our pro session here this afternoon, qualifying session number 1. But it's getting a little bit cooler out there. I'm noticing a few jackets, and down on the start line is Stu McCarthy.
Yeah, g'day boys. It's cool to be back here at Sydney Dragway and looking forward to seeing the Nitro deals come out here and do their thing. Obviously, as you just said about jackets, it is getting a bit cool over this side of the racetrack. Over the other side in the pit area out in the sun, it's not too bad, but yeah, it's getting a bit cooler over this side, but I reckon the competitors are going to be very, very happy with the way this racetrack is. And as we can see, final preparations happening out here at the moment with the Kubota tractor doing, well, it's actually a different kind, but it is the Kubota tractor just dragging down here and putting the last little bit of rubber down, and we won't be too far away from seeing cars back out on the track and looking forward to it.
Mate, lubricated by Gulf Western Oils, of course, to keep that tractor running.
Correct.
Yeah, no, Gulf Western Oils, fantastic to have them here again. Been a partner for a number of years when it comes to the Nitro Championships. They've got a huge tent down there. We cannot wait for the people they've got here today and the big crowd they've got coming tomorrow. Gulf Western Oils, great to have them here. And hopefully everyone's gone and got themselves, well, what we've done for $2 here is we've put together ourselves a little event booklet, really, haven't we? We've come in, we've put this together. It's something we haven't done for a lot of years here at Sydney Dragway, but we put it together and we run through it. $2, so it's gold coin donation to get them here. And you run through them, of course. We've got all of our fantastic sponsors in there. We've got Pepper Money as well, the Speed Addict Clothing Company. If you want to check them out, go and see Joe Marina at the end of his outfit there. You can see the first row of race cars, I suppose. If you head down the corner there, you'll see Joe Marina and you'll see the Speed Addict stuff. We've also got our Go Logistics in there. We've got everything. But what I really like, there's a couple of articles on some of the races. So we've got Clint George in here talking about his little run when it comes to pro stock. So very interesting read there when he's come back in here. So it's great to have him in there. We also got autographs is the one though, Bushy, because that is one the kids love to do, is go around and get autographs of all their favourite drivers.
Yes, very much so, Matty. Bailey and I were chatting about that earlier. I was actually looking through a drawer the other day at home and I found a photo album that I had back when I would have been 12-ish before I got into racing, and I had all the driver signatures of back then. It was the Wild Bunch class and that sort of thing, and it just brings back a lot of memories. It's a good keepsake, and of course, with it being attached or part of the program, it certainly is a good memento for the event.
Oh, look, it's got everything here too. No, you know exactly when the cars are coming out because we've got the event schedule on there, and we are trying to keep it as close as possible to that, which is why we've got a little bit of a break at the moment because we've been good today. It's been some great, fantastic racing. It tells you who's out here racing this weekend, and when we get over to obviously our Speed Addict New South Wales Championship Series, the cars involved in that, it's actually got the points, our top 5 people out of each one. So that's after 3 rounds of racing, our top 5 there. So just go through that one. It's a great little program to go through, and all the information you need here for this week. A gold coin donation, mate. You're going to spend more than that on a donut or a coffee. So make sure that. It's great to have a crowd here on a Friday evening, too, early Friday evening, or is it late Friday afternoon? What are we going to call it, Bushy?
I'd say just Friday evening. It's certainly it's the weekend.
It's the start of the weekend, and if we had a good producer, he'd be playing the weekend right now in the background just to go with that one. But it's great to see everyone rolling in here at Sydney Drag. Of course, you can go down and check out all the cars, but the pro cars are not too far away. And in our staging lanes, we saw it up in our screen a little bit earlier, is that staging lanes are now starting to fill up with our pro stock cars, so they're not too far away. And I really love the pro stock cars there because naturally aspirated. It's all about the finite things. They're chasing 2 or 3 horsepower. That could be the advantage in those cars. So much detail when it comes to the design of how the shock absorbers work, really how they tune the chassis on those cars. It's not throwing a whole heap of horsepower at it. They need to use every single horsepower they have.
And they have to make it work very efficiently to get it down the racetrack in a quick and safe fashion and consistently, because those cars are manually shifted. They're not a clutch gearbox, but the driver physically has to pull through the gears on that one as they're running down the racetrack. And they're a 5-speed gearbox in that car.
Yeah, they're a driver's car, aren't they?
They're very much so.
It's not automatically shifted. No, you need to get through those, and they get through the first 3 gears in you know, less than 100 metres. So they're very, very quick on that one. And by half track, they're already in top gear and they're moving. So we check down there. Jason Hedges is getting bolted in now. He has come back after what was not a good end to his season at Winter Nationals last year, but he had a good season so far. He's leading the championship points going to that. So we'll see what he can do. He had some engine dramas there. Now they have got that car turned around, and that has a refreshed engine in it. I do believe another one on the way. So Jason Hedges has done some test hits in it, some very promising test hits in it. But there's lots when it comes to pro stock, and you'll see some of them come out in qualifying, and they'll just want to they might want to knock the top off the tyres. And we talk about the rollout on the tyre. So basically, you're going to measure the circumference of the tyre. You're going to stick a measuring tape on it. You roll it down at a certain pressure, and you measure that. And sometimes they might want to do a bigger burnout on, use an older tyre, just simply because they get a smaller diameter tyre. Then it takes a few millimetres off that. It takes a little bit of weight out of the tyre. So depending on what's going on, that's what they'll be doing. They'll be looking for all sorts of stuff, all thanks to United Fasteners and the Safety app this weekend, our Pro Stock coming out. It's great to have them on board to be part of the Pro Stock here this weekend. And we've got a number of cars there. You can see them. How gorgeous do they look, the Pro Stock cars too. They're so slick when it comes to aerodynamics as well.
That's exactly right, Matty, and very, very well presented. They're always top-notch in their presentation, both the cars and the crews, of course. And this weekend, Sydney Dragway is sponsoring a Best Engineered car for the weekend, and also Best Presented car and crew, furthest distance travelled, top qualifier medallions in each of the categories that we're running here this weekend. So certainly the professional or the pro stock cars are a good class to look towards in terms of car and crew presentation.
Yeah, we're just there looking at Rob Deckett's car now. Hasn't he come a long way? At the start of this year, we've seen him come down, crack into the sixes for the first time, and really starting to push the envelope when it comes up. And Nino Cavallo's had some success here as well. He's here as well this weekend, come up from Victoria. We can see Chris Soldatis, that's a big name when it comes from Victoria, when it comes to pro stock racing. And I know he's been doing some other forms of drag racing as well, and not just pro stock, but I mean, Peter Ridgway's got a few engines here this weekend, I'd say.
Yeah, Peter will be a pretty busy guy running around the pits, I'd say.
Yes, it's going to be a big one. Bruce Leake, good to have him back as well. Rick Chilton, a couple of ACT names there, so they've come over for here. They won't be the longest travelled. We've got our Victorians here as well. We've got Omar Sedmak has come in from Queensland as well. Now, this is Lee Bektash's old car, I believe. So that's been a car that's been around for a while in pro stock, but it's made its way back out. And that's a new name when it comes to pro stock. We've seen him in other categories, but he'll be out here trying to get his licensing, I believe, this weekend. So it's very good for him. Hopefully we can get him in the ranks of pro stock. It's so competitive, and you win and lose races by thousandths of a second in that category.
Yeah, not just once. It's every run out. They are so close in performance, so close in driver ability and all that sort of thing. Like the drivers in these cars are on point every run, because if they miss a shift by a couple hundred RPM, the race is done.
You've lost the race, and we see our top fuel team starting to tow out now. It's Pete Shibras's Premier Hire team now starting to tow out and get ready to go. And they're looking for we run through some things there. He'll be looking for the hometown advantage, I suppose. Pete Shibras obviously being a local here to Sydney Dragway, and he's been doing a lot of travelling. Went down and had a chat with him. A lot of travelling since he's recently purchased a supercar team. So he'd be happy to be, I reckon, more comfortable back behind the top fuel dragster here, but definitely wants to win. He just missed out in round number 1 here at Sydney Dragway. He just missed out there where he didn't quite leave the line on time, and it was actually a slightly slower car that drove around him and got the win at that one, so he didn't get the win. So he's looking for a big win in this one.
Yeah, I can tell you those sorts of losses, I guess, hurt as a driver, because he is a very good steerer of this car, and I know all the racers pride themselves on reaction times and doing the best that they can for their crews to repay the hard work that they put into it.
Big shout out to everyone who's watching us out there on the official Sydney Dragway live stream on YouTube, the official Sydney Dragway on YouTube. Welcome along. We are here. It's a fantastic night. The sun has just set over the drag strip now, which means we're not going to see those drivers with that issue there with the sun going in and out. It'll be it's going to be a nice, even track for them when it comes to sunlight. They're going to get down here and firing up Jason Hedges now in the Selva Racing powered VP Fuels Pontiac GXP, and Rick Chilton in the Ross & Co Electrical Dodge Avenger.
Yeah, Rick Chilton, a former Super Sedan racer, has made his way up into pro stock for a number of seasons now, and has done very, very well from the ACT. And Hedges from
And look, we thought Rick Chilton may have got out of the pro stock scene for a while, and he ended up buying Wayne Daly's old Dodge, which is this car now. They've rebadged and wrapped it up and looks totally different. But he only started driving this back in May 2021. So this is a year basically since he's had this car. So it sort of drags you back in, doesn't drag racing. It's addictive, and all of a sudden, you think you're out of it, and then the right car comes up and you go, you know what, I'm back in.
Yeah, I think it was a deal too good to be true. That certainly helped persuade Rick to rejoin the ranks of Pro Stock, and it's fantastic to have him back on board.
Now, Jason Hedges is a very tough competitor. We know he's very, I suppose, he's eager to get out there, but he's a tough competitor. He was leading the championship coming into Winter Nationals last year, so he'll be looking to see what he can do this weekend. He's got a couple of runs on the car now, a little bit of data there. Of course, you can see Danny Selva there has just got away from the wheelie bars, and great to see him back in the Pro Stock ranks there, building engines once again. No, they've got a spare engine on the way as well. He really wants to take it to the championship come this year, Jason Hedges, as we wait for him to come in. 5 gears to get through. They're going to do it in less than 115 metres. They cranked through him. Nice start there too. It didn't look like we got too much tyre shake from him. Look at that, Rick Chilton, 7:08 at 188 miles an hour to kick it off. Jason Hedges, a 7:03 at 194 as they get down, and that's what we like to call putting one in the bank.
Yeah, very much so, Matty. Those two cars were pretty much locked together most of the 1,320 feet here at Sydney Dragway. Yes, Stu?
Yeah, thanks, guys. We've got Danny down here. We'll just wait for this burnout to happen.
Bruce Leake's not going to go away from you either, Stu. Bruce Leake's going to wait there and do a burnout right in your ear. And Rob Deckett alongside him from Victoria and the Unique Body Smash Repairs, Pontiac GXP. Stu's got Danny Selva down there, Jason Hedges, crew chief.
Danny, real quick, way to start this weekend.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good pass for first one. So we've got a bit of a baseline there off that pass. So we'll go back, look at the data now and make some adjustments. But we did some testing a couple of weeks ago. We had a bit of a baseline on that, but obviously the track's a little bit different. But yeah, it's a good start. It went down, A to B, that's the main thing. So.
Yeah, correct. And the big thing is obviously when you get back out here, it's going to be fully dark, so you can make big changes as well.
Yeah, that's right. And the track's going to cool off even more, so we have to adjust for that as well. So, no, it should be good.
All the best.
Thanks, Stu. See you, mate.
When he says it's going to cool off, it means it's going to make lots more of those horsepowers. That's what we want. Lots more of those. Bruce Leake now in the Pontiac GXP, and ironically a plumber.
Yes, it's a little bit ironic.
Well, he's a legend really when it comes to Bruce Leake. He's been around, got a championship back in the 90s.
Yep, in a Oldsmobile Cutlass.
That's look. He comes out. He loves pro stock racing. Super competitive. His son, obviously, in sportsman racing as well. Rob Deckett, sort of newer to the scene, really come into his own this year. I know he's been working with Peter Ridgway when it comes to the engine combination in this Pontiac GXP. I know Rob Deckett here will just see if he can get down the track. It'll be interesting to see whether, with the amount of runs they've had here recently, whether they'll just put one in the bank or whether they're really going to throw something at it, because conditions at the moment are really nice out there when it comes to air temperature.
I think finding the baseline is the importance of this run for so many of the teams. We're just waiting on Leake to bump into full stage. The tree drops and Deckett away with a red light, moving a little bit around towards the wall and now over towards the centre line. But he's out in front of Bruce Leake, runs through 7:04 with a 7.1, 80.5 mile an hour, and Bruce Leake a 7:02 with a 1 at 195.
Yeah, Deckett had to do all the hard work there, didn't he? And it's 180 mile as a telling part there. So I know that blossomed very early, those shoots. So I think maybe he got off that a little bit early, might have pulled the shoots early, but really got out of the groove, went to the left there, had to grab onto that Rob Deck and do a bit of a drive there, but not a bad way. 7.0s all round so far.
Yeah, certainly looking very strong so far in round number 1 of qualifying here this afternoon. Next up, we're going to have Clint George in the Pontiac GXP. He's in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Nino Cavallo in the Rocket lane.
Now, it was 1 year ago that Nino Cavallo had the win here in Sydney back in May 2021.
Yes, Stu?
Just Thomas. Hey, Thomas, as the previous pass, always a good way to start.
Yeah, it's not a bad run for the first run of the weekend. So we'll see how we go. Take back the drawing board and we'll see how we go.
All the best.
Awesome, thanks.
There you go, the League Pro Stock team, and Tom was there getting on the mic. He looked like he was super excited for Stu to grab him. He's got a hard job down there, Stu. No one ever wants to talk on the mic. Nino Cavallo, yeah, very emotional win last year, and it's great to see the family is back here. And Nino getting ready to go in the Dodge Avenger, the 400 cubes of Mopar power, because of course if it's not Mopar, it's below par. And Clint George alongside, all thanks to Longevity Auto Engineering and the Pontiac GXP. Another one who stepped up, really, Clint George, and we were reading about it. If you grab your program, you can actually read about Clint George in here and go through a bit of his story, how he's come into the scene, what's he doing when it comes to this one. It's going to be great to see him there, and he's just looking for that 6-second pass this weekend. He's looking for his first ever 6-second pass. I don't know if it's going to come in qualifying session number 1, though. He might be playing it safe.
He's done plenty of passes here at Sydney Dragway, but certainly not in this exact combination. So it has been a learning curve, but Clint, a very capable driver behind the wheel of this Pontiac GXP. He's sitting in pre-stage, just waiting on Nino to move forward.
And I think about Clint George was runner-up to Rob Decatur, if I remember correctly, in January, last time we came down here and these cars raced. Oh no, looks like George might be in front of this one. Cavallo behind. Good reaction time, 0.76. Goes 7.00 with a 4 at 194 miles an hour for Clint George. So close to that 6-second pass, but they're going to be happy about that one. And I'm just wondering whether that could be their personal best. Nino Cavallo goes 7.07 that time.
Yeah, George went 1.009. A little bit of smoke in the braking area out of George's car around the turn there.
I'll just jump in, boys. We're down here with Ian. That's a fantastic pass.
Yeah, it's a good pass, good start, so we'll go from there.
Keep smiling.
Yeah, that's right.
So close, that 6-second pass they're chasing. Just think about that. That is over 300 kilometres an hour from both cars. Nino Cavallo ended up 320 kilometres an hour down the far end. So he was a little bit faster making up the back end, but Clint George there carried a little bit of smoke we saw here on our cameras down the far end, a little bit in the turnaround area. So we'll have to wait and see the report of that car when it comes out. Could just be a little bit of blow-by there. It's Chris Soldatis now. The Tingay Smash Repairs Pontiac's GTO.
One of the prettiest cars, I believe, in Pro Stock.
Isn't he a character as well? He is super competitive. He's got his routine when it comes to Pro. Like every driver has a routine. Doesn't matter what category you're in, they get their routine. But he is very set. Chris Soldatis. He's focused, especially when you see him down the far end of the track when he gets out. He wants to know what times he's done. They're looking for little increments. And I suppose it's a little bit different when it comes to Pro Stock. It's the tiniest things. They're looking for thousandths of a second. That's the difference. Thousandths of a second. On a good Pro Stock run, we might see a 690. On a very extremely good one, we might see a high 80s there.
Yeah.
But we've got to try and push that 200 mile hour as close to 200 mile hour as possible.
And these racers would know at what increments what times they need to be at each increment down the racetrack to achieve the desired result at the other end, so that they're looking, not only from obviously start line to finish line, but they're looking at the 60-foot times, the 330 mark, half track, etc., 1,000 foot, and then obviously they all add together to come up with a fantastic, hopefully a fantastic elapsed time at the other end of the racetrack.
Final adjustments on the wheelie bars, as you can see at the back there. They will adjust those, of course. As the wheelie bars hit down, it puts a little bit of pressure on the tyre. It stops the car flipping over, but also puts a little bit of pressure on those rear tyres there to maintain that traction. Too much, though, and it can push the car, make the car bounce. It's a very fine tune. They've got that down. They check it after the burnout because obviously the temperature of the tyre changes, so the rollout size might be a little bit bigger. But the temperature, the air pressure might go up a little bit.
The air inside the tyre expands naturally because it gets hot, and then therefore the tyre does grow a little bit as well.
So you'll see them do those final adjustments after the burnout. So Chris Soldatis in the Pontiac GTO. Not worried about his reaction time there. Oh, looks like he blew the tyres without rattle. We can see the chatter marks out there on the track.
Yeah, that would have rattled him a little bit in the car. He's shut the car off, actually.
Yeah, he's going to ride the one. Once that's done, I mean, they run these on such an edge, these Pro Stock engines. I mean, valve springs get measured for loss, I suppose, in the spring rate. they pull them down after so many runs. It is so finite in the engine that they don't want to waste it, I suppose. It's not like you want to run it out there and you go, you know what, in a race condition they would because they want to win. But in qualifying, once you know it's not going to be a run, it's time to get off it and save those engine components.
Yeah, because I'd imagine the refresh on a 400 cube Pro Stock engine wouldn't be a cheap exercise, but certainly I think the Soldatus team would be pretty disappointed with that. Maybe they were getting a little bit aggressive, but we'll see how they go in the next session when they come out a little bit later on tonight.
Oh, they'll definitely change a few things. Remember, they've got a whole heap of brains trust down. There's Peter Ridgway down there, obviously does the engines, but so many years around the Pro Stock scene. So I'm sure they'll be down there. They'll take a lot out of that run. They are looking at the chatter marks and they'll measure them, the distance between them as well. They'll look at things like there's so many little things that the crew chiefs will pick up on that us out, general people won't understand exactly what that means. So they'll be looking for those finite things, and you'll see a lot of the times now, even with a phone camera, they can take so much data in slow motion.
I'd say a big improvement in the field of motorsport in general would be the data acquisition and all of the technology side that may not have been available or reasonably available to most teams even 10 years ago. The technology has become that much, I suppose, cheaper in a way, and the things that they're actually able to monitor because of that technology is giving so much more information on a pass.
You're very different back to the 90s when Bruce Leak was winning championships, when you were just trying to make horsepower and get the car down.
Probably reading the plugs between and going, oh, yeah.
Yeah, now it's all comes down to data logger there. You can get everything you need to if you need to get off this one. Omar Sedmak now out on screen, all thanks to JTS Racing, of course, the Dodge Stratus. And again, like we say, a newcomer when it comes to Pro Stock. Been through a number of different race cars, I suppose, categories he's raced in. But it's time for him now. He stepped it up into the Pro Stock ranks, and we are seeing quite a few names starting to appear in Pro Stock over the last couple of years, which is great for that category of racing. It's tough, though. You know when you win a category like that, you've worked super hard. I mean, everyone does when they win a category, but in Pro Stock, it's so much comes down to those finite little changes. There's not much luck when it comes to Pro Stock racing. It is all about that data and making sure you do everything right from start to finish on that run. Those thousandths of a second make the difference.
Well, I think any of the professional categories, Matt, everything is it's a build-up process. It might take a season or 2 seasons to get to where you're actually competitive, or properly competitive, if I can use that term, and to be able to consistently be up the top of the field. Do you know what I mean? It's not something, most people just don't go, oh, I've bought a Pro Stock car and go in and win a race. It's a long-term process to actually build up to being competitive. Looks like Omar left the start line before the tree was activated there. The car jumped forward, and I didn't see the ambers flash there, did you?
No, I think, but getting used to Pro Stock car, it is going to be different. Like you say, you've got a clutch in there. You've got to hold that down, and basically you've got to pick the RPM you want to go on and drop the clutch and hope that you've got everything right along the way, because if it doesn't go right, you've got to drive through that. And, you're going through pretty much, you're in second or third gear before you hit the 60 foot, which is less than 20 metres out from the start line. So there's a lot to happen in that first initial split second of the race. So we see there, looks like our Pro Stock qualifying so far, 7.004 for Clint George, puts him up number 1. He's looking for his first 6, and maybe he can get a win this time when it comes to here at the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Championships. Bruce Leak in second with a 7.02. Jason Hedges, a 7.03 is the next one. Rob Deckett with a 7.04. Then it goes back to Nino Cavallo, 7.07, and a 7.08 there for Rick Chilton. Very, very good. We said Pro Stock was going to come down to thousandths of a second. Already in qualifying, we're seeing that. But we're seeing this 190s. What I'm liking here is seeing like Rob Deckett there. 7.04, but only 180 miles an hour, which tells me he got off that very, very early. Look at Nino Cavallo. Yeah, big speed 7.07, but 199 miles an hour.
Big speed there from Nino. You know, that tells me he's making plenty of horsepower. And I think if that run was a little bit later on tonight, he probably would. I reckon he would have. My personal opinion, that would have been a 200+ run there.
It could happen tonight. We have got another qualifying session coming up for you later on, ladies and gentlemen. So this is qualifying session number 1, qualifying session number 2 coming your way at about 6:45, so 6:45-ish. You need to get back here somewhere between 6:30 and 6:45. Now remember, if your friends are at home, if you're watching us out on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, you can still pre-purchase your tickets for tomorrow, which would be a good idea because we're going to have a bumper crowd here tomorrow. And the last thing you want to do is be waiting there to purchase a ticket at the ticket booth because a lot of our parking, our VIP parking, is already sold out. You want to be able to walk up with that on your phone, get it scanned, and come straight in.
It's just it's such an easy way to do it, isn't it? It's already
so much better. We're here for the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here this weekend. And we've also got running the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales Championship Series. And we can see now, though, these... Well, look here, though. The Burson's Auto Parts Top Fuel Championship round number 4 is here this weekend at Sydney Dragway. And they're about to come out for the qualifying session number 1. These are the fastest accelerating man-made machines on Earth. They're about to shatter us here at Sydney Dragway. 2 Dragster side by side. Pick up your program because I've actually got a nice little article actually on Top Fuel Racing in here and you know, some great facts on here. And one of the ones that really stands out for me is when you stand between 2 of these Top Fuel cars, it actually gets on the Richter scale. That's what I like about that one.
It's a pretty scary statistic, isn't it?
It registers 2.3 on the Richter scale when you get 2 of these cars side by side. Now, not only do they go from 0 to over 500 kilometres an hour in less than 4 seconds, they do it in 300 metres. Like, just phenomenal statistics what these Top Fuel cars can do as we fire them up here, and it looks like it's going to be the Rapisada boys firing up first. Damien Harris coming off a win in Perth Motorplex just a couple of weeks ago. Was there his home track there from Western Australia, all thanks to Uplift Cranes and Atlantic Oil. They're coming through for their burnout. And alongside will be Pete Shibris and the Premier Hire Top Fuel Dragster, who is the quickest Top Fuel man in Australia at the moment with a 3.742. And that was done up at Willowbank Raceway in Queensland last June.
Yes, that car was on rails on that weekend. I was lucky enough to be up there, and I don't think they did a thing wrong the whole weekend. And yeah, Pete's been running off that statistic and done very, very well for himself.
Yeah, Damien Harris, he's missed round number 1 here in Sydney. Couldn't make the trip over here due to all the restrictions here coming out of Western Australia, and he actually had Larry Dixon, a NHRA champion, come and drive his car for him.
Put the call in, and Dixon was able to get out here and run.
He's a 2-time Top Fuel champion. Pete Shibris, a 1-time. He's the most recent Top Fuel Championship winner, and he's second in the championship at the moment, just 15 points behind the leader. Pete Shibris, the Prem Air Hire Top Fuel car. 1,300 wee higher. And alongside, you can see there, the crew chief starting to walk away. The final signals. 2 crew chiefs on that one. Santo Jr. taps the wing, though, when it comes to Damien Harris's Uplift Cranes, Atlantic Oil, Santo, Rapisada, the Rapisada Autosport International entry. Here we go. We're going to get him into stage now. Wait for the noise. They move around, they're side by side, so close. 381 from Harris, a 383 side by side. 380s, Pete Shibris and Damien Harris. And look at the speed on that one, 512 kilometres an hour there for Pete Shibris, 515 for Damien Harris in lane number 2.
Yes, how clean was that pass, Matty Cav?
What a way to fire us up here for the weekend at Sydney Dragway. Huge run there, side by side, 380s to kick things off in qualifying session number 1. Stu, you're down there with Santino Jr.
Junior, you've got to be wrapped with that.
Yeah, just backing up from where we left off in Perth, just trying to make sure the car does the same thing when we go different places.
The conditions, does that really play in your favour for these cars?
The engines are making plenty of power right now. It's going to be tricky with track conditions as it starts to cool off, but hopefully we can go a little bit quicker than that.
Keep smiling.
Thanks, mate.
How about putting your hands together, ladies and gentlemen?
One thing there, I think, with Junior and Damien Harris is they always have a big top speed. That's one thing I noticed with that car. They like to throw a lot of horsepower at it and go very, very quick.
Yeah, the car did move around a little bit for Damien on that pass, but certainly there was no issues with tyre shake or anything like that. But Damien able to stay in the throttle and run that big speed. Was it 312 520-odd mile an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah, 515 kilometres,
Yeah.
almost 516 kilometres an hour there from Damien Harris. That is huge. And Pete Shivers alongside, 383 is not slow there, 512 kilometres an hour, but you know, I reckon they're leaving a little bit for because conditions are getting cooler out there, and they'll just be trying to, the tuners, we want to see what they're going to go down this first run. They want to see how gripped up the track is. Next up, though, we're going to fire him up. Shane Olive coming against the team owner, Phil Lamartina. The Carrot Kings both coming out all at once. Phil Lamartina, the Fuchs Lubricants Top Fuel Dragster, taking on Shane Olive in the Burson Auto Parts.
Shane only recently taking control of this car and has done pretty well so far. Of course, Phil Lamartina. Phil Lamartina has been running in at Top Fuel for quite some time.
Well, think about the team here, right? You've got Shane Olive, he's driven everything. I mean, he has driven so many different combinations of cars, including the Nitro funny cars. Now he's got his opportunity in Top Fuel, and mate, he beat Larry Dixon at round number 1. Now, he's had an amazing time. He did the fastest time when we went to Mildura in round number 2 as well. So, unfortunately, Perth didn't go their way for the team. Phil had the dream at Mildura, took home the hometown win there. He's from around there and got the win. And again, the team just didn't really come together. They didn't gel when it come to Western Australia. And they chewed up a lot of parts. They burned them out, hurt them, but they're back here and they want to fight out because Phil Lamartina is winning the championship at the moment on 270 points. He's got that 15-point lead over Pete Shivers. But the teammates are side by side. We'll have to wait and see what they've done in these few weeks they've had to turn around these cars because they had the Burson's Auto Parts car of Shane Olive up at down at Motorex in Melbourne as well, putting on some demonstrations. So it's been a busy time for the team. But Phil's a 2-time champion.
Yeah, very well oiled machine in that crew. They know what they need to do between rounds. They all have their job and they all get in and do it.
But remember the Lamartina Top Fuel Racing team, they've got 4 championships as a team.
Yes.
Now, that's a lot of work. They know what it takes, what they're going to have to put into this one. There's going to be a smile on their face, I reckon, after this one, because there's going to be a bit of banter, I reckon, between Shane and Phil. I know there always is when they match up against each other. It's qualifying session number 1 here in the Burson Auto Parts Top Fuel Championship. Oh, no, Olive is out already. Big fire there for Lamartina at the rear of the car as well as they go down, and that's a big smoke show down the far end, and the team will start where they ended from Western Australia there, and they're going to have a whole lot of work to do. And it looks like Phil Lamartina just trying to pull that car. The chutes are out, and he is going to get that turned around down the far end of the track. That's great there from Phil Lamartina, but a big, big flame show at the back of that one. We know they've got all the safety stuff on board, and there's going to be a lot of catching elements when it comes to the engine to make sure that oil doesn't go everywhere. Shane Olive, unfortunately, up in smoke very, very early, and Stu, you're down there on the start line.
Yeah, thanks, boys. We're just down here with Aaron. That looks like a lot of work.
Yeah, sometimes it's worse than what it looks. I'm hoping it's one of those times. But it left the start line, it got down there, it seemed to expire pretty suddenly, but we'll figure it out. We're back.
All the best.
Look at the tyre marks for Shane Olive there in the aeroflow lane there, Matt.
Yeah, look, lane number 2's got a whole heap of chatter marks. We're lucky we're behind the drag, so we can actually see them. So that is bouncing up and down. There's not a lot of suspension in the back of that car. So that would have really rattled him. He would have known straight away that that was not going to be a good run for them. But that got off really, hopefully that's going to be a quick turnaround for that team. That might be some adjustments to the clutch maybe, try and throw a little bit more at it, because it seems to me like the cars are making plenty of horsepower.
It does seem that way, and as we've all said, the conditions at the moment certainly a premium for these cars to get down the racetrack. The track would still have a substantial amount of heat in it, good traction. There's no dew around yet. Any of those sorts of things that the teams may have to take into account for the round of qualifying a little bit later on here this evening.
Yeah, but Phil, he got down there. He really got out there. That was on a mission there. So hopefully that's not too much damage. We see Pete Shivers coming back. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Pete Shivers as he comes down the return road through the burnout pad. And great run from him, 383. Currently sitting second fastest in qualifying as we've still got 2 more cars to get down. Phil Lamartina, like we saw Aaron Hainbridge's crew chief just having a chat there with Stu, and they might have a fair bit of work to do, I reckon, between rounds of that car. Hopefully not. Hopefully that is just something there. But we know after Perth that they've got a lot going there. But right now, let's head down to Stu.
Yeah, we're just down here with Bruce Reid. Bruce, obviously seeing what's just happened. We've got this little downtime to get the track back. What goes through your mind standing here as the crew chief?
Well, we've had one good run and one car shake. So first run's always a nervous run. You kind of set up to the conditions and then hope you got it right. And
So, and then either breathe a sigh of relief or go back and smash your head on the side of the trailer when you get back to the pits.
Don't do that, it'll hurt. Last time you guys were here, you debuted this race car and you won round one of the Burson Championship.
Yeah, we were blessed that weekend. We had a great weekend, and we were lucky enough for Phil to drive the wheels off it in the final and get us the win, even though we had a slower car. So, yeah, no, it was a dream weekend. Being
brothers, obviously you're the crew chief, brother driver Phil. Do you guys have that look at each other or know certain things without actually talking to each other?
One of the keys to my success as a crew chief is the feedback I get from Phil. And when he gets out of the car, he gives us a debrief of what the car did. 9 times out of 10, it coincides with the computer, what the computer tells us. He very rarely misses something on the run, and half the time he picks up stuff that the computer doesn't tell us. So yeah, it makes my job a lot easier.
I just noticed Dad just give him the thumbs up and went and had a quick chat. Does Dad have much input these days?
Yeah, no, he's still very involved. He comes in and looks over the computer and, you know, gives us his 60 years of experience. So, yeah, no, it pays off. It's a joint effort right across me, Dad, Phil, and all the boys. So, yeah, it's a joint effort.
Why does the Reed family still do this?
I told Dad when I get older I'm going to sue him for child abuse, so I'm not really sure.
It's a drug, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the people you meet, the people we get to go, you know, race with, the guys, hanging out with the guys on a Wednesday night at home. We're good. I got to go, mate.
You got to go get things ready. Bruce Reed, everybody.
Well, looks like we're about to get back underway for our last pairing here in the Burson Auto Parts Top Fuel Championship qualifying session number 1. It's going to be Phil Reed. We spoke with his brother Bruce, who does the tuning on the car and gets it all prepared. So fire that one up against Wayne Newby. So 2 local drivers here, both from Sydney, both down here, where Phil Reed's had a bit of success in this championship already. Phil Reed did that fantastic drive job in round number 1 where he actually beat Pete Shibris on reaction time.
Yes.
That was how he won this one. So he definitely, like you say, he is won with the car. New chassis in this one, like you say, start of the season, start of the year, but they seem to be working well with that. They've had some moments throughout the series that haven't quite gone their way, but they're always there fighting as he's third in the championship.
Both cars running very rich on the start up there, but good side-by-side burnouts from both races.
Wayne Newby, well, mate, he's another one who's got a couple of championships under his belt, but unfortunately, he just hasn't been able to make. He made it to the finals here in round 2 of the Burson's Auto Parts Top Fuel Championship at Mildura, and he didn't get the win over Phil Lamartina that time, and he went into the B final in Perth just a few weeks ago, and so basically fighting out for 3rd position and got the win there over Phil, so they're one apiece when it comes to that. We'll wait and see if we get them to pair up a bit later and see how that goes down, but we'll wait and see. They'll be looking to get this one down, and Tino, crew chief there, Tino Rapisada, will be trying to get this car down the track. He's a little bit, I reckon he's a little bit more sedate than his brother. He's looking at that ET, whereas I reckon Junior, he loves the big speed.
Yeah, I've got the impression they're 2 very different. I don't know them personally, but very, very different in personality and how they approach things. Just listening to how they talk and you know, things that you hear, sort of thing. You know, it's even though they're brothers, they're 2 very different approaches to running their 2 separate cars.
Don't forget, after this run, they will be pulling these engines down before qualifying session number 2. You can go check that out in the pits. They pull them completely down and put them back together in, you know, less than 2 hours. Phenomenal effort. Here we go, full stage, final pairing. Candles are leading there side by side. He gets up a little bit early, 3.80 for Newby. And a 3.84 for Phil Reed, side by side, solid runs. And look at that, Wayne Newby, a 3.80 with a 3 at 520 kilometres an hour, and puts him number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, that's another awesome pass. A little bit of smoke in the braking area there, but it doesn't look like it's anything untoward. But another awesome pass there from those top fuel drivers.
And there we go, the nervousness. He gets that out of the way, Phil Reed, and banks himself there at 3.84 at 307 miles an hour, or 494. I reckon off that just a little bit early, but they're shaking. And look at there, Tino's going to be one to talk to, Stu, because he's noisy already.
Yeah, just having a chat down here with Bruce Reed, the opposition crew chief, and we'll just let them continue to do that. Yeah, happy, smiles all round. How cool's that?
It's a big relief. We had a drama with the fuel system in the warm-up when we test all the systems, but it looks like everything was falling into place and it all functioned like it should. We were trying to run 80 flat or better if it held. That's good enough for us. The engine's got big speed for us, so should be healthy. We'll roll on to the next session.
I just heard you say you think that's your PB as a crew chief.
No, we've run 78. I think the speed is, we've got to have a look at the Winter Nationals 2017.
All right, all the best.
Thank you.
Look, a very, very quick pass, especially when we come out for just the round 1 of qualifying. That was super quick. Already seeing 380s and from 4 out of the 6 teams getting that done. So, look, the Lamatino Top Fuel Racing team, they got a little bit of work to do because we did see a little bit of carnage there out of Phil's car, and Shane Olive there rattled the car on the start line. So they've got a bit of work to do, but all the other teams seem to get the car down and just get that one lap in to get that data back.
Yep, and also to settle the nerves as well. So a very good round of the Burson Auto Parts.
How good is it here, though? Like,
yes.
The sun is going down. We've got a sunset over the strip. It's, it's lit, but it's not well lit like sunlight lit. Those candles went up all the way as we sent the Burson's Top Fuel Championship down for the round 1 of qualifying. Great spectacle here at Sydney Dragway. Don't forget, if you haven't got your program already, go and grab your Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs program. They are gold coin, $2 if you want to grab them. Go and get those ones. You can grab your autograph right in the middle.
Yep.
Go down and see the teams, meet the drivers, and get your autograph. And I know if you're lucky enough, you might get a chance to see them. If you head down there now, you actually get them to see them changing an engine out and how they pull them down. So it looks like we're going to head to a replay, though, of some of the session previously. So check this out, the last pass that came up there, and this was a great pass, side by side. Newbie, as you'll see on the screen, on your left-hand side, Phil Reed on the right, and the candles went straight up, and they stayed lit all the way down the track, and that's when you know it's going to be on. Moving around there for Phil Reed, just went off before the 1,000-foot markers. Just before the end, you see the candles go out, got off it. Look, it happens in such a split second there. It's like thousandths of a second, every little bit that happens in that race.
Well, it's interesting you point that out there, Matt. Look at the speed drop from Phil Reed there. He went 3:07 through the finish line, and as you say, he wasn't off the throttle that far before the finish line, but there's...
it's a big difference, isn't it?
It's a big difference in speed. There's, 16 mile an hour difference there.
Well, one of the things when you talk to these top fuel drivers is you say, obviously the acceleration is phenomenal.
Yep.
They are the fastest accelerating man-made things on Earth. 0 to 500 kilometres from standstill in, less than 4 seconds. They do it in 300 metres. But the flip side of that is when they stop. And when you talk to them, you say, how do you know when something's gone wrong? The engine's behind you. There's so much going on. Like, it would be almost a blur as you go, and you're so focused on the finish line. They said, the moment something falls off in the engine, the moment it loses horsepower, it throws you forward, and that's how you know something has stopped.
Yeah, it's pretty scary, isn't it?
So, there's so many things happening when it comes to these runs. Of course, we still got our Pro Mod coming, Pro Slammer, Pro Alcohol, and Top Bike still to come here for this qualifying session, but it's not all over because then we come back out at 6:45 and we do it all again, another full round of qualifying for these pro cars. I cannot wait to see it. It's great to have so many people joining us here at Sydney Dragway. It's great to be back for the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here this weekend. And, of course, to combine that, obviously, with our Speed Addict clothing company, a very new company that's coming out, the New South Wales Championship Series as well, and then to add on top of that, the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. It's just a huge weekend here at Sydney Dragway. We're glad that everybody here could be a part of it and come down. Thank you to everyone who's watching us out on our Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel as well. It looks like we are going to have a little bit of track prep here, and then we are going to head into our Pro Mod and our Pro Slammers. Now, what's the difference between Pro Mod and Pro Slammer? Bushy, how's the best way to explain this one?
I would say Pro Mod. It's just got to have doors and a big V8 and some form of power adder.
Well, we put a couple of 6-cylinders in there this weekend.
Well,
so
yes.
I think it's just got to have a rather large power adder on it.
Yes.
Whether it be nitrous, turbo or blower, it's just got to have one of those.
Where your Pro Slammer is a little bit more regulated in the power plant choice. They have to be they all run a Hemi-style V8 with a supercharger on top.
Yeah, that's right. Stu, you're looking around down there, so obviously you can see what's going to be coming out next.
Yes, I can. Michelle Davies is in the line. Yeah, well done to the crowd here, putting their hands together for the Reed family. just to update you boys, the guys are just doing that little bit of track prep just to get it right for the next guys to come out, and ladies. So don't forget, all the event merchandise is available up there in the main concourse area.
Yeah, make sure you get a T-shirt. You've got to take something home from the weekend.
Of course you do. It's just got to say Gulf Western Oils.
Look, and get in early and get your T-shirts, because there's all sorts of merchandise throughout the venue as well. So, like, get down. If you want to get something from something, make sure you get it nice and early, because, like we say, regular sizes generally go pretty quick. Big round of applause there as they come back. And Wayne Newby there, you can tell by the canopy car there, gets himself down. A #1 qualifier at the moment, a 3.80 now. Look, it's pretty special. Look, it's special when you see Top Fuel at any time. It's the amount of money it takes to run these things, how much fuel they go through. I mean, they'll burn through 70 litres just to do that burnout and do a 4-second pass. 70 litres.
Yep.
And that's about 90 to 95% nitro and a little bit of methanol added into that one.
Not sure how much a drum of nitro costs, but don't ever whinge about fuel prices to a Top Fuel owner.
If you've got to ask, you can't afford it.
That's right.
Look, they used to say it'd be about $10,000 to $15,000 a run to send one of these down the drag strip on average. I mean, you've got a big crew there. Of course, you've got about 12 people in the crew to make sure this happens. You only get so many runs out of rods and pistons if you look after the engine, and we can see we might have burnt up a couple of parts already. But be expected, these guys don't order pistons and rods by the box, they order them by the pallet.
Yep.
So, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on.
The inventory that these teams would have back at their workshops would be quite scary, I think, for most people, that the amount of money they invest just in having spares ready to go.
No, and there's a big championship here, and of course it is round #4 for the Top Fuel Championship, and we'll have to wait and see how they go. Of course, it's also going to be round #4 here for our Adict Clothing Company, our Speed Adict Clothing. Round #4 here this weekend as part of the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs. And it's a beautiful, beautiful evening here in Sydney. It's cooling down, and what will qualifying session #2 bring, we don't know. We've still got Pro Slammer, sounds like they're the next one. If Shelley Davis is lined up there, that is a great pink Mustang there. Hopefully we're going to see her come out. They're celebrating 30 years of racing.
Yeah, it's a big commitment for that team, and I know that a fan favourite here at Sydney Dragway is the Davies team, and they always put on a good show. The cars are always immaculately presented, and Shelley, a fantastic driver in whatever steering wheel she's sitting behind. We can see that on our big screen, the cars that are waiting to come out in the staging lanes. The staging lanes jam-packed at the moment, and all quality cars sitting there ready to put on a show for the fans here, and of course those at home watching via the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's great to see so many people joining us, but don't be scared if you are here in Sydney. The weather is great. It's looking good tomorrow. Come down here, pre-purchase your tickets, because we've got a ticketing booth, but if you pre-purchase, straight up, get scanned in, you come.
You just walk straight in.
How good's that? And I do believe it might be slightly easier to actually pre-purchase them online. So make sure you can get on your phone, go to the website, sydneydragway.com.au, get your pre-purchase tickets if you want to come in tomorrow. It's going to be a huge day here. We've got so much going on throughout the venue. Of course, we've got everybody's here. We've got trade stands. We've got the Speed Adict Clothing Company. Got their stuff down there. We've got Top Fuel merchandise down there. We've got the Top Fuel cars. We've got all the pro cars. I mean, there's just so much happening. You can grab yourself a program, run yourself through it, because it's a great weekend here of drag racing, and make sure you're down here to be part of it. Tell your friends to get down here tomorrow. If you want to make sure you're here, grab yourself your gold coin donation, your $2 program. Make sure you get all your autographs of all the drivers and riders that you want to catch up with. And there's some great, fantastic little... we'll go through some little stories in here. Like there's one here that tells us all about Nitro and how much that takes. And one I really like here is about Sydney Dragway and how it's come about. Now, to think that Sydney Dragway is only 32 kilometres from the CBD of Sydney, I mean, that is so close when it comes to racetracks. And travelling around, I mean, bar our regional tracks that are so close to those small towns, I mean, to think that we're only 32 kilometres from a major city, we'd have so many people here. It's going to be a killer crowd tomorrow. I can't wait to see that. Make sure you get in early, though, for your seating. You can come down and spend all day here if you want to. We don't mind.
No, we certainly don't. We prefer that you do.
Of course, it's going to kick off pretty early tomorrow. It's great to be here once again at Sydney Dragway, and it looks like we waiting for our... Oh, no, it's going to be Pro Mod. Pro Mod is coming out to race right now here at Sydney Dragway, and I love Pro Mod. We've stuck them on a 585 index. Want to know what that is? We basically tell them you got to run 585 or slower.
Yep.
It's a new category. We're trying to, I suppose, even them out. In the United States, they put different weight categories on different power adders and things like that. In Australia, we've gone down the path of putting a 585 on the cars. But we know some of these cars can go much faster. So we're going to see this cars that can run flat out and run 585, and we're going to see these cars that have to tune themselves down, and it's going to be that compromise. Can these guys that have to put all the power down, can they get it to the ground and make it to a 585? And these guys, can they tame the car down to a 585?
Which is easier in your opinion, Matt?
I think it's going to be easier to go flat out.
Yes.
Yeah, I think taming it down, I mean, you should have seen the glint in Greg Saccharides' eyes when he looked at the track and he looked at his weather station. He does not run a 585. I can tell you that now. Jeremy Callahan is in this gorgeous car in lane number 1, which is the Chevrolet Camaro. It's brilliant. And when he debuted this car, they actually got a win in this in Pro Mod. So the Tyre Plus Phillip car from the ACT, he's out here, and we'll have to see what he wants to do in qualifying session number 1. They'll be looking at it. They make so much horsepower, these cars. Rob Campese, this Hemi-headed Ford Mustang. So it's a Ford block, but with the Hemi heads on it. It's a monster. It's making in excess of 4,000 horsepower when they want to turn the boost up. They are huge turbos on this as well. Absolutely massive turbos. So we'll have to wait and see if he can control the power down, because the cold air tonight, the computers are going to be in overload, just trying to keep, I reckon, keep the levels right there.
Yes. And Rob Campese, one of the forerunners for the Pro Mod class, I guess you could say, running 260 mile an hour many years ago in that Ford Mustang, as they both build boost, bumping into full stage.
Oh no, it's clean. Rob Campese gets loose. Oh, he's off it. Oh, so close to that line, and Jeremy Callahan gets out of it as well, and they roll on. That really got on the tyre, and that's when you can see the lock-up converters and the power coming from those huge turbos. It doesn't happen on the start line necessarily there. They bring the power down on the start line. It's when they get out past 60 foot and they want to stand up on the tyre and spin them.
Yeah, I tell you what, Campese did a very good job there to keep that car in that lane. It certainly moved very, very quickly. Both cars just, well, Campese was a 1 second flat to the 60 foot, so not a bad launch from him. But we know those cars do go sub-1s.
They can do it. The turbo cars, they, aren't always the ones that hit off. The nitrous guys and the supercharged guys, will normally have a slightly better 60 there, but they chase them down the phone. We look at huge mile an hour when it comes to those turbo cars. Now, from what I understand from Campo's car, that is like 670 cubes, and it's got like 106 millimeter turbos. How heavy do you reckon that is in the front of it? They're huge. You can't describe how big that is when you see one in person, and he's got 2 of them on his car.
Yep.
So we'll have to wait and see how that is. Next up, Simon Krieger's back to run in Pro Mod this weekend in this LX Tirana. The Innocent Motorsports entry, and when you think Simon Krieger, it's always got to be massive cubes, and it's always going to be nitrous.
I don't think he has a choice if and when he plans to build another car. It's always that's what he makes the decision on first, and then I guess what car he puts it in. But a very nicely presented vehicle. We'll certainly see the nitrous flames on the pass. Big burnout there from Simon Krieger in the rocket lane.
He's won my heart with the burnout. That's all I need to know. Something happening here with Greg Saccharides' car. They are looking around the car, and we can see the crew chief talking to him on the radio there, the Ford Mustang. Maybe some issues there for Greg Saccharides. He won't be wanting this. Like I said, he had a glint in his eye when he looked at the temperature. I wouldn't be surprised if they'd run that hard to half track just to see what it's going to do, because if you're not winning come the final round, of course, they're an all-run format, which means you're going to run all 3 rounds. After 2 rounds, we'll pick the people on the highest, and they will run it out to see who's 1 and 2. Oh, it's just not right, is it? It's getting very sideways very quickly, too. So, it'd be interesting to see whether they're going to run this one or whether they're going to want to get that back to the pits. Krieger, on the other hand, has come back from 3/4 track after that burnout. He's managed to back it up now. We say big block and nitrous when it comes to Kriegs, but think about this. When we talk big block, or when I used to talk big block, I wish you get a big block. It's a big block. We're talking 454, and you'd look at that, especially when you came to Chev, and you look at that and you think, oh no, we're going to go a crate 502. How big is that? No, we got 864 cubes.
Yeah,
800.
Your crate 500's a small block short of where where Simon sits, the old 350 small block. So, yeah, it's certainly come a long way with these power plants. You know, there's a couple of engine builders in the US are 1,000+ cubes, but Simon certainly would have one of the biggest cubic inches of motor on the premises here this weekend.
No surprise to see Greg Saccharides and the crew have decided to pull out of this run. They've decided we are not going to risk the car there. It's very sideways and just didn't seem to want to come up and boost. Hopefully that is a very simple fix and a very experienced team.
Yeah, well, without the burnout, he's not going to achieve anything anyway in terms of where he would need to be. So it's best to take it back to the pits, check it out what potentially the problem might have been or what caused it, and come back a little bit later on.
And with this amount of horsepower, it's not the start line they're worried about. It's when he's doing 200+ miles an hour. So probably best take that. Simon Krieger, that gets pulled in there, and a bit of a purge on the nitro there. Make sure the bottle pressures get to exactly where they want to be. This is going to be a different car in Pro Mod. It is, mate, it looks like a street car, this one. 585, a whole heap of nitro is going to be going to this one. Oh, the candles are lit and he's up on the back wheels. I reckon that's a scheduled half-track run. That is a very scheduled. Look at that, 117 to the 60-foot, 309, 340, half-track 466. Just rolls through for a casual 799 at 124 miles an hour. And we put that in perspective. That's 200 kilometres an hour. And he's only stayed on the accelerator for 200 metres.
He's coasted for 200 before he gets to that too.
So he'll be doing well. I reckon he'll be doing a little bit. What was he doing half-track? 148 miles an hour. We put that into perspective. I'm going to say that's going to be about 100 and... No, I'm going to say it's going to be a little bit more than that, actually. It's going to be 240-ish kilometres an hour at half-track.
So a good shakedown pass there for Simon Krieger.
Looks like that might be our Pro Mods, because I can hear something. Oh, no. No, we still got them coming. The Pro Mods are lined up, because I was going to say, we had a couple of six-cylinders that came out to play this weekend in Pro Mod, and there's no reason they can't, and there's no rule against it.
No. They're obviously still running on that 585 index, though, and we know that Joe Cinerelli knows exactly what he's doing when it comes to the 2J. He was another one of those, I'll use the term forefathers in running these power plants. One of the first people in Australia to run the 2J, certainly to a notable number.
I suppose we're used to seeing them in like a factory extreme category, like we see at Jambo, which is here in a couple of weeks. Yeah, Jambo, obviously factory extreme, sort of pushing these cars, these 2Js to the limit. Now they can actually take it. They've got to the point now they're making very similar horsepower, power to weight, as we are seeing with the big Chrome or the V8 guys. So why not bring them in here? Why not play with the boys? 585 index is a great way to start. And we have seen a 2J here in Australia. Rod Harvey's running the 570s, so they are capable of it. It is very easily done. Karoloy Ladani is now coming out in the Holden Contour Ute, which we haven't seen for a while. Very different sound in the burnout, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we've got polar opposite engine combination in both cars. Of course, the Brad Anderson Engineering Hemi on board in the Holden Ute with the big supercharger on top, and the 3.2 litre 2J on board for Joe Cinerelli, of course, inline 6-cylinder.
Yes, it is, but a whole lot more boost. I mean, we're probably looking at the obviously the traditional car there for Karoloy there is going to be, you know, it's going to be a Hemi style car, like 521 cubes, much like you'll see in a Slammer.
Yeah.
I dare say they're probably sticking around that 40 pounds of boost, somewhere around that region there, much like that. It's going to be a similar sort of setup, whereas you're going to see Joe Cinerelli might start on very low boost, but they'll be pushing that well in excess of 70 to 80 pounds of boost come the far end of the track.
It's pretty scary, isn't it, Matt, when you start ramming that much air into an engine and you know, hoping that it hangs together, of course. But that's what they need to do to get them to run what they do. And
this is the fun part about Pro Mod racing, is you're going to see the supercharged car is going to take off a lot quicker. It is going to do those first 20 to 50 metres so quick. The 6-cylinder turbo car is still going to do it very, very fast, much faster than you'll ever get to achieve in your street car. But down the far end, it is going to start making huge power, and that's where it's going to catch them down the far end. And with a big mile an hour, so you have one car going maybe 15, 20 miles an hour faster over the finish line, and it's going to be so close. You can knock it off the accelerator once if you want to win this one. As the revs come up, Ladani's on the two-step for quite some time. It's on it now, leaves nicely. Signorelli's not going to worry about getting the win here. He's just going to worry in this qualifying session about getting the car away, and some issues there they're going to have to look at.
Nice pass for Ladani's, 6:45 with a 2:202 mile an hour.
Yeah, 6:45, 2:02 is really good there from that. That looked like not too bad a run as the chutes have blossomed up, and they are safe down the far end. The track. Signorelli, though, is going to have a little bit of work to do with that one. Just didn't seem like maybe the start sequence, and it's very important to get that start sequence right when it comes to these cars. And it can be something as little, I suppose one of the things we don't think about with some of these turbo cars is that it's a huge turbo on the side of this car, right? And with only 6 cylinders, not as much exhaust gas there to get that turbine wheel spinning as quickly as you want to. So they start to introduce things like nitrous oxide, just to get that boost up.
Just to give that increase in exhaust gas volume to try and spin the turbo up quicker. But unfortunately for Joe there, the car didn't seem like it was coming up on boost properly. It was rusted a little bit already into stage. The Ladani car had already gone into full stage, which it's entitled to do.
It's a familiar sound, isn't it? The Toyota Celica there. Frank Tarabay gets the burnout done, and Dominic Rigoli is back. In the RB-powered Tony Rigoli Performance Nissan 350Z. We are here at the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs. You'd think right now we're sitting at Jambo, wouldn't you?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's got that feel about it. I hope they run five. I want side-by-side fives out of these two. Dominic Rigoli actually, I think, went into one of the fastest RB runs in this car from memory not that long ago. So, look, it's super quick. Been developing this one for quite some time, but they seem to be getting some runs on the board now. Frank Tarabay, well, he's really stepped up. He's taken out of his 2J powered street car, Supra.
Yeah, now he's 7-second, 200 mile an hour street car.
Yeah, only 7-second, 200 mile an hour street car. Yes, I did say street car. And now Tarabay will be in the Toyota Celica this time. Basically, it's the race car version.
Yep. So I was going to point out with the comparison for the Dani Ute and Joe Cinerelli's car. He's running the 6-cylinders / 2J cars like what we have sitting on the start line here. A lot more slippery through the air in comparison to a car with the big supercharger hanging out the bonnet. So that obviously would help with the terminal speeds as well at the other end of the racetrack.
There's nothing like a big injector. I don't know. I don't care what it is.
There's pros and cons.
When you get a power adder, just put as much on as you can.
Yeah.
Dominic Rigoli. He's in pre-stage now. He's waiting for Tarabay. Here they go. They're going to bump in. They'll rock in. Bump into full stage, and here we go. Tarabay gets away nicely when he spins the wheels. Car sideways, and Rigoli's off it early. He waited a second, Rigoli, but he took away. I thought there for a second, Tarabay left on the line pretty good. A 991 to the 60 to a 985 for Rigoli.
Both those cars left extremely hard off the start line, but both unfortunately getting loose. Probably about 150 feet out, I'd say, or thereabouts. Probably right at the boost increase zone that you've talked about, Matt. And Tarabay certainly had his hands full there for a bit.
He was chasing it. He was chasing that. And if you think about this, that got loose at about, I'm going to say about 60 or 70 metres off the start line. Well, not even that far. I'd say 40 metres. We think 60-foot mark is about 18, 19 metres. And he's probably only double that distance. And that's already got loose. And he's doing 255 kilometres rolling across the line. And he was off it at that point. It got way too sideways to be comfortable in that car.
Yeah, I think he was going to have another go, but then when the car moved the second time, he thought, no, I'm not going to do this. I'll let this one go.
Now, I'm just waiting to see what we are going to do with these next couple of cars, because I think we got a Pro Mod over here in lane number 2, but Joe Marino's going to be in Pro Slammer, I do believe, this weekend. I mean, he does race in Pro Mod a lot of the time, and I love the banter he gets between himself, obviously, and the Turbo boys. They got a whole heap of banter to go between them.
Yeah, I think that's certainly one of the good things to engage in if you follow them on social media. The banter that goes between and the ribbing, but at the end of the day, they're all it's all in good fun and it's all about
all in fantastic fun.
Yep.
Just clearing the straight there. We see the flame starting to lick out on the left-hand side of the car. The final adjustments there. Big smoky burnout as well. Let's see, looks like... Just trying to figure out who we actually do have out on track. We can only see the black car from behind here in the commentary box, and unfortunately no details come up in our program. So I think we might have someone testing out there at the moment. Right, let's wait and see how this one is going to go. Lined up here on the start line. It's going to be a solo run. Just waiting for the RPM to build. It's up. Ooh, gets up on the back wheels, and we see a bit of smoke. That sometimes happens though when they back off in the turbo there, maybe up on the seals, but a little bit of smoke. Pulled over to the left-hand side. They've done the right thing by the track, and we'll just have to check that one out and make sure it is okay. Of course, our officials will get down there very quickly, but a lot of smoke in that car. It got right up on the back wheels, really pushed those wheelie bars into the ground. As our pro slammers get ready to get underway, the Davies crew here, ready to do for their run up against Joe Marina. So this one will be a fun one to have. Anthony Matuk, it was out there. Oh, it's Anthony Matuk. That's who that is out there. That makes a lot more sense.
I should have recognised.
Sounded like an RB.
You should have recognised the race number, actually. But yes, unfortunately there for Matuk, carried the front wheels, and the downside to that is matters. It drives the rear end down, and of course these cars are probably wanting a little bit of tyre speed off the start line, which is harder to achieve when all the weight of the car is sitting on the.
Yeah, very hard to achieve. Now look, he's come out here. He has some of the fastest. Skyline, well, does he have the fastest one at the moment? No, I think he's just been pipped, I reckon, by the boys at Croydon. So, look, the fight they have between him and Croydon when it comes to the GDR Skylines, they have the insane speeds they're running in the 670s and stuff like that, like for a street car with some radial tyres. So, I didn't actually expect to see him out here this early because they only rolled him very late in the transporter. They were only coming in probably only an hour and a half ago. So, it's not a lot of time to roll the car out here and get that running there for Matuk. But look at the smoke now coming out of this one.
I'm wondering, is he just trying to hear on the track mics if he started that back up? Or
yeah, it looks like maybe he's blown out his seal on the turbo. You wouldn't think it'd be, that's not breathers smoking that much, so maybe they're going to check that one out. Obviously, they've checked under the car, make sure there's nothing there. So Anthony Matuk, very experienced racer as well. So he'll be known if things aren't feeling right. That thing came straight up on the back wheels too, launched very, very hard. I'm going to take a punt that he's put the manual in this one too, because I know when he had his VL God, he went between the auto and the manual. Look at the 60 foot on that, though, just for those that listen to us at home, a 984 to the 60 foot. Now, if we talk a sub 1 second to the 60 foot, generally in any of the pro classes, it's pretty quick.
Yeah, I was impressed because it didn't seem to be a clean launch, and it still has achieved a 0.984 to the 60 foot. So a good indication that the clutch setting is close, but I think perhaps maybe a little bit aggressive considering how hard it seemed to, or it appeared to, hit the wheelie bar.
Premium time to be out there racing. Do we see that smoke that's coming out of the car? It just gets up and not moving. Now, although we do want the smoke to clear away, the good news about it is that means it's not windy out there, and we probably wouldn't think about crosswind or something like that at a drag strip. We've got a little bit of a valley here at Sydney Dragway, but the crosswind can really affect these cars doing 200 plus miles an hour down the far end. So hopefully that's a good sign. We've got some good racing. We've still got plenty more action coming your way here tonight at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here, because we are going to move into, of course, our Speed Adict Clothing Co. New South Wales Series Championships after we get through our pro categories. Of course, Super Comp's coming, Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified, Top Sportsman, Extreme Bikes back, and then we go back into our second qualifying session for all of our pro categories here. They've had a couple of qualifying. Some of our classes have even got 3 qualifiers, but they come back tomorrow and they get a 4th qualifying session for some of them tomorrow morning. It's all happening here tomorrow at Sydney Dragway. If you haven't got your tickets, or your friends are at home saying, what's it like tonight? Or if you're watching us out there on the live stream, on the official Sydney Dragway YouTube live stream, mate, it's fantastic. Track is in mint condition. They've scraped half the track. They've got it's super tight, we like to call it, but it's been the conditions are here, mate. The air temps are here, the track's in good condition. We are good to go racing. We've seen 380s from Top Fuel already, so will we see those 370s? Will we be up there in that record sort of zone? It's qualifying session number 1 from all of these pro categories. They're not going to necessarily go out and try and break records right now. What they come out and do is they come out and just get some data on the different conditions here.
Trying to establish a baseline for the rest of the weekend, and then work from there. Rely on the data bank that they've had from previous visits here to Sydney Dragway or similar track conditions around the country. And if that tune-up that they had on said run is able to be applied and perhaps tinkered with, and that gives them the baseline for that run. But I think I know the crew chiefs always have a time in mind in which that they want to aim for. It doesn't always happen, but at least it's good that some of those teams were pretty close with their predicted
How cheap
ETs.
do you think they are? I mean, they've already seen the run. Like, yeah, we're just aiming for a 380 on that one. That's all we were aiming for. Because you ran a 380.
Yeah.
What would you have said if you run 390? Oh, we're just happy with a 390. You know, maybe
That's fair.
A little bit of cheekiness maybe playing in there, I reckon, with the crew chiefs. Maybe just being a little bit cheeky. Looks like, though, we are going to be pushing Anthony Matuk off the track there. That's a bit of a shame there, but I'm sure those boys will turn that car around and get it sorted. The good news is I'm not seeing Tez the tractor come out.
Yes,
that's always a great
it's
sign
great
here at
sign.
Sydney Dragway. And we see a couple more adjustments being made there. The mechanical injection here on the Davies Racing Mustang and Paul Mahayat, they're just changing some little setting. There could be a pill, I reckon, when it comes into one of the bleed pills there, changing something there as a condition change. The weather station, and that's one of the things for the tuners, I suppose, is that weather station is going all the time at the moment, because you wait 10 minutes, the altitude could change.
Yeah.
And talking to a few people this afternoon, we're expecting some really good altitude readings here tonight. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Final adjustments now. It looks like our Pro Slammers, Michelle Davis, is going to be coming out in lane number 2, the Aeroflow lane, in the Davies Earthworks Ford Mustang, taking on Joseph Marina. Joe Marina, and if you go and check out Joe's pits, he's actually got the Speed Addict clothing down there as well to start with. That's coming your way very short. He's got a bit of stuff down there if you want to get into it now, but they are building the website and make that even bigger and better. And he stepped out of the normal Pro Mod he races in. Well, same car, but he's normally racing in the Pro Mod category, and he said, you know what, I'm going to take it to the Black Belt boys this time.
Yep. I want to run quicker than that 585 index.
Yeah, it's been holding him back, I reckon. Look at the injector. Look at the injector on that thing. You're 200 mile an hour. How much air do you think gets collected by that thing? It is huge, Joe Marina's injector hat on that thing.
I want to know how he sees into the opposite lane. I guess the advantage is the blower is a fair way forward of the windscreen. So
what's it, a split window 63 there?
Yep.
So yeah, it's definitely above the top of the car. It's definitely above there. You've got to be looking out the sides, don't you, just to see where the wall is.
Yep.
And try and just keep yourself at that distance. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's cooling down out there. I'm starting to see a few more jackets come on here at Sydney Dragway. Don't forget, grab your $2 program if you want to know exactly what's going on. We've still got plenty more action coming your way tonight. Of course, next program. Let's start up and move forward. So we'll get that sorted out for ladies and gentlemen very, very quickly. And it's good to see the teams straight onto that one, and all of our crew there as well. Great to see so many people here at Sydney Dragway. Don't forget, so many things happening here this weekend. Of course, we are going to have our driver signing sessions on Saturday for the Top Fuel. So our driver signing sessions will be there for the Top Fuel on Saturday. We can check out all the action down the pits. And that's one of the great things about drag racing, isn't it, Bushy, that you can go down there and you can talk to your drivers and riders and have a fantastic time with them. So you can go down there, you can see what they do between runs. And so many of these categories do so much work on the car. Of course, our street category guys, mate, they put fuel in it, they check the tyre pressures, and they have fun. That's the best part about
a little bit more cruisy in a Street Fighter car to a Top Fuel car, but that's all good. I mean, the professional series cars obviously require a lot more maintenance in between rounds, and the drivers. It's not just the driver, obviously, that's involved in these cars. They have a number of crew that have to help them between rounds to get everything done. Of course, to fully rebuild an engine in 40-odd minutes from with everything being red hot.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They've got a lot to do in between rounds, and it's amazing to see, really. It's actually really well seen. You see the really well-oiled teams, I suppose. They've all got a part to play when it comes to physiques. Need to welcome some fantastic supporters on this weekend, of course, for the Pro Stocks, United Fasteners and Safety app for getting on board for Pro Stock this weekend, and, of course, for all your automotive and transport to construction and engineering. They supply a wide range of fasteners, anchors, fixings, abrasives, and, of course, chemicals. So go and check them out at United Fasteners. Want to thank them for coming along. Of course, the Timming Hot Rod Supplies Modified. Once again, bikereview.com.au, who are great supporters of, well, not just modified bike, but all the biking categories. Go Logistics Super Street, who are back on board as all part of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Championship, and of course the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters, who are here supporting us this weekend once again, and they get some great articles there in the Western Weekender here supporting Western Sydney, so we can't thank them for being back on board once again. Don't forget Sydney Dragway. Look, it's not just a drag strip when you come down here. I mean, they have some great trade shows down here as well, where they're having a massive event.
Yeah, non-racing related events. You know, we had the Diesel Dirt and Turf exhibition here a few weeks ago, which was very well received by all the companies that were involved, and of course spectators that came along.
We've got our corporate venues. I mean, look, they're not all lit up tonight, but tomorrow I know they are booked out. So, you know, we've got all the corporate stuff here. There's so many events here, the burnout events, the other racing events that are here as part of Sydney Dragway as well. So there's so much you can do at this venue. It's not just about, and remembering they're 30 kilometres from the central Sydney. I mean, they're so centrally located to have something like that.
Yes, I read in the in our program there earlier, Matt, that Gulf Western Oils alone have 1,000 corporate guests coming here this weekend.
Insane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
Look, there's a reason why Gulf Western Oils have been part of the Nitro Championships in Dragway for quite a number of years now. It's because they just love coming here.
Yeah,
they love coming here. They got a huge tent set down the far end. I was down there early. We made sure they've gone and got their. Obviously, that they've gone and got their programs as well, because I mean, it's going to be an opportunity, I suppose, for all their guests to get around and be part of drag racing and probably figure out why we are so addicted to what this sport is and why we love coming back and doing it again and again and again. And it's great to see so many people who have joined us on this Friday evening to kick off this weekend. We've already had one round of the Burson Auto Parts Top Fuel Championship qualifying. They've had their first round of qualifying. We've seen the Pro Mods go down as well. We've seen Pro Stock get out there. And of course, Pro Stock, all thanks to United Fasteners and the Safety app. And we've still got Slammer Alcohol and Top Bike. Now, Top Bike's going to be very interesting, I think, as well. Chris Matheson has a very good lead there in the Burson Auto Parts Championship when it comes to Top Bike. But look, he had some success in Perth a few weeks ago where he was knocking on those 6.0s again. But they've been looking for some balance in the bike, and he was showing me how they changed the counterweights, the pegs, different weighted pegs.
Right.
They've got counterweights bolted to the bike, but it seems to me like they've sort of got that fixed, judging by the runs I saw in Perth, that they're starting to balance the bike out nicely now. Cool air, good conditions, flat track.
Yep.
Will we break it? I'm not going to say the number again.
No, is it the recipe that we need for that milestone to be reached? I guess we'll find out in a short amount of time. I'm actually interested how they balance the bike. I assume with sort of scales and bits and pieces, and not like a car where you can put all four corners on.
Well, I think with the torque steer of the engine and stuff, maybe I think it's a bit of wait and see. Like it's just taking data out of each run, but he's got this weight pack he can change. It bolts to the side, and they can bolt it either side. And I was talking to him. He said he has different pegs, so even different pegs.
Just his transfer of his weight.
Some solid pegs, some more hollowed out pegs. Ones they can add weight to, so they can actually start to shift the weight of the bike.
So you're only talking small increments of weight to make a big difference.
So
wow.
Little things, and one of the things I noticed starting to come up on the top fuel bikes, not just him, John Zara's down there as well. When they start to reach those huge speeds that they are on a top fuel motorbike, is that the aero, they're starting to put little wings on things.
Yes.
Like there's little wings on the fairings, the front, on the back. So there's all these little changes to the aerodynamics just to keep the bike stable when you're running past 200 mile an hour down the far end, which is incredible to see that all these sort of technology comes in. It's not just big engine, huge horsepower on small frame, and I hope you can hold on. No, it's
a little bit more scientific.
There's a bit more science coming into it as well. So when we see those top.
I remember Jay Upton. He has the white bike's probably the most aero out of all of them, I suppose, with the full body on it. I remember reading an article that he put a small strip up the centre just to break the airflow running over the nose, and that gave him, you know, it achieved a good aero improvement in the body as as it made its way down the racetrack.
Don't be too far away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with racing for you very shortly here at Sydney Dragway.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
United Fasteners is Australia's largest independent distributor of fastening products and industrial supplies, including a comprehensive range of fixings, abrasives, cutting tools, lubricants, hand tools and construction chemicals. Visit their website at unitedfasteners.com.au. Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Well, welcome back here to the Nitro Champs. All thanks to Gulf Western Oils here at Sydney Dragway. It's another beautiful May evening. We are going into the evening now, the early evening, and the weather is cooling off. Michelle Davies about to get fired up as our Pro Slammers coming out for their first round of qualifying. It's been 30 years of racing for the Davies racing team here this year. Great to have Shelley back in the car for another round of racing. She was up there in Queensland a few weeks ago. They enjoyed their time. They were chasing some gremlins come last Winter Nationals there in June and seem to have got their head all over that. We've seen those 580s come out of this car before. The Davies Earthworks Ford Mustang going to be doing a solo run on this one. Michelle Davies actually pilot. Paul Mahayat there picking as well. Want to talk about running fast? It's a name that's known for running fast when it comes to Pro Slammer racing here in Australia. Many different cars that he has been part of. We'll wait for the car to come back. It's a big burnout there from Shelley as well. Of course, her husband, Gareth Davies, will just be on the two-way radio there. You can see he's got comms to the driver there. Paul Mahayat checking some things out there, make the final adjustments on the car. Gareth will, though, line her up in the car. Let's know which way to bring this back. They've been through all sorts of cars at 10.5 days and the Tirana that was pretty wild there for Michelle, but now in the Slam, it's done a number of years here, and I do believe she's the fastest lady in a adored car in Australia.
I believe that a very accomplished racer in her own right, and I know a crowd favourite certainly here at Sydney Dragway.
I'm just trying to remember, it might have been a 584, I reckon I've got her down from my memory to see how far to be the quickest she has gone. So wait and see. Conditions are optimal here this weekend at Sydney Dragway here for the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Michelle Davies now just bring the car into stage on a solo run here. I know it's only qualifying, so you don't need to worry about the reaction time, but you want to keep that practice really, I suppose. You don't want to sit and think in qualifying, hey, I can let the reaction time go. You might let it go a little bit, but you don't want to. You want to watch those lights and go through the motions, get that rhythm, get that muscle memory that you need for that perfect run come racing tomorrow. Revs are up, leaves nicely sideways there. Wow, about 100 foot. That car really jumped up on the tyres and got sideways there, and she has got off it. 980 to the 60 foot, so they are throwing a whole heap at that bushy.
Yeah, that was a very strong launch there from the team, certainly to the 60 foot, Matt. But I don't know about you, but I think I saw most of the side of that car there for a split second, which is not a good sight to see in a straight line drag race.
Yeah, no, she's got off that really well. Nice drive there to actually know when the car was at a point she did not want to push that any further, and so they've decided she'll get off the accelerator. So Michelle Davies there, but the 980 to the 60,
yeah,
I'd like to know if that was one of her faster runs to the 60 foot. And we look at the increments and we know where the car's set up right for that section.
Yeah.
That's how they tune it, section by section of the drag strip. Break the 400 metres down into these small increments and tune by there until they sort of reach that top point, I suppose, where they're travelling and try and run the car. Stephen Ham, he's a Slammer champion now, and he's been in pro alcohol as well. So he comes out in the Chev Camaro in the Aeroflow lane. It's a big burnout from him too. He's been chasing some tyre issues there. There's a few changes in the tyres recently in the last 12 months when it comes to Slammer, and we've seen them starting to negotiate their way around that, the teams.
Yeah, it's funny, they were the same brand of tyre, I believe, to what they were running before, but just a slight change in the manufacturing process from the tyre manufacturer has thrown a curveball to a lot of racers around the world that use those tyres.
And then really a rookie when it comes to Pro Slammer, Craig Burns. He's not a rookie when it comes to drag racing though, in the AC Delco Monaro. They're getting pushed back, which is unfortunate. So he might not get a run out of this one. I actually caught up with Craig a little bit early, so it's very different to his normal supercharged Mustang that he runs. When he comes out racing supercharged Outlaw in Pro Mod, he said, mate, you really know the difference after that 100 foot. This really starts to haul. It puts you back in the seat a little bit more. So he was looking forward to this weekend, and it's good. I'm sure that's not too big of an issue there, because it might just be something with the procedure trying to find the gears. Remembering, I think he's got a clutch in this one too, which he doesn't have in his other car. So it's going to be slightly different to what he's used to. But driving the second of the AC Delco cars here, and I know he's been doing a lot of work on a lot of chassis this weekend.
Yes, yeah, he's a busy guy. Throws a hand into a lot of our Pro Mod style cars here this weekend.
Yeah, Stephen Ham, though, is going to be on a solo, this time in Pro Slam with the Chevy Camaro. How much they're going to throw it all? Comes up the two-step and stops for a second. Now he's going to push it hard. It's moving around down the far end, but he doesn't get off it. Goes all the way. 565.
Yeah, wow.
5.65 at 415 kilometres an hour, 9.57 to the 60-foot.
Wow, 9.57 to the 60-foot. And look at the speed, 258 mile an hour through the finish line, 5.65 with a 2 for Stephen Ham there. That was a strong pass.
Strong?
Yeah.
That was a phenomenal
yes.
pass.
It's certainly not straight, as you commented, Matt. He was moving around a little bit, but was able to stay in the throttle and...
Mate, that wasn't a 400-metre run. That wasn't
No.
a quarter-mile run. That was he added about 20 metres of
Bushy and
driving
Matt,
on
I'm
that
just
one there at the moment.
Boys, I'm just going to jump in down here with Gareth Davis. Obviously, seeing Shelley go down there, seeing it go sideways, ideal conditions. As her husband, how was your heart rate?
Oh, it was good. She knows how to steer the car, mate. It was just, we're making some power in these conditions, and yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I want you to catch up with Hammy's crew in a second, because that's 5.65 is right up there. I reckon, what are we, high 50s when it comes to record?
Yeah.
You know, when we're talking record zone, we're talking like 5.57 from memory with Paul Mahayat, somewhere around there. Well, the burnout getting done by Jeff Braddon this time. And Sam Fennick. Now, Jeff Braddon hasn't really driven this car too much lately. He's been out racing Extreme Bike.
Yes, he's been running Extreme Bike more consistently than the Pro Slammer, but Jeff has run into the fives with this Chrysler Saratoga, so the team know what they need to do. It's just, I think, potentially could be an issue of track time in this car. Might be a little bit of a hindrance here for him this weekend. But in beside, we've got Sam Fennick in the AC Delco Monaro.
Yeah, look, and Sam Fennick, he can drive anything, I think, with wheels on it. He will
pretty
push
much
that car to its limits. I've seen that thing go way up, the front wheels way in the air, and did he back off? No, he stayed in it and drove it down the quarter as fast as he could. He's going to be one to watch when it comes to any sort of championship race, when it comes to Pro Slam. No championship here this weekend, but I tell you what, some big bragging rights. Now, #1 qualifier is getting some trophies as well.
Yes.
So, very important, I'm assuming, for the AC Delco team, mate. They'll take as many trophies home as possible. Jeff Braddon, a much smaller team, really. It doesn't have the big backing there. Of course, the Sigma rolling stock components car, the Chrysler Saratoga. Very... It's a very curvy body style.
Yes.
We like to say. It's a gorgeous car there. Can take on the Monaro there as Sam Fennick. Now he's in the newer chassis compared to where we've seen Craig Burns come out in the previous car, the earlier model car. We'll have to wait and see how they go on this one. Braddon's off it early, he's getting loose. I think Fennick had to do a drive. It sounded like a stab at the throttle. 5.90, 239 miles an hour. 5.90, 239 there for Sam Fennick. Jeff Braddon, some issues there. The car got out of shape, and you can see him get off that 786 at only 148 miles an hour for Jeff as he rolls across the finish line. Now, Sam, I'm sure that was a big pedal there at the start.
Yeah, I didn't catch his 60-foot there time, Matt. Yes, Stu.
Just down here with Morris. Morris, first car didn't get down. Second car did, but just jumped a bit early.
Yeah, Sam's car shook the tyres, so I had to give it a quick pedal. 590 with the pedals pretty good. But yeah, Crave's car sounds like it jumped out of gear in the burnout. Give it a bit of over rev, so we'll go back and check it out.
You've been doing this a long time. Talk about these conditions.
Oh yeah, mineshaft conditions, great air. Track might be a little on the cold side, but at least it's not raining.
100%. All the best, buddy.
Oh, no. What have you done? Don't say that R word.
I didn't.
No, you didn't. If it happens this weekend, we know who to blame. We'll go and find him in the pits later. Look, what we say, it's mineshaft conditions, the best way to describe it, really. It's the atmospheric pressure. It's great at the moment, and we'll have to wait and see how that goes out throughout the night. I mean, but the cooling down is one thing we need to watch here, because not only is cool air great for racing, it does mean that it takes a lot of temperature out of the track, and we still want that warmth. So we need to keep these cars rolling. It's had a lot of sun on it today. So and when it's concrete, remember, we are quarter-mile concrete here at Sydney Dragway. So that will hold its temperature for quite a bit of time, but we want to get these cars down here while we're in this sweet zone.
Yeah, timing is certainly critical, isn't it, Matt? And we shouldn't be too far away. Looks like Craig Hewitt will be our next competitor out in Pro Slammer. It's great to see Craig running in Pro Slammer this weekend. Of course, normally running in a number of different categories, and it's great to see him take the step up into Pro Slammer.
another one of the guys that, like you say, has been in different categories, but we have seen him come out in the Pro Mod style car as well.
Yep.
In that Pro Mod category, and we'll have to wait and see how Craig Hewitt goes today here in the Holden ZV8 Monaro. All thanks to CBH Steel Molds, Sefton Smash Repairs, West End Performance, and Wollongong Automotive Services. And we also got our Pro Alcohol car here getting ready to get fired up as well. They won't race side by side. They will race at separate times. It looks like we might have a little bit of a clean-up out there on track. That shake there at a Sam Fenix car, and it's the tyre shake's so violent, really, when you're in the car. It's very... Best way to explain it is probably if you've ever been to Bunnings and watched them mix the paint, and they put it in the paint mixer and it shakes you around.
Yep.
Well, imagine you sitting in that, really.
Well, the problem is, Matt, it's not only a physical toll on the driver, of course, it's a physical toll on the car. I was watching someone's Facebook stream, which I follow, and a particular racer out of Queensland, it looked like he broke the whole diff housing effectively, where the wheel and axle retainer is held on the diff. If he'd done one more pass on it, who knows what would have happened? It would have broken for sure, but where it breaks, I guess, is the issue. So it just goes to show that you need to be very vigilant when these cars go through the tyre shake. And of course, for those of you that don't know what tyre shake is, Matt, it's effectively where the tyre tries to roll over itself, isn't it? Because the slick is a fairly soft sidewall, and it usually can be can happen through a number of different things, perhaps a wrong clutch setting, too much power, sometimes not enough power. In terms of reading the track conditions is pretty critical.
Yeah, it's really weird to say that in drag racing you're actually looking for the tyre just to slip a little bit, aren't you?
Yeah.
The other thing is you don't want the engine bogging down. So when a tyre grips up and it rolls over on itself to create that tyre shake in, sometimes it can bog down. And Stu, you're down there on the start line. You're bogged down.
Not quite. Geez, you two love it, don't you? Up there chatting away. Hey, just obviously we can see the red lights on the track. There is a light sprinkle of liquid on the track. You can see the track guys just trying to fix that up as we speak. Just for you guys here in the crowd, don't forget, obviously it is getting a little chilly here. If you haven't bought a jacket, you can go get one of these brand new Gulf Western Oils jackets that I've just been lucky enough to put on. They're brand new. And go and see Christine and the guys up there at the Gulf Western Oils tent. They've got hoodies, T-shirts, you name it. I can absolutely guarantee these new jackets are nice and warm. So go and check the guys from Gulf Western Oils. Thanks, boys.
It's always nice if we can keep you warm out there, Stu. We don't want you getting too cold, and we look after you.
Oh, I should think so. Especially you guys. You got the heater on up there and got your slippers on.
Yeah,
living
mate,
the dream.
We're getting fed up here. It's all luxury for us up here in the box.
Yeah, correct.
All right, so it looks like we just got a tiny clean up here on track. What we might do is we might take a short break and be back with you very shortly. Don't go anywhere if you're listening to us on our live stream. We'll be back very shortly.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Introducing the Safety app. Safety gives you peace of mind knowing your emergency contacts are only one push of the button away. Stage 1. Once you press the emergency button, the app will take photos from your front and back camera. Stage 2. The app will also record surrounding audio and sound secretly and efficiently. Stage 3. It activates your live location and records your movements. Stage 4. All information will be continuously stored in the cloud. In Stage 5, your emergency contacts will automatically be alerted with all the information.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
United Fasteners is Australia's largest independent distributor of fastening products and industrial supplies, including a comprehensive range of fixings, abrasives, cutting tools, lubricants, hand tools and construction chemicals. Visit their website at unitedfasteners.com.au. Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We are here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs at Sydney Dragway. Thank you to everyone who's stayed online with us at the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. And, of course, we are about to get back underway with racing. We've still got our first session of qualifying now for our Pro Slammers. One more car still to run. Craig Hewitt about to come out in the CV8 Monaro. And then we do have a Pro Alcohol car here. And our top bike still to come. Now, they'll be watching the track very closely. And you can see the men just walking back there at the moment now. Chris Matheson and John Zara just having a bit of a look at the track. sussing out how it is. And we said before when that smoke went up from one of the cars is it's sitting around, which is probably good for the bike riders. They don't want too much crosswind, especially when they're down that far end and they're moving at those ridiculous amounts of speed. I used to call them the madmen of drag racing when you want to get on two wheels and go that fast, but I kind of think they're just missing an emotion called fear.
Yeah, definitely.
That's probably what I want to call
that
it.
bit's certainly missing, I think, but it's a braver person than I to want to get on one of those machines.
Very brave, very, very brave, as it looks like we are just waiting for the second fire up. They will have to prime the car, mechanical injection set up on these, so the pump turns over with the engine. It's not like your normal road car where the fuel pressure's there. I've got to prime them up, get them going. Oh, you even have to close the fuel cap there on the car. I like that. That's when you go and check it over. Obviously, they must have a button in there, I reckon, for something. But a cool little touch when you come to a race car like this. CV8 Monaro, thanks to CBH Steel Moulds, Sefton Smash Repairs, West End Performance, Wollongong Automotive Services. Now, we spoke about the track cooling down, and we with Stu earlier, how it might start to cool down a little bit now, the bigger burnout there, just laying a little bit more fresh rubber further out. Huge burnout from Craig Hewitt. Almost makes it to half track. Now he's got to try and find reverse and clear that cabin of all the tyre smoke.
Do you reckon he would have changed much in his setup?
Sitting there on the line, I reckon they would have been looking at the altitude meter on the weather station. Maybe they have decided. The other thing is maybe they just want to get out there and get a run in the car here tonight. Like they may be looking at maybe track conditions. You think with the change in the air, if it's changed enough, it may have stopped changing a lot, but if it's changed enough, it's going to make a little bit more horsepower. That's going to be the downside to it. Is a little bit more horsepower good or bad? That is the question.
Well, I guess that comes down to the clutch setup, I guess, doesn't it, Matt? And how much of a window is available in the settings that they've decided to go with.
We've had the tractor going laps though, so that means we are seeing a little bit of heat being put back in the track. It's going to have a lot of residual heat there from the concrete, and that should keep it going along. We just have to wait for Craig Hewitt. He's going to be on a solo run there, and is that Craig Burns already jumped back out of his AC Delco Monaro maybe just to help out his friend on this one? Might not be. Wait for them to come through forward. Craig Hewitt now, Pro Slammer, the final one for qualifying session number 1. Just bringing the car, edging it ever so slightly forward. Now we're ready to bump in. The first stage is up. Second stage starts to move around, getting out of the groove on the right-hand side, but pulls the car back. Looking sweet here at this point, 660 at 206 miles an hour. So a 6.60 with a 4, 206.99 miles an hour that time for Craig Hewitt. But he gets the run down there, Bushy.
Yeah, it was a nice clean pass for the team. Probably not as aggressive to the 60-foot that we saw out of the other Pro Slammers that ran down, but a nice strong pass there for Hewitt.
They're all pretty happy down there. They're shaking hands. They're looking very, very happy, the crew down there, to get that one down there, and a big round of applause there. So I assume that might be one of the better times that they have run in that car. All right, we're going to move on to Pro Alcohol now. These cars are, we've got some funny cars here this weekend. You can see that Brett White obviously in our Aerospo lane now. Rocket Lane, we're going to have Peter Lovering coming out, all thanks to Gulf Western Oils, of course. You can see the big Gulf Western Oils all over the side, and the funny car bodies come down, and they've very similar to what the Slammers have in terms of engine combination. Not as much technology on board. They sort of run a bit more old school on these things, but they fire them up. Still going to be those Hemi style engines there, if they're not one already. Supercharged, of course, methanol with mechanical injection. As the body comes down here for Brett White, he will get very comfortable in the car they affectionately call Carlos. Now, they have a new clutch set up in this car, and speaking to them a little bit earlier, that's what they've said. It's all very different now. We've got to start taking data, so we may not see a full track run from them tonight. They may just come out and want to do... Well, he wants to do half the track when it comes to burnout, that's for sure. But they may want to break the track down to segments over this weekend. They may want to look at the 60-foot. Looks like they may have got on top of that in some testing last week. But they might want to just segment the track down, try and get a little bit further each time.
Lot shorter burnout there for Peter Lovering in the Rocket lane. Of course, the crowd side lane there. A lot more RPM on board for Brett White. And And we can see, as Matty alluded to before, the tyre smoke just lingering on the start line. It's not drifting away, it's not drifting up, it's just slowly dispersing. Which tells us that the conditions out there are very still.
No problem with that, is there, Bushy? No problem at all. Peter Lovering normally driving well, he gets in Pro Mod in his 55 Chev too.
Yes.
So he's stepped into a very different car here. Obviously the Sainty crew there and the Sainty family bringing this one out. All thanks to Gulf Western Oils, of course, Speedflow, the Dodge Charger. And Brett White. Sponsors on board, Manly Australia, APS, of course, Western Brakes. So it's going to be a good side-by-side pass, but I do feel like maybe White is going to be doing some testing there. Carlos wasn't playing the game. They came out and testing. He said we were very strong. We were learning the car and the new clutch setup, and we were getting on top of it. He said, but it's just done something a little bit weird now. We've got to the track and we started up today. So they were looking for that little gremlin earlier.
There's nothing like a gremlin to take a little bit of confidence away from you.
Confidence is a big one, isn't it? You need those going to do. The revs are up though. Big RPM. White just needs to bump in. There we go. Gets away. Nice race on 9.43 to the 60. I think he's got off that early. That's a planned shutdown there. But look at that. 9.43 to the 60 foot. If the crew are out there, that is flying. We check it out there. Look at that half track too. A 3.72 to half track. 3.72 to half track and 207 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was a good pass there for the White team. But a 9.43 to the 60 foot certainly showed that car left the line very, very nicely.
Yeah, Lovering gets out there, doesn't get down the track the way they would have wanted to. So I'm sure the team will turn that car around and work on that and try and get that sorted. And hopefully we'll see that come out and do a representative pass a little bit in qualifying session number 2, which is coming your way after 6:45 tonight. Had a couple of small setbacks here, but I'm sure that will get turned back. Maybe we'll see them out somewhere around there, maybe closer to 7 p.m, but we won't go too far away. We'll get through our second round of qualifying the best we can here tonight at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs at Sydney Dragway. Darryl Walford now is about to come out here from Fraser in the ACT, all thanks to Skips Fire Services. The Fiat Topolino is going to come out and crazy. There's a few of these getting around in the drag scene, aren't they? They're popular, I suppose, when it comes to nostalgic style.
Always love the Fiat Topolino, and it's great to see that there are a few people that are choosing this body style. Of course, there were some crazy people back in the day that ran them in their standard wheelbase, which is even or very close to their standard wheelbase. But I haven't seen this one here at Sydney Dragway myself personally. But
I've not seen it run before, no. That's what's going to be exciting about it. You can see the funny car cage. It's almost like an altered, like the funny car altered, like the Pro Alcohol altereds we see come out. Much similar to those, except we've got the Fiat body on top of it.
Oh, massive RPM on board there for Darryl Walford, and a big kick out to the right at the end of the burnout there as he got off the throttle.
That tells me there's still a fair bit of traction out on the track there, isn't it? Because when you get off the accelerator and the wheels start to catch up, all of a sudden it grips up, throws the car a bit to the right. So it's going to be a wild ride when you talk about putting this much horsepower into that style of chassis. No matter what you do, it's going to be a wild ride, and that's why we do it, for the big grin on your face when you get down the far end. I think I've had drag racers describe it as you don't know whether you're going to laugh, whether you're going to cry, or what you're going to do. You just don't know what's going to happen when you get down the far end. It's just a wild ride. This is going to be no different to all of those moments.
Well, I think for Darryl Walford, a big difference for him is in compared to, say, Brett White in the funny car that we've just seen. Darryl Walford's in a very similar car, same sort of wheelbase, same sort of engine combination, same gearbox, but he's got even less aero in this car than what the funny car has. Of course, the funny car with the full slippery body right over the top of all the driver compartment, the front end over through the rear end into a big wing. I can't even see a wing on the car of Walford's.
Well, we know the name Walford, don't we, when it comes into drag racing. I see a little bit of the crew down there, and I reckon there might be a couple of Nitro hot rod guys. So, bar some horsepower, they would be used to setting cars up with this wheelbase.
Yes.
With some big horsepower. They're going to take a little bit of horsepower out now and do the exact same thing they would do with a Nitro hot rod, I would assume. So we'll have to wait and see that. Waiting for this run to come, though. Big RPM in the burnout. Let's see if we can carry through into the run. Brett White already went 9.43 to the 60 in Pro Alcohol. Oh, I reckon they kept that a nice soft launch, I reckon.
Still went sub 1-1 to the 60, but the car moved around just past the 60-foot mark, and Darryl had a stab and had a second go at the throttle there, but deciding to just coast on down.
Yeah, he got off that one and just decided that's it. We're just going to coast on that one this time around. But look, I think you could tell by the hit of the throttle there, that was a planned launch there. I think they're just trying to get there through the motions of that one. It's going to be pretty wild, I think, if they can get that down. Remembering conditions are changing, and what you're not going to see when we race tomorrow is with a little bit more warmth, we won't be making this much horsepower. So it will change again, but we are in premium horsepower conditions at the moment. And next up, we're going to send a couple of motorcycles that have some extreme horsepower down the track. When it comes to Top Fuel motorcycle and the championship leader, when it comes to the Burson Auto Parts Top Fuel Championship, the top bike leader at the moment, Chris Matheson's going to be coming out in our Rocket Industries lane. And, of course, he's going to be taking on John Zara, who hasn't made it to every round, but he's sitting there in 5th place in the championship so far. He came down to Sydney for round number 1 and was all part of it, obviously from North Queensland. And he's been making some modifications to that bike himself. Spent a lot of time doing a lot of the stuff on this bike himself, obviously with his crew. Chris Matheson over there on the Nitro Voodoo bike, who's just been chasing that time we keep talking about here in Australia. That number we don't want to mention, but he got very close to it in Perth, and he seems to be getting on top of the balance of the bike, which is what they were struggling with, getting the weights on the bike right. But the horsepower here, good to see Blaze Hanson being called in last minute there to get some data logging done on this bike, and we see him in a lot of different applications when it comes to data logging, but very well knows how to run the computer.
Yeah, very clear racer is Blaze in his own right, and be an asset to any team.
Side-by-side burnouts from top bike. How good is that?
Yeah. It's around 3 litres of supercharged nitro burning motorcycle on the start line here at Sydney Dragway. And of course, as we all know, the motorcycles, they don't have a reverse gear. No. It's person power.
You got a reverse crew though.
Yeah,
you know?
That's right.
Never skip leg day. No. That's what you never do when it comes to bike racing. Never skip leg day, especially with these Top Fuel motors. They are heavy. They're not as light as you would think. They have got quite a fair bit of weight in them. Huge amounts of horsepower. And of course, we throw a bit of nitro in there as well. We're going to see some big flames here tonight. The Gulf Western Oils Sydney Dragway Nitro Champs for 2022. Backing up John Zara now. Looks like Chris Matheson is back where he needs to be, getting very comfortable on the bike. And I said earlier, you notice a little bit of aero starting to creep in on these bikes. Just little wings they start to put to deflect some air, especially when they're at high speed down the far end of the track. Be interested to see what Chris Matheson wants to do in this round number 1. I know he wants to go out, and he said if it's good conditions here this weekend, we are going to go out and run it as far as we can. John Zara, he's been up and down when it comes to this bike because it's making so much horsepower. They've had it right on that limit. Whether he is going to push it even further, whether he might back that down a bit just to try and get it down the track.
Yeah, I think getting it down the track and getting the baseline, Matt, is very important. But I think that is more important than running that elusive time, is to do it comfortably. And
Chris Matheson obviously couldn't wait there and has decided to go down the track there. That has launched there, maybe an issue. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they can reset the tree if Chris Matheson can clear this track. But John Zara may be running the bike too long. Have to wait and see where they go. But we'll get the universal shutdown signal there from the crew chief. So there's obviously an issue there with the John Zara bike after the burnout. And they are looking under that front wheel. So that's a bit of a shame for John. No time recorded there for Chris Matheson. But of course, they will have the data on board for that bike.
Yeah, there was something I think spotted right underneath the machine for John Zara. Matheson, I'm not sure what happened there. He was making his way up to stage and then all of a sudden just left. But unfortunately, that concludes that race for those two riders. We'll have to wait for their second round out a little bit later here tonight.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame there for those two riders not to get those times. Of course, we do have one more top bike to come around and do their qualifying session here, which is going to be Lockie Island there, who's, well, he's racing something different. We're so used to seeing him in pro bike, aren't we? That's where we're used to seeing him. But he's raced this one a couple of times now, and they're trying to get the Harley down there and be part of, obviously, the top bike series. John Zara, unfortunately, being pushed off. So once again, you've got to use that human reverse gear and get that one off, and they'll turn that around tonight, I would say. Last time out, we saw them do quite a fair bit of damage on the Friday night, and they worked tirelessly to make sure they got out for racing. So I'm sure if that's just a little leak, that'll be something that's just an overlooked or something that's rattled loose when it comes to the burnout. So hopefully they can sort that out and get the bike out very, very shortly. I'm assuming that's going to be then for qualifying session number 1 here at the Burson Auto Parts Top Fuel Championship. Their qualifying session number 1 here at Sydney Dragway this weekend. We've got one more top bike still to come, Lockyer Island, just waiting to get the go signal down there and make sure Chris Matheson has made his way around the far end of the track here at Sydney Dragway. Great to see so many people coming around. Don't forget to grab your program here this weekend. Just $2 gold coin. $2 to grab yourself a program here. It will tell you exactly what's going on, where all the events are, explain a few of the things that are happening out on track. Of course, you can read about all of our fantastic sponsors here. Another one is Shannon's Insurance, 134646. If you want to go and check out whether they can insure your ride, whether you've got something special. You've got a couple of special things in the shed, Bushy.
Yes,
so I'm sure
yes.
this is the type of people you need to be talking to.
Well, they're already insured with Shannon's.
There you go. You see, I don't need to sell it to you. You're already done. They are here this weekend, though, if you want to have a chat with them. I do believe they are going to have a stand here tomorrow if you want to come down and actually have a chat with Shannon's on site and ask about what they can do for you. Don't forget, right in the middle, though, is the autographs. So you can go around and get all your favourite drivers and riders, grab their autograph. And on the back, I do believe we've got a pretty special photo there. And it looks like it's going to be Pete Shibras's Top Fuel Dragster on that one as well, as if you want to pull that autograph section out. On both, you've got one side you've got a poster, and the other side you're going to have all your autographs. So that's going to be another good way to grab the gold coin donation of the $2 for your program here this weekend at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. It looks like we are going to have a little bit of a clean-up from that burnout there from John Zara. The mops have come out, and they are having a look down there, probably about 100 foot out, just checking that one out. It was quite a big burnout from him. A little bit more sedate, I'd say, and I think the RPM down a little bit. He might be trying to look after that one.
Yeah, I think a little bit lower RPM, but the mopping is stopping pretty much where he stopped the bike from running, and we shouldn't be too much.
We're looking for the start signal, aren't we? They are walking back with the mops. It looks like we might be done with that very short. We've still got so much more coming your way here this evening. Of course, although the sun is going down earlier than what we're used to, it is not that late at night. It's still very, very early. So we still got plenty to go here. Of course, we've got Supercomp coming your way after this next run. Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified, Top Sportsman, Extreme Bike, and then we get back into our pro categories for their second round of qualifying here tonight at Sydney Dragway. As Lockyer Island now looking to fire the bike up here. Something very different to what we are seeing here from Lockyer Island. It's not the pro bike that we are used to seeing him on.
Yeah, Lockie running for Twin Tune and LA Cycles on the Suzuki. Of course, a very accomplished pro stock rider is Lockie, but.
Look, it's something very different here. They're taking a little bit more horsepower. They're working with Boss Hogs here as well. I can see them all over them. And they didn't have a really successful run when we have seen them have the bike out. But they're starting to get their way with this bike. And he's coming out and riding it. And just hoping to get some consistent runs down this weekend. And we see what's volatile about the top bike with even more horsepower is they've got to get the runs down. And we can see how hard that is to actually control. So a little bit less horsepower is sometimes an advantage because it's that consistency. And we can see that when we come to the championship because Rob Casso doesn't have as much horsepower as Chris Matheson, but he's right behind him when it comes to the championship.
Well, I think with a motorcycle like what we're seeing on track now, there's less componentry that has to all work together. Can I put it that way? So yes, it doesn't make the bulk horsepower that we see of Chris Matheson or John Zara, but the bike's probably more consistent. Gets down the track. So when he's running against John Zara and Chris Matheson, they've then got a hiccup for a split second, and he's passed. So that's one way to consider looking at racing. So we see Lockie leave the line.
Oh no, I can hear the noise go out. He gets back on it though. Noise goes out, but he gets back on it again. So I'm not quite sure, not recording a time up here on our system either, so I can't tell you exactly what it did. Luckily, they will have the data loggers running on that bike. But yeah, there was a moment there. We saw a little bit of sparks come out the exhaust pipe there. Some flames all the way down on that left-hand side of the bike, but manages to roll it back on the throttle. That's what I didn't expect when I heard that noise go out.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looked like a reasonably good run other than the pedal that we saw there. But unfortunately, no time recorded for Lockley Island.
Also, those are our pro categories run and done for their qualifying session number 1. We'll be back out, I'd say, in about 45 minutes for our next qualifying session of the pro categories, about 45 minutes away. Big shout out to everyone who's tuned in on our Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. We can't thank you enough for joining us here for the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. We're going to move back in, obviously, to we're going to move back into this great New South Wales Championship, all thanks to Speed Addict Clothing Company, and that's going to be your way very shortly. We're going to hand over now to the next couple of, I think we've got Bailey and Stewart coming back on the mic.
Well, great stuff there from our pro categories. And to Craig Hewitt, mate, congratulations, 6.06 in your car. Of course, for those people that may not have heard it, that is a AA APA car that he runs. So even though he's running in Pro Slammer, that car has actually still got a steel roof, still got steel quarter panels.
Yep.
The original suspension points in the car. So it's more like your street-based Commodore or Monaro, except it's got a big, dirty 500 cube motor in it. Doesn't that make you excited? Doesn't it make you pump, Bailey?
Yes, so excited.
It gets me pumped up, I tell you. I don't have the nickname Pocket Rocket for no reason, mate. I love drag racing. Hope you're all loving the action out here at Sydney Dragway. And we're not too far away from getting back into our sportsman categories. And Super Comp is coming up very, very soon. But before that, looks like we're going to get into the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters.
And first up in the aeroflow lane, we have Dylan
Nazevic?
Yeah, that's it, yep. From Victoria in the Addicted Performance Junior Dragster up against Ryan Pettiford from Fairfield in the Onyx Enterprises Junior Dragster.
Yeah, Ryan Pettiford currently qualifying in number 21 position with an 8.29, and Dylan is qualified in number 25 so far with a 9.23. This is the third qualifier for the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. Been putting on an amazing show today, these kids in qualifying. And look, ladies and gentlemen, when they come up the return road, please give them a round of applause, guys. Give them some encouragement, because these kids, these are the future of our sport. And they take it just as seriously as what the top field drivers do. And, you know, it's amazing to me just how quick some of these kids are off the line and off the tree, Bailey.
Yeah, they're amazing. They're doing such a great job. And, you know, it really is the best feeder series for drag racing. Well, it's the only feeder series for drag racing, but it's great to get so many young kids in at such a young age and teach them just the fundamentals of drag racing. As we're getting them set up to the line.
Now these guys can go, because they're A-class junior dragsters, they can go as quick as 8 seconds flat in qualifying, which is what they are aiming to do. I'll tell you what, look at that. Ryan Pettiford, 0.015 on the tree, Bailey.
Great reaction time. And then a 101 from Dylan, who gets an 8.55 at 81 miles an hour. And then Ryan gets an 8.32 at 78 miles an hour.
Yeah, look at that 60 foot there. 1.76 to the 60 for Ryan Pettiford. So, as I said a little bit earlier, if you weren't here, guys, if you think your SS Commodore's quick, yeah, not over 200 metres over these little weapons that we've got. Brought to you by the Western Weekender, the Junior Dragsters. I still want to have a go in one.
Really?
Yeah.
I think you're a little too old for that, Stewie.
Yeah, but, you know...
I think you've just missed the mark by just a few years.
No, well, you see, if I put a helmet on, I can get away with it because most of the kids in that class are taller than me.
Because you're that short, yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly right. I've been saying for years, Bailey, I would love to race Chad Nalon.
You want to race Chad
I'd
Nalon?
love to race Chad Nalon in June Dragster.
Oh, why is that?
I just think it'd be funny.
I think it would be funny. I think it'd be great if he commentated the entire thing while he was racing the Junior Dragster.
Yeah.
No, he'd do a great job.
I just got to see if there's one big enough for him to fit in.
He's not that tall. He's like... No, he is quite tall.
Everyone's taller than me.
He'd be the same as like a very tall 16-year-old. So I think he'd fit in one.
Okay.
That sounds so offensive towards Chad. I'm sorry, Chad. I love you. I don't mean it like that.
Good stuff. All right.
Oh gosh. I think they were the only junior dragsters we have just for then, and then we're going to move into the Super Comp.
Well, yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening here. We've got a bit of a wait. Oh, yep, Super Comp coming in now. So.
Yeah, I think
Right, Adrian Vella coming out now in the E-Class Modified Production Automatic Chevy Cobalt. And if you weren't here earlier, he did a massive wheel stand. Like massive.
I love getting there.
Oh, yeah, got to have the 3 H's to hang the haul and the height.
Up against Daniel Camilleri from Victoria in the Pontiac Firebird. Now, Daniel is currently first in the standings at 7. He got 7 second at 35. And Adrian is currently number 2 at 8 seconds 69.
Yeah, Daniel Camilleri got the Nissan motor in the Pontiac Firebird. The double D gas automatic. So, automatic gearbox on board. And it's got a couple of turbos hanging off that Nissan motor. If you're a Nissan fan, I'm sure you'll be sitting back watching your computers or in the stands and go the Nissan. You know?
I don't know how many Nissan fans would be out there, Stewie.
Oh, I reckon there would be a few. Not
you think
everybody.
There'd be a few Nissan fans at a drag race.
Not everybody is a V8 fan.
Oh, okay.
That's just my opinion. But, you know.
I think they're still all V8
I don't want to
fans
sound
at the end of the
biased.
day.
I don't want to sound biased, okay?
I feel like being yeah, okay. I feel like drag fans are a little bit more hardcore than that.
Well, you can be hardcore in a Nissan.
Okay.
Haven't you seen them years ago, you know, driving down Parramatta with the subwoofers?
Yeah, no, I've seen them.
Hey, well, there you go.
I don't think they're hardcore at all. They think they're hardcore. The fresh 18-year-olds doing it.
Yes, we're all young ones. All right, Adrian and Daniel about to let loose here in qualifying number 2 for Supercomp.
And an 0.59 off the tree for Adrian versus an 0.91 for Daniel. Getting a little too close to the line there. And Adrian comes through with an 8.19 at 163, and Daniel gets a 7.64 at 140. Yeah,
Daniel, big move to the right there, and then it had a big move just after half track. And 7.64. All right, John Kuiper coming out now in the Fastron Pertamina and BAS sponsored VP Commodore. He's running in D-Gas, and in beside him is Peter Pisolides in the Precision Turbo and Race Glides Chevy Corvette. 509 cubes with a couple of turbos hanging off it. So this car designated in the AA Altered Production Injected Automatic class.
Right.
So injected motor, automatic gearbox. And John Kuiper more in a standard style chassis car. Of course, if you're new to index racing, it all has to do with weight brakes and the size of your motor that you run in your car and whatever you choose to build your car towards. So Peter currently sitting at number 4 on the qualifying sheet with a 7.30. And John Kuiper currently sitting at number 3 with an 8.33.
Just taking their time to get ready on the track before they come into stage. Have we seen anyone lose their shoes yet, Stewie?
No.
On the track?
No.
I'm tempted. I was putting money on it. I expected to see it.
I was half expecting it to be me because I was out there just testing a little bit earlier and I got a little bit sticky, but that's a good thing.
When the top fuelers were on, I saw one of Phil Reed's crew guys sort of have to like do a little weird step to try and get his foot off because it was stuck to the ground. Thankfully, he kept his shoe on, but he got a little bit stuck.
All right, Peter and John.
Oh, an 0.25 for Peter. And I think John was sleeping a little bit at the lights there with an 0.396. And I think he's had a bit of an issue. But Peter comes through with a 6.69 at 165. Decent run. John, I think, has had a few problems and has had to back off.
Yeah, well, 1.20 in the 60 for John Kuiper and a 1.08 with a 2 for Peter. As we are getting into modified, brought to you by Timmick Hot Rod Supplies, which are up at Penrith. Tim and Mick, they do a fantastic job.
And first up, we have Stephen Jones in the Northwest Parts and Performance 23 T-Bucket, the Chev 400 block. And then in the Rocket Lane, we've got CJ Davies from Brayton, New South Wales in the SRC FE Dragster.
All right, Stephen running the double A modified altered. So he's got a little power adder on board. And CJ going naturally aspirated in his front engined dragster. Surprised Rusty's not down there. He loves front engine dragsters.
He probably is somewhere.
Oh.
And we got a 3.24 off the line for Stephen Jones. A little bit slow versus CJ Davies 1.54 at the tree. CJ brings it home to get an 8.22 at 161, and Stephen gets a 9.89 at 131 miles an hour.
All right, Lee Hartill Law.
Up next from Silverdale, New South Wales, in the Prestige Air and Electrical 427T bucket, up against Jenny Petrie from Blaxlands in the Timmick Hot Rod Supplies Fiat Topolino.
Yeah, we're also sponsored by Penrite Oil, St Mary's Engines and Craig's Automatics. And the A-Class Hot Rod up against the A-Class Modified Altered.
So what's the difference between all the classes, Stewie?
Just the body styles. So essentially you've got the hot rod on the left. There is a Mustang that comes out too, which is a 2001 model, which is similar. It's a hot rod. And then you've got Jenny, who's just got the more traditional altered open wheel style vehicle. And of course there are the derivatives of that too. So Jenny's running the Fiat Topolino. We've got Bantam altereds, which are slightly different on the back.
Well, Lee's just done an 0.20 from the tree, and Jenny did an 0.66. When she took it through to the end, she got an 8.37 at 151, and Lee got an 0.21 at 166.
Yeah, good pass from both those cars there.
Great reaction times too.
Very good, and that's part of the deal, really. They're
getting plenty of practice in for tomorrow.
I think talking to a couple of guys downstairs, the hard part's going to be picking your dial in.
Yep.
I know one of the racers I spoke to down there, he's like, I'm going to sit at 1050.
Yep.
You know, others will scan a little bit more and be like, I don't know, run. But the problem is, you want to be consistent. You can be a little bit over or a little bit under, but you don't want to be over by a massive lot.
Yeah, you want to sort of keep it within that little bit of a bracket.
That's right. You want to have that window as small as possible. Anthony and Rochella out now in the A modified altered, the 37 Chev Coupe, running for Just Muscle Cars, Williams Metal Fabrication. First Class Pet Transport and Smooth Flow Traffic Solutions. He's up against Adriana McCaskill in the Pro Street Towing Dragster, which is run very, very quickly earlier today. And she's also sponsored by Racecomp, ETS Race Fuels and Skips Fire Service. Adriana, of course, one of our former junior dragster drivers and very successful in that Class 2. Now she's made the step up into modified. As we will see, Monique Ambrosi later in the year make her step up into modified.
Which will be exciting to see.
I can't wait.
Both these drivers making the trip up from, Southern Australia and Victoria. And we have an 015 from Anthony off the tree, and Adrian got a 205, but took it through to get a 737 at 184, and Anthony got an 874 at 113. Pretty decent reaction time there from Anthony. But great to see. And up now we have Peter Carlton from Bowraville, New South Wales, in the FE Dragster with a Chev 350 in that engine, as the engine. Yeah. And Kelsey Walford from ACT in the Skips Fire Service T-Bucket Altered.
Well, yeah, Peter Carlton out there now. Now, he's got a new sponsor on board for this weekend, Swale, and they do a little bit of diesel work, crane resets and hydraulics. So we welcome there. Unfortunately, Peter, looks like he's
got a bit of an issue.
Yeah, a little bit of an issue. It's just something leaking out the front, out the front of it.
So that's going to make a solo run for Kelsey.
Yep. Kelsey running 502 cubes of Chev power on board. That's a big, big motor. And that's the good thing about modified. It is dial your own bracket. You've got everything from the smaller motors to the bigger motors.
Yeah. Well,
0.837.
Yeah, 037, you said it. Perfect. And then takes it through to get an 889 at 140. Fairly consistent. I think there's room for improvement, but she's doing really well.
Well, 1.19 to the 60. That's pretty good for the altered.
Just going to do a little bit of a clean-up on the aeroflow lane of that track after a bit of a spill from Peter's car. But up next, we'll be having Alison Stewart from Canberra in the LA Racing Lubricants RE Dragster with a 509 block Chev. Also sponsored by Jeff's Racing Engines, Cackling Pipes Photography, and Madman Productions. Is that you, Madman?
Yep.
And then we've got Simon Barlow in the Rocket Lane from South Australia in the Reeds Transport RE Dragster with a 632 Chev.
Yeah, man up here as part of our production team. I'm calling that side of the room Bay 13, ladies and gentlemen. You got the two crazies over on the side.
He's doing a little dance for his mentions.
He has. He's doing a great job, of course. Man and Big Bad Benji up here as well. All right, the Alligator. Let's see what she's got in the Dragster. And Simon Barlow in his Dragster. All right, just bringing these cars in to get them ready for their burnout procedures.
Get those tyres all warmed up and nice and sticky. Get some traction.
Simon Barlow got 632 cubes of Chev power on board his Dragster, and Alison Stewart 509 cubes of Chev power. Alison did a very good pass a little bit earlier today. Simon, I dare say you'll probably have the Dragster wound up for this one. They're definitely in the hunt this weekend for a win. But once again, it is dial your own racing, so you can have all the cubes you want.
Exactly.
But if you're not quick on the lights and don't play the game at the end of the track,
yep. consistency is key, but then you've also got to put in reaction times and basic luck.
Well, ideally,
making it all the way down.
Well, the ideal thing too, Bailey, is that down the end of the track,
yep,
you really want to be in front. You don't want to be behind, because then you run the risk of breaking out if you're chasing. So.
So as we just wait for both drivers to come into stage. And Allison goes a negative 0.15, but Simon gets an 0.17 and gets the green to get a 6.71 at 191, and Allison gets an 8.71 at 104.
Well, Simon Barlow, 1.004 in the 60 out of that dragster. That thing was on a mission.
That was on fire.
It was.
Did pretty decent with the reaction times as well. Allison was fairly close, but just tipped it over a little bit too much. She's going to need to pull that in for tomorrow when we have the race.
Yep. All right, Jamie Robertson, who we're used to seeing out here in his supercharged Outlaw, altered. Today he's driving the Imprint Industries 32 Austin Bantam, and in beside him is Daniel Flack in the Southwest Fuel 32 Bantam altered. 427 cubes on board for Daniel, and Jamie with 400 cubes Chev on board. So just wait for Daniel to get settled and Jamie get settled.
Just wait for them to get guided into stage.
Both of these A-modified altereds, both naturally aspirated.
I always think of the pressure of them coming into stage, like if they, because they can only move the car the tiniest bit forward for it to activate, you know, the first stage and then second. If they go that tiny bit over, they've just completely ruined their race.
Well, that's right. And, you know, on the flip side of that too, you know, some people do like to shallow stage.
Yeah. You can ruin your race before you've even started.
That's exactly right, baby.
Well, Daniel Flack got a 0.20 off the tree, and Jamie was sleeping a little bit, got 4.39. Daniel Flack got an 8.29 at 1.59, and Jamie was in the 10s.
All right, Peter Brown coming out now, the Sims Integrated Solutions Dragster. He's up against Chris Manx in the APD Racing Carbs Bantam, who's got a 454 Chev on board, and this car is known to go deep into the sixes. So he had a little bit of tyre shake on his previous run, and it really knocked him around, surprised him, I think. So hopefully they did have that rectified. It looks like they've got a few problems with Chris's car. Looks like they're struggling to start it. So
looks like it'll be a solo run for Peter Brown.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate for Chris.
That Appen Local.
Yeah.
Who's also sponsored by Tarmor Batteries, BK Race Engines, Pro Trans, and Timic Hot Rod Supplies. Gets the track all to himself.
Yeah, good time to test that, test the car out, particularly in these conditions.
Oh, and he still ran a red, negative 0.002. Tried perfection and just went over that tiny little bit.
Well, good thing it's qualifying. He goes on through with a 757 with a 2.
Yep.
179 miles an hour. So that is moving. Now this looks like Paul Lynette down here in the rocket lane. An unmistakable altered of his.
Yeah, and then we got Corey Dyson in the Aeroflow lane from Victoria in the Mobile Ones at Mullis Dragster with a 400 block Chev.
Yeah, Paul Lynette's car, you can pick it from a distance. It's been a great supporter of our state championship rounds here in Sydney. And a big thank you also, guys, to Speed Addict Clothing Company for getting behind the New South Wales Championship Series.
And a big thank you to Gulf Western Oil as well for, you know, being the naming rights sponsor for the Nitro Champs this weekend. actually went upstairs before and had a bit of a look at all the merchandise. There's some nice stuff up there. The nice there's the nice Gulf Western merchandise, some nice Sydney Dragway merchandise for the event this weekend. And then I also even went and saw all of the Adict sports clothing. And an 034 for Corey off the light versus Paul's 061. And Paul got a 756 at 173 and Corey got a 757 at 174. There's not much in that between them, was there?
No, absolutely not. No, 1/100th of a second. As Travis Leifting makes his way out in the Speedflow Products 23 T-Bucket Altered, he's had a couple of little issues with this car. Hopefully they have got on top of it. And in beside him is Rocco Romano in the Nix Mini Skips and High-Tech Oils Bolton Dragster. 598 cubes on board for him. And Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrics getting behind him as well. Travis from up in Taree, big brusher country. Because if you're into burnouts, ladies and gentlemen, of course, brushing out's coming up here at Sydney Dragway in the not too distant future. We'll see if Travis Leifting Bailey can get this altered down for a representative pass.
Ooh, an 014 off the tree for Travis Leifting and versus an 021 for Rocco Romano. And Rocco Romano actually comes through with a 718 at 182. And Travis Leifting on an 868 at 149.
Right, that looks like Jess Turner coming out now in the AA modified dragster. Now this car runs nitrous on board. So we'll see a little purge of the giggle gas, no doubt, just before this run.
Yeah, it looks like Jess is going to be having a solo run on this one before we head into the next category of top sportsmen. So Jess in the ETS Race Fuels Dragster, also sponsored by Kavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, Denso Auto Parts, Hicken Race Heads, and she's in a 407 Chev. Ooh, and an 036 off the tree. And takes it through to a 694 at 192.
You can see those nitrous flames coming out of the exhaust there. Bailey looked good, didn't it? All right, we've got a battle of David and Goliath. David is in David Whitmore, got the Grand's Performance Chevy Nova with that big dirty supercharger hanging out of the bonnet. And in beside him, Gary Halpin in the Penrite Haltech Datsun 1200 Coupe with a 2J. Oh, David Whitmore, that unmistakable sound. Of course, this car formerly campaigned by Brett Balfour, and then Brett sold it. David bought it. And put the engine out of the VL into the front of it. Gary Halpin starting to wind up the boost in the 2J. Well, Gary Halpin, 1.13 to the 60. Here comes David Whitmore. And the little Datsun gets there, 7.95 at 156.
Gary hooked a little bit too far to the right there, almost crossed the line. Almost got our fresh new paint a little bit dirty.
Oh, big strong burnout there. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
You love a good burnout, Stewie.
I do love a good burnout.
Now we got Joel Burns, who just did the Burnout King. And he's in the SCF Race Cars Chevrolet S10 Ute. Sponsored by Innocent Motorsport, West End Performance, Owls Race Glides and Mensa Motorsports up against, you can pronounce that name for me, Stewie, because I am the worst pronunciations.
That's right. Indio Morocco out there now. The Martello Automotive Pontiac Firebird. 400 cubes of Chev power on board for him.
Jeez,
And
look at all that smoke.
It's great, isn't it? I'm so used to it. Rusty gets me doing all the burnout comps, so I'm quite used to all the smoke down there.
You volunteer for the burnout comps. You love it.
Rusty liked giving me the burnout comps.
That's because no one else wants to do it.
Thanks, Bailey.
You're welcome.
I'll bring you out one day for a burnout comp.
I did do one of the burnout
that's right.
comps before.
I'll bring you out for brush notes. Get covered in rubber.
No, I did the burnouts before. They were great fun.
All right, both guys in stage. Joel Burns running a little bit of nitrous on board. The S10U.
And we got an 017 in the Rocket Lane versus an 041 for Joel Burns. And Joel Burns goes through to get a 730 at 183 versus a 993 at 92.
Now that could potentially be, maybe be a PB for them, because I saw the team down there and they were pumped.
Next up we have Brett Sheard versus Steve Fowler. Brett Sheard from Barnsley, New South Wales in the Chevrolet S10 441 Chev block versus Steve from Morris at New South Wales in the Fowler Family Transport Pontiac GTO with a 762 cube Chev block.
Oh, yeah.
Not bad.
No, one of the fastest top sportsman cars that we have in the country. You do find there's a couple of cars that get around, not just Steve's car, but there are a couple of other cars that get around too. I know Peter Anastopoulos, who's running in street bike this weekend. Of course, his car runs some very, very big cubes as well in his Mustang.
Thanks to everyone as well who's tuning in on the live stream. Hoping everyone can leave a comment, a nice comment, share, subscribe, share it to your friends, have a chat on there, do whatever you like. Watch some great racing, because we just had a -02 for Steve Fowler versus Brett Sheard's 155 off the line. And Brett ended up getting a 794 at 169 versus Steve's 683 at 203.
Yeah, Steve Fowler, 1.02 with a 5 to the 60. So that car was absolutely honking. Gregory Fowler coming out now in the second of the Fowler family racing, the Fowler Transport Chevrolet Beretta. He's got 632 cubes of Chev power on board. And in beside him, Paul Partridge in the Coating King Ford Mustang, also sponsored by BK Race Engines. Have seen Billy floating around this weekend. So Billy's always got a few cars on the go, always supports his customers, does a great job as well. BK Race Engines. All right, Greg Fowler just being brought into stage. Paul Partridge ready to go. All right. Here we go. .001 for Greg Fowler.
Look at that reaction time. That's an 033 reaction time, and Paul gets a 781 at 174, and Greg gets a 746.
All right, Alan Vella coming out now in his street registered Ford Capri up against Joe Gattalari in the Oil Store VL Commodore. Joe running 555 cubes of big block Chev. Alan's car running more into the 8-second zone. So for Alan, it's very much about consistency. But Joe Gattalari, well, I'll tell you what, there wasn't much between them in the 60-foot. Only 1/100th of a second in the 60. And an 8:48 to Joe to an 8:62 for Alan.
Not much between that at all, which is crazy compared to the reaction time, because Alan had a 2:52, I believe, reaction time, and the Rocket Lane had an 0:52. Crazy reaction time. Next up, we have Jono Rowlands from Forbes, New South Wales in the Rowlands Tractors Parts 68 Ford Cortina, up against Thomas Leake in the Pegs Auto Trim Pontiac Grand Am.
Yeah, of course, Thomas Leake has been around the sport a long, long time. The Pontiac Grand Am 540 Cube Chev, and really stepping it up with this car, because Anthony Panetta was the original owner of the Ute that Thomas Leake used to drive. Two very tough customers in racing form, Bailey as well, Jono Rowlands and Thomas Leake.
Oh, and a 001 for Thomas Leake and an 014 for Jono Rowlands off the tree, and gets a 789 at 167 for Thomas Leake and an 830 at 161 for Jono.
Yeah, good side-by-side drag race, that one. Top Sportsman really turning it on.
Only 4/10 between them.
Yeah, that was great. That's really good quality racing. Jeff Sargent down there now in the nitrous-assisted Chevy Camaro, running for Sargent's Roofing, Alpha Signs and Alltech Air. And NASA Mata down there in the LH Tirana, sponsored by A-Civil.
Both of them having a fairly decent burnout, judging by the very big puff of smoke.
Oh, yeah. Well, conditions have cooled down a little bit down there, so just that little bit extra heat in the tyre. Of course, you don't want to do a massive burnout though, because you don't want to get too much heat into the tyre.
Exactly, and you also don't want to smoke out the car as well.
That's exactly right.
You see a lot of the drivers coming back to the start and they have to open the doors and try and, help the driver breathe.
Well, Nasamana, .003 on the tree.
Not bad, but Jeff Sargent gets a 794 and NASA gets an 838 at 164. Only about 7/10 between them.
Good race between those two. All right, Iraklis Kazanzides out now in the Casmic Interiors VN Commodore up against Steve Horvat in the big HQ. Jeez, it looks tough with that wing on the back of it.
It really does. I feel like the accessories just make everything.
It does.
The wing just always makes it look tough. The stripes, everything.
I was going to say, brand new paint scheme for the car. Really looks nice and smart, doesn't it?
It really does.
Iraklis got 572 cubes on board his Commodore, and Steve also got 572 cubes of big block Chev. Steve has just angled the car slightly towards the centre line.
See how that ends up affecting his run and his start. As both drivers come to second stage. And we got an 053 for the aeroflow lane, but a red cherry with a negative 015 for Steve. And in the aeroflow lane, we get an 801 at 168 versus a 1042 at 92.
Yeah, Iraklis did move a little bit at about 80 foot out from the racetrack, so still a very good pass from him. Danko Nazevic out now, the Addicted Performance Ford Capri up against Peter Calavratino's in from Blakehurst in the Muscle Car Warehouse. HQ Holden. Got the 454 big block in the front of it.
This is going to sound like a really silly question, Stu, but how do you know if it's a big block or a small block?
Well, the 454 is generally a big block.
Mm-hmm. Is there like a number it goes over and it turns into a big block versus like...
Yeah.
Okay, yeah? Okay.
Got it in one there, Bailey.
Thank you. So over 400 cubes, it's a big block?
It's generally a big block, 454
Right.
big block. I got a mate of mine with a Buick Centurion, which is a car you don't generally hear much about here in Australia, but that's got a 454 big block in it.
Look, I got to ask the questions to the people that don't know.
Yeah, exactly right.
We got an 054 off the tree for Danko, and he ends up getting a 769 at 184 versus 796 at 172. Around 6/10 between the two.
Top sportsman. Certainly doing really, really well in this round of qualifying, because this is qualifying number 3 for them. And they've just been given the shut off, so...
I think we've had a little bit of a spillage there.
Just a little bit. Still to come, guys, we've actually got Extreme Bike, and just before we get into Extreme Bike, I actually went down and spoke to Leonard as a party this morning.
Mm-hmm.
We'll throw up to the big screen for some ads, and then I'll come back and fill you in with some info that I got this morning.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Well, we're back here at the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales State Champ Series, as well as the 2022 Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. And Frank Olivieri out there now in the multi-spares High-Tech Oils GTR Tirana, taking on Stephen Willies in a bit of a crowd favourite, this car, the big Ford Torino. Got 632 cubes on board. Of course, for a big heavy car like that, you need big cubes.
And from what you just taught me, that means it's a big block.
Oh yeah, it's a big block. It's also sponsored by...
So guys, we're learning.
Yep. Pro Street Metalcraft and Frank Olivieri with 585 cubes big block Chev. Now, I haven't seen the front of Frank's car for a little while, so I don't know if this one used to run the Evil Twin number plates.
Mm-hmm.
Because they had two of them. There used to be two of them.
Yep.
And one of the Palumbo boys, and both of them were exactly the same colour scheme.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is one had the Evil Twin, the other one didn't. But Frank used to run a very, very sleek-looking Camaro a number of years ago. Geez, that was a nice car. But a step back into the Torrey. Now, Stephen Willies goes 1.21 in the 60.
0.32 reaction time off the tree for Frank in the airflow lane, but Stephen Willies gets an 8.04 at 170, and Frank gets a 9.80 at 122.
Yeah, Frank was moving around a lot there, Bailey, at the end of the track. There's a little move around half track, and then around 1,000 foot, it just started to move around a little bit as well. So we've got the track walkers out there just having a quick look to make sure there's no sign of anything down on track.
And up now we have Vlado Turek from South Australia in the Vlado Turek Ford Mustang.
Yep, 780 cubes of BK race engine goodness. The Demolition Man. We'll see whether Vlado can demolish the competition tomorrow on race day. These Mustangs look tough, don't they?
They really do. Just as Vlado's getting ready to get into stage.
They are a very, very nice race car.
And an 0.55 off the tree. And a 1.054 in the 60. Just gets a little too close to the line there, but doesn't cross it. It's going to wreck Rusty's new paint. He ends up getting an 8.04 at 126. Solid run.
Yeah, did move around a bit around the 330 foot mark. Just got it out of the groove slightly. All right, Graham Hargrave coming out now in the Advanced Engines Mustang. 618 cubes on board for him. He's all the way from Gawler in South Australia.
Stu, if you have a bit of a look down on the track at the start line, you'll see a few of the top fueler teams checking out the track temperatures and all the settings so that they can get ready for their next run, which is coming up very shortly.
Yeah, just trying to see what the track's doing. Obviously, the clutch settings would be a lot different to what they were a little bit earlier.
Because the air has definitely gotten colder.
Oh, yeah.
It's gotten its bite out there, hasn't it?
Yeah.
A bit chilly.
That start line's still got a fair bit of bite in it as well.
All right, just as we get Graham coming up to the line.
All right, let's see what Graham has got in store for us in the Mustang.
And this is the last run for the top sportsman for the night. And then next up we have Extreme Bike with their second round of qualifying.
Oh yeah, and there's some big news coming in the Extreme Bike.
Ooh, and a red cherry. We've got a negative 028 there for Graham. Ends up coming through with a 796 and a 141. And I think at the very end he crosses the line.
I think he did too, just quietly.
It's hard to see all the way down there, but I could definitely see it just go slightly over into the aerofoil lane.
Yeah, no, I dare say, I reckon he's hit the middle of the line. That's for sure. There's a fair way over. Right at the end of the track now. We're getting to an Extreme Bike.
Oh, it's on the screen. No, he hit the foam.
Hit the foam block?
Hit the foam blocks. We have some crew out there cleaning it up. God, our crew here is good.
Oh, they are.
They're on the ball.
So you'd be happy to hear that there's another of these bikes on its way out.
Right. Is this your big news you had to tell me?
Yeah, I do, mate. I was speaking to Leonard before the event, and he's actually got a pro mod bike finished.
Yep.
It's a Suzuki GS based, and it's turboed. So that bike will be out very, very soon. And
exciting.
His wife, Diane, she's got a Jaxa style Extreme bike, and that'll be coming out next year as well. So look out for Dion and Leonard.
That'll be
he has a party team.
Good, exciting for new Extreme Bike class.
Well, you know, Leonard's PB on that bike is 668 at 218 miles an hour. Now, put that in perspective, guys. We saw what some of the fuel bikes do and some of the modified bikes. They do that on a skinny little radial.
I think what we're going to do now, Stu, because they're just going to take a little bit of a clean up, so we're just going to cut to some ads, and we'll tune in back shortly for Extreme Bikes.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, guys, it is time to go extreme. We've got the Extreme bikes, 6-second bikes with no wheelie bars.
Finally, we've cleared all the debris off of the track. The track is ready to go. once that one tractor gets off the track is ready to go, and we will be underway with Deanna Azzopardi and Leonard Azzopardi first up.
Well, Leonard Azzopardi, his PB on his bike is a 668 at 218. And of course, Darren Foley, who's joined the extreme bike ranks as well. He's gone a PB of a 690 on his bike. And then Alex Borg, who, if you get the chance, guys, go down the state into the pits and meet Alex. Top bloke. So is Leonard. His personal best is a 692 at 214 miles an hour. So these bikes certainly are not messing around.
They're definitely not. There's a reason they call them extreme bikes.
Yep.
So we've got Leonard Azzopardi, and he's currently running at number 1, and his best was a 7:01.3 at 210. And Deanna is number 3 at the moment with a 9:18 at 147 miles an hour.
Yeah, Leonard has got that bike pretty much set up to run into the 6-second zone, so it's just a matter of just trying to get everything, all the stars aligned. Of course, it is turboed, these bikes.
Yeah, so we're just waiting to finish up clearing up that track. Still got that little bit of debris. Had a bit of an ad break. Now we're back, waiting for the track to get cleared just some more.
Well, then, after Extreme Bike, guys, we're going to get back into our pro classes. We've got Pro Stock, Pro Mod, which I love Pro Mod, Pro Slammer, Pro Alki. We're going to throw down to Stu.
Thank you, Stu. Just out the back here, the top fuel cars are getting ready to come out on the racetrack when they are due to go out. Phil Reed sitting in his car, but I'm just going to grab Phil Lamartina. He's got his helmet on, and he is having a private conversation to the Premier Air team. We're on. You can hear me okay, brother?
Mm-hmm.
You can? Good nod.
Can you hear me?
I'll hear you, don't worry. What's going on?
Just what now, right now, or with the car, or?
In general.
Plenty going on. Just plenty going on at work, and you've sort of got me a bit stumped. No, the car's recovered a little bit from Perth. Found a few little issues, and first pass, it might not have looked that we were on top of it, but no, we're on top of it. The car's, it's got a little bit more in it, so which is good, and so we've turned the car back around, and we'll see what we can do now. But just a little bit concerned, just talking now. It's getting a bit cool, so we just got to be careful.
So when you say, obviously, it's getting cool, what does that mean to the average punter on the hill? Explain why you say that.
It's just the track can get a little bit dangerous, skatey, but one good thing, there's not many water grains in the air, so there's no dew. So that's what you would be really concerned about. So I think we're going to be okay.
What does Phil Lamartina do apart from working, obviously, to pay for what you do? But what do you do for fun when you're not playing race cars and working at home?
I'm actually the president of our local football club, and that takes up a fair amount of my time.
Give the team a plug, and this is AFL we're talking about.
Yeah, no, the real football. It's the Ronvale Euston Football Netball Club, a little town obviously from where we are. We're in a little place called Weem, about 20 k's is our hometown of Robinvale, and we play in the Sunraysia Football League against teams from Mildura. So, and Oyen is also too involved. So we've got 9 teams in the competition. I look after the seniors, the juniors as well, and the netballers. So there's about probably about 500 people competing on a weekend. Yep. Yeah. So tomorrow we've got an away game, so it works out really good that I can go racing, and we're not hosting the game. But last week we had our first home game, and we lost, but we're 1-1 at the moment. So hopefully we can turn that around tomorrow.
How long have you been president for?
Junior president for 3, and senior president now this is my 4th, so my 7th year now.
Have you won a flag?
In juniors, we won quite a few flags in the junior competitions, but no, not in the senior level, no.
Did you play footy yourself?
Quite. Well, quite a number of years ago, I played 1 year, but yeah, no, I love AFL, and I love administrating the football club, and takes up a fair amount of my time and with the family. But it's a pretty big effort right across the whole board, the whole community, as well as the family as well. All my brothers are involved, and obviously my wife who plays netball, and all the kids play football. So it's a really, really good family environment. It's the thread that keeps the country community going.
Yeah, it certainly does. I'm originally from country Victoria myself, so like it's country towns are just amazing how they get behind, and businesses in town get behind the footy club and everything like that, and you can just really learn on how fantastic it is, which you could then bring into your race teams.
Yeah, like obviously it's the same similar thing. I look at all the boys that volunteer their time on the race car is similar to a football team where they go to crew nights at the shop, you know, on a Tuesday or a Thursday. It's like training, and then we come and play on a Saturday, you know. So very, very similar. Everyone's volunteering their time, and a little bit of money and business has been involved in the senior side of things now, but you know, you have to do these sort of things to be competitive.
How's the Carrots?
Carrots are just steady and busy.
Well, mate, thank you for your time. We look forward to seeing what you can do when you get out there on the racetrack. I know it's probably not easy waiting around like this when you're standing here in all the gear waiting to get out there.
Not a problem. Thank you. Thanks.
Phil Lamartino, ladies and gentlemen. We might keep walking down around the back here to see everybody else is probably strapped into race cars. So it's sort of, who's going to talk from Pete Gibris's team? Who's the talker? Well, point me in the right direction. Who am I going to? Tallest one, and his name is? Tim. Right, all right. So Peter Gibris sitting in his Premier Air car. Tim, you've been nominated that you're going to have a chat to me. How you feeling?
Cold.
It is a bit fresh, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. Hopefully we'll get out there and track will be in good condition, and we'll be able to lay down a good number.
Standing back here, obviously waiting for this time, can you guys do much to the car now, or is it pretty much sit and wait until you get a little bit closer to going out on the track?
Most of the big stuff's made. We can do a little adjustments in the clutch and with timers, that type of thing, maybe ignition, that side of it. But you kind of, yeah, most of your major setup stuff's already done.
Just chatting to Phil Lamartina back down there just then, and he was saying obviously the way the temperature is, it's cold. Probably the track's going to be a little bit colder now as well, which can be a little bit scary, so to speak, to a degree. But the good thing is there's no moisture in the air.
Yeah, no, there's no moisture. Like, I'm sure the track's in good condition. The problem is probably more that the track's getting too good, and it just narrows down your tuning window. So if you don't have that early wheel speed, like spinning the wheel nice early in the run, just leaves a shake.
On these big rear tyres and wheels, how many shows do you get out of it, or how many runs do you get out of these rear tyres?
It can be as little as one, probably as many up to 7, 8, that type of run.
And what are they worth? Let the average punter know up there on the hill.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember. They're probably somewhere around about the 3.5 grand mark sitting on the back there.
Per tyre?
No, a pair. Yep.
And then what about the obviously the steer tyres down the front, the little bicycle tyres? That's because that's what they look like. What about them?
Yeah, you get a fair few runs out of them. It just depends. Sometimes you can hurt them. We heard a pair over in Perth where they just, the downforce on them, the tyre heats up a lot, so they start pulling chunks out of them. So we heard a set over there, but normally you'll get a whole season out of them.
Good chatting to you, mate. Good luck in this second round.
All right, thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much for that, Stewie. We are back racing. The tractor has come off. The track is all clear, and we are finally ready to go with Extreme Bike. How excited are we, Stewie?
I'm pumped.
Finally to be racing.
I'm pumped.
All right, yeah, so we just a refresher, we've got Deanna as a party in the Aeroflow lane in the Suzuki GS XR 1000 up against Leonard as a party in the Suzuki Hayabusa, sponsored by Extreme Bike and as a party racing.
Oh, let's see what Leonard's got.
And it's a -182 for Deanna and a 329 off the tree for Leonard. Leonard gets a 710 at 206 and Deanna gets a 1065 at 122.
So Leonard's still the #1 qualifier with a 7.01 with a 210 miles an hour.
And Deanna is still qualified #3 with her 918.
All right, guys, well, that is it for Extreme Bike. We're about to get into our Pro Series.
I believe that's all for you and I, Stu. We're going to pass over to Rusty and
Thank you very much, Bailey and Stewie, doing a fantastic job here this evening. It is time to get back into our professional categories here this evening on what is a cool but a clear, crisp, beautiful night for racing. My name is Rusty Gregory. Joining me in the commentary box for this nighttime session, Matt Kavanagh. Nice to have you, mate.
Mate, it's fantastic to be here, and what a day it's been at Sydney Dragway for day number 1 of the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. And don't forget, if you do want to get your program, if you want to find out what's happening all tomorrow, $2 gold coin, mate. Get yourself know what you're doing. Mate, you get all your autographs and everything in there.
Is that where we find out what we're doing?
Yeah, that's where we find.
Oh, right, okay.
This is the only way I know what to show up for.
Exactly. No, it's a very cool thing. Make sure you pick it up when you come through to the ticket booth. Tomorrow they are also going to be available at registration as well. $2, it's not a lot of money, but for the info that it gives you, entry list, schedules, all that sort of stuff, and a whole bunch of info about Sydney Dragway and some of our races as well. It's a really, really cool thing. We are about to move into United Fasteners and Safety App Pro Stock. Big welcome to United Fasteners who are on board this weekend, and of course Safety App as well. Both of those guys, or both of those companies, I should say, coming on board this weekend to support the category. And what a category it has served up. 9 cars on the grounds for Pro Stock here this weekend, and we've saw some good performances in that first round of racing.
Look, we said this one is the most competitive sort of category, I suppose, when it comes to talking thousandths of a second. They are so evenly matched when it comes to Pro Stock, and it come down to little thousandths of a second between each race to see who is going to win a Pro Stock this weekend, and we did a number of 7-0 runs. But that was earlier in the day. Conditions have changed now, and it could be a little bit cooler. We might find another couple of horsepower.
Now, if I said to you at the start of the day, Clint George would be provisional number 1 after one qualifying session, would you have believed me?
With the names in the list, I probably would not have expected that. It's come a bit out of left field now. They're looking for their first 6-second pass, and how close do they get? A 7.004 for Clint George. That is... He's got to make it, really. Let's hope he can do it on this run.
Look, the conditions are there. As Tim Adams said earlier, it's actually getting a little bit too good, the track out there at the moment. It's really tightening up. The cold weather is not going to be helping that, which means if you hit the setup, these things are going to fly. If you miss the setup, and that window is very narrow now, it's going to be a little bit more challenging. And with a Pro Stock car, if you miss the setup, that's it. You don't pedal these cars. You don't get in and out of the throttle. If they shake, if they do anything silly, you try and drive through it. If you can't drive through it, well, then you get out of the throttle. It's that simple. So the tuning window for these cars is considerably narrower than what it was earlier on this afternoon. But that being said, if they hit it, these things are going to fly.
Bruce Leake alongside the Pontiac GXP as well. And he is number 2 qualifier at the moment, a 7.021 for Bruce Leake, and good to see him back up there. It's been since the 90s since he had a championship in Pro Stock, so it's great to see him back out there and being so competitive this weekend.
Now in Pro Stock, we often talk about mine shaft conditions, and that means where your corrected altitude is below sea level. At the moment, we are 88 feet below sea level. There is so much oxygen in the air right now. We're looking at 36 grains of water, which is virtually nothing. Relative humidity only in the 60%. This is a quick session. These are conditions we haven't seen for a very, very long time here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this one. Clint George now looks like already in pre-stage and ready to go, waiting for Bruce Leake to come forward. The second qualifying session here in the pro categories here at the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Championships at Sydney Dragway. And we've got a big crowd in here for a Friday night to kick off the weekend. Full stage now for George. Leake now bumps in.
Clean greens both sides. Clint's gone 100 to the 60-foot time. He's getting a little bit out of the groove down there. He's kept his foot in it, and a 7.01 backs up that earlier run. He's got very late shoots, so very, very late on the shoots. I think he's going to get it pulled up down there. I think he might have had his hands full just trying to get the thing off the centre line down there, because it was absolutely hugging the centre line the whole way down the track. Looking at the short times, and when we talk about short times, we're talking about the incremental timers down the racetrack. That gives us an indicator of exactly how well the car is performing. It was 100 to the 60-foot timers, which is pretty good in the conditions that we've got. I think they'd take that every day of the week.
Oh, they'll take that every day of the week. And I think the only thing they're holding him back on that run was you see how much wheel work he had to do to keep that off the centre line there for Clint George, because it just wanted to go left. Bruce Leake, well, it was over very, very quickly for him. Unfortunately, the car went a little bit to the left, and something of there, maybe a bit of a rattle out there. I can't quite see the chatter marks on track, But it looks like that car may have rattled, and he's got that off that really early.
You don't generally put a lot of input into the steering wheel in a Pro Stock car, because when you do, they tend to get ugly pretty quick. Not a lot of downforce on these cars. They like going in a straight line. They don't like going sideways, and they especially don't like going backwards. Not that many cars do. Clint George there, he's got a lot of experience in this style of car, not necessarily in Pro Stock, but in this style of car. And it showed there because he did exactly what he needed to do to get it to the finish line. Now, this is going to be an interesting pair, this next matchup. Nino Cavallo in the Dodge Avenger has rolled out, tried to do a burnout, and just couldn't turn the tyres. I don't know why, not sure what the story was. Just looked like it gripped up and lurched forward. That's going to hurt the clutch on that car. Robert Deckard, on the other hand, he went through, did his burnout, no problems. Now, he went 704, but it was shaking and it was an early shut-off, only 180 miles an hour. So a 704 at 180 miles per hour, if that's across the finish line, you're probably looking at somewhere around a 701, 700. With the conditions we've got now and the horsepower that we all know Robert Deckard's got, because he's already running the low 690s, it wouldn't be outside the realms of possibility to see a 691, 692 pop up on the boards here if they hit the tuner.
Yeah, we have a look at Nino Cavallo's first run. It was a 707 with an 8 there in the end, but 199 miles an hour. So that picked up a whole lot of speed at the far end of the track. So Nino Cavallo in the Dodge Avenger, of course, got the Mopar power on board, of course, all thanks to VP Racing Fuel and Bombshell Beauty by Laura. The Victorian, can he do it? The two Victorians side by side, number 3 and number 4 qualifier here so far after one qualifying session. It's their second qualifying session here for the pro category. And we'll have to see if Nino Cavallo can back up that 199 mile an hour. Can he top it over the 200? That's fast down the far end. I don't think it will.
I don't think that's a legit speed either, 199.29. I think something's happened there. So it's either bounced through the beams at the finish line, because to go a 707 at 199 miles per hour, as far as I can tell, there's actually only been 2 other Pro Stock cars in this country that have ever been that fast down the track. So, look, I'm not calling it wrong. I'm just saying I've got my question marks over that one. But we'll see what happens this time out. Robert Deckard, he's lining up in the Rocket Industries lane left of screen if you are watching online via the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Nino Cavallo in the red Dodge Avenger racing for VP Racing Fuels and Bombshell Beauty. Cavallo, some issues. This is going to be quick for Deckard. He's gotten through the danger zone and across the finish line for a 699, 192 miles per hour. Speed still down on what I would have expected, but a 699, first 6-second run of the weekend. Put your hands together for the Unique Body Smash Repairs team from Victoria. Sensational pass there, and that's just a taste of things to come this weekend.
Mate, and the first one to go the sub 1 second to the 60 when it comes to our Pro Stock races this weekend, a 999 to the 60. And unfortunately for Nino Cavallo, it just, the tyres, bombed the tyres there and unfortunately did not get off the line. It was all over in the first couple of metres. So Nino Cavallo now will have to get that car off. He'll get the early open there. They'll open the track up and let him off at the end of the track, so he doesn't have to go all the way down the far end. We'll get that car and we'll get on to our next 2 Pro Stock cars coming out, because this is going to be another interesting one, because someone who's going to come out next is Jason Hedges, who that first run there, the car went down, but we know it's got a little bit more in it. He's had some better increments when it comes to testing.
Yeah, down to you, Stewie.
Yeah, thanks, boys. We're just down here with Paul. That's a great run, mate. First 6-second run for the weekend.
Yeah, we've been trying some things the last few weeks, and the Unique Smash Repairs GXP's just been giving us fits. The tune-up's not quite right, so we're gunning for a real quick run, but hopefully we get it tomorrow.
Beautiful.
So for Jason Hedges, I'll just wait for these cars to finish their burnout. For Jason Hedges, it was a bit of a weird one. Went 703 on that last run, but something happened to him that's never happened before in his racing career. He went over the scales, the car came in underweight for whatever reason. So they've put a stack of weight in it. It wasn't by much. It was just a little bit underweight, but it's never happened to Jason before. So they've put a bit more weight in it. Should theoretically get it well and truly over the line. They're just looking for a banker. They're looking for a run to get down the track, get them in the field. For Rick Chilton, he went 708 earlier on. We know he's got some horsepower in that car, because the 708, only 188 miles per hour. There's a lot left on the table there. A lot left on the table. So for Rick Chilton, still getting his head around this car, the Dodge Avenger that used to be campaigned by Wayne Daly up until mid last season. It's got a lot of potential, this car. They've just got to unlock it. It is a little bit different to the last car that they were campaigning. So they've just got to unlock that potential. Once they do that, I think you're going to see some real good performances out of them.
Yeah, Rick Chilton obviously only got this car 1 year ago. It was the first time he actually got to compete
That's
in this
right.
car. Last time here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champ. So it's been a year. It's good to see Rick that's managed to get through this car. getting their head around now. The 7-0s there from him in that first round of qualifying. We'll have to wait and see. Jason Hedges with a little bit more weight on the car this time around. I know Danny Silver there just backing up, making sure everything is A-OK for Jason as he gets underway. They went through a big season last season. They were leading the championship, and it all came unstuck there at Winter National. So they'll be looking to see if they can get back into that form which they had at the start of last season.
Been a bit of a rebuilding off-season for Jason Hedges. Just repairing, regrouping, fixing what they had and what they needed to get ready for this new championship season. Of course, this is not a championship event, but they're not treating it like that.
Oh, no, spin of the wheels there for Jason Hedges. Chilton, though, on a bit of a run here, goes sub-1 to the 60, 7.05 at 192 mile an hour. 7.05, 192.36 miles an hour for Rick Chilton. And that is going to be a little bit fast. I'm not quite sure whether that's going to end up putting him in the qualifying order there. He might go up one there. Jason Hedges, though, not a good start from him.
No, well, it's not what we would have expected. It looked like it just absolutely rattled the tyres off the hit of the throttle, almost dead hooked by the look of it. So they'll go back, look at the data and figure out what they need to do for race day. But that kind of puts them on the back foot because they will be at the bottom of the qualified list.
Well,
we're talking
about that small window, weren't we? And it might have just been outside that very small window where they need to get it down. But Stuart, you are down there on the start line now.
Yeah, going to quickly grab Donna. Donna, you got a smile on your face. Nearly that 6-second bracket.
Hey, we're creeping up on it. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Good air tonight. Great track. See, so close.
Keep smiling.
Yeah, that's it.
The short time for Rick Chilton was really telling. It actually went sub 1 second, 0.994 to the 60-foot timer. So that thing's got some juice, it's got some mumbo. They've just got to get it all down to the racetrack. One car that we know has got plenty of juice is Chris Soldatis. This thing it's got horsepower. It's got Peter Ridgway on board. And, of course, Omar Sedmak lining up for his first paired pass in competition. Now, for Omar Sedmak, first paired pass, he's up against Chris Soldatis. If you're ever looking for confidence, that car that he's driving is actually still the quickest and fastest Pro Stock car in the country. That's the car that used to be campaigned by Lee Bektash in the Mopar colours. It is still, to this day, without a doubt, one of the finest Pro Stock cars that's ever graced the track here in this country. And look, for Omar, I think he'd just be happy with an A to B run here. For Chris Soldatis, he definitely wants something in the 690s as a minimum.
Look, he would have watched those runs before, and when you see a 690 already go down, Chris Soldatis is going to swing for it, I think, this time round. It wasn't the run they wanted in the first round of qualifying. We'll have to see what they can do in this one. Of course, the Ridgeway Motorsports engine powering this one at the front, the Pontiac's GTO, all thanks to Tingay Smash Repairs and CAE Performance Products. We're over Omar Sedmak there in the JTS Racing Dodge Stratus. Like you say, the quickest and fastest Pro Stock car we have seen in this country, though. It's got a new pilot, and what will he do? First time out in competition here at the Gulf Western Oils Nitro the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. We'll have to wait and see what Omar can get underway. The Queenslander travelled down here to New South Wales. We've got quite a few that have come down here for the Nitro Champs this year. Great to have them here at Sydney Dragway. And we just waited for him to come in. Chris Soldatis there patiently waiting in pre-stage. You see those first bulbs come up. Won't be waiting too long. Here we go now, both in pre-stage. We're getting both to bump in.
Oh, just bombs the tyres for Chris Soldatis and way out of the groove for Omar Sedmak. It looked like he got out of the groove and maybe it didn't even shift into second gear by the sound of it. It was right up there on the rev limiter. So only an 11-second pass, and for Chris Soldatis, he's going to be lucky to coast on through to the finish line. Interesting that nobody got down in the aeroflow lane this time around. So maybe that aeroflow lane just cooling off a little bit quicker than the Rocket Industries lane. Who knows at this point?
Yeah, slightly different conditions. Could be there on the left-hand lane in lane number 2. And, well, Chris Soldatis, they won't be happy with that. The Brains Trust there, just looking at the start line now, taking a little bit of a visual indication of what's going on. And a good crew chief will be able to tell by the time marks. So they'll have some sort of indication what they need to change the car. Remembering, though, when they come back tomorrow, going to be totally different conditions.
Now, Stewie, you're down there on the start line. What I am going to do, I'm going to give you a task. I want you to go and find Billy Creeley, our starter extraordinaire down there. He's got a temperature gun in his pocket. I don't want you to reach in and get it. I want you to ask him what the track temp is down there and report back. Do you think you can do that?
On to it, Rusty. Just coming up to... I don't want to startle Billy. Billy, real quick, I've been told you've got a temperature gun in your pocket. Can you tell us what the track temperature is, please? Get onto the track. heading to the Aeroflow lane.
It's very technical the way Billy does this. He holds it up, he takes 2 readings, 1 up, 1 down, and then he usually splits the difference. What's the number, mate?
70 degrees.
70, okay, that's actually higher than I expected it to be.
Yeah.
So it is very, very cool out there. You're outside, and we kindly gave you a jacket, thanks to Gulf Western.
I was just about to say that. Like you're saying it's cold out here. I'm fine now with the Western Oils jacket. Sensational.
And that's just a friendly reminder as well for everybody up there in the stands. If you are a little bit cool, make sure you do go and see the guys from Gulf Western Oils. They've got plenty of merchandise there, as we do over at the merchandise stand at the Sydney Dragway merch shop. We've got plenty of event T-shirts. We've got past event shirts. We've got all sorts of good stuff going on. So head up there, check it out. Make sure you grab yourself something. And I'm going to tell you now, based on what we're seeing, the crowd tomorrow is going to be big. We're hoping that it certainly is. But what I'm saying is get your merch ASAP, because if you leave it till tomorrow afternoon, you may miss out. All those popular sizes, they do go very, very quickly, Matty Cav.
Yes, they do go very, very quickly when it comes to merchandise, and plenty getting around here at the venue. We've got so many traders. We're going to fire things up now as qualifying session number 2 here for round 4 of the Burson Top Fuel Championship. The Burson's Australian Top Fuel Championship, round number 4, qualifying session number 2, and it's going to be Phil Reed in the Hydrolink Dragster, who is our number 4 qualifier with a 3.84 at 307 miles an hour, taking on Phil Lamatina, the Carrot King, in the Fuchs Oil Top Fuel Dragster. Joining me in the commentary box for the first time at Sydney Dragway, Chris Mitchell. Welcome to Sydney Dragway, and it's going to be a fantastic qualifying session. You can tell by the weather and by the times we saw in qualifying session number 1.
The way things are going so far, those low 380s, can we break into the 70s just to rip things into life before we go into 3 rounds of racing tomorrow? Everyone wants to take out that top spot, and Wayne Newby sitting on top right now. He was number 1 in Perth 4 weeks ago at round 3 of the Australian Top Fuel Championship. Can he hang on to be top qualifier for 2 consecutive rounds? Yeah,
he'll be looking to see if he can, because we do have some top qualifying to give away, some prizes there for those top qualifiers. We see them, they're lining up now. Now, Phil Lamatina did not have a great run. That engine went up in a huge ball of fire there at half track in qualifying session number 1, halfway down. So we'll wait and see what happens there. Phil Reed got a run. I think they've left a little bit in the bank there when it comes to Phil Reed, though. That 384. Now, he managed to steal victory in the finals in round number 1 here at Sydney Dragway against Pete Shiveris. So watch out for him. They'll be looking for the lights, I reckon. He'll be trying to hone in to make sure that reaction time's there this weekend again, because it could be what he needs to favour him in this to get some more wins. But it is qualifying. It doesn't matter about that. It's all about the times. Now, can we go under that 380? This is going to be interesting.
It'd be so nice to see under a 380. We were hoping to see it in Perth 4 weeks ago for round 3 of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. Big fireball for Lamatina, but he drives it through still.
Look at that, 830s to the 60-foot for both cars, and Phil Lamatina gets down there with a 382 this time, 382 at 308 miles an hour, which is going to put him right up there. We're talking just under 500 kilometres an hour for him, and Phil Reed won't improve in that time. A 392 this time, and he's done that at just over about 490 kilometres an hour.
Scorchingly fast. The fireball started just after that 60-foot marker there for Lamatina, and it just carried on. He wasn't lifting, though. He was hanging on for dear life, trying to get it all the way to the 1,000-foot marker for that one.
Down to you, Stu.
Thanks, Matty. Aaron, got a smile on the face this time.
Yeah, no, it was killer early before, and that fire in the last run, as I said, wasn't as bad as it looked. It was just a simple oil leak on the headers, but that one's a bit more serious. But hey, I think that puts us third or something. That's the fastest we've run in a long time. We're really starting to make a headway with this car. So we'll fix whatever issue that is, come back, and we'll be out here. And, yeah, we'll see how Shane goes now in the next pair.
Just real quick, like obviously the way the air is and everything like that, it's getting colder on the track. Are you surprised you went that fast?
No, in conditions like this, we should really go faster than that, but it's going to catch some crew chiefs out here possibly. It's not very often we run in conditions this cold, but cold air like this, the track's tight, there's a lot of horsepower. Some of these guys might even step it up and run quicker again.
So people that are sitting at home watching on the live stream, what do they need to do if they live in Sydney?
Get out here tomorrow and come and have a look. It's going to be a good show.
Perfect. Well done. Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah, I can't say any better than that. If you live here in Sydney, there is no reason why you can't be here tomorrow to come down to the Burson's Australian Top Fuel Championship. It's all part here of Sydney Dragway's event, and it's great to be here again for round number 4. We were going to do it all again. It was so exciting in round number 1 here in Sydney Dragway. Can we do that again? It's every round of the Top Fuel has just had these exciting moments. It's all come down. We've had some hometown heroes, of course. Our first round was Phil Reed, took it out here. Second round was Mildura, and of course it was Phil Lamartina in his hometown. And then we went over to Perth, and the hometown hero gets it.
Yeah, Damien Harris absolutely put on a scorching show, running it all the way to the end. It was some amazing laps we saw at round 3 for Perth. Can we see a Sydney driver win round 4 and continue that trend? Or for the first time, could we see a repeat round winner for the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship?
It's going to be very interesting because although we are running a little bit later tonight, we could have similar conditions tomorrow. So the crew chiefs are going to want to be working on this at the moment, just trying to find those tune-ups because, like I said, extremely good conditions when it comes to air, a lot of oxygen in there, and at the same time the track is very tight. Now we've got a lot of horsepower. They say they can push up to 12,000 horsepower out of these cars. Now they're going to be able to unleash most of that tonight. They're going to be able to try and put that down the track. Now Shane Olive is going to come out, and last time really it just got up on the tyres and shook them there for Shane Olive. There were some big chatter marks going down the track. So we'll have to wait and see whether he can get down because the Lamartina crews have been extremely busy. Now, Perth wasn't good for them either. They were extremely busy in Perth. They've had nearly no time to fix that. They were at MotorX last weekend, had the Burson's Top Fuel Dragster on display there of Shane Olives, and they were doing startups there as well. So this team has had no downtime whatsoever. And to have that first round where it didn't go to plan, and now we've seen Phil Lamartina's car go up with a ball of fire as well. Let's hope Shane Olive can get this down because that might just take a bit of pressure off one of the crews.
It'd be a huge reward for the team just to get the car to go from A to B. That's really what they're looking for at the moment, just to make it go all the way under power, get the job done, and see if they can creep into the 3s, maybe break a 380 would be really good for that team because their run of recent has been really rough. There was clutch linkage issues for Lamartina, if my memory serves me correctly, back in Perth. They had issues with that. You talk about how the air is helping us make all this extra horsepower here. That's all well and good if you can get it to drive through the clutch and stick that amount of horsepower to this racetrack. And talking about the temperatures, we're talking 70 degrees Fahrenheit track temperature. That's still quite decent, so we'll still be happy with that to make some decent grip out here.
Yeah, don't take it away from Shane Olive though, because in round number 1 of the Burson's Auto Australian Top Fuel Championship, he actually got a win over Larry Dixon. So you got to put a bit of strike there. When we went to Mildura, he ran the fastest time. So he didn't run the quickest. He ran the fastest mile an hour down there. So don't take it away from Shane. He might be able to pull this one out. You just never know. But he's up against a formidable opponent, Peter Shibris. Now he is the current Australian record holder, I suppose, when it comes to the quickest run there at 3.742. Now, these conditions are good. These are Winter Nationals conditions, and that's where he ran this last year. And he did a couple of 7.4s as well. It wasn't just one. He actually went 3.74 a couple of times. He got it down to a 7.42. So maybe the team there might be able to make this happen this weekend.
We could see something big from Shibris. He currently sits, 3rd in the order so far with a 383, 512 kilometres per hour. It's decent. It's solid for the man who currently sits 2nd in the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. He's sitting pretty good at the moment, just 15 points behind Phil Lamartina, who still leads the championship even after everything that happened in Perth, coming off the high point of winning at home in Mildura.
He's a comeback king, Phil Lamartina, though, because he had nothing when it came to round 1 here in Sydney. They really struggled when they went through qualifying, but he came out and ended up 3rd at that event. So don't take the Lamartina Top Fuel Racing team away. They've got 4 championships under their belt. Remember, Phil's driven for 2 of those, but the team itself, 4 championships when it comes to Top Fuel. So that's a big one to have under there to understand the pressure that they're going to go through as the night goes on. So it's not all over. This is qualifying. However, they are going to want to be further up in the hope it is going to help them with the all-run format tomorrow. 3 rounds of racing. We'll have to see who's going to take that win. But we've still got this qualifying session to get through. Pete Shibris' team just waiting very patiently down there, and as well as Shane Olive as we check out this track down there. I think there might be something going on down the far end as we've got all of our machines out there. So that explosion there may have left a little bit of fluid come out of that.
Yeah, that happened a couple of times for Lamartina back in Perth. Ventilation provided to various parts of the engine can leak fluid out onto the racetrack, and the crew here at Sydney Drag Raid, they want to make sure that this track is in prime condition so we can get these cars down to the 1,000-foot marker and make sure that they go as fast as they can, because we really want to, that's what the fans want to see, that's what everyone watching on the live stream wants to see, and we want to see some hot numbers come up on these timing screens.
Mate, they're an amazing piece of machinery. I mean, they are the fastest accelerating man-made piece of equipment that you can get on the earth. I mean, think about this, 0 to over 500 kilometres an hour in just over 300 metres. We're talking like 303 metres. That is absolutely insane.
With the amount of power they put down, they register on the Richter scale in a localized miniature earthquake that happens, within 50 metres of the start line. Nothing is quite like being kicked in the chest by a top fuel car when it leaves the start line anywhere in the world, but especially here in Australia.
Think about this as we see Phil Reed come back. Big round of applause there from the crowd as they bring the HydroLink Top Fuel Dragster back down here. And will he get success again after round 1? Can he come back and do it at round 4? Is Sydney going to be his lucky charm? We'll have to wait and see. And I'm sure that Wayne from HydroLink will be cheering him on and hoping that that is going to happen. Stu, you're down there at the moment, and the crowd really loving as they come back.
Yeah, they are, and Phil Reed's just jumped out of the back of the Ranger, and he's going to come forward, and we'll have a quick chat to Phil Reed, making his way this way, just talking to Dad real quick. You happy?
Yes and no. I think the track got a bit cool for us, that long delay of the guy dragging the tyres, but it was turning the tyres hard down there. That's why it went over towards the wall. Then I think it has burned a piston, and then unfortunately Phil was on fire as he went past me. So I think both our faults. There's a little bit of rice or ash going down, although my car seemed to be okay. But yeah, I think it dropped a cylinder and then it was over near the wall. So yeah.
We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Yeah, mate, I'm just happy we got 2 runs going A to B, and I like all the crowd that came out tonight, even though it's only it's technically not qualifying, but it is. But thanks for coming out and showing the support, and for HydroLink and Valvoline and McDonald's and all my great supporters, Hopefully we can go some rounds tomorrow. We had a bad round in Perth, so we're just trying to go A to B tonight, and then hopefully get a good data and step on it tomorrow.
Have fun.
Yeah, I think these boys behind us will dip into the 70s. I don't know. You got the champ over there, and I think Shane's well overdue. So, yeah. But thanks to everybody for coming out and sticking around.
Phil Reed, ladies and gentlemen. We'll grab the other Phil my height. We'll shoot out this way so we can actually be probably seen a little bit better on the camera. What? No, I don't know. Someone did, but we won't blame anybody. Happy?
Yeah, look, it took off really fast. Obviously, we'll be concerned about the weather, but being cool. But it took off, shimmered a little bit, and then just sat me back in the seat, and then it was off. But I didn't realise might have what happened at the end there. But no, I'm happy. 382. That's a PB for me. So very happy. We'll just have to see what's going on with this pushing the gaskets out or whatever's happened, and just tune it up a little bit and see what we can do.
I didn't want to ask you before the run because you're thinking about what you need to do. Do you get nervous before, and especially when you're waiting around like you had to?
Nah, not at all.
Really?
Yeah, no, there's no reason. If you're a bit nervous and scared of the car, that's going to hurt you. So, no, I don't really. As a lot of my family say, there's not much up there to get nervous about.
It's really cool to see a good crowd here tonight, and obviously I reckon this joint's going to be packed tomorrow.
Yeah, look, tomorrow, the weather conditions during the day are going to be fine. You know, you've seen that first round of racing there, Rapasadas 80, 81, and then Premier higher, and also 2 Reed. So, look, the conditions are absolutely perfect for Top Fuel. And obviously we don't really like running this late, and obviously the good people want to get home and that. So I'm a bit sorry if that's me. Drop the oil. It's not like us, but just stick around. Hopefully we get a couple more runs in, and hopefully I haven't spoilt it too much for the rest of the boys.
It's really cool to see, obviously, 6 Top Fuel cars. We've seen them here for round 1 of the championship. You guys are back here for round 4 this weekend as well. There might be people here that have no idea about a Top Fuel car. Can you explain, in layman's terms, what they are and then what they're like to drive?
Yeah, so I got asked that question last week, and my answer was it's hard to explain. And I actually can't answer the question. It's hard to explain because it's what you've asked. Explain it, you idiot. So, look, that run there, honestly, it was sort of textbook. You know what I mean? Like you bump it into stage, and then the amber, and you go, and it just it plants you in the seat. Like it's when it's hard to explain the acceleration, I'm not too sure. I haven't witnessed or experienced anything outside of obviously Top Fuel to explain to the general public what it feels like. But it's not scary power, if that makes sense. It's really good power, and like when you drive a really tough street car or something like that, just that feeling of that acceleration, you just can't. You never get used to it. You know what I mean? It's just awesome. And we got to about half track and everything, and the car was running straight. You know what I mean? I honestly was doing nothing in the car, just holding it and looking towards the finish line, and then just got off it, and then I seen, and then pull the parachutes. That's always a good feeling. The de-acceleration, that's always a good feeling that you're stopping. So, and then just feather the brakes a little bit and then just make the return road. So it's pretty cool.
I probably shouldn't use this word, but what's more violent, leaving the start line or when you pull the chutes?
I'll probably pull in the chutes, honestly, because it's the initial acceleration is, you feel like you're pushing against the back of the seat, if you know what I mean. So you're all very stable. When the negative or the reverse G's are always tricky. They're because your head goes forward and you probably lose sight of the track just that little bit when the chutes hit if you're going fast. So probably I'd say the negative G's are worse.
Good chatting to you and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
How about putting your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the fast carrot, Phil Lamartina. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, great to hear that. And a personal best there. I know he doesn't want to be pushing those gaskets out, but whatever they're doing, they're making those cars getting faster and faster. If it's happening before the end of the racetrack, Chris, that's scary how fast it possibly they could end up going.
Just to solve the little problems to get the car to the 1,000 foot without it burning itself up and eating up all the parts inside. That's going to be the goal for these guys, because when it's on a number, it's absolutely flying.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. While we've got this little bit of a clean-up happening down the far end of the racetrack, we're going to grab a couple of words and be back with you very shortly.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
So we've had one pairing go down here at Sydney Dragway for qualifying session number 2 at the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. We've still got 2 more pairings to go. Chris Mitchell alongside myself, and it's going to be Shane Olive, and we heard it before from Phil Reed. Shane's due for a breakthrough. He's had those moments, but he's due for a breakthrough. Can it happen? Will we see a 370 here tonight? Conditions are optimal for that to happen.
Could you imagine the big step going from running in the 4.101s margins earlier tonight in that first round of qualifying to just jumping straight to a 370 and really putting the field on notice, because they'll all be itching for that one. Everyone wants to break into those 70s again.
And Pete Shibris alongside, who's no stranger doing 370s. And, of course, Pete doesn't muck around when it comes to crew chiefs, because you can go and you can get one crew chief and you can go, yeah, mate, I've got the right crew chief. But when you go away and you go, you know what? I'm going to make sure I get 2 this time. Ben Patterson, Tim Adams down there, both the brain trust and that one working on it. And that worked for him when it came to last year at Winter Nationals when he ran those amazing times back-to-back. He broke that record twice that weekend, and that's how he managed to make that and ended up with a 3.742. Can he back that up here tonight? Maybe we're going to see some low 70s. It all comes down to just how well they're going to put this together. They said that in the off-season they went through this car and they said, we've found the combination, we're going to repeat this combination. All new pistons and rods, but it's been behaving a little bit differently, so they're chasing it again this season.
There's a fire-ups at the bridge. We are fired and ready to rock and roll with the second pairing, Pete Shibris and Shane Olive. An unmistakable knock and rumble of a top fuel motor. Speaks our kind of language, doesn't it, Matt?
Definitely speaks my language. The burnouts get underway for Pete Chiveris. Shane Olive now rolling forwards. The team getting some momentum as he goes through the burnout box. What I really like about Shane Olive's setup here is he's got Luke Marsden there as a crew chief there, so he's learning off Aaron Hainbridge. So there's a lot going on, you know, his first time crewing there and really being the tuner for a top fuel team. So there's a lot going on for Luke Marsden as well, and they've, like I say, they've had those moments in this one. Both burnout strong as they back the cars up. And how are we going to go in this qualifying session? Our second pairing here at the Burson's Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. Round number 4 here at Sydney Dragway. Once we get qualifying done, it comes to racing tomorrow. Oh, I'm so excited.
It's going to be absolutely premium. We're expecting conditions very similar to this come tomorrow for 3 rounds. We're progressing through a big time difference throughout the day, though, so it could all go turned up on its head for the race rounds tomorrow.
Still some big bragging rights out of big Q1, isn't it? Big qualifying.
Oh, yeah.
They're number 1 in qualifying. There's some huge bragging rights there.
And they are chasing the bragging rights of being in the 70s. Someone's got to break through eventually because we're so close to cracking the 70s. Over the last couple of rounds now, we've been knocking on the door of it at Perth. Can we do it here in Sydney?
The anticipation is building as the final checks are done on the cars. The tuners there making the final adjustments. They'll give each other a nod when they know. Here you go, they look over. They give the drivers a signal. It's time for them to go. Now it's all up to the driver. Shane Olive will be super focused on those staging lights. Pete Chiveris knows this all too well. He's done it many times.
Both of them go out after 100 or so feet. Olive has the shoots out. Chiveris is going nowhere. They looked really strong as they got on the hit too. Strong candles from both sides of the tree. They looked like they were going to haul, but both must have just encountered that bit of tyre shake and bit the bullet and got out of the pedal.
Yeah, both 840s to the 60 foot. So we know we're getting that sub 9 there. We talk about sub 1s mostly, most of the categories, but a sub 9, we know we've really got a tight track there on the start line. So 840s from both drivers there. And unfortunately, though, they could not carry it past about 100 foot. Really went up in, you see the chatter marks actually. I can see them in both lanes now. So
you can just see them bouncing off the lights around the stadium, can't you?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're in a great position here from where we're standing right behind them. So it's really visual for us. Probably harder for the crowd that are up there at the moment, but it's that sort of thing. Have they thrown enough at it, or have they thrown too little at it? And this is what the crew chief's going to have to go back and look at all the data on those cars and see if they can figure out what they're going to do. Probably more favourable conditions, I would say, once we've got the sun out tomorrow. It's that small window we spoke about earlier, isn't it, where the track is really tight, and of course we're making lots and lots of horsepower. So now do you overpower the track, or is the track too sticky for what you throw at it? That is the question.
That window gets so small when the conditions go like this. Like you said, it will open up quite a lot. And I'd say that second round tomorrow, it's around about 5:30 p.m, just as we hit a bit of a happy hour in the conditions where the track is still really quite warm from the day, but the air is coming around in a big hurry here. We're only expecting something like 20 degrees tops tomorrow. So the air is going to come around pretty quickly in the late afternoon. That's when we could make some incredible numbers, have lots of power, and have a track to stick it to.
Well, we talk about this. We're wanting to say that 370 number, aren't we? We want to call it out in this next qualifying. Come on, I can see that big smile on your face, but we do have a couple of competitors here that have won a couple of championships each. They've been over in the NHRA, and they've qualified in some fields, some really tough fields over there. And, of course, it's Wayne Newby and Damien Harris, teammates, of course, in the Atlantic Oars, Uplift Cranes, Rapisada Autosport International cars. Now, they're side by side. Now, take this into account. Wayne Newby, who's our number 1 qualifier with that 3.803, but Damien Harris, although he's run a 3.81, 320 miles an hour, he's super fast when it comes to and he's actually the fastest car we have seen when it comes to top fuel racing in Australia.
There you go. Now, these guys, they've been in this position before. Newby was in the top qualifier spot after round 1 just 4 weeks ago in Perth. He ran a 3.809. He backed it up with a 3.808. Ran it like a bloody bracket car when we ran the second qualifying round on the Saturday morning due to rain on the Friday night. Damien Harris went on to win the event. So you've got two of the guys who know how to get it done right now. Newby in there, he knows how to take that top qualifier spot. He's in the same position again. And Harris, he went on to win. They faced off against each other in the second round of racing back in Perth. And it was Harris taking the win. That allowed him to buy his way into the A final. We've got two very informed drivers and informed cars right now in qualifying, chasing the bit.
And I think you find that we got the tuners out there, the two brothers as well, and they seem to tune a little bit differently there, I reckon. I reckon Junior's very aggressive. You see big speeds from that car, and Damien Harris goes very, very fast. It's like they throw everything at it. They want that to be the fastest car out there. Tino likes to get the car down there, and we see he just seems a little bit more sedate. I probably don't want to describe it as sedate, sorry. He just takes a little bit more caution into it, make sure the car gets out of the groove so that Wayne Newby can drive that car down there. So they're slightly different. And remembering that these cars all have their own little unique setups that they want in the car. It's not like you put the same setup in all of these cars and they go fast. They're all going to be unique in their ways. And Wayne Newby's got that canopy car as well. So that's a little different.
And it's the only one we have in the field with the canopy on it. They've been making a huge difference over in the US with these canopies on top. There's a believed aerodynamic advantage in addition to the safety things that everyone pushes forward with running these canopies on the cars. Wayne has the only one in the field, so it's a little bit more slippery in the top end of the racetrack. You can get some mile an hour out of the car, but you're exactly right. I had a very brief moment to peek at Tino's spreadsheet of data that he runs in the truck, and it is just overwhelming how much data they keep in hand. They record every bit of every lap that they run with these cars just to be able to have something to lean on when they see similar conditions. They can go back, flick the pages, go, oh, we ran that before. Yeah, it was this air. We're good to go.
It wasn't all luck for Wayne Newby in round number 1 of the Burson Auto Parts Top Fuel Championship here at Sydney earlier in the year in January. And Damien Harris couldn't make it here. Unfortunately, the restrictions, he could not come across. And we had Larry Dixon in the cars for him. But so he hasn't been at Sydney Drag Race recently, although he has done so many laps here. Wayne Newby will be wanting a bit of redemption, I think, from round number 1. It's his home track. Can he do it? We're looking for a home track hero again.
By the numbers, it's very likely it could happen because we've had them in the last few rounds of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championships. Strong burnouts from both sides of the lane here. We're looking at teammates. The crew chiefs will be working somewhat together. You're always racing your own car, but you're talking to the guy on the other side of the pit just to help them out so you can feel out the pace, know you're on the same kind of page, and you can get two cars going to the finish line and trying to go 1-2 in qualifying. Wouldn't that be a feat?
Oh, don't doubt this is a race between the two brothers. They will put tune-ups in them. They will be trying to get down there. The question is, who's going to get it right? Will they both get it right in their own way? And will we see side-by-side 370s? I mean, that would be another amazing statistic here tonight.
You tempted me with just one 370.
Just one?
Now you're tempting me with two.
Yeah. Not just one 370. You can get two 370s here tonight if it all comes. If it all happens, we just don't know. Look, they're looking like a lot of raw fuel coming out of those ones. They might have put a fairly reasonably fat tune-up in these cars here tonight.
It seems to be hosing out a lot more from Newby's car, really pouring the fuel out of the pipes. So it means they're running quite fat, and even fatter when they flip them over to the high side once they get into pre-stage.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. It looks like the crew chiefs will walk away now. We'll see the tap on the wing. We always see Junior tap the wing as they go in pre-stage now. We're about to get away. Final pairing here for qualifying session number 2.
And it goes straight away for Newby, but Harris is on a mission all the way to the top end.
You get yourself one, a 377. A 377, and he's pushing it all the way out to 528 kilometres an hour. That is amazing. We got our 370 like we wanted, 377 from Damien Harris there. But what was amazing about that was that 820s to the 60. Oof. That was phenomenal speed off the line.
There you go. Your Rapasada Autosport International cars go 1 and 2 in qualifying, with Harris now going to the top. It was Newby last round. Now your previous round winner, Harris, goes to the top of the pops.
And I believe that may have reset the Australian record when it comes to the fastest time. It was previously 326 miles, 0.47 an hour, and it's 327.27 miles per hour here. So that might be one of the fastest run we've seen in Australia. I'm not going to say it is, but I believe that may be the fastest top fuel pass in Australian history. So the Rapasada Autosport International are going to be happy with that. 377. And Stewie, you're down there with the crew chief.
Yeah, certainly am. And the boys are saying it might be the fastest Australian pass. Do you know whether that's true or not?
I think we've been 326 before and we had the record. So, yeah, we just bump it up a little bit there, 327. The air is really good tonight. And, look, the guys on the crew are doing an outstanding job putting this thing together. We put this bunch of guys together, 3 races ago, and we've been chopping and changing positions. But I'm just very proud to be a part of this team.
The thing I noticed just then, as soon as the pass was finished and you guys were walking back, everybody from different crews, drivers, all come up and congratulated you guys because of what you just did.
Yeah, look, it's a good run and it's a good effort, and yeah, world class.
Back tomorrow. Back up to you guys.
Chris, what could happen tomorrow? 377 already. Like we say, there'll be different conditions tomorrow afternoon when we start racing, but we're going to go back into this nighttime weather. Hopefully we get ideal conditions once again.
It's so unforgiving, though, because you can't just win one round and move on. You've got to win both times out in the first 2 rounds and then have the quick ETs to be able to get into the A final and fight it out for the silverware. It's going to be a tough race tomorrow. Can't wait for it here at Sydney Dragway.
Well, let's stay with Nitro here at the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. Let's fire it up with top bike now as Chris Matheson in the Nitro Voodoo bike gets a nice strong burnout done. And John Zara will be alongside. Now, John Zara, they've had to tame this bike down a lot in recent times because they just keep trying to lift the head off this engine. So they've had to tame it down quite a lot. And on the opposite side, you've got a multiple, 7-time Australian Top Bike Championship. He's done Salt Lake racing, he's done dirt bike. If you name it on 2 wheels, Chris Matheson's had a go at it.
He's such a cool customer as well. We had the chance to have him over at Perth Motorplex for round 3 of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. And he wowed the fans by running back-to-back 6.00 runs. He was so close, just teasing the edge of a 5-second lap, the first 5 in Australia on a top bike, and we theorised that he still wasn't holding it wide open all the way to the line. So if you can just crank on the grip that little bit longer and hang on to it, we could see a 5 from Matho.
He's done it a couple of times too, that 600, quite a number of times now. And they've been playing with weights on this bike to try and get it to even out. It wants to go one way, but they seem to have got that under control in Perth. That's what I noticed about that was. And they do lots of little things with the weights on this bike, including the pegs. The foot pegs alone have different weighted foot pegs, and they can change them on the bike to make this try and steer as they go up. Oh no, it's up in smoke. Matho's going to get back on it though.
A second twist of the grip and it moves out towards the centre line for Matho. It looks strong on the hit. Still runs it through for a 6.6. You know, how you going just with a couple of twists of the grip?
Oh, mate, a 6.6 at 204 miles an hour, which puts him right up there. Of course, that's going to be around about 327 kilometres an hour there for Matho with a couple of twists on the throttle. It's just nitro there. It's so explosive when you put it in an engine like that.
It is. You saw the flames pop out from the right-hand side of the motor for John Zara there. Things not all going to plan. Might have popped out a gasket and just started to force things out into the atmosphere. Never good on nitro, but the good thing about nitro, once it gets to the atmosphere, it kind of goes away a little bit because it needs that compression to burn.
Yeah, it certainly does, and he won't be happy about that one. They were looking for that, but again, we say that tight window at the moment to get it right here. So maybe tomorrow's conditions could be a little bit more forgiving for him. Probably in the first and second round of racing, I would say, going to be our optimal conditions there where the tuners are going to have a little bit more window to play with, and then it's going to get really difficult when we come into the final session there. We'll have to wait and see how it all sums up tomorrow as we got one more bike to run down. I think we are checking some things there for John Zara as that bike looks like it might have come to a slow stop down the far end. Didn't quite make it off, and he was off that very early as well, John Zara. Now, that's a bike that has all the equipment on board to do exactly what Chris Matheson does. So he's another one there he just needs to get that power to the ground and make it all the way down. And that's been the problem with that bike. It's making so much horsepower for John Zara that he's just trying to tame the beast.
Well, we talk about these big cars that are making extraordinary amounts of horsepower and they're trying to get it through the tyres. We're on a bike. We've got one tyre, singular, to get all that power down to the racetrack. They tend to be a little bit softer on the hit, but the speed that they can pile on through the middle while those engines just keep on revving, pumping the flames out the pipes, they are absolutely smashing it.
And there's the little things there too. They can't steer them either. So, you know, they've got to get that weight right in the bike because it really, once that front tyre's up, they cannot steer them at all. As it looks like we're going to get John Zara off the far end of this track. We might take a short break and be back with you very shortly.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Introducing the Safety app. Safety gives you peace of mind knowing your emergency contacts are only one push of the button away. Stage 1. Once you press the emergency button, the app will take photos from your front and back camera. Stage 2. The app will also record surrounding audio and sound secretly and efficiently. Stage 3. It activates your live location and records your movements. Stage 4. All information will be continuously stored in the cloud. In Stage 5, your emergency contacts will automatically be alerted with all the information.
So one run remaining here in the top bike for the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship, and it's going to be Lockie Island, this round number 2 of qualifying here tonight. And can he get it down here in this Suzuki? That's the biggest question. You have to wait and see. From Victoria, come up here, and a newcomer when it comes to top bike racing. Normally we see him in the pro stock motorcycle ranks. He's been quite successful trying to get that bike down there in pro stock motorcycle, but this is a new bike and a different beast. He has got to try and get his head around it. Hasn't had a lot of success so far. Looks like we're having some dramas here as the bike trying to get the burnout done. He's trying to get that gear selector there with the hand. Very hard to do when you're trying to balance the bike.
A big weighty bike to balance as he shuts it off. And I think it's going to be a non-event here for Lachlan.
There we go. Wayne Newby comes back here in front of the crowd. I can hear them cheering on as Wayne Newby gets that car towed back. But it's going to be Damien Harris when he comes through. Check this out. Now, Damien Harris is coming back down here, and we have to congratulate him because 327 miles per hour. And unofficially, we're going to say that is the fastest run we've seen in Australia in a top fuel car. That'll be the fastest ever drag run in Australia. So big round of applause as he comes back for Damien Harris. The Rapisada Autosport International entry, and what a run. 377, 327.27 miles per hour, well over 500 kilometres, and listen to the cheers, and that's going to be a whole heap of data there for Junior to see exactly what he can do tomorrow. Can they throw a little bit more at it? Can we see that side-by-side 370s? Not one steak knife, we're going to give you 2.
It'd be great to see. We had some amazingly close racing in this championship. The A final separated by the narrowest of margins. Down to Stu.
Thanks, guys. We'll just probably wait for this, or we might start. Might wait for them to do their burnouts, Damien, and then we'll have a quick chat.
It's going to be great to catch up with Damien.
Have to walk back. He's not happy.
He's not walking from first, so it's okay. It's okay.
No, exactly.
Big shout out to Chris Mitchell for joining us up here. Top Fuel. As our pro mods now get underway for their next qualifying session.
Damien, wow, what a run.
Yeah, she sure was a nice run. So yeah, she felt pretty good. She was definitely quicker than the last one. I could feel that in the seat. So was not a surprise to be a 70, but yeah, big mile an hour.
Obviously, the round 1 of the championship you couldn't get across because of something that's been happening in the world the last 2 years. Does it feel good to be back here at Sydney?
Look, it feels great to be to catch up with Sando Senior. I haven't seen him for 2.5 years, so yeah, look, it was great to get over and great to be back racing again in Sydney. Yes.
Good to see you here, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well, a man of few words, but he says it all. He does it all behind the drive. So
He's talking on the racetrack, that's for sure. As we move into Pro Mod now, and 585 is the magic number here today. 585, the fixed index that these cars run on. You want to run as close to it as you possibly can. Albeit, most of the cars in this category can run a whole bunch quicker than 585. Jeremy Callahan, we know that car can run into the 70s. Greg Sakaridis has got 540 potential with this car. It's definitely running the 550s, but could potentially run in the 540s. At one point was the fastest door car in the world, this car. So they're going to have to tame it down to go 585. And to be honest, in these conditions, it's going to be hard to stop that.
Well, in these conditions, if he just had one stab at it, Rusty, that's the thing. Like I know, you see the glint in his eye when he was looking at his weather station earlier today, and he's going, oh, 585 index, why today? Why today?
Yep, absolutely. Bump City, to quote Chris Diggles. Red light for Jeremy Callahan. Gets off the line, but a little bit of shake down there. In fact, more than a little bit of shake. 102 to the 60-foot time was 104 for Jeremy Callahan, so neither car was particularly quick to the short times, but I've got a feeling they were just trying to baby them off the line and then wind the boost in at the top end of the racetrack.
Yeah, they were very soft on the launch there for Sakaridis, wasn't it, as they took off. But look, Callahan's car shook the tyres and then got up on top of it. That had a fair bit of a wiggle there. We could see most of the side of the car from the back here of the lane, which is a bit of a shame there. But Callahan, we'll have to wait and see if they turn those around. Like you say, it's very hard to tame these beasts at some point, especially when they make that little bit extra horsepower in these conditions.
Absolutely. As we see Joe Signorelli coming up to the line now, and Anthony Matuk. Anthony Matuk did not have the best of runs in that first round of racing, didn't really get anywhere under power, and did his best smoke signal impersonation from half track down there, just letting everyone know where he was. There was a lot of smoke earlier on. I got to be honest, I didn't expect to see them back.
Oh, look, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Matuk.
That's true.
He's going to turn the RB around. Surely he's got a couple of spares there in the truck.
More than likely. He's probably just got them racked and stacked underneath the bench. He just put another one in it. Joe Signorelli, though, running the 2J over in that Toyota Celica.
And it's not going to be all down about. We love the banter when it comes to Pro Mod between the nitrous, the blowers, the turbos, but now we throw a couple of 6-cylinders because there's no reason why we can't have minimum. Doors must open, car must go fast. That's basically the motto when it comes to Pro Mod.
That's the long and the short of it, isn't it? So 585 the index. Joe Signorelli, we know, has run into the 590s with this car. I don't know that he's got an 80 yet. I know he's got pretty close, but I know he's definitely run into the 590s. Certainly one of the quickest import-style cars in the world in terms of the engine configuration. The 6 cylinders really putting the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the big dogs in Pro Mod. There's been a lot of banter online on social media about the 6-cylinder cars this weekend, and with 3 of them in the class, of course, with Frank Tarabay as well. It's good to see.
Yeah, it's got that little hint of Jambo, doesn't it? A little hint that's coming up in a couple of weeks. So we'll have to wait and see how they go. But don't take it away from these 6 cylinders. They could actually go all the way here when it comes to Pro Mod because they are starting to push these cars. It's probably a lot easier now to chase that 585 when you're trying to go as fast as possible compared to some of these cars that are run well under 585 that are trying to back it off. Joe Signorelli brings up the 2J power, taking on the RB of Anthony Matuk. You wouldn't have it any other way when it comes to Anthony Matuk. Has to be an RB. Looks like the crew just bringing him in now. Last time, he did launch, got the front wheels up in the air, and then it was all over from there. Signorelli didn't have the run he wanted either. So these cars trying to get an indicative time down. If we can see something in the low 6s, high 5s, they're going to be pretty happy. Anything under that, they're going to be over the world with any 580 and watch the cheers from the crew.
Timed out. Joe Signorelli got timed out on the start line, means he did not get into stage quick enough. Anthony Matuk on a number down there in a 632, the number. Wow, 632, 239 miles per hour. That thing is moving in the right direction. He's going pretty deep down there. He's trying to keep it out of the sand, and he does. Put your hands together, Sydney Dragway. He got it stopped with about, I'm going to say, 1.5 inches to spare.
I think he might just be touching the beach down there. Maybe the front wheels are just on the edge. Maybe the nose cone's well and truly over. And that's a bit of smoke, I'd say, coming from all that deceleration. A bit of smoke coming from the turbo there. Maybe a little bit of oil coming out in a flash. But at first I thought it might have been the brakes because he was hard on one shoot. Didn't quite blossom, did it?
Not all the way. Not all the way. There was definitely a bit of a flame there, but I think it was coming out of the pipe. So Anthony Matuk, that's a hell of a drive job. I've seen him get out of some curly situations before, but that one, he certainly had his hands full getting it stopped. And not even a mark on it. Doesn't even have to clean the gravel out tonight.
That's a bonus.
That's a big bonus.
Because gravel goes everywhere. That is so hard to clean out of these cars once they beach themselves right at the end of the track. So he'll be pretty happy about that one. It looks like nothing, no more smoke coming out of the car. So that is all run and done. But for Joe Signorelli, another run there that he's not going to be happy about that, like timing out the system, and they are now pushed the car back already, not wanting to put some wear and tear on the car. Remembering what they've got to do in these cars between turnaround. A lot less happens on the Pro Mod compared to what we see in, I suppose, the Pro Stock and the Top Fuel cars, but definitely a bit of work to happen between rounds.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They've got to cool these things down. They've got to check all the bits and pieces on them. A lot of the work that comes down to is actually around the gearbox and the converters and all the different stators that they can put into it. A lot of these teams do change those things between rounds just to try and achieve what they want to achieve. Same goes to the Pro Slammer teams. And I'll tell you what, that was a solid pass for Anthony Matuk. I didn't think it was a 632, if I'm being honest. It didn't look that quick to me. But 632, 239 miles per hour, that's a definite shot in the arm for those guys.
Yeah, definitely down the far ends where it surprised me there, that 1.4 to the 60. Probably, like you say, probably did not expect to be quite that quick, but no surprise the amount of horsepower the RB is making there. Anthony Matuk, well known for a lot of killer RB motors there that make ridiculous amounts of horsepower, well over 2,000 horsepower. So stick that in a race car. We do expect to see some pretty quick times come up on the boards. We've got a couple of still got the Pro Mod cars lined up here to come as well. Looks like it might be Mr. Tarabay coming out.
It is Frank Tarabay taking on Rob Campese in our next matchup, which great example of two different ways to go about Pro Mod racing, isn't it? You've got the 2J power plant with Frank Tarabay down there, relatively small cubes, under 200 cubes, and then you look over at Rob Campese, who's got two monster turbos hanging off that thing, probably up well and truly over the 500 cubic inches, making bulk horsepower, probably in excess of 4,000 horsepower in that car. But the leveler is that 585 index.
So my belief is that's a 670 cube Hemi-headed.
670?
Yeah, Hemi-headed Ford.
That's even bigger than I thought it was.
One, yeah, and I did read there 106mm turbos at some stage, so I don't know if they're still on the car, but that's massive turbos. Two of those as well, not just one,
no,
two of them.
No, don't let your small children walk in front of it while the car's running, because they could get sucked into the turbo.
Hold on to any loose objects.
Exactly.
Make sure your watch doesn't slide off your hand.
Treat it like you would a jet engine.
Yeah.
That's probably the safe way to do it. You've got to have the exclusion zone around the front of the car. But just a big shout out to anybody who's watching on the live stream at the moment. I know there's a few people on there saying thank you for the fantastic stream, and I do want to say a massive shout out to our production team in here today who have been working their absolute backsides off since before we got going. They spent hours in here yesterday getting it up and running and getting everything set up, and to Ben Garrard and of course Neil Larson up here, who are running the screen, doing a sensational job, as is the rest of the commentary crew and all of the Sydney Dragway track crew and officials here today. They have absolutely prepared a racetrack that is second to none in the conditions that we've got and the temperatures that we've got out there. We've already seen track record in top fuel. That 377, that's a track record for Sydney Dragway. 327 miles per hour, unofficially the quickest and fastest, the fastest top fuel speed that we've seen in this country, over 1,000 feet. 565, I think, is a new track record in Pro Slammer with Steve Ham. So that shows you that this track has got some teeth. If you can hit that window, the tuning window that you want to hit, these things are going to fly. And it's still good out there now. The track has still got teeth. It's still got plenty left in it. That's for sure. It's just starting to get a little bit cool out there at the moment. And obviously, we just want to keep cars going down it. And more cars that go down it, more track temp we can keep in it. And theoretically, closer to quick we can go.
So it looks like down at the far end that everything is looking okay. The Anthony Matuki is out of the vehicle. So they got pulled up in time, and we will have a little bit of time while we pull this car out and reset some things. Of course, Pro Mod underway here at the moment as part of the Gulf Western Oil's Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. It's going to head into day number 2 very shortly. We've only got a few more cars to get through, a few more of these fantastic pro cars. Of course, we've got Pro Mod, Pro Slammer. We've got a couple of alcohol cars to come, and then it is all done for tonight. But tomorrow's going to be even bigger, and the best thing is, don't wait in line tomorrow if you want to come down here. Make sure you get your tickets online. Yeah,
buy your ticket online most definitely. Means you don't have to line up with the rest of the people who didn't listen to us, the rest of the people who didn't heed our warnings, because they will have to line up at the ticket booth. If you've got your ticket on your phone or on your email, you pre-purchase it. First of all, it's cheaper. Second of all, you can walk straight in. You just scan it, off you go. You're in. And the first thing that you see when you walk through the gate is, of course, the machine from Gulf Western Oil. I don't know if you've seen it up there on top of the hill, Matty. The machine that features in all of their advertising campaign, the brand new advertising campaign for Gulf Western Oil, it's actually up there on top of the hill. So, yeah, it's a very, very cool thing when you get up close and personal with it. But we are not too far away, I think, from getting back into the racing. It looks like we've cleared Anthony Matuk's car from... It wasn't in the sand trap. Not going to say it was in the gravel trap. We cleared it from the vicinity of the sand trap. That's a nice way of saying it, isn't it? So a couple of minutes and we should be set for a start. A reminder as well, if you are watching online and you're thinking about coming tomorrow, well, first of all, stop thinking about it. Get online, buy your ticket, do it. because it is going to be one of those shows that everyone is going to be talking about for years. One of those events that goes down in the record books, I have no doubt about it. But make sure when you come through the gate, you do grab your Nitro Champs program, the official event program. It's only $2. There is at least $2 worth of value in this thing. I'm going to say there's at least probably $20 worth of value in this thing. I don't know what you think, Matty.
Oh, $19.63.
$19.63. Okay, the year you were born.
Yeah. Feels like that.
Yeah, I know.
It feels like that.
It looks like it too.
It's what you do to me, Rusty.
No.
You've aged me.
I know.
Not gracefully either.
It's a great thing. It's got all the entry lists. It's got the event schedule in there. It has got a spot for your autographs, which is very, very cool, especially for the kids. You can go around, just carry the book around, get all of the drivers and riders to sign it. It's got a pull-out poster in the middle of it as well. A couple of stories, feature stories on some of our fantastic races here at Sydney Dragway. And, of course, it is only $2. It is only available here at the venue. And... yeah, we're looking forward to seeing everybody out here tomorrow. Frank Tarabay, Rob Campese rolling up to the line now. And 514 cubic inch Hemi in that Mustang. That is a lot of cubes, a lot of horsepower. It didn't help him in the first run, though, only an 843.
That's what it says here. That's what it says here. I've done a little bit of social media stalking.
Oh, you face stalked him.
I've stalked this car, actually, but I reckon that's his old combination. I reckon that's what that might be. We'll have to wait and see. Here we go, though. Frank Tarabay. Will he be the giant killer in this one? It is a qualifying session, doesn't matter, but we love to treat it as a race. Keeps the excitement going. Sideways in the burnout for Campo and manages to pull the car straight, just drives it out. Now Tarabay here, you can see the flames trying to get this car started. That is going to warm you up on a cold night.
Absolutely. Get out the marshmallows.
Actually, a little bit of fuel coming out there. The injector's obviously well and truly open. He's trying to fire that car back up. And here we go, burnout time now for Frank Tarabay. He's a little bit to the right-hand side. We hear it come up on boost. There we go, the sweet sound of the 2J.
Make sure as well, if you are watching on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, make sure you do smash that like and share button and give us a subscribe as well, because that will keep you up to date with everything going on at Sydney Dragway. Whenever we go live on YouTube. So Frank Tarabay in the Celica and Rob Campese. That looks good in the, I'm not going to call it flat blue. It's almost like a satin finish on this car. Looks absolutely fantastic under the lights here. And keep in mind, this car has gone 268 miles per hour before. It has gone seriously quick. One of the quickest door cars in the world. He was one of the pioneers of the turbocharged big cube brigade out here in Australia. Was the first car in the world to go over 250 miles per hour with his previous Mustang. So he's certainly a guy who knows how to lay down a number, that's for sure.
He certainly is, and we'll have to wait and see what's how this unfolds here. Qualifying session, of course. Unfortunately, Rob Campese there didn't get the run he wanted in the first run, and neither did Frank Tarabay. Let's see if they can get this small window of opportunity here to get themselves up the table when it comes to qualifying. Tarabay is waiting for Campese to bump in. Here we go. Tarabay's away. Car gets up on the back wheels. Now it's loose. He's moving around. He has to get off at a half track. Campo's a big steer there, but manages to hold on to it. Still goes and runs a 581 at 256 miles an hour. And how sideways was that at half track?
Oh, my Lord. Campo. He just doesn't want to take his foot off the throttle, does he? That thing was absolutely sideways at least 3 times, and it still goes 581 at 256 miles per hour. That is just, first of all, serious drive job. Serious drive. And it was a great drive job as well from Frank Tarabay over there, because that car got super loose as well just past half track. But yeah, I'm going to say track's still there. 581 from Campo, 256 miles per hour. I think it's still got it.
And it's still entertaining to watch.
Absolutely, that's what it's about.
So he's actually gone under the index and without a lot of traction. Well, he had a lot of traction, I suppose, but the car was up on the tyre, so it still goes under the 585 index.
100%. Talk about different engine combinations now. It's all happening now, all over again. You got Dominic Rigoli in the 350Z Nissan taking on Simon Krieger now. 864 cubic inches under the hood with a very, very healthy dose of nitrous. And how good are the nitrous flames on this thing at night?
I can't wait to see the candles lit on this. The bull horns out the front of the car, just hanging out the front guards, as you do see a lot of nitrous applications.
Kick the tyres, light the fires. That's what it's about.
Oh, look, mate, it's so good in Pro Mod to have these different cars, like, say, turbocharged, supercharged, and, of course, then we go down the path of the nitrous cars. So, Simon Krieger, wouldn't have it any other way for Kriegs, would you, to have a nitrous car? Big cubes, of course, 864 cubes, taking on Dominic Rigioli in this Nissan 350Z, and that's an RB power on board. Well, thanks to Tony Rigioli Performance. Kriegs now just getting backed up. He's just trying to get in that centre groove, so they'll come and lay the burnout down, and right in the middle you can see it's sort of a matte finish, not the shiny finish like you see on the Dragster when it's first prepared, this matte sort of finish, and that's what we talk about the groove. That's where the premium spot is, where they're going to try and get the car down. Now get over towards those shiny parts, towards the centre of the track or towards the wall. That's when the car can lose a bit of traction, especially when you've got that high wheel speed happening. So we'll have to wait and see how this one goes. Kriegs there, the final checks being done on the wheelie bar. He's got the door open, a little bit of fresh air in there, and Kriegs' car, I'm pretty sure, is still a steel body, isn't this on the back of it?
I know there's a lot of carbon fibre in it now, but I think you might be right. I think at least the quarters and the roof in this thing is still steel. And it's actually a work of art. It's spent a lot of time at the SCF race car workshop with Corey and Joel doing the bulk of the work on this thing, and it's paying dividends. It's paying dividends. Went $7.99 earlier on with a very, very early shut-off. It's got a lot left in it, this car.
Well, we'll wait and find out how we can go in qualifying session number 2 here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Rioli's getting a gun pre-stage already. Kriegs comes straight in, doesn't muck around. Candles a leg. Kriegs are sideways. Oh, no, hits a foam block. Rigioli there already had some issues there, so it's not going to stop him. He drives around it.
Good drive job from both sides. Simon Krieger just cleaned up the half-track block down there. I think he only got one block, so that's good news. We'll be able to keep on rolling with it. 319 miles per hour. It was definitely on. The nitrous is definitely pumping through its veins because the flames were out. It was on a pretty decent run. Not super aggressive to the short time, 1:15 to the 60-foot timers, but I think that when the sun comes out tomorrow, that car's going to be quick. Oh, it definitely will be, and not shy about staying on it too. He had to get right out of the groove and nearly almost on the centre line before he backed off. You could just see the front end of that car up there. There was not much patch of front tyre touching the ground the whole way down. And it sits a lot higher than a lot of the other cars you see in Pro Mod, the full chassis cars. That Tirana definitely sits a lot higher than the rest of them, that's for sure. A very pro street style car is probably the best way to say it. So I think, does that round out Pro Mod? Yes, it does. It looks like we're going to move on to... Oh, no, we've still got one more car in Pro Mod by the look of it. Charlie Ladani in the Rocket Industries lane. And we've just got a little bit of a clean-up down there in the Rocket lane. So what we might do is just take a very quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back very shortly here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Introducing the Safety app. Safety gives you peace of mind knowing your emergency contacts are only one push of the button away. Stage 1. Once you press the emergency button, the app will take photos from your front and back camera. Stage 2. The app will also record surrounding audio and sound secretly and efficiently. Stage 3. It activates your live location and records your movements. Stage 4. All information will be continuously stored in the cloud. In Stage 5, your emergency contacts will automatically be alerted with all the information.
Welcome back into the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. Time for the final car in Pro Mod, and that is Charlie Ladani, the Holden Ute, racing out of Silverdale. And it looks like we might have some trouble getting a forward gear by the look of it. I can see Jeff Cuttajar walking back to suggesting that they shake the car into gear, which sounds counterintuitive, but sometimes it's just what it takes to get it to drop in.
There we go. It worked.
It worked.
It's not wrong if it works.
Shake, shake, shake. It worked for the Macarena. It works here.
Did it really work for the Macarena?
I don't know. Did it work for the Macarena?
It was more popular than us, so
yeah,
it's fine.
that's exactly right.
Let's get some noise happening here at Sydney Dragway tonight.
Well, he's over there in the what I would consider to be the more preferred right lane at the moment, the Rocket Industries lane. I think it's pretty evident that that is probably the lane that you've got the most chance of going down. Although we have seen some cars go down in the left lane as well, the Aeroflow lane. So I wouldn't be surprised if the next bracket up, which of course is Pro Slam, which will be followed by Pro Alcohol, I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least a handful of cars get down there. Charlie Ladani going on a solo post this time around. Remember, we are racing in the morning from 9:30 tomorrow morning. 9:30.
You didn't tell me that.
That is the kickoff time. I know you're going to have to get out of bed before breakfast, before lunchtime. Yeah, or before breakfast.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to get out of bed before lunchtime. 9:30 is the kickoff. So that's with our final round of Sportsman Qualifying, and
so here we go. It looks like he's going to come into stage. Going to be a solo run on this one, qualifying session number 2.
Opening ceremony will be around about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, about 1:45, 2 o'clock. Professional racing not too far after that. Charlie on a bit of a drive job here. The thing moving around just past half track and through the finish line for a 683, 158 miles per hour. Went 645 earlier on tonight, so it's moving in the right direction. It looked pretty good on the front half of the racetrack that time around. Went 4.20 to the 8th mile marker.
I'm just having a look. They picked something up off the start line there that's come out of the car. Just something.
Nothing too
small.
drastic, hopefully.
Nothing too drastic at all. It looks like maybe a rag fell out or something on the start line.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not quite sure what it was, but it definitely had some volume about it when it came out. So we're going to go racing with Pro Slammer in the not too distant future. Joe Marina, Steve Ham, first pair up.
So Pro Slammers are coming up for their second qualifying session, and Steve Ham is coming out in that rocket lane on the right-hand side, lane number 1 there. All thanks to Queensland Rock Breakers and R.D. Williams, the 69 Chev Camaro, and Stephen Ham earlier, that 565 we saw in qualifying session number 1. Really the only Pro Slammer to really get a full run down there under power all the way, and it stood up on the tyres. They've been chasing some stuff with the tyres in this car, making some changes there, and it looks like they may have found that sweet spot here at Sydney Dragway.
Certainly was sweet, 565. Nobody came within cooey of it in that first qualifying session, and an off-the-trailer run. And remember, that's the first full run after they had some major issues with the rear end of that car up at Willowbank only a couple of weeks ago. So they had to do a considerable amount of work under the back of it. They did it. Looks like it worked. 565. You take that.
And 258 mile an hour as well. That's a big mile an hour coming from a Slammer.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. 258. Anything up around over 255, 258, that's a big speed. And cannot wait to get these cars on the racetrack. So by the look of it, we've just got our track crew going out there to have a look at something which is possibly on the racing surface. We shouldn't be down for too long. We'll keep you updated, guys. We'll take a word from a couple of our sponsors. Be back very, very shortly here. Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs at Sydney Dragway.
not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
United Fasteners is Australia's largest independent distributor of fastening products and industrial supplies, including a comprehensive range of fixings, abrasives, cutting tools, lubricants, hand tools and construction chemicals. Visit their website at unitedfasteners.com.au. Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, time to fire them back up here at the Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs at Sydney Dragway. And welcome to everybody who's still watching us on our live stream on the official Sydney Dragway YouTube. Great to have you watching. Of course, we want to see this last round of qualifying, and it's Pro Slammer coming out now. Joe Marino. Joe Marino didn't get a run in the first time. Unfortunately, had an incident there when they started the car, so that car got backed out. Did not compete in the first round of qualifying. And now alongside Stephen Ham. Huge burnout, absolutely massive burnout here at Sydney Dragway for Stephen Ham. And joining me back in the commentary box now, we've lost Rusty and we've got Steve Bush back, so the talent's back.
The talent's back. I'm sure we'll love you for that. Stephen Ham, big burnout from the 69 Chevy Camaro for R.D. Williams and Queensland Rock Breakers. Now, this car, our #1 qualifier at the moment with a 565, 258 mile an hour. So nice pass there for Ham. It'd be interesting to see what Joseph Marina will do in the Chevy Corvette.
Now, we're talking about mineshaft conditions. It's got even better. The air quality has gone even better out there. The track, though, has not had a bit of traffic on it for a bit. We've been having some, unfortunately, some issues there where some things have been landing on the track. We've had to keep cleaning up. But it has been holding its temperature prior to that, which I think is a lot to do with all the concrete we've got going full quarter mile here at the moment. We'll have to go and see how Joe Marina goes because they are having a little bit of a look there. Final checks now done on that Corvette, that beautiful split window Corvette. Looking at his first passing of the weekend in this car. He's done plenty before, normally races in the Pro Mod category, but stepped it up into Pro Slam. And this time, no index for him to hold back on.
No, certainly not this time. There's a little bit of fume out of the right-hand side of the car. If it's just some residual stuff being burnt in the pipes, or if we've got a cylinder not ideal, I'm not sure. But both cars just about ready to go, Matty.
So looking at Ham's crew here, they're ready. Bit of anticipation there. Can he go one better? Is he going to swing at this one after all the damage they did at the last round up at Willowbank? Oh, it's up on top of the tyre, but he stays into it. Ham, he's pushing the car, gets loose. Marino's got the shoots out. They're out early for Ham too. 7:01 at 1:39 for Ham.
Yeah, both cars pretty loose about half track there, I think.
Yeah, wild ride there. I thought Ham was going to try and go through it, but he's decided not to. Got off that early, got the shoots out. Joseph Marina there, not with a great run either, and he's got the shoots out early. Only full run, though, he has done in the car. For these qualifying sessions, yeah.
I was going to say, at least that gets him on the board, and yeah, he's run here at Sydney Dragway plenty of times before. Would have some data, and hopefully can go back through his history and have a look at that for tomorrow's runs.
Although we've got extremely good air here tonight, one of the things is we have that small window of tuning capability with the track being so tight. With this immense amount of horsepower they're starting to make, a little bit of extra horsepower there. So bring that into factors. Tomorrow, though, if we get similar conditions like we had today, it means probably that late afternoon session is going to be the premium one where we're going to see the times drop. And if we can keep this continuation and the flow of racing, we might see that final race there be really, really fast.
Yep, you'll extend the track window, and we'll hopefully see that the final run, as you say, will be the quickest of the lot.
Michelle Davies now going to come out on a bye run here. I'm just waiting to see if we're going to get all of our slammers out there, or maybe a few have packed it up for the night. They've got themselves a banker in there. They might be happy with this one. Michelle Davies, all thanks to Davies Earthworks and Elite Race Parts, as we are going to check the lane out very quickly. Got our spotters out there walking. Of course, Gareth isn't going to send Michelle down there if he's not really happy with that one, but he's ready to fire up. He's pretty keen to get this car going. Alongside Jeff Gradden also has bought the Saratoga forward, so he might be the next car out there as well. Need to watch out, though, because we sit around there. So when we get the dew point happening, we start to see that happen on the windows of some of the cars. So they won't want that to happen there because that will limit the visibility. You've already got a massive blower and injection hat sitting in front of you that you can't see around. Yep. You've got to look around that, and then to add a little bit of dew to that. You don't want that to happen. So I'll be hoping this gets underway very quickly and that our spotters there won't see too much going on the track. So we do have our track walkers out there at Sydney Dragway, just checking that there is nothing on the track. It looks like we may have found something, but we'll wait and update you as soon as we can out there on the live stream. Thank you to everyone who's hung around on the Sydney Dragway official live stream. It's great to have you here, and you are being part, obviously, the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. If you are in Sydney, make sure you get online and grab your tickets now. Make sure you're down here tomorrow. There's no reason, if you're not in Sydney, you should be here. Remember, we are 30 kilometres from the CBD of Sydney. We're central to most of the population here, and so make sure you come down tomorrow. It's going to be an absolutely stunning day, and it's going to be some of the best racing that you will see in a long time here at Sydney Dragway. Can't wait for that to happen. It's all part as we combine so many things this weekend. We're combining, obviously, our Nitro Champs we have every year, all thanks to Great Western Oils, and then, of course, we've got the Speed Addict Clothing Co. New South Wales Championship Series here for round number 4, and it is round number 4 of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. It is all happening here at Sydney Dragway. Remembering those tickets are slightly cheaper online, and it will save you the lineup when you come in. If you can just scan your pass and get in.
Yep, I mean, nowadays everybody's accustomed to purchasing tickets and whatnot online, so it's pretty straightforward. Just jump on the track's website. There'll be a link there through to purchase the appropriate tickets for tomorrow's event, and come on down, get your friends, tell your friends about it, bring them out, enjoy the day's racing. Hopefully tomorrow's forecast, I believe, is very similar to today, which would be absolutely fantastic. It was a cracker of a day here today.
So it looks like Stephen Ham's laying there. They are laying some rags down there. They're looking for a groove there that they're going to drag out. There must be something on the track that our officials are not happy with. They are going to want to clean that up as quick as possible. Just waiting to see if they are going to turn the tractor around there. But judging by the rags being laid out there, they are ready to do a clean up here, and we do have our support vehicles coming up. So another little bit of a clean up here at Sydney Dragway. Unfortunately, after Stephen Ham's run, we might take another break here in the commentary box and be back with you very shortly.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith, and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Introducing the Safety app. Safety gives you peace of mind knowing your emergency contacts are only one push of the button away. Stage 1. Once you press the emergency button, the app will take photos from your front and back camera. Stage 2. The app will also record surrounding audio and sound secretly and efficiently. Stage 3. It activates your live location and records your movements. Stage 4. All information will be continuously stored in the cloud. In Stage 5, your emergency contacts will automatically be alerted with all the information.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
United Fasteners is Australia's largest independent distributor of fastening products and industrial supplies, including a comprehensive range of fixings, abrasives, cutting tools, lubricants, hand tools and construction chemicals. Visit their website at unitedfasteners.com.au. Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, looks like the weather has got the best of us here tonight, and the track temps have come down to a point where we do not want to continue racing there, and the races have turned around. So we do have a little bit of a clean-up as well, the continual oil down. So we've got a bit of a clean-up going, plus our track temps are dropping right now on the surface. So we are going to conclude racing here tonight at Sydney Dragway as part of the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here. Good news is, though, we are going to be back underway racing at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning for day number 2 of competition. Make sure you keep your eyes on all the social medias as well, as we will squeeze in our final qualifying runs in tomorrow's schedule as well. So stick to all the social medias where you're checking us on Facebook. Make sure you've got your like and subscribe going on our YouTube channel as well if you are there, so you know when the stream comes up tomorrow. 9:30 a.m. racing gets underway back here for the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back and doing it once again. Thanks everybody for hanging around. It's been one of those long nights where we've tried to get through all the qualifying. Unfortunately, it didn't come off for us tonight with the track temperatures coming too cold to race on and the oil that we need to clean up here tonight. But we'll be back from 9:30 a.m. Day number 2. It's going to be absolutely massive here at the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs at Sydney Dragway. 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.